Chapter 1. The Severed Finger in the Dumpling. As human society progresses, the crime rate has been steadily rising each year. As a member of the criminal police team, I have not returned home for the new year in 3 years. Today was no exception. On the eve of the new year, the police station in Cheng County received a report. A resident had inadvertently consumed a human finger. The timing of this incident was rather fortuitous, prompting the municipal bureau to take it with utmost seriousness. In order to ensure that the citizens could enjoy a peaceful celebration without fear, we were urgently summoned that very day to tackle this case with all our might. I was in the midst of preparing dumplings with my mother when I received the call, and without delay, I hurried back to the police station, only to discover that I was the last to. Arrived in the conference room sat a row of officers, and compared to them, my rank was the lowest. The chief nodded in my direction and pointed at me, proclaiming, "This is the officer in charge of this case. The meeting is adjourned." Such emergencies were not unfamiliar to me. I immediately sought out the chief of the local police station to gather details about the incident. It turned out that the severed finger belonged to an elderly couple whose children had not returned home for the new year. In an effort to simplify their meal preparation, they had purchased frozen dumplings from a local vendor to cook at home. The taste of the dumplings was off, but the couple merely assumed the meat had spoiled and paid it no mind. However, on the third dumpling, the elderly woman spat out a piece of bone, which bore several bite marks and, upon closer inspection, bore a remarkable resemblance to a human finger. This is the severed finger discovered, along with the frozen dumplings purchased by the elderly couple. A female officer from the station handed me 2 evidence bags containing a severed pinky and over 20 steaming dumplings. The finger was slender, its blood having boiled away, appearing quite pale, and there was no doubt it belonged to a human. I took a closer look and noticed several bite marks, presumably from the elderly woman's teeth. I then grasped the evidence bag containing the dumplings. Their exterior revealed nothing unusual. Furrowing my brow, a gruesome murder case from 2 months prior flashed through my mind. Summoned the forensic expert, and everyone else. Accompany me to the scene, I commanded, instructing them to lead me to the couple's residence. My mind was preoccupied, and though the chief of the police station spoke to me, I scarcely heard his words. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the elderly couple's home. Being a small county town located in the outskirts, they resided in a modest mud brick house. The dwelling was unremarkable, and without delay, we entered. The elderly couple was present, accompanied by 2 officers. The woman's demeanor was evidently unsettled, while her husband appeared ashen. Indeed, such a heinous crime will be profoundly distressing for a couple well past their prime. My brow knitted in concern. The current atmosphere was clearly unsuitable for questioning. That I turned to the accompanying officer and inquired, "Do you know where they purchased the dumplings?" "Yes, there's a market just over 200 meters away." Mr. Chun stated that they bought them from a small vendor at the market entrance in the evening. The officer replied, "Is there surveillance in the vicinity?" "There is. The chief has already dispatched someone to retrieve it." I nodded once more and turned my gaze toward the table of the elderly couple. Although it was not particularly large, it was marred with stains. Their home was meticulously kept, making it implausible for the dining table to be the sole exception. The only explanation was their long years of habitation. However, the table bore numerous knife marks, the impressions appearing quite fresh, with the cuts being coarse, not resembling those made by an ordinary household knife. "Captain Xiao, the surveillance footage has been delivered to the precinct. Would you like to view it now?" A police officer appeared at the door, breathless, bundled in a cotton coat, his nose a vivid red from the cold. "Thank you for your hard work. Please leave 2 officers to attend to the elderly and secure the scene. We shall return to the station first." Wide gaze returned from the table, an inexplicable oddity lingering in my mind regarding the marks upon it. Upon our return to the local police station, the surveillance footage was prepared. I instructed them to commence playback from noon today at 8 times the normal speed. The images flashed by incessantly as my mind raced, skimming through each for man necessary skill for every detective, searching for the most subtle clues amidst the throngs of people. "Stop," I called out. "Rewind 3 minutes." The footage froze, and we resumed at normal speed. A street vendor appeared, leisurely pushing a cart laden with frozen dumplings. "Do any of you recognize this individual?" I inquired, gesturing toward the vendor. He hesitated, responding awkwardly, "Captain Xiao, I usually order takeout, so I'm not sure." "Find someone who cooks at home and have them come here immediately," I insisted, my eyes fixed on the vendor, who had traversed the area 3 times, his behavior suspicious. Before long, a female officer arrived. She rented a room near the market and shopped for groceries daily to prepare her meals. Though she bore an unremarkable appearance, her voice was melodious as she pointed at the vendor, saying, "Captain Xiao, I know this man. He is in his 30s. His wife ran off years ago, and he has no children. He has been selling dumplings here for 2 years. Captain Xiao, the forensic examination results have come in. Another female officer entered. She was my assistant, named Ouyang Qian, currently in her internship. Proceed, I replied coolly. According to Dr. Wang's findings, it is undoubtedly a human pinky bone, female in gender, with a preliminary age estimate between 23 and 25 years. The detachment occurred approximately 3 days ago. The cut is smooth, indicative of a sharp instrument. The perpetrator must be male, as it would require considerable strength. Wait, I exclaimed, abruptly turning to Ouyang Qian. On what grounds do you assert that the killer must be the one who severed her pinky? Ouyang Qian faltered, struggling to provide a coherent explanation. I turned back to observe the vendor. As the footage continued, I waved my hand dismissively, saying continue. That's all. That's all? Ouyang Qian nodded, stating, given the current circumstances, we can only conclude this much. Investigate further. What are the other 20 frozen dumplings? Is there any skeletal or fleshy matter within? Have the forensic team work overtime tonight regardless of the effort required? I demand an accurate response. Indeed. Ouyang Qian stood at attention, saluted, and then exited. I placed one hand on my waist, rhythmically tapping the gun stock with my fingers. My eyes closed as I recalled the case from 2 months prior. That case was not under my jurisdiction, yet I had some knowledge of it. A young man had committed murder, the victim being his girlfriend, the motive merely her infidelity. This case bore a striking resemblance to the current one, both involving murder and dismemberment, with the bodies treated as if they were ingredients for a meal. However, this perpetrator exhibited a greater degree of skill. When the police force burst through the door, blood was splattered across the walls and ceiling, and the air was thick with the putrid stench of decaying flesh. The kitchen was even more horrifying, the floor coated with a thick layer of congealed fat, and within the refrigerator lay dismembered pieces of meat that had yet to be cooked, the head resting atop the cold storage compartment, instilling terror in the hearts of many detectives present. Thus, I surmised that there must be a location where the murderer disposed of the remains, and it would undoubtedly be situated within proximity to the market no more than 2 kilometers away. If we hurried, we would still have time. Some traces are not easily erased, and even a single drop of blood is, in the eyes of forensic experts, the most evident piece of evidence. Therefore, I immediately commanded conduct a thorough search of the neighborhoods within a 2-kilometer radius of the market, inquiring about any missing persons, with particular attention to transient individuals. Female, I added as an afterthought. Chapter 2. The suspect vendor. While several individuals attended to various tasks, I stood before the surveillance footage, replaying it repeatedly, my gaze fixed upon the vendor. Beginning at noon, he made 3 appearances and departed thrice, with his final exit occurring at 8 in the evening, despite the market closing at 6. What transpired during those 2 hours? He arrived pushing a cart, yet left empty-handed. Where was his cart? I insisted on investigating this individual and bringing him in for questioning. He undoubtedly held secrets. Given the gravity of the situation, the chief personally led the team to apprehend him, while I continued scrutinizing the footage. The elderly couple ventured out for dumplings around 5 in the afternoon. They had just exited the market, which was relatively uncrowded due to the upcoming New Year celebrations. Upon reaching the market's entrance, the vendor gestured towards the couple. Although silent, it was evident he was inquiring if they wished to purchase dumplings. After a moment of hesitation, seemingly deliberating, the elderly woman approached him and purchased frozen dumplings from his hand. At this juncture, I discerned a significant detail. The vendor possessed only one hand, the other severed at the wrist. If he were the perpetrator, did he possess the capability to commit murder and dismember a body? I ordered an immediate investigation into his background, demanding results within 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I received the suspect's profile. Gao Wanming, male, Han ethnicity, 32 years old, unemployed. Divorced, registered in Cheng County, XX City, residing adjacent to the market. His missing hand was the result of an incident involving his ex-wife, who had an affair with a gangster. In a fit of rage, he confronted the situation and was subsequently attacked, losing a hand. He had squandered his life savings on medical expenses and accumulated significant debt, leading to a life of idleness. Recently, he had developed a gambling addiction and had been apprehended once. His unfortunate marital history, self-destructive tendencies, financial woes, and volatile temperament rendered him a prime suspect with ample motive for the crime. As I prepared to contact the precinct chief to authorize an immediate arrest, his call interrupted me. His urgent and loud voice echoed through the receiver. "Xiao Xiao, the suspect has fled." A jolt of dread coursed through me. I was indeed a step behind. My earlier suspicions were confirmed by his flight. I promptly issued a warrant for his capture. "Pursue him. Lock down the entire city. He must not escape," I commanded, my eyes wide and teeth clenched. Simultaneously, I contacted the municipal bureau to request an arrest warrant, urging them to dispatch personnel to secure critical intersections and coordinate the operation. After hanging up, my hands clenched tightly, the veins in my back bulging. The dawn broke on the horizon, and less than a day remained before the case must be resolved. Before long, the forensic report arrived, and I instructed Ouyang Qian to deliver it to me. As anticipated, the subsequent analysis revealed traces of human flesh and bone fragments among the 20-plus dumplings, with DNA comparisons still requiring another half-hour for results. It has now become nearly certain that this is a case of murder and dismemberment. The perpetrator killed the victim, chopped her into pieces to prepare dumpling filling, and subsequently manufactured frozen dumplings for sale. The primary suspect is the vendor of these frozen dumplings, whose flight only serves to reinforce this suspicion. We now await the results from the external police forces. Let us proceed to his residence, where we may uncover evidence. I beckoned Ouyang Qian to don a coat and accompany me. Alongside us were two members of the evidence collection team, tasked with gathering samples for forensic analysis. In the depths of winter, the air remained frigid. Should this case proceed smoothly, capturing the vendor would bring a semblance of closure, and after the arrest of Gao Waming, we could return in time to celebrate a joyful new year. I exhaled a breath, rubbed my hands together, and called out to Ouyang Qian, "Get in the car." Ouyang Qian settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt while warming her hands, her gaze fixed on me with a near-admiring intensity. "Captain Xiao, you truly are remarkable. You've resolved the case in just one night. With witness testimonies and surveillance footage all in place, if this isn't clarified, I might as well abandon my career as a detective." For some reason, an unsettling feeling lingered within me, as if I had overlooked something crucial. Was this case truly so straightforward? "Captain Xiao, upon our return, you should be able to assume the position of chief detective, correct?" Ouyang Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oblivious to the context, I cleared my throat, prompting her to retract her enthusiasm slightly. "It's common knowledge now, why feign modesty?" I abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing Ouyang Qian to lurch forward, nearly tumbling out of her seat, only to be halted by her seatbelt, which flung her back into position. She glared at me, resembling an irate little tiger, and demanded, "What was that for?" "We've arrived. Exit the vehicle." I unbuckled my seatbelt, and before us loomed a dilapidated residential building, 13 stories high, with Gao Wangming residing on the third floor. I drew my weapon and ascended first, Ouyang Qian trailing closely, followed by the two evidence technicians. The stairwell was shrouded in darkness. Such old buildings often lack maintenance, and the lights had long been out of order. On the third floor, there were two households. The door to 301 stood ajar, emitting a pungent stench. This odor was all too familiar to me, the unmistakable scent of decay. Indeed, Gao Wangming was the murderer. Upon entering, despite my mental preparation, a wave of nausea gripped me, as though I were thrust into a spinning washing machine. I hastily covered my mouth and nose, gesturing for Ouyang Qian to remain at the entrance while allowing the forensic team to proceed. Curious, she peered in, but I firmly ushered her back and closed the door behind us. With no circulation of air, the stench intensified, and it took a moment for my senses to acclimate enough to suppress my urge to vomit. The two evidence technicians had already ventured to the restroom. In this cramped space of less than 40 square meters, dark brown stains marred the floor, and the air was thick with the repugnant odor of blood and decomposition. "Captain Xiao, you've arrived. I shall proceed now." The two police officers tasked with waiting here appeared quite pale. It was their first encounter with such a situation, and their ability to endure was commendable. I did not wish to burden them further, so I waved my hand and said, "All right, you may leave now. But do remember to bring Ouyang Qian at the entrance back with you." "Understood, Captain Xiao, rest assured," they replied, seemingly fleeing for their lives as they rushed out, the sound of their deep breaths echoing in the corridor. I turned my gaze towards the kitchen, where something was simmering. The pot's exterior had turned blackened from the heat, and bubbles were rising from within. Approaching, I noticed a bone bobbing up and down in the pot, the meat having been reduced to a mushy consistency, emanating an indescribably peculiar aroma. Chapter 3. A corpse unsettled. Another rise as I donned my gloves and scooped with a spoon, revealing an eye staring back at me, its ashen, dilated pupil fixated on my gaze. Nearby lay minced bone and flesh, alongside a bowl filled with prepared dumpling filling. Blood splatters adorned the walls, while a cleaver rested on the cutting board, marked with numerous cleaved lines. I reached out to touch the grooves, a flash of a similar scene flickering in my mind. I must have encountered these markings somewhere before. "Captain Xiao, we have discovered this." A forensic officer approached, handing me a package. Upon opening it, I found a red shoulder bag and a pink wallet. The bag contained a collection of cosmetics, predominantly inexpensive items, yet the wallet yielded a significant find, an identification card. Kai Mingfen, female, 25 years old, from Cheng County. Judging by her ID photo, this woman possessed a certain charm. Her belongings were found in the murderer's residence, suggesting she was likely the victim. Return it for verification and contact the city bureau for further investigation. I returned the items and dialed the police station chief. "Chief, I'm at Gao Wangming's residence. What is the progress on your end?" "We found no trace at the intersection. I suspect he has returned to his hometown." I'm dispatching a team to pursue him. The chief's voice resonated from the line. Understood. Expedite the effort. It would be ideal to apprehend him before noon. After the call, I pondered briefly before reaching out to Ouyang Qian. Qian, how's the investigation into the missing persons progressing? Captain Xiao, please hold on. I'll inquire now. Ouyang Qian's voice indicated she was speaking with someone involved in the missing persons investigation. Captain Xiao. We've found information regarding a woman who went missing 3 days ago, named Kai Mingfen. Witnesses reported seeing her enter the murderer's home prior to her disappearance. That's him. I clenched my fists, a sense of relief washing over me. Everything aligned perfectly. Now, we merely awaited the chief's capture of the suspect. This matter is in your hands. Arrange for the body and evidence to be transported back. I require results before noon. I instructed the 2 officers from the evidence department. Upon returning to the station, Ouyang Qian approached, presenting me with a forensic report. What is this? I inquired, puzzled. Ouyang Qian gestured for me to examine it myself. Captain Xiao, it's rather peculiar. 2 distinct DNA profiles were discovered within the dumplings. Whose could it be? I asked, perplexed, as I perused the report. A myriad of data eluded my comprehension, yet one fact stood clear. The frozen dumplings contained not only Kai Mingfen's blood and flesh, but that of another individual. Could it be that a vendor cut themselves? Ouyang Qian suggested, timely. I furrowed my brow, contemplating the possibility. The knife marks on the elderly couple's table flashed in my mind, startling me as I finally recognized the source of the familiarity within Gao Wangming's home. Ouyang Qian, does every frozen dumpling contain 2 DNA samples? I abruptly turned to her, my expression fierce enough to startle her. I am uncertain. Let us inquire now. I exclaimed loudly. By the way, I called out to Ouyang Qian. Do not forget to conduct a DNA comparison to see if one of them is Kai Mingfen. After Ouyang Qian departed, I promptly assembled all the public security officers and drove to the home of the elderly couple. My heart raced with anticipation along the way, as an astonishing thought seized my mind. Perhaps this was not merely a single case, but rather, the 2 elderly individuals were undoubtedly involved in something sinister. While en route, Ouyang Qian called, reporting that the DNA results from several dumplings indeed matched Kai Mingfen, yet there was also the undeniable presence of another individual's DNA among the remaining dumplings. Precisely. My gaze grew increasingly cold. The elderly couple had concealed something from us. If my conjecture was correct, they were orchestrating a deadly scheme. Upon arriving at their residence, the door stood ajar, and the lights illuminated the interior. A sense of foreboding washed over me before the vehicle had even come to a halt. I flung open the door and leapt out, turning to the accompanying officers and commanding, establish a perimeter, prepare for confrontation. With swift strides, I entered the house. The elderly couple sat at the table, while 2 police officers lay incapacitated on the floor, bound by ropes. The elderly woman sighed, saying, Old man, I told you. They would undoubtedly return. This matter cannot be concealed. Mr. Chen's eyes drooped, gradually losing their luster. He shifted his frail body and grasped a butcher's knife from the table. Do not move. Halt. Lower your weapon. A cacophony of gunfire adjustments echoed as 5 or 6 firearms simultaneously trained on Mr. Chen. Lower your weapons. It is all right. I extended my hand to lower the gun pointed at me, stepping forward to the opposite side of the table. Mr. Chen sighed once more, pushing the knife towards me. I donned gloves and examined the traces on the table, finding only a few matches. Where's the other knife? I inquired. Mr. Chen slowly rose, maneuvering his emaciated form into the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged wielding a boning knife, with his other hand clutching a round object. Upon his return, he hurled the object onto the table, revealing it to be a severed head. The remaining items have been disposed of. This one was left unattended, as I intended to discard it after your departure, but it seems time has run out. After speaking, Mr. Chen appeared utterly drained, slumping into a chair. His head bowed in silence. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, I might have mistaken him for a corpse. I shifted my gaze to the elderly woman, who, without reservation, recounted the entire sequence of events. The deceased was their son, who had returned home a week prior, burdened with insurmountable debts, demanding that his parents sell their land. The elderly woman expressed her willingness to settle the debts. Yet she knew her son would inevitably squander the money on gambling. The couple refused, and after a few harsh words from Mr. Chen, their son retaliated with violence and vile insults toward his parents. In a fit of rage, Mr. Chen engaged in a struggle with his son, but due to his frailty, he was soon overpowered and pinned to the ground. Chen Lao's wife, unable to bear the situation any longer, struck her son on the crown of his head with a chair, unwittingly delivering a fatal blow. The elderly couple was engulfed in fear and sorrow, yet, contemplating their daughter who had married outside the family, they opted to conceal the grim truth. Following the grim depictions they had seen on television, they resorted to dismembering their son's body. The remains lay within their home for a week, as they failed to find an opportune moment to dispose of them. With the new year approaching, they lived in constant trepidation, their hearts racing at the sound of police sirens. Chapter 4. The true culprit is someone else, my dear officers. To be candid, I feel considerably relieved now. It was I who took my son's life, and the old man bears no responsibility. I sincerely hope you will spare him from any repercussions. The specifics of the situation will need to be deliberated upon once we return to the station. Please accompany me for a brief time. As the handcuffs clicked into place, the elderly couple's hair appeared even more silver than before. It is impossible to ascertain who is right or wrong in this matter. Legally, both are culpable, one as the principal offender and the other as an accomplice. Yet, on a moral plane, who among us possesses the authority to judge them? Rubbing my throbbing temples, I accepted a cigarette offered to me nearby and inhaled deeply. The sharp sting of nicotine coursed down my throat, providing a modicum of relief to my taut nerves. Unable to suppress a bitter remark, I exhaled. This is truly inhumane. Indeed, a lifetime spent nurturing only to turn against one another. The officer beside me misinterpreted my sentiment, casting a sympathetic gaze toward the elderly couple's retreating figures. Enough with the sentimentality. Let us focus on our duties. I patted the officer on the shoulder, gesturing towards the kitchen at the rear of the house. Just then, my phone rang. It was the station chief. He informed me that they had apprehended Gao Wangming, and he had openly confessed to his crime. There remain numerous ambiguities in this case, yet with both principal offenders admitting their guilt, it is now a matter for the interrogation department, beyond my purview. I refrained from entering the kitchen, fearing the sight of that horrific scene once more. There is a saying, once one has witnessed enough homicides, the distinction between law enforcement and criminal becomes blurred. Captain Xiao, why are there women's belongings here? A diligent officer called out to me. Take them back to the evidence department. I need some fresh air. My head throbbed ever more painfully as I leaned against the doorframe, inhaling deeply. The sunlight was blinding, forcing me to squint. Ouyang Qian hurried after me, her concern evident. Captain Xiao, are you all right? I'm fine. I just need a moment's respite. I found a stone stool outside and sat, remaining there until the scene was cleared. Upon returning to the station, the chief commended my efforts, transferring the suspects to the interrogation department, and subsequently allowing us to return home for the New Year celebrations. As I drove along the road, my mind was preoccupied with the case, an unsettling sense of disquiet gnawing at me. The saying goes that even a tiger does not consume its young, let alone obliterate evidence. The two elders were expressionless, perhaps not merely despondent, but rather resolutely prepared for the consequences. If they had indeed steeled themselves for arrest, why enact the preceding charade? And what a curious coincidence that she had purchased dumplings, while the vendor was the very murderer. With a sudden jolt, I pressed the brakes, narrowly avoiding a pedestrian as my thoughts wandered. Sighing, I resumed my drive home. My parents had already prepared dumplings, awaiting the festive sounds of firecrackers to signal the New Year's Eve feast. Flour was scattered across the table, perhaps overlooked in the commotion. And on the coffee table lay a cutting board, its surface marred by countless small knife marks. The scene within the vendor's home flashed in my mind, a setting devoid of cutting boards, flour, or any tools for making dumplings. Indeed, I finally discerned the source of the issue. My eyes widened, and my breaths quickened as I shouted to my mother that there was still business to attend to at the bureau before hastily exiting. Upon reaching the doorway, I simultaneously started the car and dialed the director, inquiring about the progress of the interrogation. "Ah, Xiao Xiao," he exclaimed, "you have truly rendered a service this time. The perpetrators of these two cases have openly confessed to their crimes, and by that very night, their psychological defenses crumbled, revealing all the details." The director praised me continuously, yet my heart felt as though it were encased in ice. If they had gone through such convolutions merely to dispose of a body, why, upon arriving at the police station, did they not defend themselves? What, then, was the purpose of concealing their criminal acts? While it is true that despair can render one apathetic, the judicial process for murder cases involves numerous steps. How could it be hastily concluded in just one evening? The myriad of doubts intertwined, compelling me to question whether these two cases were as straightforward as they seemed. From the inception of the incidents to their resolution, scarcely a span of 15 or 16 hours elapsed. Compared to previous murder cases, the progress of these two was decidedly swift. Lost in thought, the car had already started and turned a corner, heading toward the police station. Concurrently, I called Ouyang Qian, instructing her to come to the precinct immediately and to bring along the case files. Reluctantly, Ouyang Qian acquiesced, stating, "All right, Captain Xiao, you are the boss. Your word is law. However, you must take full responsibility for my missed reunion dinner." Her words were laced with frustration, each syllable pronounced with determination. I could only manage a wry smile and replied, "Very well, I promise to treat you to a meal as compensation after the New Year. It better be a feast." Ouyang Qian insisted. "Agreed," I responded. Half an hour later, I arrived at the entrance of the police station, where Ouyang Qian awaited me. Her face was flushed from the cold, clad in a white down jacket, the brim of her white hat dancing in the wind. She rubbed her hands together and exclaimed about the biting cold, swiftly running to the car and flinging open the door to enter. She let out a heavy sigh, placing her hands over her face, her eyes brimming with tears as she spoke with a hint of malice. Xiao Tianming, just wait. This meal will cost you dearly. Has the key arrived? We shall return to the crime scene. I deliberately adopted a serious expression to redirect the conversation. Upon mentioning work, Ouyang Qian ceased her complaints, retrieving the files pertaining to the 2 cases from her bag, along with the keys to the crime scene. The journey to the county was arduous, and by the time we arrived, dawn was breaking. The vegetable market was eerily quiet, with only a few scattered stalls still operating. I parked at the market's entrance, observing a set of tire tracks nearby, which could only be left by a vehicle parked there over an extended period. As corroborated by my findings, Gao Wang had indeed sold dumplings here for 2 years. Putting myself in the shoes of the murderer, would I take the risk of selling human flesh to passersby? From committing murder to dismembering the body, then crafting dumplings, and recalling the expressions and gestures he exhibited while shouting at the elderly man in the surveillance footage. He is undeniably an exceedingly calm and intelligent individual. How could someone of such intellect engage in such irrational behavior? There are only 2 possibilities. Either he is a deviant, deriving pleasure from such heinous acts, or he is entirely oblivious to the fact that the individual was killed, leading him to act in a manner that belies his intelligence. As articulated in the detective tales of Sherlock Holmes, once all implausible explanations have been eliminated, the remaining answer, no matter how extraordinary, must be the singular truth. Chapter 5. The scene of the incident caught fire. Get out, I exclaimed as I pushed open the car door. Upon entering the bustling market, I sought out a stall serving breakfast and ordered 2 bowls of lean meat porridge. While placing my order, I inquired of the proprietor, "Do you happen to know what happened to the individual who used to sell dumplings at the market entrance? Why is he absent today?" "Oh, him," the owner replied. "A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. He hasn't been around for quite some time. It seems something has occurred at home." My curiosity piqued. I pressed further. "What happened to him?" The owner, suddenly cautious, scrutinized me and asked, "Who are you to be asking so many questions?" I offered a warm smile and responded, "We are friends of Gao Wangming. With the holiday season upon us, we thought to visit him. Who visits friends on the first day of the new year?" The proprietor regarded me suspiciously, her wariness still intact. In exasperation, I exchanged a knowing glance with Ouyang Qian, who discreetly led the owner aside for a moment. After a brief, animated conversation, the owner turned to me and asked, "Ouyang Qian, is everything you said true?" "Indeed," Ouyang Qian replied, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, which filled me with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Upon returning to her seat, the owner took a chair beside us and began recounting her knowledge of Gao Wangming. From her words, I learned that although Gao Wangming typically appeared taciturn, he possessed a kind heart, always the first to rush to aid others in the market during times of need. His reputation was well known throughout the area. When I inquired about his family, the owner shook her head, stating she knew little, as he had never disclosed any personal details, only that he had moved here 2 years prior to sell dumplings. I expressed my gratitude to the owner and proceeded to visit several other shops, receiving similar accounts. On the way back, I could no longer contain my curiosity and asked Ouyang Qian, "What exactly did you discuss with the owner?" "I want to tell you," she replied playfully, her hands clasped behind her back, skipping toward the car. I sighed in resignation, started the engine, and when she asked where we were headed, I retorted curtly, "I don't know." Ouyang Qian, realizing her folly, ceased her inquiries. My mind was elsewhere as I continued driving towards Gao Wangming's residence. Upon arriving, I instructed Ouyang Qian to retrieve the keys and, after donning shoe covers and gloves, we entered the scene of the incident. The stench of decay was overpowering, lingering despite the passage of days. The white chalk outline on the floor and the dark, blood-stained walls and ceiling bore witness to the horrific events that had transpired here. "Ouyang Qian, let us split up and search for any flour or rolling pins," I suggested, meticulously scouring the area. I realized that the vendor sold frozen dumplings, rendering the notion of him using human flesh for filling implausible. With this thought, I intensified my search, determined not to overlook any clue. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qian was equally diligent in her examination. Time passed inexorably, each second weighed down by the burdens of my search. With a sigh, I retrieved a cigarette from my coat pocket. The crack of the lighter igniting resonated sharply in the stillness of the surroundings. I inhaled deeply, exhaling rings of smoke that offered a fleeting solace to my frayed nerves, oblivious to the impending calamity that loomed ahead. Ash and flickering embers cascaded to the ground, igniting a sudden blaze at my feet. In that moment, Ouyang Qian shouted, "Captain Xiao, it's bad. There's a fire." Her urgent cry jolted me from my stupor, and I quickly assessed the situation. A swift inspection of my shoe revealed the unmistakable scent of gasoline. The realization struck me. The perpetrator intended to obliterate the crime scene, dousing it in flammable liquid. Ouyang Qian shouted again, "Captain Xiao, we must leave. If we don't hurry, it will be too late." Being an intern, Her youthful inexperience was evident, yet I understood her panic. Remaining composed, I replied, "We cannot leave just yet, while the flames are still manageable. We must uncover every piece of evidence related to this case." I quickened my search, even as the fire began to rage more intensely. Suddenly, my gaze caught a glimpse of a charred rolling pin in the corner of the kitchen. Elation surged within me, compelling me to rush forward. But the flames had spread alarmingly. The sirens of approaching fire trucks grew louder, and I shouted to Ouyang Qian, "Go ahead. You must leave now." Though still young, she exhibited the spirit of a commendable officer, unwavering in her resolve. "Captain Xiao, I will not leave you. I am determined to solve this case with you." Her conviction warmed my heart, and I felt a mist of emotion in my eyes. I urged her again, "Go downstairs and call for backup. I will join you shortly." With that, I donned my coat and dashed toward the kitchen. Ouyang Qian glanced at my unwavering determination and hurried downstairs to summon assistance. The fire intensified. The modest abode of Gao Wanming succumbing to the flames, wooden beams collapsing as the inferno raged. I dodged and weaved desperately, but was struck by a falling beam on my left arm, a sharp agony coursing through me. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I seized the nearly charred rolling pin, the sole piece of evidence remaining from the scene, aware that the fire had likely obliterated all others. I carefully wrapped the precious item and, steeling myself against the blaze, rushed toward the exit. By this time, firefighters had arrived, the street crowded with onlookers. The fire had consumed the structure, leaving only a skeletal frame, and vendor stalls on the street were affected, yet miraculously, there were no casualties. As I burst through the threshold, I spotted Ouyang Qian. Upon seeing me emerge, her tear-streaked face transformed into a radiant smile. She rushed towards me with remarkable speed, enveloping me in her embrace while continuously exclaiming, "Captain Xiao, you frightened me to death." Despite the excruciating pain from my injured left arm, I managed to force a smile, suppressing my laughter as I replied, "I am fine." Upon noticing my injury, Ouyang Qian's expression turned grave as she exclaimed, "Captain Xiao, how did you get hurt?" I steadied her and reassured her, saying, "I'm all right. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. A little bandaging will suffice." Chapter 6. The case concludes. By the way, this is the rolling pin I found at the crime scene. "Please return it to the team for examination," I said, pulling the rolling pin from my embrace. Ouyang Qian nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Captain Xiao. I will do it right away. Don't forget to bandage your wound." "All right, I know. Hurry, time is of the essence," I replied earnestly. Watching Ouyang Qian drive away, I breathed a sigh of relief. The fire had been extinguished, and the scene was cleared. I did not linger for long. After a quick bandaging of my wound in the ambulance, I drove away. Upon returning to the station, the DNA test results came in swiftly, and Ouyang Qian rushed to report to me. "Captain Xiao, the results are out. There's a partially intact fingerprint, but..." Ouyang Qian hesitated. "Spit it out," I said with utmost seriousness. Ouyang Qian continued, "This fingerprint does not belong to the two elderly individuals, nor to the deceased." "Oh, so it must belong to Gao Wanming then," I replied nonchalantly. "Captain Xiao, the fingerprint does not belong to Gao Wanming either. It is someone else," Ouyang Qian asserted firmly. "What? This case is indeed complicated. Go report to the director immediately," I instructed. "No need to report. I'm right here," the director unexpectedly entered, responding to me coolly. Seeing the director made me feel a flicker of nervousness. I said, "Director, there is new development in the case. We found physical evidence at the crime scene. A rolling pin, and the DNA test results indicate no connection to the victims or suspects. The real perpetrator is still at large." To my surprise, the director did not exhibit the joy I had anticipated. He said, Xiao, the case is closed. A notice has come down from above instructing us to cease further investigation." But I started to protest, only to be interrupted by the director. "Enough, Xiao. When I say it's over, it's over. What can a partial fingerprint prove? This case is concluded." The director spoke with a grave expression, his tone tinged with irritation. "Oh, by the way, you need to prepare for a commendation ceremony later. Here is your speech, just read it as is." The director handed me the speech and turned to leave. I stood, stunned, watching his departing figure and holding the speech in my hand, overwhelmed with a sense of resentment and dissatisfaction. The commendation ceremony proceeded as planned. Dressed in my police uniform, I sat among the various leaders, lost in thought. "Now, let us welcome our detective who solved this case, Xiao Feng, to the stage," the host announced loudly. Amidst the thunderous applause from below, I numbly walked onto the stage. The director nodded at me, signaling for my attention. I adjusted the microphone and addressed the audience. "Distinguished leaders and colleagues, good day. I am Xiao Feng, the person in charge of this case." The room erupted once more into thunderous applause. I glanced at the speech I had prepared. In this case, I utilized my intelligence and skills to swiftly identify and apprehend the perpetrator. The contents of the speech were devoid of authenticity. All my dissatisfaction and resentment were etched across my face. In a fit of frustration, I cast aside the script and expressed my true feelings. Hello everyone. I am Xiaofeng. As a criminal investigator, though my rank may be modest, I have dedicated many years to this profession. I believe this case is far from straightforward. There are numerous ambiguities surrounding this situation. First, the surveillance footage reveals that the suspect, Gao Waming, appeared exceedingly anxious, not at all like a genuine murderer. And the manner in which the body was handled does not align with his actions. Second, one of the deceased was the son of two elderly individuals. Would they truly resort to violence against their own flesh and blood simply because he had incurred substantial debts and faced their ire? Unless, of course, there are unseen forces at play. Third, the crime scene was doused in gasoline, indicating that someone was attempting to conceal their misdeeds, fearing discovery and seeking to obliterate the evidence. Fourth, I discovered a rolling pin at the crime scene, and the fingerprints found upon it do not match those of the suspect, suggesting the involvement of another party. These myriad uncertainties indicate. A cacophony erupted from the audience. Whispers flitted among attendees, while journalists incessantly snapped photos, the flashbulbs illuminating the chaos below. Observing this tumult, the director hurried to the stage, pushing me aside, and raised the microphone. Everyone, please be quiet. Allow me to speak. Gradually, the noise subsided as the director took the podium. He cleared his throat twice and stated, "We shall provide answers to these uncertainties, but this case has concluded, and the perpetrator has confessed, which serves as the best evidence. The words of a mere investigator need not be taken seriously. I hereby announce the conclusion of this commendation ceremony." Once again, applause erupted, and the ceremony came to an early end, culminating in my being summoned to the director's office. "Xiao, why are you being so obstinate? Could you not have simply followed the speech I provided?" The director exclaimed with indignation. My dissatisfaction over the unspoken points lingered, prompting me to engage in a debate. "Director, the case is truly not resolved. Why won't you allow me to speak? The truth behind the perpetrator is far more complex than it appears." "Enough. Xiao, do not test my limits." It was evident that the director was genuinely angered. "Director, I did not intend to. However, I believe." I attempted to reiterate my reasoning, only to be interrupted once more by the director. "Stop. Xiaofeng, I can see you are weary. You have worked hard these past few days. Go home and take some time to rest. I grant you leave. You may leave now." With that, I was ushered out of the office by the director's assistant. I am aware that this vacation equates to a semi-suspension for me, during which I shall refrain from participating in the various affairs of the police department. I tidied up my office, collecting the items I typically use, and departed from the precinct under the watchful gaze of my colleagues. Seated in my car, I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Contemplating the intricate details of the case, my mind flooded with a sense of bitterness. Why has the case reached its conclusion? Whose fingerprints are these? Who is the true perpetrator? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I recalled a particular case from a book, famously known as the 119 dismemberment case, where the assailant brutally murdered the victim, subsequently boiling and dissecting the body into over 2,000 pieces, showcasing an astonishing level of precision and horror. This exemplifies the perpetrator's cruelty and exceptional psychological fortitude. The case sent shockwaves throughout the city, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Before its resolution, some analysts speculated that the suspect possessed a remarkably strong psychological constitution and possibly had medical knowledge, suggesting a high level of education. With this in mind, it suddenly occurred to me that perhaps this current case is the work of another killer attempting to imitate that heinous crime. Chapter 7. New discoveries throughout history. Numerous murderers have emulated their predecessors, with some even exhibiting more refined techniques than those before them. Certain killers have taken inspiration from various notorious criminals, infusing their own creativity to orchestrate multiple homicides. As I pondered these thoughts, I became so engrossed that I nearly burned my hand on a cigarette. At that moment, a phone call interrupted my reverie. It was Ouyang Qian. On the other end, she inquired, "Captain Xiao, have you left?" "Yes, indeed," I replied with a hint of resignation. "The chief has granted me a leave to rest." "Oh, so you're gone, which means I have no one to play with at the precinct." I could sense Ouyang Qian's disappointment and reluctance. After all, she had just begun her internship, and I was her first supervisor. "Haha. Well, where are you now?" I asked, a wry smile crossing my face as I suddenly remembered that Ouyang Qian was still at the bureau. Perhaps she could assist me in unraveling my confusion and frustration. "I'm still at the precinct. What's up, Captain Xiao?" she replied. "Would you be willing to help me?" I asked eagerly. "Of course. Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll follow your lead." "Great. Together, we shall solve this case and restore the deceased's honor," I exclaimed with excitement. "Absolutely. I am at your service, Captain Xiao." Ouyang Qian laughed heartily, reinvigorated. I swiftly drove home, opened my computer, and meticulously analyzed the entire case again. I documented my findings and called Ouyang Qian, requesting her to retrieve the case files, interrogation results, and the testimonies of the two elderly individuals and Gao Waming. Ouyang Qian, efficient as ever, soon sent me everything I needed via email. I meticulously cross-referenced the interrogation results with the suspect's statements, searching for discrepancies. To my astonishment, the results and testimonies aligned perfectly, with no errors whatsoever. Once again, I found myself ensnared in a conundrum. Gao Wangming had only one hand. The other had been severed, rendering him physically incapable of committing murder and dismemberment. And what of the two elderly men, both over 50? Did they possess the capability? I replayed the interrogation footage repeatedly, making a new discovery. During the interrogation, Gao Wangming trembled and stuttered. Though he admitted to murdering and dismembering the victim, it was evident that his mental fortitude was severely lacking. The two elderly men fared even worse, often crying and repeating the phrase, "I killed my own son." Such individuals clearly lacked the psychological resilience necessary for murder and dismemberment. It was evident they were lying. At that moment, my phone rang again. "Captain Xiao, I've made a new discovery," Ouyang Qian exclaimed. "I can't explain it all over the phone. I'm coming to your house right now." Without waiting for a response, she hastily ended the call. Before long, Ouyang Qian arrived, her laptop in hand. "Captain Xiao, look. This is the surveillance footage from the street after the fire at the crime scene. I've noticed something suspicious." Ouyang Qian spoke as she opened her laptop. Directing my attention to the screen, I scrutinized the surveillance footage, which displayed firefighters, street vendors, and various onlookers, none of whom appeared suspicious. As I continued to observe, I noticed an individual clad in a striking black hooded sweatshirt who stood out prominently. This person, wearing the hood, repeatedly glanced into the corridor leading to the crime scene, emanating an air of suspicion. "Captain Xiao, this individual is highly suspicious," Ouyang Qian asserted with conviction. After a moment's hesitation, I replied, "Play it again." The footage resumed, revealing the same chaotic crowd and congested surroundings. Pause. I suddenly exclaimed, "What is it, Captain Xiao? You startled me." Ouyang Qian complained. "Slow down the footage at this location," I instructed, pointing at the screen. The segment I indicated was played in slow motion, and I quickly pressed the pause button. "Look, this man is bald, and the handle of a knife is protruding from his coat pocket." Ouyang Qian gasped in astonishment. "Captain Xiao, could this be the murderer?" "It remains uncertain. Yet this individual is certainly suspicious. Please return to the precinct tomorrow to investigate further and report back to me promptly," I replied, stroking my chin thoughtfully. "Understood, Captain Xiao. I will return tomorrow." With that, Ouyang Qian hurriedly departed. Chapter 8. Mysteries and Mutations. After Ouyang Qian departed, I lit a cigarette and wandered onto the street, continuing to immerse myself in my recent contemplations regarding the notion of imitative crimes. If this indeed pertains to imitative criminality, it is imperative to ascertain the focal point of imitation, namely, to identify the specific case that serves as the template, as well as the essence of the imitation itself. History has often witnessed instances of imitative crimes perpetrated by individuals of remarkable intellect, some of whom might even be regarded as geniuses. They frequently draw inspiration from classic cases of the past, igniting a spark of creativity or fervor, venerating the perpetrators of these iconic cases as idols. Beneath this distorted emotional response lies a psychological resonance. These individuals often share similar life experiences and a certain disdain for society. They resemble a cadre of rock stars within the realm of crime, articulating their grievances against the world in an almost perverse manner. If such a perpetrator truly exists, the gasoline spilled at the crime scene was not merely intended to obliterate evidence. Rather, it constitutes a trap meticulously set by the assailant. They wish for us to witness the destruction of evidence engulfed in flames, and if fortune smiles upon them, they might even succeed in eliminating a tenacious officer intent on uncovering the truth. Thus, the figure captured on surveillance, a man clad in a hooded sweatshirt, arouses considerable suspicion. If he is indeed the murderer, he must have come here to admire his handiwork, indulging in his warped psyche. Upon realizing that my cigarette had burned to its end without a single puff taken, a wry smile escaped my lips. I resigned myself to awaiting news from Ouyang Qian the following day, as I was currently suspended and unable to take any substantive action. Upon returning home, I once again reflected on the myriad unresolved enigmas that lay before me. 1. If there is no murderous intent, or if they claim not to have committed murder at all, why have Gao Wangming and the elderly Chen couple confessed to the crime of dismemberment? 2. If the actual murderer is evidently someone else, why do the higher-ups in the police remain tight-lipped, forbidding us from conducting a more thorough investigation and hastily closing the case? 3. If this is indeed a case of imitative murder, which specific incident is being emulated? What drives the need to imitate? 4. Are the two elderly individuals truly capable of committing a crime of passion? Can they genuinely bring themselves to slaughter their own flesh and blood at the age of nearly 60? 5. Is there any connection between the elderly man and the street vendor? I sensed that this case would unravel a series of unspeakable secrets. The following day, Ouyang Qian arrived early, her face betraying a sense of urgency. Observing her flustered demeanor, an unsettling premonition crept into my mind. "Have you found out anything about that mysterious man?" I inquired eagerly. Captain Xiao, you must listen to me. There has been a grave incident at the police station. Gao Wangming has vanished. What? How is that possible? Surely, the station has personnel on guard? He is, after all, considered the prime suspect in the murder. My astonishment nearly rendered my jaw to the ground, as a foreboding sense of dread began to swell within me. We discovered that the guards were fast asleep outside the iron gate of the prisoners, with the gate ajar, and no one knew what had transpired. Ouyang Qian's face flushed with excitement. There must be a traitor within the police station, or rather, someone masqueraded as an officer last night and infiltrated the precinct, stealthily leading Gao Wangming away. There was no mistake. It was said that they subsequently reviewed the surveillance footage at the station overnight. I obtained a copy from another colleague. Would you like to see it? A subtle smile graced her lips, as if she relished holding such crucial evidence. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Qian, don't keep me in suspense. Show it to me, please. Ouyang Qian playfully stuck out her tongue. Remember my grand feast, hee. With that, she opened her computer and accessed the surveillance files. Before long, we observed two guards conversing over tea outside Gao Wangming's cell. However, moments later, one of the guards gradually succumbed to slumber at the table, while the other retrieved the keys and unlocked the iron gate. He then entered the cell, rousing the still-sleeping Gao Wangming and whispering a few words in his ear. They emerged together, both donning the uniform of the guard who had fallen outside, lowering their hats as they swaggered out of the precinct. The guard who had escorted Gao Wangming, upon passing the camera, smiled at the surveillance, gently removing his police cap as if to salute those watching the footage. Revealing his conspicuous bald head, he exuded an unsettling confidence. A torrent of frustration surged within me. My fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. It was him, the bald man who had appeared outside the fire scene, the shadowy figure intertwining with this case. I was almost certain he was the murderer, and now he was taunting us. Like a devil, his smile and the salute to the camera mocked our ineptitude as officers. Not only failing to apprehend the true culprit, but also defaming the innocent. How utterly absurd and ironic. A brutal murderer, responsible for a dismemberment case, had brazenly taken a prisoner from within the police station. I felt a sense of helplessness as I witnessed his derision on the screen. Ouyang Qian seemed to sense my anger and despair, gently squeezing my hand. Qian, why was there no one on watch in the surveillance room last night? I inquired weakly, touching my forehead. Well, the colleague who was supposed to be on duty went home for the new year, and the station had not assigned anyone else as a replacement. So, Ouyang Qian, noticing my helplessness, felt a pang of discomfort herself. But don't worry, Captain Xiao, they have dispatched personnel to investigate, and they will surely apprehend the criminal soon. I pulled out a cigarette from my pocket, lighting another in an attempt to steady my frayed nerves. Undoubtedly, the perpetrator must be an individual of exceptional intelligence and emotional acuity, endowed with an extraordinary level of composure and clarity of thought. The surveillance footage reveals his taunting of the police, a deliberate provocation designed to incite public outrage while simultaneously showcasing his formidable prowess. I closed my eyes, endeavoring to approach this conundrum from an alternative perspective. If I were in his position, where would I take Gao Wangming? Suddenly, a thought surged into my mind. I have it. Xiao Qian quickly grabbed the computer. We must head to Old Chen's residence at once. Chapter 9. Turning the tide. Seeing my urgency, Ouyang Qian hurriedly followed behind, bewildered, and asked, "What are we going to Chen's residence for?" "Let us first get in the car. We can discuss it on the way," I replied, donning my attire and thoughtfully retrieving the concealed firearm from the drawer. Time was of the essence. Once inside the vehicle, I pressed the accelerator firmly, steering towards the Chen family home. As Ouyang Qian in the passenger seat regarded me with inquisitive eyes, I solemnly articulated my thoughts. For the moment, I classified the initial murder and dismemberment case as a case of mimetic homicide, due to the numerous overlapping techniques and details that mirror a previous heinous murder and dismemberment incident. The methods of dismemberment and the act of incinerating the remains through culinary means are strikingly similar. Such coincidences are implausible, especially since the perpetrator of that past crime has long been apprehended. I paused, fixating my gaze on the road ahead. In stark contrast, the methodology employed by this recent assailant is markedly more sophisticated. He deliberately concealed a phalanx of a pinky finger within dumplings, successfully evading the police's scrutiny. Intending to frame the unsuspecting dumpling vendor, he anticipated our return to the crime scene in search of the missing evidence, preemptively dousing the site in gasoline, laying a trap for us. At this juncture, I have harbored a lingering question. Why did the perpetrator choose to return to the scene after Gao Wangming's arrest, attempting to obliterate the incriminating evidence with fire? If that were the case, Gao Wangming's status as a suspect would easily be exonerated, as he was incarcerated at the time and could not possibly return home to ignite the gasoline. Thus, we can surmise another conclusion. The perpetrator must have a profound connection to Gao Wangming. His ability to brazenly bring the remains and evidence into Gao Wangming's home, and subsequently enter the premises to douse it in gasoline post-arrest, indicates he possessed unrestricted access to Gao Wangming's abode. Ultimately, the perpetrator appears indifferent to whether his identity is exposed. All his actions seem to convey a certain message to the police and to us. Otherwise, he would not have risked infiltrating the police station last night to abduct Gao Wangming, who was still behind bars. His objective was to link the seemingly unrelated elderly Chens to this case, which is, in fact, intricately connected. Ouyang Qian in the passenger seat gazed at me with a mixture of understanding and confusion, her large eyes seemingly deep in thought. Captain Xiao, I have a question. If we must connect the elderly Chens, what could possibly be the reason? Their only transgression was accidentally causing the death of their gambling son, which bears no relation to Gao Wangming's case whatsoever. If there truly is no connection, then your hypothesis and deductions are fundamentally flawed. I did not respond immediately. My grip on the steering wheel tightening as beads of cold sweat formed in my palms. Scenes flooded my mind. Two elderly individuals, who had just committed the heinous act of murdering their own son, coincidentally found themselves before a vendor who had recently engaged in a gruesome act of dismemberment, preparing to purchase dumplings wrapped in human flesh. The sheer coincidence was staggering. It was almost too implausible to believe. I was resolute in my suspicions. I gazed at Ouyang Qian with unwavering conviction. I reassured myself silently that I was not mistaken. We soon arrived outside the elderly couple's residence. The police cordon had long since been removed, leaving only the solitary, dilapidated house swaying in the cold breeze of the New Year's morning. The gate was closed, and as I approached, I pushed against the heavy door, discovering it was not locked. Instinctively, I drew the firearm holstered at my waist. Ouyang Qian, upon seeing my action, swiftly retrieved her own weapon, closely trailing behind me. As I crossed the courtyard, I noticed the front door of the main house was firmly shut. I approached and attempted to push it open, only to find it secured. A faint whiff of gas wafted through the air. Qian, stay here and don't fire your weapon. I'm going in to investigate, I commanded, with the butt of my gun. I shattered a window on the first floor and climbed inside. A potent odor of gas assaulted my senses, causing a surge of panic within me as I hurriedly opened every door and window I could find, racing towards the kitchen. At that moment, I discovered Gao Wangming lying unconscious on the kitchen floor. My heart raced. This time, I had indeed guessed correctly. I swiftly dragged him out of the kitchen, unlocked the door from the inside, and pulled him into the courtyard. Qian, call the police immediately and dial 120. Urge them to arrive here as quickly as possible, I shouted with a fierce expression. She seemed startled by my intensity but managed to compose herself, efficiently notifying the bureau and the hospital, ensuring rapid assistance would be dispatched to the scene. Frantically, I pressed down on Gao Wangming's chest, and in desperation, I dashed back to the kitchen for water, splashing it onto his face while administering artificial respiration. He cannot die. He must not die. I employed every method I could conceive, desperate to rouse him from his unconscious state. I feared I had arrived too late. Yet, apart from the faint thrum of his heartbeat, there were no signs of revival. In a fit of rage, I struck the ground with my fists, venting the despair and frustration that enveloped me. Ouyang Qian approached and gently placed her arms around my shoulders. Captain Xiao, please, calm down. Let us wait for the ambulance and our colleagues to arrive. It was still too late. We had always been one step behind, never arriving in time to save him. Defeated, I collapsed onto the ground, an overwhelming sense of despair draining all my energy. Coughing violently, Gao Wangming suddenly stirred, his pale face gradually regaining a hint of color. Witnessing his awakening, I leapt to my feet, the previous despair and helplessness evaporating in an instant. He is awake. This signifies that we may extract vital clues regarding the perpetrator from him, as well as unravel the connections he held with the elderly couple. With this breakthrough, our hopes were rekindled. I exchanged glances with Ouyang Qian. Her face mirrored my exhilaration and relief. Gao Wangming gazed at me, as if he comprehended everything that had just transpired. His eyes were imbued with a myriad of complex emotions. After a while, both the police and the ambulance arrived. To my astonishment, the director also appeared at the scene alongside the dispatched officers. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. The criminal, whom they had personally apprehended, had been whisked away right under their noses. Such a grave error, if discovered by their superiors, could lead to consequences far beyond mere dereliction of duty. It is no wonder he was so invested in the situation. As I watched Gao Wangming being lifted onto the ambulance, a weight lifted from my heart. At least this time, we had managed to reclaim a measure of victory. Chapter 10. Yet another trap. The ambulance whisked away Gao Wangming. The director approached me, and I could discern the intricate emotions swirling in his eyes. Xiao, you will accompany us back in our vehicle. I need to speak with you, he stated, his expression grave. Yes, director, I replied with equal seriousness, though internally I reveled in mischief. Ouyang Qian, standing nearby, shot me a conspiratorial glance, clearly sharing in my delight. In that fleeting moment, as my mind had begun to relax, a wave of tension surged back. A detail struck me. When Ouyang Qian and I first arrived at this dwelling, the front door and all the windows had been deliberately locked from within. Notably, the main entrance, being an antiquated structure inhabited by the elderly for many years, differed from modern security doors, in addition to the lock on the door itself. There was a bolt embedded in the ground. In my haste to assist Gao Wangming, I had completely overlooked this nuance. This indicated that prior to our forcible entry, the space had likely been a sealed chamber. Even if the perpetrator possessed the key to the door, it would have been impossible for him to secure the latch from the inside upon exiting. This suggested that unless there existed some clandestine passage, the assailant was still very much present at the scene. I hastily halted the departing director, urging him to cordon off the area and immediately dispatch personnel for a search. The criminal was likely still within this house. Upon observing my earnest demeanor, the director promptly ordered a thorough search of the premises. The house was not large, and it was soon scoured, revealing no one. However, in the kitchen, we discovered a rather narrow window, presumably for venting smoke. It seemed plausible that the assailant had escaped through this very opening. I stared at the diminutive window, situated 2 meters above the ground, measuring scarcely a meter in length and less than 50 centimeters in width. How could this be possible? Was the perpetrator some acrobat capable of scaling walls and contorting his body? I shook my head, having momentarily savored a taste of victory, only to be plunged back into despair. No one could fathom how he had evaded capture from such a constricted space. The perpetrator resembled a highly skilled magician, manipulating the hearts of all, captivating our attention while deftly ensnaring us in his elaborate ruse. "Director, we found a warm egg in the kitchen," reported one of the searching officers. As we gazed at the yellow-white egg in his hand, the director and I exchanged perplexed looks. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped me once more, as it seemed that every clue had been meticulously orchestrated by the assailant, from the finger discovered in the dumplings. We had been led step by step to this moment, utterly unaware of the true nature of our adversary. Everything felt like a meticulously laid trap, and we were but pawns in his game. "Let us call off the search," the director sighed, gesturing with resignation. Upon returning to the police station, I accompanied the director into his office. "Xiao, I trust you are already aware of the events that transpired in our bureau last night. This incident has been reported by the local media, sparking a significant uproar in society. Under the pressure of public opinion, we convened an emergency meeting to clarify that this case is indeed far from straightforward. We have established contact with our superiors and have decided to reopen the investigation, forming a special task force. Although the suspension of your duties and the announcement to halt the investigation were not personally my decisions, I still wish to formally apologize to you." The director, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, spoke incessantly. I could see the regret etched on his face. However, as law enforcement officers, we must refrain from jumping to conclusions in the absence of clarity in the case and certainly must not wrongfully accuse the innocent when the evidence is inconclusive. This is the fundamental moral baseline for any officer, a lesson ingrained in us from our very first day at the police academy. Thus, I cannot bring myself to forgive him, especially considering, "Director, how many years have I served under your command?" I leaned against the table, a tinge of sorrow in my voice. The director paused, his cigarette trembling in his hand. "Including the time I spent as an intern. It has been a full 5 years, hasn't it? I recalled when you were merely an impassioned rookie, assigned to intern under the former director, during which you assisted him in solving a significant case. Your academic performance at the police academy was exceptionally outstanding. I remember the former director enthusiastically recommending you to me, exclaiming that you were a rare talent, declaring that I had discovered a gem." The director forced a bitter smile. The former director he referred to as none other than my mentor, Fong Jing, who had nurtured my career. He has been retired for 3 years now, running a modest business with his wife in a small county. He was my lifelong teacher, my predecessor, my idol, my comrade, and my friend, the person I, Xiao Feng, hold in the highest regard. I shifted the conversation away from him and, with a firm tone, inquired, "Director, please tell me, was it not the case that the higher-ups, in an effort to mitigate public panic during the new year and to alleviate the pressure from media scrutiny, urged you to expedite the case closure? Furthermore, at that time, various signs indeed pointed to Gao Wangming as the perpetrator. Therefore, despite his persistent denial, you resorted to employing unsavory methods, using severe interrogation to extract a confession. Did you not?" Faced with my inquiry, the director fell silent, fixated on the cigarette but before him. "Yes, we did resort to severe interrogation." After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Although I had anticipated this answer long ago, hearing it from his lips filled me with an overwhelming sense of despair. However, the most pressing issue now is not to debate who is right or wrong. Rather, it is imperative to bring the elusive perpetrator to justice. I closed my eyes, choosing not to press further. "Director, I request to join the special task force for this case. I am determined to continue this investigation." I fixed my gaze resolutely on the director. "I apologize, Xiao, but I am truly unable to make this decision. As higher authorities have already dispatched agents from various police departments in the city, and the special task force has been established, you can no longer join. Director. The agents from the city have arrived and are currently waiting for you in the conference room. A police officer suddenly appeared at the door. Very well. I shall go now. Xiao, come with me. Let us see what kind of individuals are present. I nodded in agreement, together with the director. I entered the conference room, where everyone seated stood up to salute him. Suddenly, my gaze locked with that of one individual among them. Our eyes met. Is it you? It is I. Chapter 11. Reunion. I stood there, transfixed, gazing at the woman before me. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding a refreshing and capable demeanor, and her unadorned face remained strikingly beautiful. It was as if she delighted in my foolish expression, as a subtle smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with mirth as she met my gaze. The director appeared a bit flustered, exclaiming, "Well, Xiao, are you two acquainted?" Before I could utter a word, she interjected, "Director, my name is Wei Lan, and I am the criminal psychology analyst for this special task force. Comrade Xiao Feng was my classmate and, at one time, my romantic partner." I silently added in my thoughts. Upon hearing this, the director chuckled, "Ah, what a delightful coincidence to reunite with an old classmate. Wei Lan, you must lend a hand with this fellow's work. He insists on joining your established task force and was just throwing a tantrum in front of me. Director, please refrain from speaking such things in front of others." I hastily exclaimed, "Ha, Xiao, do not be so serious. We are all comrades here, no strangers among us." The other three members of the task force greeted the director with laughter. Evidence analysis, Wang Yang, reporting to the director. Cyber technology analysis, Lu Jiqiang, reporting to the director. Criminal investigation consultant, Luo Ning, reporting to the director. After the director warmly acknowledged each of them, he invited everyone to sit down to discuss the current work and the fundamental progress of various cases. I tactfully sought an excuse to leave, partly to avoid suspicion since I was not yet a formal agent of the task force, and partly because my thoughts were occupied with Gao Wangming, who had just been taken to the hospital. I wanted to visit him immediately. As I stepped out of the police station, I unexpectedly encountered Ouyang Qian. "Team leader Xiao," she called out, spotting me from a distance. What a clingy individual she is, I thought, though I greeted her warmly with a smile. After all, as a mentor to newcomers, I ought to be amiable. "Team leader Xiao, are you going to the hospital to see Gao Wangming?" she asked, her face alight with excitement. I patted my face, realizing that I would inevitably have to bring this little nuisance along. "Come on, Xiao Qian, let us go together," I feigned enthusiasm, though my inner reluctance was clearly written on my face. The hospital was not far from the police station. We arrived in under 10 minutes. Being the largest public hospital in the area, it was bustling with patients. The hospital had recently undergone renovation by the municipal government, and the main building now stood 17 stories tall. The registration department was adjacent to the inpatient ward and the rehabilitation unit. As it was not yet the end of the workday, there remained a substantial queue at the registration desk. I approached a duty doctor at the front desk to inquire about Gao Wangming's whereabouts. "Let me check. Gao Wangming is in the inpatient ward, on the 5th floor, room 507, the nurse informed me. "Thank you." I lacked even the inclination to take the elevator, opting instead to ascend the stairs with determined strides. Ouyang Qian closely followed in my wake. Locating Gao Wangming's hospital room proved to be a straightforward task, as 2 guards stood sentinel at his door. I offered them a respectful salute and produced my officer's badge. "Greetings, comrades. I request permission to visit the patient." One of the taller officers replied with deference, "Of course. Captain Xiao, you may enter at your leisure. Gao Wangming is no longer in critical condition. His health is stable. But what?" My gaze tightened with concern. During his treatment, the doctor discovered that his right pinky was wrapped in bandages. Upon examination, it was revealed that his pinky was entirely missing, and it was evident that it had been severed not long ago. The wound was still fresh. I glanced back at Ouyang Qian, and our eyes met, both of us sensing the gravity of the situation. "Is there anything else?" I inquired. "Report to Captain Xiao. Aside from this, everything else appears normal." "Very well. Thank you for your efforts, comrades. Take a moment to rest. I shall manage here." With that, I patted the shoulders of the 2 officers, signaling for them to take a break, and then I pushed the door open to the ward. Gao Wangming was seated on the edge of his bed, seemingly lost in thought. He must have overheard my conversation with the officers at the door, for he offered no reaction to our entrance, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I looked at Ouyang Qian, silently urging her to take notes. She understood and quietly retrieved her pen and paper, standing by in silence. Before I could utter a word, Gao Wangming spoke first. "Comrade police officer, I sincerely thank you for saving my life." His expression was complex, faltering, as if burdened with unspoken worries. I realized he was likely apprehensive about being taken back to the station, fearing further brutal interrogations that might compel him to confess to a crime he did not commit. I instinctively clenched my fists, only to release them moments later. Rest assured, Gao Wangming, you have been exonerated. I deeply regret the actions taken against you previously. This is a failure on our part, a disgrace to us as police officers, I assured him. Gao Wangming's lips trembled slightly, and I could see the glimmer of tears in his eyes. He remained silent for a moment, yet then lifted his gaze to meet mine with determination. Comrade police officer, I can sense that you are different. Your perilous efforts to save me have already earned my gratitude. I will cooperate with your investigation and share everything I know. As I regarded him, an uncomfortable sensation washed over me. After all, my initial motivation in rescuing him stemmed largely from the desire to gather more clues to apprehend the true culprit, rather than a pure intention to save a life. I gathered my emotions and began my inquiry. Regarding your missing pinky, do you possess any knowledge about it? I broached the subject directly. However, his response was a complete negation. I'm sorry, comrade police officer, but I am completely in the dark about this matter myself. Last night, after he extricated me from the police station, he ushered me into a vehicle, whereupon I was rendered unconscious by a blow to the head. Even now, the back of my skull throbs with pain. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself dragged into the courtyard. I felt no disappointment, as I had never harbored much hope regarding this lead. What is your relationship with Kai Mingfen? I inquired further. Gao Wangming's face suddenly flushed, and with evident embarrassment. He confessed, she is actually a courtesan. The other day, she came to my home at my behest to discuss business. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian, who stood beside me, suddenly blushed. Chapter 12. Psychological analysis. Suddenly, a realization struck me. How had I not considered this before? Individuals like Kai Mingfen, who often venture out alone at night, are indeed the perfect prey for a perpetrator, being so difficult to detect. Could the assailant be someone you know? What connection do you and the two elderly Chen family members have? I posed these two inquiries in quick succession. Gao Wangming shook his head, coughed a couple of times, and replied, I do not know the murderer at all. As for the two elderly members of the Chen family, aside from purchasing dumplings from me once, we have had no other interactions. A sense of anxiety began to envelop me. I worried that I might glean no clues from Gao Wangming. Nevertheless, I ought to ascertain the identity of the murderer. I fixed my gaze upon him. Speak quickly. Shortly after Kai Mingfen departed, approximately a day later, a hooded man appeared at my doorstep, carrying a large bag and claiming to sell frozen dumplings. I pondered whether I could seize an opportunity to obtain a bargain, intending to buy at a lower price and then pass them off as my own homemade dumplings, thus alleviating the hassle of preparation. I inquired about the price and, to my delight, discovered it was significantly cheaper than what I had previously paid. I even engaged in a bit of haggling before ultimately purchasing the large bag of dumplings. As I listened to his account, an unwavering conviction took hold within me. This so-called wholesale frozen dumpling seller must be the murderer. Did you notice anything about his appearance? For instance, I gestured to my own face. Well, although he wore a hood, I distinctly recognized that he was bald. My heart sank, further solidifying my suspicions as his features aligned with those I had observed on the surveillance footage. The following day was the eve of the Lunar New Year. I took the bag of dumplings to the market, pushing my cart. In the afternoon, I encountered the two elderly members of the Chun family at my stall, purchasing my dumplings. At that moment, I had no inkling that I was inadvertently selling human meat dumplings. That day, upon returning home, I discovered my front door ajar, with an overwhelming stench wafting from within. Upon entering, I was met with a gruesome sight. The floor was drenched in blood, and there lay a mutilated corpse, while something appeared to be boiling in a pot. He swallowed hard and continued, I was utterly paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to react. However, realizing that I would likely be the prime suspect in the eyes of the police, I fled without even gathering my belongings. I nodded, my understanding of how the murderer had framed Gao Wangming crystallizing in my mind. It seemed evident that the assailant had meticulously plotted this scheme. After Kai Mingfen had left Gao Wangming's residence, the murderer had likely followed her, seizing the opportunity to strike when no one was around, dragging her to a nearby location and committing the heinous act of murder and dismemberment. He then minced the flesh and crafted dumplings, delivering them to Gao Wangming's residence while feigning to be a wholesale distributor of frozen dumplings. Upon handing the human meat dumplings to him, the perpetrator returned to his abode, meticulously monitoring Gao Wangming's movements. As soon as he departed, the assailant, bearing the body ensconced in a bag, infiltrated the apartment building where Gao Wangming resided. Utilizing a crowbar, he forced open the door, dragged the corpse inside, and meticulously staged the scene to resemble the initial crime scene. However, in his haste, he inadvertently left behind a rolling pin. Realizing his oversight, he stealthily returned, determined to eliminate any traceable evidence of his identity. He resolved to douse the scene in gasoline and incinerate it. Unbeknownst to him, police officers were already arriving downstairs. Slipping out discreetly, he observed the unfolding situation. Fortune favored him, as an inept officer accidentally ignited the gasoline while smoking, ultimately igniting a conflagration. As for how the assailant ensured that the elderly Chun would consume the severed finger, I have yet to draw a conclusion. However, I can surmise that the elderly Chin's involvement in the murder was likely orchestrated by him, given his capabilities. Inciting them to procure dumplings from Gao Wanming and consume a finger to implicate him would pose no challenge. He meticulously orchestrated this entire scheme to establish a connection between the two murderous elders and the frozen dumpling vendor, hinting at a peculiar bond among them, one that even Gao Wanming and the elders themselves remain oblivious to. The perpetrator has gone to great lengths, perhaps to lead us toward an alternative truth. Moreover, the current circumstances do not preclude the possibility of multiple culprits. Although the case has clarified many aspects, the assailant's motives remain exceedingly obscure. I found myself ruminating on the notion of imitative murder, yet I shook my head, recognizing that, based on the evidence at hand, I could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Furthermore, the assailant's extensive actions undoubtedly transcend mere imitation. Before parting ways with Ouyang Qian as we exited the hospital, I instructed her to deploy a few individuals to investigate the rental properties in proximity to Gao Wanming's residence, inquiring whether any landlords had leased to a young man with a shaved head. If so, they must conduct a thorough search of the premises, leaving no stone unturned. I was acutely aware that, although the assailant had likely fled, uncovering any clues would still be invaluable. Upon returning to the police station, I yearned to revisit the two elderly individuals, wishing to glean further information from them. However, upon entering my office, I was greeted by the sight of Wei Lan seated at my desk, lost in contemplation as she examined some trinkets, seemingly having awaited my arrival for quite some time. I felt a twinge of embarrassment and cleared my throat. She snapped back to reality, turning her gaze toward me with a shy smile. "It's been a long time." "Wei Lan," I said, only then recalling that I had yet to engage in a meaningful conversation with her before my hasty departure. "Indeed, it has." Her voice remained as enchanting as ever. "Xiaofeng, it is quite unexpected that you are about to become the captain of the criminal police team. Your achievements over the past few years must have been remarkable." I chuckled awkwardly. "Not really. It was merely a stroke of luck that I managed to solve a few minor cases. Unlike you, who has already established yourself as a criminal psychological analyst in a bustling metropolis." I lit a cigarette and continued. "What possessed you to come to this desolate place to investigate a case? You could easily monitor the situation in real time from your office computer over there. After all, you specialize in psychological analysis. Why abandon the comfort of your work to endure hardship here?" TSK. Chapter 13, The Resurrection of the Finger Bone. Upon hearing my jest, Wei Lan exhibited no sign of irritation. She chuckled softly and remarked, "Isn't this a directive from the superiors? They are exceedingly concerned about this case. Having directly dispatched talent from 3 municipal bureaus to your location, and even assigned personnel to assist us." She paused, suddenly gazing at me with profound emotion. "Xiaofeng, have you been well these years?" I was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. My thoughts drifted far away. Wei Lan and I had first met during a large-scale joint investigation event organized by the police academy years ago. Participants were divided into numerous groups and randomly assigned challenging problems from the official topics released by the academy, some of which were classic cases that had remained unsolved for years. She and I were placed in the same group, and through her keen intuition and my meticulous logical reasoning, we successfully navigated each challenge, emerging as the ultimate victors. Thus, a bond was forged between us, leading to a deepening acquaintance and eventual romance. Our love was profound, or perhaps more accurately, we held a deep admiration for one another. Wei Lan had always been captivated by psychology, her instincts regarding certain matters often remarkably accurate. We shared a passion for a variety of science fiction and detective novels, particularly a fascination with Japanese mystery writers during that time, ensuring our conversations were never lacking in topics. However, following a significant unforeseen event, everything changed. She subsequently pursued further studies in applied psychology and criminal psychology at a psychological institute, while I had been swiftly assigned to the police department, embarking on my career as a criminal investigator. It seemed as though Wei Lan could perceive my inner turmoil, and she tactfully refrained from delving deeper. "Let us set this aside. Shall we discuss the case?" she inquired. "Indeed," I replied, extinguishing my cigarette and adopting a serious tone. I had thoroughly reviewed the case files before my arrival and had just recapitulated them with the director. To date, my foremost question remains, what is the motive of the perpetrator? The methodology employed reveals a meticulous and composed individual, likely aged between 20 and 30. He possesses considerable strength, has received an education, and displays a level of intellect and emotional intelligence above that of the average person. Moreover, the complexity of the crime suggests it hardly resembles an ordinary act of malice. Wei Lan regarded me with an unusually grave expression. She appeared particularly captivating when she assumed such seriousness. The acts of murder and dismemberment, the creation of human dumplings, framing others, prison breaks, and confining the victim in a gas-filled room, culminating in the removal of a small finger. Typically, the more intricate a case, the easier it is for the perpetrator to reveal their flaws. Yet, he seems as if he were a machine, thus far. Aside from a half fingerprint left on a rolling pin, no other evidence has directly pointed to him. His actions may very well be a challenge to the police, or perhaps a message conveying that regardless of how he commits his crimes, capturing him will remain an impossibility. I proposed a dissenting thought. In fact, I believe that the perpetrator may not merely be challenging the police. Rather, everything he has done seems to guide us down another path. He might wish to convey a certain message, a particular truth, but this information cannot be directly pointed out by him, as he lacks both the capability and the stature. His intention appears to be to connect these events, patiently awaiting the police to uncover the underlying truth, and through our hands, disseminate it. I gazed at the azure sky, articulating my concluding remark. In other words, his criminal actions were merely a means to capture our attention, subsequently revealing other hidden secrets during the investigation of this case. Azure listened intently as I spoke, contemplating the feasibility of my perspective. Xiaofeng, while your reasoning is quite compelling, it may be somewhat fanciful, she remarked. I acknowledged this, recognizing the need for further investigation. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was nearly mealtime. Come, Azure, allow me to treat you to dinner. All right, she replied, a genuine smile finally gracing her face. We chose a Japanese restaurant situated far from the police station. Although I had never been fond of establishments where one leaves unsated and the prices are exorbitant, I endeavored to maintain an air of generosity. As I was treating my former girlfriend, Azure ordered a serving of sushi and a bowl of cod rice, while I opted for a bowl of soba noodles. As we dined and conversed, we discovered that we still shared a remarkable rapport, as we always had, despite my mind wandering. Burdened by the weight of the case that pressed upon me, I continuously reminded myself to remain vigilant. Halfway through our meal, Azure's phone rang. She picked it up to see it was a call from the chief. I set my utensils down and listened intently. Hello, Chief. Yes, he is with me. Understood. We shall return immediately. After hanging up, she regarded me with a serious expression. Another report has come in. This time, 2 elderly individuals have discovered a fingertip bone in their dumplings. We swiftly returned to the police station, where chaos reigned in the lobby. 2 young individuals were vociferously conversing with the officers, while the 2 elderly folks stood nearby, their faces ashen with fear. I took Azure directly to the forensic room. Has the identification been made? Is it the fingertip bone belonging to Gao Wangming? I inquired excitedly as I burst in. Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Xiao. You're not part of the special investigation team. You cannot. Wang Ke, from the forensic department, attempted to block my entry. Azure stepped forward, pulling him aside to speak a few words of persuasion. All right, but ensure the chief remains oblivious to this. Wang Ke moved to the side, retrieving the identification report from the table, affirming, indeed, it is Gao Wangming's fingertip bone. It can be conclusively matched. Through a series of inquiries, we learned that the 2 elderly individuals were locals from Cheng County, the gentleman named Zhao Guiqiang and the lady named Li Suqing. This morning, they received a plate of dumplings from their neighbor, purportedly delivered by a young man for 2 elderly individuals. The son of the 2 elders, not giving it much thought, felt quite pleased and shared the dumplings with them. To their astonishment, they discovered a human finger within the dumplings. The missing phalanx had finally re-emerged, employing the same method. Once again involving the same 2 elders, they found human bones in the dumplings. Yet this time, it remains uncertain if there is another victim. I gazed out the window of the inquiry room. Chapter 14. The theory of communication following the inquiries made with the elderly. The task force convened an urgent meeting to deliberate on the further possibilities of the case. Due to the deliberate exclusion by superiors from the task force, I found myself bereft of information regarding the case. Thus, I was compelled to place my hopes once more upon Wei On. While awaiting the conclusion of their meeting, I retreated to the corridor outside, seeking solace in a solitary cigarette. At that moment, my heart was a tumult of excitement and anxiety. The murderer had struck again, this time targeting 2 elderly individuals, and once more, a finger had been discovered within the dumplings, this finger belonging precisely to Gao Wangming. At that instant, my previous conjectures about the case solidified in my mind. The killer was undoubtedly attempting to convey some unspeakable message to us. I silently retraced the murderer's thought process. First, the deceased Miss Kai Mingfen, who had been murdered and dismembered, her little finger severed and later found within the dumplings prepared by the Chen family. The murderer framed Gao Wangming, then awaited his arrest, planning to abduct him from the police station, render him unconscious, and subsequently sever his little finger, which was later discovered on the dining table of Zhao Guiqiang and Li Suqing. The little finger. Why was it always the little finger? According to the murderer's logic, the intent was to implicate Gao Wangming via the Chen elders, when in fact, the true target was Kai Mingfen. This revelation suggested that we had persistently overlooked the significance of Kai Mingfen, deeming her merely a trivial pawn in this case. while we assumed that all clues and entanglements should point towards Gao Waming and the Chen elders. In my excitement, I inadvertently dropped the half-smoked cigarette from my hand. The truth was otherwise. Our reasoning had been flawed. We had neglected to thoroughly investigate the relationship between Kai Mingfen and the Chen elders. If we aligned our thoughts with those of the murderer, the connections should indeed be Kai Mingfen's finger to the Chen elders and Gao Wangming's finger to the Zhao elders. From the outset, it felt as though we had descended into an abyss of darkness, with the murderer lurking behind this veil, manipulating the progression of events at every turn. To prevent us from straying down erroneous investigative paths, the perpetrator had even risked considerable danger to lay a groundwork for this case, facilitating the police in uncovering the connection between the two incidents, enabling us to forge a link. I could perceive a flicker of light within the darkness. It was not blinding, yet sufficient to carve a modest aperture through which more illumination could enter. This clarity brought me a sense of comfort. I felt as though we had finally discovered the direction towards the truth we sought. The task force and the police officers responsible for this case concluded their meeting and emerged from the conference room. I could discern the pallor on their faces, particularly the technical analysts from the task force, their expressions grim. Amidst the crowd, I spotted Wei Lan and discreetly gestured for her to approach. She caught sight of me, yet seemed absorbed in contemplation over the case. Xiaofeng, you were right, she suddenly remarked before I had the chance to speak. I comprehend her words. She implies that she has embraced my earlier conjecture regarding the perpetrator's motives. At present, she too believes that the assailant is conveying some form of message. I cast her a knowing glance and subsequently ushered her into my office. The perpetrator's actions are imbued with a sense of ritualistic significance, perhaps due to her excitement. She seemed to grow a bit warm, shedding her coat as she spoke. Beneath it, she wore a fitted turtleneck sweater that perfectly accentuated her elongated, graceful figure. Noticing my gaze fixated on her, Wei Lan suddenly grasped the meaning behind my expression. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she admonished, Xiaofeng, behave yourself. I am quite serious about analyzing the case with you now. I immediately stood at attention, nodding solemnly, adopting a demeanor that invited her to elaborate. The assailant's actions are no longer mere criminality. To an outsider, murder and dismemberment, particularly the act of severing a pinky finger and placing it in dumplings for consumption, might seem the hallmarks of a deranged mind. Yet, why the pinky finger? Why is it always the elderly who consume these fingers? This evokes in me a profound sense of ritual. The act of consuming a pinky finger appears laden with religious connotations. It could either stem from a perverse obsession, a need to satisfy a sadistic impulse, or perhaps to demonstrate power over the authorities. She furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze upon me, and continued, alternatively, it might be intended to convey a message. Xiaofeng, your earlier hypothesis was indeed astute. I fully concur now. She rose and patted my shoulder. What do you think the message is? I posed the question I was most eager to ask. I'm sorry, but I haven't formulated any ideas yet. Moreover, given the current circumstances, we have not uncovered any direct connections between Kai Mingfen and the two elderly individuals. A young lady, two respectable elders, there seemed to be no intersection in their lives. And what have you just learned from those two elderly individuals? I inquired eagerly. Virtually nothing of value. The dumplings were delivered by a neighbor. We quickly dispatched someone to speak with the neighbor, who reported that a young man had brought the platter, requesting it be delivered to the Zhao family next door. And he offered them 20 yuan as a fee, Wei Lan replied. What about the young man's facial features? Did they see anything? I pressed. They mentioned that the young man wore a hood, so his face wasn't clearly visible. There are insufficient details for us to create a composite sketch, she lamented. This is about all we have for now. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, as I need to return to review the case files. Wei Lan donned her coat and made her way towards the door. This is her. When she becomes serious, no one dares to speak excessively. She merely wishes to seclude herself in contemplation. Thus, I refrained from saying more, nodding in acknowledgement as she departed. I settled into my chair, intent on lighting a cigarette, only to discover I had exhausted my supply. With a resigned shake of my head, I exited my office. As I stepped out of the police station, I intended to visit the small grocery store across the street to purchase a pack of cigarettes. The proprietor was already preparing to close for the night. Due to its proximity and convenience, many seasoned smokers from the precinct frequented this establishment, and the owner had grown quite familiar with his officers. Do you have any Yushi left? I inquired, reaching into my inner jacket pocket for my wallet. Chapter 15. Parents Officer Ding, still busy during the festive season, huh? My boss squinted at me with a smile. I felt a bit embarrassed and scratched my head. Not yet, to be honest. I'm quite troubled by this, let alone celebrating the new year. If we can't catch the murderer, no one will have a festive season. My boss bent slightly, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from the counter for me, saying, how should I put it? You are all people's police, tirelessly working for the safety of the citizens. But, are you not one of the people yourselves? Do you not have parents, wives, and children among the populace? I was taken aback, gazing at my boss. my lips trembling as I struggled to find words. I turned my head, and outside the street was ablaze with lights. Children joyfully ran alongside their parents, happily setting off firecrackers. The fireworks in the sky resembled brilliant blossoms, blooming in the endless night, mirroring the beauty blossoming within my heart. Suddenly, I recognized my place in this reality, a reality so beautiful and desirable, devoid of corpses and crimson blood. I instinctively squeezed my cold hands, realizing I was already shivering from the chill. This was the world I fought for all that is beautiful, for the innocent lives lost, for the murderers still at large. My boss looked at me, a bittersweet smile on his face. Officer, take this pack of cigarettes as a token of appreciation for your hard work, but remember, I'll need to charge you next time. Ha ha ha. After expressing my gratitude, I hurried out of the shop, attempting to conceal the glimmer of tears in my eyes. I dashed into a shadowy corner of the street, where the cold and rational thoughts enveloped my mind once more. Where will you be? If I were you, where would I be? I muttered to the unseen darkness. I am right here, by your side, at every moment, every breath. I occupy your thoughts, eroding your confidence, leaving your mind in chaos. I walk in the shadows, eluding capture, leaving no trace. Yet here, I have left you, Xiaofeng, a glimmer of light. You must seize it. Remember it. Remember this light. You will find me, but not yet. Soon, though. I suddenly jolted awake, realizing I had collapsed on the cold, dark street. I quickly stood and headed toward the detention center at the police station. Parents. Inheritance. DNA. This must be that glimmer of light, right? Hello, comrade. I presented my badge to the officer at the entrance. I request to see the elderly Chen Zili and Huang Ji. The officer looked at me with confusion, likely unable to comprehend why a police officer would seek the elderly couple when their case had already been closed and was ready for court. Please register at the front desk first. After a while, I finally met the two elderly members of the Chen family. Since they candidly confessed to the grim reality of having taken their own son's life, they appeared to have aged 2 decades overnight. Their countenances resembled those of individuals teetering on the edge of the grave, a grave that loomed ominously close. Officer Xiao, has our case not reached its conclusion? We have divulged everything to you. Chen Zili, his hair a crown of white, gazed at me with exhausted eyes. Observing the pair in such a state stirred a profound discomfort within me, yet I pressed on with my inquiry. I wish to ask you both. Kaimingfen, are you familiar with her? Elder Huangji seemed to bristle slightly, her speech deliberate yet imbued with an accusatory tone. We have no connection to her whatsoever. In fact, we have never crossed paths with that woman. Officer, do you believe that we are on the brink of our demise? Wishing to deprive these two elderly souls of their final days in peace? I hastily clarified. No, I apologize. I truly did not mean to imply that. Once I sensed their agitation had subsided somewhat, I continued. My purpose in coming here is to inquire about matters within your family, as it would greatly aid me. I implore you. I am eager to understand the dynamics of your marriage and the circumstances concerning your children. The elderly couple exchanged glances, their expressions rife with confusion. Unable to discern my true intentions, Huangji suddenly coughed, seemingly steeling herself. Officer, allow me to share my story. After all, this old fellow is not long for this world. What harm is there in telling you? She lifted her gaze to meet mine and began. My husband and I hail from Cheng County. Our parents were farmers by birth. We were wed in 1988. In the first year of our marriage, we welcomed 2 children, 1 son and 1 daughter. 3 years later, in 1991, I was overjoyed to discover I was expecting once more. At this juncture, I became acutely alert, as this detail had not surfaced in previous investigations. I subsequently delivered a healthy daughter, whom we named Chinli, or Lily. Both of us were immensely happy, despite the hardships of our circumstances and the prevailing societal bias towards sons over daughters. We cherished all our children equally. After all, they are our flesh and blood, as dear as the palm and the back of the hand. My husband and I cared deeply for all 3, and though life was frugal, we ensured they had food and clothing, until one fateful day. As she spoke, the furrows on the brow of the elderly Chen Zili deepened, and he tugged at Huang Ji, signaling her to cease. Do not touch me. You bear some culpability in the loss of our child. Do you wish for me to harbor this grief for a lifetime? Huang Ji grew increasingly agitated, tears streaming down her cheeks. When the child was about a year old, she vanished. It was at the market. It was during the New Year, and we had taken our 3 children to the bustling market to procure festive goods, allowing them to purchase a few items of their choosing. Little did we know, our Lily would suddenly disappear. At that moment, the market was bustling with people. She had just been by my side, and suddenly, she vanished without a trace. As she spoke, the elderly Huang Ji was already overwhelmed with tears. Chen Zili, standing beside her, covered his face with his hands, unable to articulate his distress. The atmosphere was imbued with a sense of poignant sorrow and helplessness. Chapter 16. His call to subsequent events unfolded in a manner akin to this. Chen Li was abducted amidst the bustling market, while 2 elderly individuals cried out in desperation. searching for her and reporting the incident to the authorities, yet to no avail. At that time, criminal investigation techniques were woefully primitive, and in the relatively remote county, child trafficking had become a commonplace occurrence, rendering the police particularly impotent in such cases. The elderly couple never saw their child again. In that era, child trafficking could be deemed a lucrative enterprise. For instance, in the year 2000, a farmer's annual income scarcely exceeded 3,000 yuan, whereas the sale of a child could fetch as much as 12,000 yuan. Nevertheless, numerous individuals were willing to expend such exorbitant sums in their quest to acquire a child. When I departed from the detention center, it was approximately 10 o'clock in the evening. I walked alone on my way home. The streets were anything but desolate. During the New Year, many migrant workers returned to their hometowns. At this moment, the taverns, barbecue stalls, and roadside eateries were filled with people drinking and playing cards. Yet, I felt no inclination to partake in this revelry. I had gleaned a significant piece of information from the killer. I had not anticipated that I would unearth such a crucial clue from the mouths of the elderly. If my conjecture was correct, their daughter, who had been abducted years ago, should be the late Kaimingfen. Furthermore, according to the killer's logic, the individual who had his pinky severed, Gao Waming, was likely the biological son of the elderly Zhao Guiqiang. This implied that the Zhao family harbored a history of child abduction. Of course, all of this remained mere speculation at this juncture. However, substantiating these claims would not prove difficult. A simple DNA test would reveal the truth. I would leave my conjectures for science to unravel. As I observed the ebb and flow of pedestrians, I mused. I had finally grasped a glimmer of hope. Yet, I understood that the killer's intentions extended beyond merely leading us to the abduction case. He aimed to unveil the deeper truths concealed within this web of events. Thus, we needed to promptly alter our perspective and redirect our inquiries towards the abduction case of that time, following the trail to uncover the source. With this thought in mind, I retrieved my phone to check the time, only to discover my screen inundated with missed calls from Ouyang Qian and her text messages. Xiao Due, respond immediately. I've made a significant discovery. This brief message incited a surge of excitement within me, prompting me to return her call without delay. After a few rings, the call connected. Hello, is this Qian? Quickly, tell me what you've discovered. There was a silence on the other end that lasted a full 10 seconds before a deep voice resonated. Hello. Xiaofeng, Officer Xiao. At that moment, a piercing chill enveloped me, and I stood frozen in place, my hand trembling as I clutched the phone. Hearing that male voice felt as though the demon I had been confronting had suddenly materialized before me. In that instant, I envisioned this hornless demon grinning, trembling, and then abruptly adopting a serious gaze directed at me. You pervert. I must caution you. Ouyang Qian has no connection to your intentions. She is not your pawn. If you dare to lay a finger on Ouyang Qian, you will face dire consequences. I will personally. Officer Xiao, please remain calm. Rest assured, I would never harm her. I have no inclination to kill anyone without due cause, nor would I easily spare those I wish to eliminate. Kai Mingfen is nothing but a worthless wretch. Her demise is of no consequence. The son of those two elderly individuals, a detritus of society, was merely a part of my plan, though I never anticipated that you officers would resort to executing coercive interrogations on those two elders. Ha ha ha, that was utterly unforeseen. Standing amidst the dazzling lights of the street, I felt as though I were ensnared in an endless abyss, the voice of the demon echoing in my ears, overshadowing everything around me. However, thanks to you, Officer Xiao, the wretched Wang Ming, who deserved death, has been spared by your intervention. It was my own folly and complacency that led me to employ overly intricate methods. You are the first to discern my scheme. I find it fortuitous to have such a worthy adversary. I initially did not expect anyone to uncover the messages I left behind, yet it is preferable this way. I shall not need to intervene personally in the matter of their demise. That task can be entrusted to you. Who are they? I inquired. I am afraid I cannot divulge that information at this moment. It must be unearthed by your own efforts, or rather, through your special investigation team, for otherwise my actions would be rendered meaningless. Haha, why did you call me? You know this is dangerous. No, you are mistaken. It is not dangerous in the slightest. At this very moment, everyone is joyfully celebrating the new year, oblivious to any anomalies surrounding them. As for your dear Qian, she is currently fast asleep in your home. My heart jolted, and I clenched my fists, immediately racing toward my house. Look at you, no need to rush. Did I not mention that she is perfectly safe? The reason I called was simply to extend my greetings, to wish a happy new year to someone I respect. Oh, by the way, your assistant is rather impressive. She has already uncovered my identity. But that is inconsequential never mind. I continued to run in silence. Just ahead lay the corridor of my home. The demon's voice persisted in my ears. It seems you are not inclined to converse with me anymore. I sense a hint of sadness. Nevertheless, it matters not, for we shall meet again soon. I mean, a face-to-face conversation. Chatting over the phone is rather dull. Officer Xiao, farewell. Beep. The call was terminated. The world around me fell silent, leaving only the sound of my rapid footsteps. I sprinted to my doorstep, flung the door open. The living room was empty. I dashed into my bedroom and saw her lying on the bed, soundly asleep. A wave of relief washed over me. Just as he said, Ouyang Qian had not suffered any harm. She suddenly awoke, rubbing her bleary eyes. Ouyang Qian stretched languidly and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Captain Xiao, I do not even know why I fell asleep here. I stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Just moments ago, I was filled with worry, fearing that something dreadful had happened to you. I held her firmly, my palms still damp with the cold sweat of anxiety. Her face flushed suddenly, and she playfully patted my head. All right, Captain Xiao, see? I'm perfectly fine. What exactly happened? I inquired. The assailant called me just now. The echo of that demon's voice still reverberated in my ears. Chapter 17, The Identity of the True Culprit. Upon hearing my words, Ouyang Qian sprang up from the bed with a start. Captain Xiao, I believe I have uncovered the true identity of the murderer, she exclaimed, grasping my hand with palpable excitement. The atmosphere around us was hushed. I could only hear the relentless ticking of the clock and the rapid beating of my own heart. In a flurry, Ouyang Qian retrieved her laptop and swiftly located a document. It contained records of inmates from the S-City prison in 2006. One page revealed a young, underage individual with large, vacant eyes and a face that still bore the signs of youth. As mandated by the prison's regulations, all inmates were required to shave their heads, leaving this young man bald. How did you find this? I asked, astonished, as I scrutinized the clear image and information before me. Ouyang Qian grinned widely. Following your instructions, I scoured the vicinity of the Gao Wangming community, inquiring with all the landlords who had recently rented out rooms to outsiders. Based on your deductions, the murderer would have rented a place for no more than 5 days. I methodically questioned each landlord within that time frame. In the end, I identified 2 landlords whose properties had been occupied by tenants during those days. Unlike standard monthly rentals, their arrangements were billed on a daily basis, reminiscent of hotel accommodations. However, to circumvent certain operational challenges, they exploited a loophole to rent their rooms externally. The subsequent tasks unfolded with remarkable ease. I entered both rental properties and employed a straightforward method to ascertain whether the murderer had occupied one of them. Captain Xiao, can you guess what method I used? This mischievous individual was still jesting with me at such a critical juncture. Luminol reagent, I replied confidently. Absolutely correct. I reasoned that since the murderer committed the act of killing and dismemberment in this location, there would undoubtedly be substantial bloodstains left behind. Luminol is the most effective means of detecting such traces. Thus, I drew the curtains to block out any light and sprinkled luminol on the floor and walls of the room. One of the rooms revealed an abundance of blue markings. In that moment, I assured myself that this must be the place. I silently commended Ouyang Qian. Though merely a fledgling intern detective, her intellect proved to be remarkably astute. I subsequently submitted a search warrant to my superiors. Soon after, we commenced our search of the premises, hoping to uncover any remnants left by the perpetrator. Fortunately, despite his meticulousness, he was human, not divine. With the assistance of several colleagues, we discovered a piece of evidence sufficient to confirm his DNA, a small nail clipping. A nail clipping? My heart stirred with confusion at this point. Why would such a meticulous murderer leave behind such evidence at the scene? How can you be certain this belongs to the murderer? I countered. Initially, we too were hesitant to make any guarantees. Yet, this object was retained and sent back to the Forensic Identification Department for examination. However, the outcome was unexpectedly swift. The forensic experts quickly identified the owner of the small fingernail, as he had previously served time in a juvenile detention center, leaving behind a DNA record with the police. We submitted the photograph of the identified individual to the landlord for confirmation, and he confidently affirmed that this tenant was indeed the one. Ouyang Qian, having finished her account, gazed at me with a sense of pride. Subsequently, our police immediately disseminated the perpetrator's photograph and issued a wanted notice, embarking on a nationwide search to apprehend this criminal. I could scarcely believe that, after a series of convolutions, the identity of the murderer had been established in such a manner. I leaned closer to the computer, meticulously studying the details of the assailant. The offender, identified as Wu Xuesheng, male, aged 16, with an unknown birthplace, resided in the Shuyang community of Shimen Street, Shuyang District. City S. On the evening of October 21, 2006, at precisely 7:31 p.m., he murdered his father in their home. Following investigations and judicial proceedings, the police confirmed the veracity of the case, charging the offender with intentional homicide. Due to his age, being under 18 yet over 16, he was placed in a juvenile correctional facility for rehabilitation. After 2 years of education and reform, he was deemed reformed and no longer a threat to society, leading to his release in 2008. Notably, the police treated this case in conjunction with another. Wu Xuexing's father, Wu Chang, age 40, had violently assaulted his wife, Zhang Hongli, just 2 minutes prior to his son's act of vengeance, resulting in her death. Investigations revealed that Wu Chang had a long history of alcoholism and exhibited signs of domestic abuse towards his wife and children. The police had intervened multiple times due to this family's domestic violence, though with little success. After witnessing his mother's murder, Wu Xuexing, in a fit of rage, seized a kitchen boning knife and attacked Wu Chang, resulting in a fatal struggle. Following his father's death, he continued to mutilate the corpse in a fit of fury, causing significant disfigurement. I silently absorbed this information, then rose quietly to stand by the window, lighting a cigarette. Outside, the faint echoes of firecrackers could still be heard, though the streets had grown quieter, with many late-night diners gradually making their way home. The streets of the New Year lay in disarray, littered with various refuse and the vomit of inebriated revelers, while trash bins had been kicked over, spilling their contents onto the pavement. This city was slowly succumbing to slumber, leaving all remnants behind, awaiting the early morning cleanup by sanitation workers. I recalled the ominous phone call I had received from the murderer not long ago. That deep, foreboding voice had been chilling, evoking a sense of dread. Yet who could have known that behind that call was a soul who had once traversed the depths of hell? A person who had taken his own father's life? This individual had clawed his way back from the brink of despair, ultimately emerging as a demon wandering among the living. Indeed, Captain Xiao, a meeting is scheduled for tomorrow at the Bureau regarding this case, and the director has instructed me to inform you that your presence is imperative. After a prolonged silence, Ouyang Qian broke the stillness. I turned to face her. So, the director has permitted me to re-engage in the investigation of this case? Precisely. Congratulations on your return, Captain Xiao, Ouyang Qian exclaimed with delight. Hee, now I see you remember me. Perhaps it would be better if I did not return. I believe those members of the Special Investigation Team are less competent than you, I replied disdainfully. Chapter 18. The Meeting. Xiao Qian. May I inquire how your phone came into the possession of the perpetrator? I suddenly asked. I have no idea. After receiving the results tonight, I attempted to call you using my phone, but you did not answer. Thus, I decided to wait for you at your home. To my surprise, when I arrived, I discovered my phone was missing. I initially thought I had simply misplaced it, as there were no significant files on it. I didn't give it much thought, and eventually fell asleep while waiting. Upon hearing her account, I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that the assailant had been monitoring her but had refrained from taking any drastic action, merely seizing the opportunity to steal her phone. The perpetrator, or rather, Wu Xuexing, seemingly intended to prompt me to expedite the investigation into the trafficking cases. It appeared he sought to convey a message that was undoubtedly linked to those trafficking incidents from years past. Concerned for Ouyang Qian's safety, I insisted she spend the night at my home. Naturally, I took the couch while she occupied the bed. The following morning, the police station called, urging me to attend a meeting. I roused the still-sleeping Ouyang Qian, and after a simple breakfast together, we drove to the precinct. Upon our arrival, the conference room was already filled to capacity around the round table. Various members of the task force and those responsible for the case were reporting on the progress. The speaker at that moment was the investigative consultant from the task force, Luo Ning. During our extensive inquiries regarding the elderly Zhao Buqiang and Li Suqing, as well as the victim Gao Wangming, we have uncovered that Zhao Buqiang's family lost a child aged nearly 2 years 30 years ago. This child was born in 1986, which aligns closely with Gao Wangming's age. They also mentioned that the child had a distinctive birthmark on the left side of their posterior. Our examination of Gao Wangming revealed a similar birthmark, leading us to suspect a familial connection. Gao Wangming could indeed be the child lost by the Zhao family. The chief abruptly interrupted. Skip that. It bears no direct relevance to this case. Focus on the details concerning the perpetrator. Luo Ning, flustered, hastily switched the presentation to another slide. Thus far, we have gathered the fundamental clues for this case. With assistance from various officers, we have confirmed the perpetrator to be a man named Wu Xuexing. We have mobilized all available police forces and collaborated with law enforcement from neighboring cities to conduct a thorough search. We have received assistance from the public in 34 instances, all of which have been subsequently ruled out. Our technical team continues to scour surveillance footage for the assailant's whereabouts. Yet we remain confident that it will not be long before we apprehend him. A smattering of applause erupted in the room. Wait, I exclaimed loudly. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to me. There was no question that the perpetrator, Wu Xuexing, would inevitably be captured. That was beyond dispute. However, I paused, gauging the reactions of those present. The chief, seated in the front row, fixed his intense gaze upon me, his brow furrowed in concern. However, the myriad strange coincidences that have emerged during the investigation of this case are compelling us not to dismiss these clues lightly. Although they appear to bear no direct relation to the series of homicides, the overall context of the case, along with the various signs orchestrated by the perpetrator, conveys a singular message. We must, without fail, recommence the investigation into the major child trafficking case from years past. My declaration immediately incited a commotion among the crowd. Xiaofeng, what do you mean by that? The director inquired, gazing at my resolute countenance with confusion. From the information recently provided by Comrade Roning, we can easily conclude that Gao Wangming is indeed the child who went missing years ago, belonging to the elder Zhao Guoqiang. Even if the birthmark may be a coincidence, the DNA will reveal the truth. Furthermore, I visited the elderly Qin Zili once again yesterday, and from their lips, I gleaned another clue. They too had a daughter abducted in the past. Just as the killer has indicated, Kai Mingfin's little finger appeared at the Qin household, while Gao Wangming's little finger was found at the Zhao residence. Gao Wangming is the child lost by the Zhao family, and Kai Mingfin is, in fact, the child who went missing from the Qin family. The room was instantly filled with uproar. People began to whisper and discuss the implications of my statements. The members of the special investigation team seated in the front row fell into silence, evidently taken aback by this revelation. The director, sitting there, grew increasingly solemn. I felt a sense of relief. It was clear that he had begun to take an interest in my words. I have a question. A detective rose to speak. Please go ahead. If the perpetrator wishes to convey that Gao Wangming and Kai Mingfin are the children who went missing, why resort to murder as a means of expressing this? Wouldn't it be better to report it to the police? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to reunite families with their loved ones through her assistance? Another wave of murmurs surged through the crowd, revealing that this comrade had articulated the sentiments of many. I smiled, acknowledging that it was indeed a pertinent question. This inquiry strikes at the very heart of the case, the motive of the murderer. What is the true purpose behind these actions? Based solely on the investigative leads and evidence, we cannot ascertain this with precision. Thus, we must engage in psychological analysis. Throughout this case, which has involved murder in a particularly brutal and horrifying manner, it is evident that this was the perpetrator's design. The more sensational the case, the greater the societal outcry, and the more likely it is to capture the police's heightened attention, thereby increasing the chances that the underlying issues will be recognized. I paused, surveying the attentive faces of everyone present, all of whom were fully engaged in my discourse. The perpetrator had succeeded in his aims. The case was sufficiently shocking, and the clues provided were unmistakably clear. The recurring incidents of child trafficking in Cheng County conceal deeper secrets. However, for these secrets to be unveiled and for the true masterminds behind them to face justice, it must be accomplished through the efforts of our police force. If he were to speak alone, his voice would appear too faint and lacking in authority, quickly drowned out by the vast ocean of information. The venue fell utterly silent. I could see the expressions of agreement on everyone's faces. My heart momentarily relaxed. It had been quite some time since I had addressed such a large audience, and I felt a twinge of nervousness. Chapter 19. Suicide under my persuasion. The director finally agreed to reopen the investigation into the abduction case from years ago. However, the primary focus was now on apprehending the perpetrator, with the old case serving as a supplementary investigation. Consequently, I found myself drawn into the inquiry as well. My mood lightened considerably. The identity of the assailant had been established, and we had deduced their motives. What remained was simply to capture the criminal and investigate the past abduction case. The city was not vast enough for the culprit to escape the looming net of justice. After all, a captured duck should not be allowed to fly away. In recent days, the entire police department had been exceedingly busy. We frequently received reports from the public claiming to have spotted the suspected criminal, prompting us to dispatch police vehicles. However, more often than not, these efforts yielded nothing. We were genuinely touched by the enthusiasm of the citizens, yet their powers of observation left much to be desired. Now that the perpetrator's identity was confirmed, the task of apprehending them did not fall to me, leaving me with some unexpected free time. One day, I suddenly recalled my promise to treat Ouyang Qian to a meal, acknowledging her significant contribution to this case. I felt a sense of admiration for this newly appointed female detective. At noon, I summoned her to my office and expressed my intention to take her out for dinner. Really? That's wonderful. Captain Xiao, you better be prepared, as I have a reputation for being quite the extravagant eater, Ouyang Qian exclaimed, her delight reminiscent of a schoolchild eagerly anticipating a holiday, as she joyfully reveled in her own excitement. Rest assured, I shall treat you to a splendid meal. You have indeed made a substantial contribution. I outwardly appeared generous, though inwardly, I felt a twinge of pain at the thought of the expense. Nevertheless, Ouyang Qian graciously accepted my offer, and I drove her to an authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurant several blocks away, declaring that we would indulge ourselves thoroughly today. This establishment, located on the second floor of a bustling restaurant building near a crossroads in the city center, was perpetually crowded. It was particularly packed during the New Year, with every table occupied. We chose a window-side table, allowing us to enjoy our meal while admiring the view outside. To accommodate my aversion to spicy food, we ordered a Inyang hot pot, half spicy and half mild. Ouyang Qian seized the opportunity to tease me about my preferences. Goodness, The esteemed Officer Xiao can't even handle spicy food, she remarked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I feigned indifference, pretending to admire the scenery outside. Realizing she had made a futile attempt at teasing, Ouyang Qian quickly shifted the topic. Say, Officer Xiao, what is your relationship with that Miss Blue from the Special Investigation Team? She inquired, narrowing her eyes with a smirk. Seeing her gossipy demeanor, I felt an urge to deliver a playful slap. She was my former girlfriend, I replied curtly. Oh, so she was your girlfriend. No wonder you two were so familiar upon meeting, flirting, and exchanging sweet nothings. Ouyang Qian deliberately elongated her words, feigning disgust. This individual utterly disregards me as her elder, which is truly disheartening. Where did you hear such things? As I spoke, my phone, which had been resting nearby, suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Nevertheless, I answered. Hello, is there something you need? A prolonged silence ensued, a sensation I found hauntingly familiar. And an unsettling premonition began to creep over me. Hello, Officer Xiao, it's me. That voice resonated once more from the other end, gravelly, deep, and unervingly calm. It was Wu Xuesheng. Immediately, I signaled to Ouyang Qian to urgently contact the police. Employing locational technology to trace this number and to stall Wu Xuesheng as much as possible. Xuesheng, surrender. You cannot escape any longer. Do not concern yourself with the trafficking case. We have already deployed personnel to handle it. I know. Do not attempt to call the police. I have placed several powerful explosives in the hot pot restaurant where you are dining. If I hear the sound of sirens, you and everyone present will not be able to flee. The devil remains the devil. He dares to threaten us with explosives. I fought to maintain my composure, signaling Ouyang Qian to swiftly evacuate the crowd. Xuesheng, do not act recklessly. What is it that you desire? Speak. I endeavored to negotiate with him. The patrons in the vicinity began to gradually exit the hot pot restaurant with Ouyang Qian's assistance. Ha ha. Laughter erupted from the other end of the line. I fell silent. I was merely jesting. There are no explosives. I just wanted to observe your reaction. A harmless little prank. Do not take it to heart. Officer Xiao. In fact, I am sitting directly behind you. Upon hearing this, my heart leapt to my throat. I felt a surge of anxiety as cold sweat trickled down my back. And my adrenaline spiked from the excitement. I refrained from turning around and continued the conversation over the phone. Thus, we sat, phones in hand, back to back, yet communicating across a distance of less than a meter. What brings you here? I inquired. I came to find you, to share some information. What information? While investigating the trafficking case from years ago, pay attention to an individual named Fang Jing. He is directly linked to the case. Upon hearing the name Fang Jing, my heart raced even faster. He was the former chief of S-City, the very mentor who had once elevated my career. At that moment, a murderer was urging me to scrutinize the person I had once held in the highest regard, suggesting an unspeakable secret connecting him to a major trafficking case. Is that all you came to tell me? Do you have any evidence? Although my instincts suggested that Wu Xuesheng's words might hold truth, I found it difficult to accept this reality. I do not possess direct evidence to substantiate it. Otherwise, I would have presented it to you long ago. Rest assured, Fang Jing is merely one of the intermediaries. This series of human trafficking cases will implicate a substantial portion of the so-called upper echelons within your police department. A shock coursed through me. I had not anticipated that the secrets lurking behind these trafficking cases would be entwined with the police. Do not be astonished. The bond between law enforcement and crime has been a long-standing one. Wherever there are people, there is bound to be corruption. This is hardly a novel revelation. Officer Xiao, I entrust all these cases to you. You are the one I trust most at this moment. I am confident that you will uncover the truth. Throughout my life, I have not engaged in many virtuous deeds. This, however, stands as the most commendable action I have taken for the sake of my own conscience. Wait. What are you saying? Bang. A deafening gunshot erupted from behind me in an instant. Chapter 20. The living are dead. When I turned back, it was already too late. Wu Xuesheng had pointed the gun at his mouth and pulled the trigger. A bullet instantly pierced through his bald skull, accompanied by a gruesome spray of blood and brain matter. The deafening gunshot reverberated in my ears, leaving them ringing. The vibrant red of his blood mingled with the white of his brain, creating a surreal tableau amidst the remnants of an unfinished hot pot on the table. The crowd, still in the throes of confusion, erupted into a cacophony of screams as they rushed toward the exits. I sat there in silence, my phone still clutched in my hand, unable to process the chaos unfolding before me. My mind was a blank canvas. Ouyang Qian, the shooter, rushed upstairs in a flurry, firearm in hand, prepared to subdue the perpetrator. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before her, she stood frozen in shock. Wu Xuesheng was dead. He had chosen this method of suicide, departing from this world right before my eyes, merely to impart some clues regarding the trafficking case. With a single bullet, he had extinguished his own life. This remorseless demon, who had committed murder without a second thought, showed no hesitation in his own demise. The police arrived promptly at the scene, cordoning off the hot pot restaurant and summoning forensic experts to examine the deceased Wu Xuesheng. The forensic report was swift. The cause of death was unequivocal. The 7.62mm bullet had directly traversed the perpetrator's skull, resulting in instantaneous death. Preliminary assessments of the weapon indicated it was a rudimentary, improvised handgun, constructed from materials likely procured from the underground black market, devoid of any certifications. This incident garnered extensive media coverage. Given the public nature of the shooting and the presence of a large, unevacuated crowd, the societal implications were stark. Moreover, the fact that the individual who had taken his own life was the prime suspect in a highly publicized murder case only intensified the media frenzy. Consequently, when Xiaofeng and his colleagues returned to the police station, they found themselves besieged by reporters clamoring for answers. The police, left with no recourse, promptly convened an emergency press conference to announce the unfolding events. At that moment, I remained ensnared in a bewildered state. The shock that coursed through me was beyond articulation. My interactions with the murderer had been tragically limited, once during a phone call where he greeted me using Ouyang Qian's phone, and this second encounter, which culminated in his suicide as a macabre gift. Suddenly, I recalled his words from that fateful call. I believe we shall meet again soon. It seemed a prophetic utterance, though not in the grandiose manner I had envisioned. I had anticipated another confrontation, a battle of wits. Yet, it appeared he had lost all interest in continuing this perilous game. As a result, numerous inexplicable actions of the murderer would remain an eternal enigma, forever concealed within that shattered mind. The director attended the press conference, facing the dazzling lights and cameras of numerous media outlets. He delivered the following remarks. Dear citizens and friends from the media, I am Yin Hua, the current chief of the S-City Police Department. On behalf of the police, I am here to announce that the notorious homicide and dismemberment case that occurred on February 18th has been successfully resolved. The perpetrator, Wu Xuexing, took his own life by gunshot at approximately 11:46 a.m. today at the authentic Sichuan hot pot on the second floor of Hongxing Street. Forensic analysis has confirmed that the deceased was indeed the perpetrator himself. With this, the case has reached its conclusion, and I hope the citizens can now feel secure and untroubled. Lastly, I wish everyone a wonderful time with their families in the coming year. As I sat before the television, observing these events unfold, I was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. The reality was far from the director's assertion of a neat resolution. We were still left grappling with the truth behind that child trafficking case from years past, and the enigmatic connection Wu Xuexing had to it. What could drive him to commit murder? What compelled him to sacrifice his own life? Suddenly, the name Fang Jing surfaced in my mind. I had not disclosed the information the murderer had shared with me to anyone, for he had indicated that the trafficking case would implicate a significant number of high-ranking police officials. I feared that revealing too much would invite suppression from my superiors. This realization evoked a tinge of sorrow within me. The very officers sworn to protect the populace were entangled in such heinous affairs. I resolved to meet Fang Jing, my former director, but this time, I would go alone. After gathering some necessary items from my office, I prepared to depart, when Yuan entered. Hi, Xiaofeng. Her gaze appeared somewhat distant. Hi, Yuan, what brings you here? I questioned, puzzled by her presence at this hour. Xiaofeng, I'm about to leave. The case has concluded, the special task force has disbanded, and my mission is complete. I came here to say goodbye. Aren't you staying to participate in the investigation of the trafficking case? I endeavored to suppress my reluctance. No, I've already purchased a train ticket for tomorrow. I'm going back to my dorm to pack my things. You, take care. You too. I stepped forward and embraced her, unable to release the myriad memories of our shared past, particularly that one event. She seemed to perceive my thoughts, gently patting my shoulder as she said, Don't dwell on that anymore. It's been so many years. We're both doing well now, aren't we? You have your life and career, and I have mine. We both managed to endure. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll apply for a leave to come find you. Shall we invite our old classmates from those bygone days to gather together and reminisce? Splendid. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in her eyes. As she departed, she gently placed a kiss upon my cheek. The fragrance that lingered around her gradually faded into the ether, until it was no longer perceptible. It appears that the events of yesteryear have left an indelible mark on those who experienced them, myself included. After all, memories are seldom deceptive. Nevertheless, at this moment, I must first conclude all that lies before me. Chapter 21. Departure. I arrived at the threshold of the director's office and knocked on the door. Please come in. Upon entering, I saw the director seated, engrossed in some documents. It's Xiao. Come here. I was just about to look for you to discuss something. The director waved me over with a warm gesture. I approached and found a seat. Xiao, the 2.18 case has concluded, and there's a palpable sense of joy throughout the entire precinct. You two have made significant contributions to the case. The superiors have spoken with me and feel it is time to seriously consider your promotion to criminal police captain. The director regarded me thoughtfully as he lit a cigarette. I mused to myself, remember when I was excluded from consideration? Why the sudden interest now? Well, if you have no objections, I will submit a letter of recommendation to the higher-ups in the coming days. You should prepare your application as well. It's merely a formality. What do you think? This is an exceptional opportunity. Xiao. You must seize it. Director, I apologize, but I have not contemplated ambitions for promotion lately. In fact, following the resolution of this case, I find myself still concerned about the child trafficking incidents. The director looked at me with disapproval. My dear child, I've already advised you not to involve yourself in the trafficking matter. We have allocated considerable manpower to address it. It is not your concern. Rest assured. Focus on your role as criminal police captain, will you? Understood, Director. I will refrain from concerning myself with that matter, though I acquiesced outwardly. Internally, I recognized that they would not treat the child trafficking case with the seriousness it warranted. They spoke of mobilizing resources, yet it was merely a pretense. And the truth was that few cared to invest genuine effort into the case. With the murder case now resolved, many officers were more preoccupied with returning home to enjoy the remainder of the new year. Thus, I resolved to conduct my own investigation. Director, I assure you I will excel in the role of criminal police captain. However, as you know, we have been tirelessly engaged with this murder case, expending considerable effort. Might I request a brief leave? I truly need some time to rest. I gazed at the director, striving to appear sincerely earnest. The director chuckled. Of course. That poses no issue at all. Worry not, Xiao, as long as no major cases arise in the near future. You may take as much time off as you wish. 2 weeks should suffice. I plan to rest until the new year concludes. Leave granted. Now go, Xiao, and take a good rest. Thank you, Director. After expressing my gratitude, I turned and exited the director's office. I certainly would not choose to return home to rest. Instead, I promptly purchased a train ticket to Cheng County in City C on my phone. It was time to pay a visit to my former director, Feng Jing. I felt that only by seeking him out and understanding his insights could I uncover the truth. The thought of having to investigate a teacher who once showed me kindness fills my heart with unease. I hurried back home, quickly packed a few belongings, and then called my parents to inform them that I would be away on business for a while, and thus would not be able to accompany them any longer. Although the frail sound of their voices on the phone stirred a pang of guilt within me, I resolutely deceived them for the sake of uncovering the truth behind this case. After hanging up, it suddenly occurred to me that the distance from City S to City C was considerable. Traveling by train could take approximately 2 days. I could utilize this time to delve into the case files of the abduction incident from years ago. Without delay, I thought of Ouyang Qian, who had been assigned by the director to investigate this case, and decided to call her for assistance. Captain Xiao, what can I do for you? Ouyang Qian's playful voice came through the line. She had been rather idle lately, spending her days at the precinct with nothing to occupy her time. Qian, could you do me a favor? I asked. Of course, Captain Xiao. But, you see, last time you promised to treat me to a meal. Yet we were interrupted by a murderer, and I didn't even get to enjoy my hot pot. I'm still quite upset about it. Ouyang Qian continued her playful banter. Understood. I'll treat you when I return, all right? I quickly reassured her. Yay. Okay, but remember, Captain Xiao, I've recorded this. She exclaimed. So what do you need? I require all the case files related to the abduction incident in City S, not just those from Cheng County. I need everything. Could you check your information database for an electronic copy and send it to my computer? Absolutely, Captain Xiao. But may I ask why you need these files? Aren't you currently not in charge of this area? I still wish to investigate further. Before Wu Xuexing took his own life, he shared some information with me that underscores the significance of this abduction case. However, the entire police force seems to overlook it. So I've decided to rely on my own efforts. I plan to go to City C, trusting Ouyang Qian. I revealed my true intentions. I also want to help uncover the truth behind it. She exclaimed. Can I come with you, Captain Xiao? Listen, Qian. It's not that I don't want you to accompany me, but you are still an intern under my supervision. If both of us leave the precinct simultaneously, it may raise the director's suspicions, and I prefer to keep this matter discreet for now. Instead, I need you to stay at the precinct and continue researching these files. Look for any commonalities among the abduction cases and see if they relate to a specific group's interests. Keep a close watch. And let me know as soon as you find anything, all right? Perhaps feeling that she could still contribute from the precinct, Ouyang Qian did not insist on joining me. All right, I'll do as you say. But Captain Xiao, please be careful out there. If you need any help, just give me a call. Thank you, Qian. At this moment, you are the sole individual in the entire police department whom I could trust. After hanging up the phone, I opened my computer to access the files sent by Ouyang Qian. I cast a cursory glance at the documents, which amounted to a staggering 200 pages. Nevertheless, it mattered little. A full 2 days on the train would provide ample time for me to delve into these files. Thus, I prepared myself and descended to hail a taxi, making my way to the train station. Chapter 22. An interlude on the train due to the recent Spring Festival. The number of passengers traveling by train was relatively sparse. When my turn came to have my ticket checked, I joined the throng and boarded the train. Once aboard, I glanced at my ticket, a seat in the upper bunk of compartment 10. After hastily stowing my luggage on the overhead rack, I retrieved my laptop from my bag and began to delve into the files pertaining to the kidnapping case. Having purchased a ticket for the 10 a.m. train, my arrival in City C was scheduled for 2 p.m. 2 days later. This afforded me ample time to immerse myself in my research. I commenced reading from page 10, neglecting even to pause for lunch. Throughout the journey, I ventured to the connecting carriages to indulge in a few cigarettes and made several trips to the restroom. The remainder of my time was spent languishing on my bunk. The epidemic of child trafficking in City S began around the late 1980s. During that period, reports of child abduction to the local police surged dramatically, with a significant portion of these cases originating from the surrounding rural areas. This indicated that the likelihood of rural children being abducted was markedly higher. However, this did not imply that children in the urban districts were entirely free from abduction incidents. As I perused the photographs of the abducted children documented in the case files, I noted the tragic reality that many had never even had the chance to possess a photograph of their own before being taken, subsequently sold by human traffickers to distant locales. I paid particular attention to the reports filed by the families of Chen Zili and Zhao Guoqiang. Indeed, in February 1992, Chen Zili reported that his daughter, Chenli, had been abducted, while Gao Wangming's case predated this, with his child taken in 1988, when Zhao Guoqiang reported his son, Zhao Hanyuan, missing. After examining numerous cases, I was struck by a profound realization. These abduction cases appeared to follow a sinister pattern. As if a hidden hand were orchestrating these heinous acts, Gao Wangming could be considered the first child to be abducted, with the frequency of such cases gradually escalating thereafter. Initially confined to rural areas, by around 1993, these incidents began to proliferate within urban environments as well. This was a clear indication that, during that era in City S, child trafficking was evidently not an isolated phenomenon, but had developed into a systematic, organized operation. What began with a mere handful of perpetrators had evolved into a significant network over time. I pondered the reasons behind this disturbing trend. On one hand, the child trafficking industry was inherently lucrative. The cost of abducting a child was minimal, and the act was alarmingly easy to execute. On the other hand, numerous individuals unable to conceive were willing to pay exorbitant sums for a healthy infant or a 1-year-old child, including many affluent individuals. Thus, many unscrupulous individuals perceived this industry as a veritable goldmine and eagerly entered the realm of child trafficking. However, I observed a common thread among the families of the abducted children. Most had 2 or more older children prior to the abduction of the younger ones. Moreover, due to the family planning policies implemented in China at that time, many of these families had incurred fines from the local family planning commission. Although it is merely a trivial detail, I felt compelled to jot down this peculiar occurrence in my notes. After all, one cannot overlook anything that appears to be a mere coincidence. Time spent pondering the case always seems to slip away quickly. And by the time I became aware of my stomach's growling protests, it was already 7 p.m. Rising from my seat, I decided to head to the dining car to see if there remained any leftover meals. If not, I would have to settle for a cup of instant noodles to satiate my hunger. Upon entering the dining car, I was relieved to discover a substantial amount of unsold leftovers, prompting me to purchase a portion. I settled into an unoccupied seat nearby and began to devour my meal with fervor. As I was eating, I suddenly felt a forceful shove against my back. I looked up to see a robust individual, clad in a black jacket adorned with red patterns, swaggering past me. "Hey, buddy, watch where you're walking," I called out to him. He turned with a dismissive glance, smirking as he replied, "I walk however I please. It's none of your business." What an insolent fellow. I chose not to engage further, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict, and returned to my meal. He said nothing more and continued on his way to another car. After finishing my food, I found myself with nothing to do and began to meander through the moving train compartments, digesting my meal while continuing to contemplate the case. As I wandered, I realized I had made my way toward the front carriages, where the seating consisted of hard benches. By now, it was nearly 9 p.m., and many passengers were engrossed in their phones, chatting, while others had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, I noticed a gathering of people a short distance ahead, with some seated individuals lifting their heads to observe the scene. Curiosity piqued, I approached to see what the commotion was about. To my astonishment, it was the same burly man in the black jacket, now embroiled in a heated exchange with a petite girl whose face was flushed with indignation. "You scoundrel! You dare to touch me indiscriminately and refuse to admit it? I shall call the police in this carriage and have them intervene." The girl, appearing to be a student, was undeniably charming despite her petite stature. "Ha ha ha, where did you come from, little brat? Are you just waiting for an uncle to touch you? I didn't even lay a finger on you." The hulking man grinned wickedly at her. A crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle, yet not a single soul stepped forward to support the girl. In fact, some even sided with the man. "Come on, Girl, was it really just a little touch? Don't make a fuss. It could tarnish your reputation. Who are you to speak, Auntie? Why don't you step up and let him touch you too? The girl, upon hearing this, was nearly in tears, her frustration palpable. I could no longer stand by and inserted myself between the girl and the man. Apologized to her, I asserted, my expression unyielding. The man bristled at my intervention, his irritation evident. Who the hell do you think you are? Why do you feel the need to meddle in my affairs? Not long ago, I inadvertently brushed against him. What is the fuss about? As I spoke, I raised my fist, feigning an intention to strike. Sir, let us not escalate this. Perhaps we should summon the authorities, I suggested, noticing the girl's concern for my safety. Oh, there's no need for such trouble, I replied with a hint of amusement. In a swift motion, I seized the large man's hand and pulled him close, expertly locking my arm around his neck. A series of cracking sounds echoed, accompanied by his anguished cries. I am the law, I declared. Chapter 23. Dream under my imposing presence. The tall figure swiftly apologized to the young girl. I chuckled to myself, pondering that some matters indeed require a forceful approach for resolution. Just as I was about to turn away, the little girl called out to me, "Excuse me. Sir, may I ask your name?" I found myself bemused. It seemed unnecessary to share my name. My dear, I am but a humble police officer, and it is customary for me to lend a hand when I witness injustice, I said kindly as I patted her shoulder. You truly are a police officer. I can see the spark of excitement in her eyes. Please, tell me your police stories. I have always been fascinated by your profession. I stood before her, a cold sweat breaking out on my brow, utterly unprepared to be halted by a little girl. Sweetheart, this police officer has cases to attend to. If you genuinely wish to understand our profession, you must study diligently and strive to enter the police academy, all right? Here, allow me to share my contact information. Should you embark on this path, you may seek my assistance. Eager to extricate myself from the situation, I hastily retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from my pocket, inscribing my phone number. Initially, I contemplated fabricating a number, but recalling that she was merely an innocent child, I decided to provide my genuine contact. Upon seeing me write down my number, her excitement nearly propelled her into the air. Thank you, sir. You were truly impressive just now. I raised a finger to my lips, signaling her to temper her enthusiasm. Let us keep this discreet. By the way, you must not share my number with anyone else. This is a confidential police contact otherwise. It could be deemed a breach of secrecy. I regarded her with utmost seriousness. As if my grave expression had startled her, or perhaps she harbored a detective spirit within her, she immediately calmed down and nodded with gravity. I chuckled inwardly. She was simply delightful. Just as I took a few steps away, the little girl rushed up behind me, grasping my arm and thrusting a note into my hand. Uncle, since you've given me your contact, I must share mine with you. Take care of it. This is confidential, and other boys would covet it. She looked up at me with an innocent gaze. Something stirred within me, evoking memories of my pure, untainted affection for Wei Lan during our school days. I tightly clasped the note, assuring her that I would securely save her number in my phone. Once she had distanced herself, I discreetly unfolded the paper. It contained her self-introduction, adorned with charming doodles. Hello, Uncle. My name is Zhang Jiaji, a sophomore girl. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Here is my phone number, 138-193-5263. What a delightful encounter, I mused to myself. I suddenly had an inexplicable premonition that I would encounter that charming young lady again in the future. By the time I returned to my bunk, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. I hastily washed up in the restroom and then climbed into bed to continue poring over the case files. The lighting in the train was far from adequate, and I sensed my vision and consciousness beginning to blur. The words on my laptop screen became increasingly distorted. Suddenly, a jolt roused me from my stupor. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, leading me to believe that the train had lost power, especially as we were traversing a tunnel. I reached for my phone, but my hand instead grasped a cold handgun. In an instant, a vivid scene materialized before my eyes, dispelling the darkness. After a moment of adjustment to the illuminated environment, I realized I was standing in the bustling second floor of an authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurant, surrounded by warmth and the tantalizing aroma of hot pot broth. I spotted a window-side table where Wu Xuesheng and I were seated back-to-back, both engaged in phone conversations. I also noticed Ouyang Qin nearby, vocally directing the crowd to evacuate. I could distinctly hear their dialogue. I have something to tell you. Wu Xuesheng's lips moved, his face devoid of expression as he spoke into the phone. What is it? I heard my own voice respond. While investigating the human trafficking case from years ago, please pay close attention to someone named Fang Jing. He is directly connected to the case. My awareness began to wane again, and I found it increasingly difficult to comprehend their conversation. The scene seemed frozen in time. I could only see Wu Xuesheng's lips incessantly moving, his words echoing in my mind. Please pay close attention to someone named Fang Jing. He is directly connected to the case. Fang Jing. Fang Jing. The image abruptly shifted, revealing Wu Xuesheng holding a handgun. his expression impassive as he aimed it at his temple. Bang! His index finger pulled the trigger. All images vanished, leaving only a vivid swirl of red and yellow and the echo of the gunshot resonating in my mind. When I regained my senses, I found myself back at the police station. I surveyed my surroundings, which were filled with a group of officers gathered around a table for a meeting. I easily recognized myself among them. It was me from 6 years ago, just embarking on my career in law enforcement. So innocent, naive, yet filled with fervor. The person speaking at that moment was none other than Fang Jing, the then director of the S-City Police Department. Upon seeing him, my eyes instantly brimmed with tears. He was the person I respected most in my life, my mentor, my friend, my family. He who nurtured me and guided me to become the person I am today. It was he who taught me how to discern whether a criminal is lying, who elucidated the most critical aspects of a case, and who imparted various techniques of criminal investigation. Furthermore, he instilled in me the most vital lesson for a detective. The truth is often not the paramount concern. What truly matters is to bring justice to those who have perished, to clear their names from the shadows of injustice. Suddenly, as he spoke, Fang Jing turned his gaze towards me. Not the me who sat in my seat at that moment, but the me standing before him. Xiaofeng, you have finally come to seek me out. I knew that matter would not escape your keen observation, he stated, his expression devoid of emotion. I was jolted awake, my eyes lifting to the low ceiling of the train carriage. Chapter 24. Arrival. Dear esteemed passengers, we are approaching our destination, City C, XX Station. Kindly gather your belongings and valuables, preparing to disembark. The announcement reverberated through the air, signaling our imminent arrival. Having already organized my possessions, I ascended from my seat and joined the throng of eager passengers making their way to the aisle. As a populous province, City C, situated at the heart of Province S, naturally teems with inhabitants. For someone like me who harbors an aversion to bustling metropolises, the sight before me was nothing short of a nightmare. Upon exiting the train station, I was immediately confronted by towering skyscrapers, and the wide streets were choked with people and vehicles alike. Fortunately, the residence of the former director was located in a nearby county, not far from City C. I merely needed to reach the City S bus terminal and transfer to a coach. I had not informed the former director, Fang Jing, of my visit. Firstly, this was a personal endeavor, a chance to pay my respects to a mentor who had nurtured my growth over the years. Secondly, I wished to avoid arousing any suspicions on his part. Deep down, I hoped he was not entangled in the cases that weighed heavily on my mind. I recalled the dream I had that fateful night on the train. In that bizarre reverie, I found myself back at the scene of Wu Shiweshen's tragic suicide. Witnessing the bullet from the makeshift pistol pierce through his skull, blood and brain matter splattered across the floor. I was also transported back to the police station 6 years prior, a time when the former director still held office, and I was merely an inexperienced youth. The logic of that dream eluded me, yet the echo of certain phrases lingered in my thoughts, underscoring their significance. I remembered the former director's gaze upon me and the words he had spoken, sending chills down my spine. Seated on the coach, I shook my head, dismissing it all. After all, it was merely a dream. The bus swiftly carried me to the county where the former director resided. This was a relatively prosperous county, divided into new and old districts. My bus journeyed from the new district into the old, where the bus station was located. I was well aware of the former director's residence. Over the years, during lulls in significant cases, I had often visited him. His home lay along a riverside avenue in the old district, situated in an aging complex from the last century. Such is the life of a police officer. A lifetime of toil yields little financial reward. While one may appear esteemed in their role, retirement often reveals a stark contrast to the affluence of many ordinary citizens who venture into business. The grocery store managed by the former director and his wife stood just beside their home along the Riverside Avenue. If memory serves, during past conversations, I had overheard him mention his children, who were all quite ambitious. They excelled academically, gaining admission to prestigious universities, and have since embarked on their own careers. However, it seemed they seldom returned to visit their parents. I chose to disembark at a location close to the director's residence. The site is merely a few minutes' walk from his home. Strolling alone down the street in the afternoon sun, I found myself amidst a splendid winter day in Sea City, where the sun is a rare delight for the townsfolk. Many citizens had ventured to the nearby Riverside Park with their families to bask in the sunlight. Observing such a lively and sun-drenched scene lifted my spirits, prompting my steps to quicken. I did not head directly into the director's residential area but first visited their grocery store. The sign reading Chow's Little Shop remained unchanged, named after the director's wife's surname. However, in the year since I last saw it, the shop had visibly expanded, having acquired the adjacent, previously unoccupied storefront, transforming it into a quaint little fruit shop. Thus, one shop sold groceries while the other offered fruits, and even now, there were numerous customers coming in. I entered the store and saw the director's wife attending to a customer purchasing cigarettes. 2 packs are 46. Yes, that's right. Yours are the red ones, not the blue. So they cost a bit more, she expertly informed the patron, gesturing for them to pay via QR code. Hello, I would like a pack of yushi. I said to her. Coming right up, I'll get it for you, she replied. Upon seeing me, she paused for a moment. Then her face broke into a warm smile, affectionately calling out to me, it's Xiaofeng. What brings you here during the festive season? Oh dear. I'm quite busy now and can't properly attend to you. It's all right. There's no need to mind me. Please tend to your customers, I reassured her, feeling a surge of warmth in my heart. Apart from my parents, they were the closest family I had. Since I referred to the old director as teacher, I had always called his wife Shenyang. By the way, Lao Feng is upstairs. You should go find him. He.S. probably lying on the balcony, soaking up the sun. I'll come find you after I finish here, Shenyang said, her eyes crinkling with joy. Over the years, they had treated me as though I were their own son. All right, I shall go find him, I replied with a smile, then exited the convenience store, making my way toward the residential area. The neighborhood surrounding the teacher's residence had changed significantly compared to a year ago. Numerous hotels, clothing stores, jewelry shops, and snack bars crowded the already narrow street. Imparting a sense of unfamiliarity, I walked straight into the community. Though referred to as a residential area, it resembled more of a courtyard. There were no security guards, parking lots, gardens, or elevators, just a cluster of low, rickety, old houses precariously huddled together. It wouldn't be long before they might succumb to the claws of a bulldozer. The teacher resided on the 5th floor of the second building. I ascended the stairs with ease and arrived at his doorstep. I stood at the threshold, noticing that the door was ajar, not completely shut. A sense of surprise washed over me. Had the teacher's South wife forgotten to close it as she departed? Or perhaps the master, anticipating my visit, had intentionally left the door open for me? Upon entering, I was enveloped by a familiar aroma. It was the distinctive scent of the teacher's home, evoking the essence of aged pages, both endearing and timeless. Chapter 25. Teacher. I surveyed the room, noting that the furnishings had scarcely changed over the years. Everything felt so familiar yet worn. The ceiling fan hung overhead. The refrigerator and air conditioner had seen many seasons, and the red-painted kitchen door frame bore the persistent stains of years of cooking smoke. Observing the emptiness of the house, I made my way directly to the balcony. There, I found my teacher, Feng Jing, comfortably seated in his recliner, a vintage enamel cup resting on the stool beside him, basking in the warmth of the winter sun. Approaching from behind, I softly called out, Teacher. Upon hearing my voice, he turned to look at me, the wrinkles on his forehead gradually smoothing out. Ah, it's Xiaofeng. Ha ha ha. What brings you to visit this old man after nearly a whole year? His voice sounded considerably friendlier, yet his square face retained its familiar warmth. I've been quite busy. Recently, the police department has been engaged in a 6-month-long ideological campaign, keeping me occupied. Just as the new year approached, there was another murder case over in Cheng County. I replied, feeling somewhat sheepish. What? Another case? The moment he heard the word case, he instinctively straightened up. Yes, a particularly heinous murder and dismemberment. The perpetrator killed the victim and then minced the body into a paste, which was unwittingly served in dumplings, leading an elderly family member to discover a human finger, I recounted. His excitement at the mention of a case was a well-known trait of the seasoned head of criminal investigations. That's intriguing. Come, tell me all about it, he urged, taking a sip from his enamel cup. His curiosity piqued as he inquired about the details of the case. I had long since grown accustomed to his reactions. Ever since his retirement, each visit to his home had become an opportunity for him to learn about significant recent cases, to which I would patiently recount. During such exchanges, he would invariably point out errors in our investigative approaches and propose more effective strategies. I always gleaned a wealth of knowledge from him, which is precisely why I continued to address him as teacher. As was customary, I narrated the entire sequence of events surrounding the case, detailing how we interconnected two incidents and deduced that the murderer sought to convey a message through the act of killing. He nodded along, posing pertinent questions at appropriate intervals. You should have initially focused on the dismembered Kaiming fin. From the psychological perspective of the murderer, regardless of how intricately he designs the crime, he will subconsciously regard the first victim as someone of significant importance, he suggested. Indeed, that was the realization I came to later. Otherwise, the entire direction of the case would have been misled, I acknowledged, then proceeded to share our later investigative strategies, including how, with Ouyang Qin's assistance, we uncovered the identity of the murderer and concluded that it was imperative to investigate the concealed trafficking case. However, when I mentioned that the assailant's name was Wu Shiweshing, I noticed a slight change in my teacher's expression. As I recounted the moment when Wu Shiweshing ultimately chose to take his own life in front of me, he was enveloped in a prolonged silence. He requested a cigarette, and after I lit it for him, he rose and gazed blankly out at the scenery beyond the balcony. Watching him, I felt a twinge of anxiety, for I had not conveyed the words the murderer had entrusted to me, nor had I shared my various speculations regarding the human trafficking case. When investigating the trafficking incident from years past, one must pay particular attention to an individual named Fang Jing, who was directly linked to the case. This phrase echoed persistently in my mind. He stood with his back to me, sunlight streaming down upon him, casting a shadow that enveloped my entire being. After a significant pause, he finally spoke. Xiaofeng, to be honest, the series of large-scale trafficking cases from back then was handled by my team. The child named Wu Xuexing was one I rescued from the hands of the traffickers. His revelation struck me like a thunderbolt, leaving me momentarily speechless. Wu Xuexing had indeed been one of the victims of trafficking. He took the last drag from his cigarette and extinguished it, then turned to look directly at me. If I am correct in my assumptions, this boy, Wu Xuexing, must have said something to you before his suicide. Otherwise, his act would be devoid of meaning. Yet you have chosen not to mention it, leading me to conclude that he must have relayed some information regarding me. Truly, my teacher's perceptiveness was as sharp as ever. A cold sweat began to form in the palm of my hand. Indeed, teacher, before his death, he did mention you to me. He urged me to pay particular attention to a police officer named Fang Jing during my investigation, confronted by someone I knew so well. I felt no further hesitation and spoke candidly. My teacher regarded me with an icy gaze, yet I noticed that glimmer of intensity began to waver. The case from those years had garnered significant attention from our police force. During the investigation, we discovered that the primary targets of these trafficking cases were not as we initially presumed. We had always thought that boys were the predominant victims, but subsequent reports revealed that the primary targets were, in fact, girls. In my review of the case files, I had overlooked this crucial detail: gender. In China at that time, the preference for sons over daughters was deeply entrenched. Thus, many childless families were inclined to purchase a boy rather than a girl. However, in Cheng County, a notable anomaly emerged. The majority of the trafficking victims were girls rather than boys. But why? I pondered. Why? We were at a loss to explain it back then. Moreover, most of the officers assigned to this case did not regard this detail with much seriousness. They simply assumed that there was no distinction, any child would suffice to attract buyers. Seemingly perceiving my bewilderment, the teacher addressed me. His words were indeed accurate. This was not, after all, a significant issue. Moreover, it was highly probable that this was merely a coincidence. This explains why so many individuals failed to pay sufficient attention to this detail at the time. I gazed at the teacher, his brow furrowed tightly. While the sunlight streaming in from behind illuminated our faces, yet I felt no warmth. In his eyes, there lingered something enigmatic and undisclosed. Chapter 26. The old case. Have the authorities now resumed the investigation into the trafficking case from years past? The teacher inquired, gazing at me. Indeed, but the higher-ups do not regard this case with much seriousness, given that the 2018 homicide case has concluded and the perpetrator is deceased. Coupled with the fact that this case is 2 decades old, and considering that everyone wishes to enjoy a pleasant new year, I replied with a sense of resignation. The teacher smiled bitterly. His grin resembled that of his wife, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. This is precisely their habitual approach, he remarked with irony. Then fixed his gaze upon me once more. So you have come to glean information about that incident from me, haven't you? Yes, teacher, I affirmed. Very well. Let me recount the details of that case from years ago. The teacher settled back into his armchair, took a sip from his enamel cup of tea, and began to narrate. In the following, I shall adopt Fang Jing's tone. It was China in 1990, with a population that had already soared to over 1 billion. At that time, I had just graduated from the police academy a year prior. Due to my commendable performance and achievements during my studies, I was assigned to work at the municipal bureau in City S, albeit as a mere junior detective. Shortly after reporting to the police station, I was assigned to a task force investigating human trafficking cases. Our leaders informed us that incidents of trafficking had been on the rise in Cheng County, City S, with families frequently arriving to file reports. The higher authorities were taking this matter very seriously, urging us to expedite the resolution of these cases. Having only entered the police force 2 years earlier, my youthful zeal was uncontainable. Thus, I eagerly joined my colleagues in the investigation of the series of cases. As our leaders had indicated, nearly all trafficking incidents centered around the vicinity of Cheng County. Upon reviewing the case files, I discovered a disturbing pattern. Families with 1 or 2 young children were often targeted by traffickers, and the frequency of such occurrences had surged in recent years. We deemed it foolish to remain idle in the office, awaiting visits from the victims' families. Therefore, we resolved to conduct an on-site investigation in the local villages. Cheng County boasts numerous villages. Aside from the more developed central areas, various small hamlets encircle the county seat. This region is densely populated. And according to data from the local family planning committee, many residents were found to have exceeded their permitted number of children, making penalties for such infractions commonplace. We traversed the countryside, visiting households that had suffered from child trafficking. Statistics indicated that over 100 families had experienced the loss of their children to traffickers, with 14 families reporting the abduction of 2 or more children. The rampant child trafficking during our era can be attributed to several foreseeable factors: low operational costs, high profits, ease of execution, outdated technological means, the considerable difficulty of police investigations, and the prevalent issue of unauthorized births, all of which created a fertile ground for child trafficking in this county. At that time, surveillance technology was not widely adopted, which meant that many children, once abducted, were swiftly taken by traffickers onto trains bound for other provinces. Following a series of transactions, these children were sold. A particularly noteworthy circumstance was the economic underdevelopment of Cheng County, located at a considerable distance from the more prosperous S city. It is one of the more remote counties in the province. Consequently, the majority of families here, primarily engaged in agriculture, earned very little each year, with many struggling to pay fines for exceeding the allowable number of children. Through our visits to each household, we discovered that traffickers typically targeted children under the age of 3, particularly those over 1 year old. Coincidentally, approximately 80% of the abducted children were girls. Due to the high mobility of traffickers, many appeared to be outsiders, fleeing to other provinces after completing a transaction. Moreover, the time lag between reporting an abduction in Cheng County and the submission of case information created significant challenges for investigations, resulting in a prolonged lack of progress. Thus, nearly 2 years passed in this manner. In June 1992, we received a report at the City Bureau regarding a recent abduction. In less than half an hour prior, a family residing in the urban area had lost their child at the market. The frantic parents rushed to the police station, insisting that we must quickly apprehend the traffickers and rescue their precious son. We were all filled with excitement. This was the first case of abduction occurring in the city since our investigation began. Moreover, the traffickers likely had not yet had the opportunity to escape by train to another province. Our leadership promptly mobilized nearly all available police forces, sealing off 2 train stations and a bus terminal in S City, instructing us to scrutinize all suspicious individuals passing through, especially those accompanied by children. While we were inspecting individuals one by one, I noticed a woman in her 40s holding the hand of a boy who appeared to be under 3 years old. The young boy looked around with delight, his wide eyes filled with curiosity, as he asked the woman, "Auntie, what's going on? Why are there so many police officers around?" Upon hearing the boy's words, the woman seemed somewhat anxious. She tugged at the boy's hand, signaling him not to speak freely. Observing their demeanor, I instinctively blocked their path and touched the firearm at my waist. "Excuse me, madam, is this child yours?" I inquired with seriousness. "Haha, young man. He is my nephew. I'm just taking him for a little walk," the woman replied, avoiding direct eye contact with me. Ignoring her response, I crouched down to pat the boy's head. He was quite adorable, with sparkling eyes that expressed curiosity. He would surely grow into a handsome young man. "Little one, tell the police officer your name," I asked gently. "Uncle, my name is Dada," he exclaimed, beaming with joy as he noticed my police uniform and reached out to touch the badge on my chest. "Would you kindly speak the truth to your uncle? He will reward you with sweets. And may I inquire, how is this lady related to you?" The little boy scratched his head and, lifting his gaze toward me, replied, "She is just a lady. My parents and I were shopping at the market when she gave me candy and said she would take me to a really fun place. She is so nice." Before the boy's words had fully escaped his lips, I swiftly drew my firearm, rising to my feet, and pointed it at the woman before me, signaling her to remain still. She lowered her eyes, resembling a deflated balloon, gazing helplessly at the ground. Our team arrived promptly, subduing her without delay. Chapter 27. No progress. Subsequently, we returned the young boy to his parents and took the trafficker to the police station for temporary detention. The parents of Dadil expressed their profound gratitude to us, and during our conversation, we discovered that this boy was not their biological child. He was an orphan they had adopted from an orphanage. The name he bore in the orphanage was Wu Shiwesheng. His parents found that name unsatisfactory, believing it would imply he was a child without parents. Thus, they renamed him Zhaoda, sharing the surname with his adoptive father, affectionately calling him Dada. Upon hearing this, I reflected that later, the 16-year-old Wu Shiwesheng would tragically take the life of the man who killed his mother. Later, we brought the woman who had trafficked the boy into the interrogation room, with me accompanying the proceedings. Name, age, origin: Liao Hongmei, 39 years old, from H City. Province: Why engage in child trafficking? For the sake of making a living. Trafficking children is alarmingly simple. A few candies can easily lure them away. Where are the children trafficked to? Well, please be honest with us. Confessing will only benefit you. They are trafficked to places far from here, or even to Vietnam. Why those locations? Because there are many wealthy individuals there. Hasn't the reform and opening up led many to seek fortune along the coast? Those affluent, who cannot have children, are willing to pay handsomely. Furthermore, there are many Navi rural folks who desperately desire a son and would seek to purchase a child from us. Tell us, do you belong to a criminal organization? Is there an intermediary who takes the trafficked children from you and sells them further? Well, Officer, if I tell you, could you perhaps reduce my sentence? Insolence. Revealing the truth is your obligation. Is there any justification for trafficking children? Fine, fine, I will speak. We do have a superior, but I do not know him personally. When I first entered this line of work, it was someone who urged me to do so. I never intended to partake in this. But he promised that if I performed well, I could earn a great deal of money. Who urged you to do this? How did he contact you? Why did he approach you? It was a man who came to our area seeking people. He specifically targeted those of us from rural backgrounds, particularly women, as they are easier to deceive into luring children. He informed us that for each child trafficked, we would receive a bonus, and the more we trafficked, the more money we could earn. However, we must hand over the trafficked children to him for processing. He informed us that he had superiors overseeing him. They possess an extensive network capable of identifying those in need of children. With connections in many cities and rural areas across China, catering to those looking to purchase children. How do those seeking children contact them? Officer, I must admit that I am quite unclear about this matter. Do you and your colleagues typically collaborate on cases? No. That is a strict taboo for us. That man insisted we must operate separately from others. Otherwise, we would easily be discovered. Moreover, it is preferable to deliver the child directly to him post-abduction, as he would handle the rest. Are you still able to contact this man? Well, it is indeed possible. If you assist us in apprehending him, I can assure you a significant reduction in your sentence. Very well. In fact, our method of contacting him is rather straightforward. Generally, once a child is in hand, we would take the child directly to an old location to find him. This place is what we refer to as the transfer station. We would bring the child there, hand them over to him, and that would be the end of it. Subsequently, we focused our investigation on a city not far from City S, a place remarkably remote, yet conveniently situated at a small station along the train route to another province. Each time they capture a child here, they would take them to that location for handover in exchange for money. We immediately proceeded to that area. And with the aid of the woman, we successfully apprehended the man she had described at a small inn. Upon further inquiry, we discovered that the suspect's methods were exceedingly cunning. They had invested some money to establish a small inn, which, in reality, rarely operated, serving merely as a transfer station for child trafficking. The abducted children would be brought here and handed over to a man they referred to as Brother Quebec. He would then pass these children to his superiors, opting for truck transportation instead of trains. Initially, they would sedate the children, followed by transporting them to a location far removed from here, awaiting further instructions from an even higher authority. This was all that Brother K was responsible for. He merely needed to manage some promotional and logistical tasks to earn a substantial sum of money. This development shrouded the previously clear case in yet another layer of obscurity. For Brother K was unable to identify his so-called superior. He was merely an inconspicuous intermediary. And it was the individuals directly involved in purchasing the children that we most urgently needed to locate. Thus, the trail went cold once more. However, at the very least, we now had an understanding of their operational methods. Moreover, it became evident that this was a vast organization, extending its reach from within China to international trafficking networks. The magnitude of the hands orchestrating all of this is not difficult to fathom. As time passed, nearly 1 or 2 years went by without any progress on our case. Even with some crucial witnesses and leads at our disposal, we remained unable to uncover more in that era of scarce information. The teacher looked at me, his furrowed brow still unrelaxed. Nonetheless, there was one matter that provided us with a modicum of solace. Since the apprehension of this missing brother, we have gleaned a wealth of information regarding the whereabouts of local traffickers. Consequently, we initiated a series of extensive capture operations, resulting in the arrest of numerous rampant human traffickers. As a result, cases of trafficking in City S began to diminish significantly, ultimately dwindling to none. After such an extended discourse, the teacher appeared somewhat fatigued. He rose from his chair to stretch and invigorate his body. Chapter 28. Doubts. Listening to the teacher recount the case from years past, I found myself enveloped in disbelief. What sort of force could orchestrate such an extensive trafficking ring, managing to thwart the police even after their apprehension of the intermediaries? Yet, I silently harbored several questions. Firstly, the teacher made no mention of the gender ratio among the trafficked children. Our initial analysis of the case files revealed that a significant majority of the abducted children were female. This was, in any context, implausible in a society that favored sons. And historically, trafficking cases have predominantly involved boys. Secondly, I pondered why the investigators had not considered pursuing leads across borders. This seemed particularly perplexing for a trafficking case. Typically, families that purchase trafficked children are unable to conceive or have not succeeded in bearing sons. Yet even if there were Chinese nationals or foreigners in countries like Vietnam seeking children, such cases would be exceedingly rare. There seems to be no rationale for expending such considerable effort to transport a child abroad. I refrained from voicing my inner questions. As the teacher had once advised me, if one seeks to conceal something, that very thing must hold great significance for them. At this moment, the teacher's wife returned, laden with bags of groceries. Evidently just back from the market. Xiaofeng, why don't you stay for dinner? I just bought some fresh vegetables and will prepare a delicious meal for you, she exclaimed, her eyes crinkling with delight upon seeing me. The teacher teased her, look at that. Only when you come does she whip up something special for us. Otherwise, it's likely to be stir-fried peppers and meat. The teacher's wife playfully swatted him, slightly embarrassed. Look at your age, still joking about me in front of Xiaofeng. Watching their playful banter filled me with warmth. Their affection for each other remained as strong as ever, despite their age. I could still see the deep fondness the teacher held for his wife in his eyes. Without further thought, I decided to stay for dinner. The teacher's wife prepared my favorite sweet and sour ribs and fish braised with peppercorns. Halfway through the meal, the teacher suddenly turned, retrieving 2 unopened bottles of white liquor from the cabinet. Come, Xiaofeng, it's been a year since we last met. Join me for a couple of drinks. Seeing the gray at his temples, my heart ached, and I filled my glass to the brim. Teacher, let me toast to you. As soon as I spoke, I downed a glass of liquor. That evening, the three of us shared a myriad of conversations together, reflecting on my early days in the police force. I recall my ignorance and impulsive nature, which led me to apprehend innocent individuals while allowing genuine criminals to slip away. I reminisce about my defiance towards my teacher, whom I referred to as Old Fong, and how I learned the art of criminal investigation under his guidance. Our conversations meandered through cherished memories, including the first case we solved together, his heartfelt romance with his wife, their children working abroad, and the formidable homicide cases he once tackled. Each time he spoke with fervor, I noticed his wife listening intently, her eyes sparkling with admiration. On that particular evening, they kindly offered me a place to stay. Yet I graciously declined. As with every visit, I felt it inappropriate to intrude upon their private lives, and I wished to maintain a sense of respect for my mentor. I assured him I would return the following day. Aware of my reluctance to linger, he did not press the matter further. Upon bidding farewell, I concealed my smile. Shouldering my backpack and departing from their neighborhood, my mind heavy with contemplation, despite the joy that our dinner had brought me. Reigniting the emotions of not having seen my teacher and his wife for a year, I sensed an underlying unease in him that contrasted with his usual demeanor. I had been so wrapped up in my case that I neglected to find a nearby hotel for the night. However, there were several options available, and I chose one at random. Once settled into my room, I freshened up and opened my laptop. Logging into our police department's internal chat, I noticed Ouyang Qian was still online. Perhaps noticing my presence, she quickly reached out to me. How's it going, Captain Xiao? Any insights from your first day of investigation? She inquired. Well, to be honest, I did gain some insights, but they were largely consistent with what we had already gleaned from the case files, I replied. Ah, I see. By the way, our team has made some discoveries here. She responded eagerly. Really? Do share. I replied, astonished by her message. Indeed, through our previous investigations, we learned that some children were trafficked into Vietnam via trucks. It's likely not all of them were taken deep into the country. Therefore, we surmise that a portion of these children might have been purchased by Chinese families residing near the Vietnam border. Our next step is to collaborate with the Vietnamese police to investigate families who have lived on the border for 2 decades or even longer. As I contemplated the feasibility of her proposal, I began to formulate a strategy in my mind. Xiaoqian, I believe this idea appears to be a rather feasible approach at present. Indeed, the workload is considerable, and there may be some complications in communicating with the local police. That will require your utmost effort. Observing my teammates far away in City S diligently investigating this case brings me a sense of comfort. Just before my departure, a thought suddenly struck me. Xiaoqian, could you assist me with one more task amidst your investigation? No problem, Captain Xiao, just let me know. And I will do my utmost to assist you. Ouyang Qian promptly responded with a message. Please help me obtain a personal file regarding the former chief of the city police, Fong Jing. But Captain Xiao, I have not yet been officially appointed and do not possess the credentials to access the police department's electronic archive. This is simple. I will share my credentials with you. This file can only be accessed through the police department's internal network, so I am counting on you. Having said that, I entered my police department account and password in the chat box. Chapter 29. After bidding farewell to Director Fong Jing and Ouyang Qian, I succumbed to a deep slumber. I lingered at the teacher's residence for several days, sharing meals, engaging in conversations, and taking leisurely strolls with them. At times, I ventured into their modest shop to assist with their business, occasionally joining them in the kitchen to prepare meals, and even accompanying them on mountain hikes. Thus, the days drifted by in tranquil simplicity. Upon reflection, I often found myself yearning to remain ensconced in such a serene existence, reluctant to return to a past marred by bloodshed, suspicion, and the baseness of human nature. Yet, at times, reality would inexorably pull me back. Each day upon returning to my hotel, I would open my computer to check for any new messages from Ouyang Qian, subsequently delving into the electronic files to continue my investigation into the trafficking case from years past. However, as my teacher had articulated, since capturing Kei-go, I had not encountered opportunities to engage with higher echelons. All leads had ceased upon reaching him. 3 days later, Ouyang Qian finally sent me the personal dossier of teacher Fang Jing. Why did it take so long? I couldn't find you online. Didn't I provide you with the account and password directly that day? I messaged Ouyang Qian from my computer. Don't mention it, Captain Xiao. The police station has been offline for the past few days. I sent you a message through your phone, but you didn't see it. I paused for a moment, retrieving my phone from my pocket, realizing she had indeed sent me a message. However, after her phone was stolen by the assailant, she had acquired a new number, leading me to dismiss it as potential spam. All right, I'm glad you sent it. Do you have any new updates from Vietnam? Yes, it's coming soon. We've established contact with the Vietnamese police over the past couple of days. They've agreed to collaborate with us, and we will be sending personnel to fly over for on-site investigations. Quietly, I'll let you know that I've been dispatched as well. They said I've been performing well lately and want me to accompany them to gain some experience. That is fantastic. Go for it, Qian. Upon reading this message, a flicker of hope ignited within me. Witnessing everyone's dedication, I internally encouraged myself. I must continue to persevere. I then proceeded to open Fang Jing's personal dossier. Fang Jing, male, born in 1968, hailing from City C in Province S. Entered the police academy in 1986 and was assigned to the S City Police Department in 1990 due to exemplary academic performance. Throughout his tenure, he distinguished himself, making significant contributions to criminal investigation and solving numerous major cases, including the notorious September 12, 1993, homicide dismemberment case and the March 15, 1995, major traffic accident investigation. In 2005, he was nominated and elected as the chief of the city police department. During his tenure, he upheld integrity, enforced the law impartially, and dedicated himself to mentoring newly appointed officers, earning him the affectionate title of teacher. He was known for his kind-hearted nature. Shortly after assuming his position, he endeavored to anonymously assist a young boy recently released from a juvenile detention center. The boy, named Wu Xiuesheng, had tragically taken his father's life 2 years prior. However, considering that he had acted out of desperation in response to his mother's murder and given his tender age of merely 16, he was released into society 2 years early at 18. Fang Jing, moved by this circumstance, resolved to aid this orphan child. He treated the boy as if he were his own flesh and blood, providing anonymous support to enable him to pursue his education and ultimately become a contributing member of society. In time, senior police officials in various sectors became aware of his benevolent actions and expressed admiration for his character, wishing to hold a commendation ceremony to honor his commendable deeds. Yet, Fang Jing vehemently declined this gesture, asserting that his sole motivation was to assist the boy, devoid of any desire for public recognition. He believed such an acknowledgement would bear a negative influence on both himself and the child. Consequently, the police respected the newly appointed director's wishes and maintained confidentiality regarding the matter. In the ensuing years, he continued to find ways to anonymously support numerous parentless children across the nation, enabling them to complete their education through university, having aided over a dozen children in total. In 2006, he actively participated in enhancing the ideological and ethical framework of the police force, advocating for, while a portion of the entire account comprises standard phrases. It does not diminish my astonishment at his generosity towards Wu Xiuesheng and the other numerous children without families. It was revealed that he shared a connection with Wu Xiuesheng. No wonder so few knew of this affair. It had remained undisclosed at his request, recorded as a secret within his file, accessible only to select individuals within the police department. Yet, he managed to support more than 10 children. As a police chief, his integrity and incorruptibility raise questions about the source of such funds to assist Wu Xiuesheng. The financial requirements for supporting an adult through university are substantial, let alone for over 10 children. He had never mentioned this to me, which struck me as peculiar. Why the silence? Was he concerned I might suspect his motives for sharing such information were impure? Or perhaps he feared I would question the origins of his financial means? I resolved to inquire with the teacher the following day, just as I was about to shut my computer and retire for the night. Ouyang Qian suddenly sent me another message. Captain Xiao, have you finished reading? I looked through Director Fang Jing's file yesterday and found him to be an extraordinary person. This esteemed director, so just and incorruptible, even uses his meager salary to support those unable to attend school. He is truly a saint. Upon reading Ouyang Qian's message, I silently shook my head in disagreement. I sensed that this matter is far from simple. Indeed, he has always been the most esteemed teacher in my heart. I expressed this sentiment in writing on my computer. Although I harbored such thoughts, I nonetheless chose to concur with her words. I noted this down on my device. Furthermore, yesterday I engaged in a conversation with a senior colleague about him. who spoke of him with profound admiration. He remarked that the former director was a man who cherished his wife dearly, yet even when she fell gravely ill, he did not abandon his post. Illness? The teacher's wife once suffered from illness? Why was I completely unaware of this? I inquired in astonishment. Chapter 30. The hidden truth behind everything you truly remain unaware? Yet, it is understandable that esteemed elder once mentioned to me that many young individuals are not well acquainted with the achievements of the former director in his prime. His demeanor was remarkably modest, never wishing to unveil his private life to others, which naturally explains why he has not shared this with you. She sent me a rather proud expression. He certainly hasn't confided in you about these matters, has he? Now, I find myself privy to knowledge that precedes yours. Ouyang Qian displayed an air of superiority. As I gazed at the text on the computer screen, I silently reminded myself to directly inquire with my mentor's wife about this matter. The following day, after greeting my teacher upstairs, I descended to the small shop below in hopes of having a chat with her. Upon seeing her, she was engaged in inventory with another staff member. I had always been curious as to why my teacher never participated in managing the shop alongside her. As it seemed, I perpetually witnessed her and the other employees diligently at work, yet my teacher was a rare sight. Since I had arrived at this thought, I decided to directly pose the question to her. He always has his own affairs to attend to. I don't concern myself with him. After all, the shop has several helpers now, and I'm not so busy every day, was her response. Having completed the inventory, she guided me into the storage room, where we found 2 stools and sat down together. Did you come to see me for something specific today? She inquired, casually retrieving a bottle of drink from a box and handing it to me. I accepted the beverage, took a symbolic sip after opening it, and then said, Mentor's wife, I wish to ask you something. Please don't be upset realizing the matter pertained to personal privacy. My tone was tinged with awkwardness. Oh dear, if there's an issue, just say it. Why are you behaving like a timid schoolboy? She remarked, a hint of annoyance crossing her features as she observed my hesitance. Mentor's wife, did you ever suffer from a serious illness? I bit the bullet and asked directly. A serious illness? You mean me? Didn't old Fong mention it to you? I thought, given your familiarity, he would have brought it up, she replied. I shook my head. No. My teacher and I seldom discuss family matters at the precinct. Oh, I see. What prompted you to ask such a question? A trace of bitterness flickered across her face, as if she were confronted with less than pleasant memories. That was back in 1993. I fell gravely ill. It was cancer, breast cancer. I was barely in my 20s at the time, and it just so happened that my workplace organized a health examination, which revealed the tumor within me. I was taken aback. So it was cancer. Such a significant event had transpired in the life of my mentor's wife. Yet my teacher had never mentioned it to me. However, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary for her to share such personal matters. After all, it was a family illness, and there was no need to broadcast it as if seeking solace. Moreover, a person like the teacher, who is unwilling to live by the whims of others, would certainly not do so. Lao Fong, in a state of urgency, swiftly took leave and rushed home, insisting that I be hospitalized for treatment and an assessment of the tumor's spread. Fortunately, the tumor was detected at an early stage and was not deemed excessively severe. The doctor assured us that after surgical removal, conservative treatment could be implemented, presenting a substantial chance of recovery. Although I was aware that my mentor's wife was currently in good health, my heart still tightened at the recollection of her past condition. However, despite this glimmer of hope, the medical expenses remained exorbitantly high. The costs of medication, surgery, and hospitalization amounted to several $100,000, a staggering sum for our family at that time. I suggested to Lao Fong that perhaps I could forego hospitalization after the surgery and recuperate at home. He paused for a moment, a warm smile illuminating his face, as if recalling bittersweet, yet joyous memories. Lao Fong insisted that I must undergo treatment, even declaring he would beg on the streets if necessary to secure the funds for my care. His words filled me with a mix of happiness and sorrow. I felt profound love emanating from the man before me, yet our financial situation was undeniably precarious. Ultimately, I was unaware of how he managed to gather the necessary funds for the surgery and cancer medication, but I was hospitalized for the operation and treatment, and my recovery was remarkable. Within less than a year of treatment, the tumor had completely vanished, and I was discharged, healed. Upon hearing the mentor's wife's account, my respect for the teacher deepened. In the face of serious illness, his unwavering commitment to his beloved exemplified true masculinity. Nonetheless, a question began to gnaw at my mind, invoking a sense of foreboding. Mentor's wife, did you ever inquire how your husband amassed the substantial sum for your treatment? I asked. She gazed at me, equally puzzled, and replied, I have always been curious. I asked him, and he claimed to have taken a loan from the bank, leveraging his position as a police officer to appeal to higher-ups for a larger loan to cover the medical expenses. The remaining amount would be repaid gradually. Did you believe him? He is my husband, the man destined to accompany me for a lifetime, who stood by me unwaveringly during my battle with cancer. I had no reason to doubt him, she asserted, her eyes gleaming with resolute trust. Observing her serious demeanor, I nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Yet my mind had already formed its own conclusions. From her description, it was evident that her trust in this man was boundless. For two individuals entwined in a shared life, suspicion is the greatest adversary. Nevertheless, the exorbitant costs incurred for her cancer treatment, as well as the expenses later incurred for the assistance of over a dozen children, were not sums easily procured by an ordinary police family. Moreover, it was during the period when the teacher's wife fell ill that we found ourselves on the cusp of a pivotal moment in the human trafficking case, which occurred in 1993. At that time, the teacher and his team had just apprehended a suspect and obtained a confession. Yet they were unable to proceed further with the investigation due to the inability to contact his superior. It was precisely during this critical juncture that the teacher found himself in dire need of funds. There must be something amiss with him. However, I resolved to keep my thoughts on this matter to myself, ensuring that I would not raise any alarms. Chapter 31. A glimmer of hope. I concocted a casual excuse to slip away from my mentor's side, and before departing, I implored her not to inform my teacher about my inquiries concerning her health. After all, it pertained to your family's privacy, did it not? I wished to avoid any awkwardness, as the thought of incurring my teacher's displeasure was quite unsettling. With a cheerful grin, I assured my mentor. I promise I won't mention it. Very well, I shall remain silent, she replied, her trust in me unwavering. After leaving the small shop run by my mentor, I wandered aimlessly through the streets, burdened by a growing sense of unease. The current circumstances only served to amplify my suspicions regarding my teacher. Firstly, during our recent discussion about the kidnapping case from years past, he failed to address the issue of the gender ratio in child trafficking. Typically, the trafficking of boys exceeds that of girls. However, in this particular case, an astonishing 80% of the abducted children were female. Secondly, he mentioned Wu Xuexing, recounting how he personally rescued him from the clutches of traffickers. Yet, he deliberately concealed the fact that he had funded Wu Xuexing's education and had offered financial support to over 10 other children. The sum of this money, combined with the expenses incurred for my mentor's cancer treatment, amounted to an astronomical figure, even for an ordinary police officer, let alone a newly appointed chief. Where did this wealth originate? Could it be that he genuinely sought permission from his superiors to secure significant loans from the bank? Unlikely. Lastly, I pondered the connection between Wu Xuexing and my teacher. Initially, I struggled to comprehend why Wu Xuexing would urge me, just before his untimely demise, to investigate Fong Jing specifically. However, as I delved deeper into these intertwined relationships, a notion began to crystallize in my mind. It seemed that after being rescued by my teacher, Wu Xuexing developed a profound bond with him. Whether rooted in gratitude or admiration, their connection grew remarkably close. Indeed, records indicated that my teacher treated Wu Xuexing as if he were his own son. Hence, it was conceivable that as their familiarity deepened, Wu Xuexing began to view Fong Jing as a paternal figure. Gradually, he emerged from the shadows of his past, engaging earnestly in his studies and embracing a new life. Yet, everything changed when he inadvertently uncovered my teacher's secret, a revelation that shattered the idealized image he held. The realization that the benevolent officer who had once saved him could harbor such darkness was unbearable. He felt as though he were ensnared in a kaleidoscope of evil and ugliness, where every angle revealed the sinister blossoms of humanity's depravity. Abandoned by his parents in his childhood, he endured a life of solitude alongside other parentless children in an orphanage. The couple who eventually adopted him appeared to be a loving pair. However, as he matured, his adoptive father revealed himself to be a vile, depraved figure, tormenting both himself and his adoptive mother through his insatiable alcoholism. After committing murder, he emerged from a juvenile detention center, only to find a police officer willing to assist him, a young killer in need of guidance. Initially believing he had encountered a benefactor, he was horrified to discover that this officer was engaged in nefarious activities behind closed doors. Overwhelmed by despair, he came to recognize the grim truth of the world, a grotesque kaleidoscope of ugliness. Resolute in his decision to escape this reality, he departed from Fong Jing, vanishing from that life forever. Now, the once tormented Wu Xuexing had morphed into a demon. With years of meticulous planning, he prepared to unveil the sordid truths hidden beneath the surface, transforming himself into a chilling harbinger of death. His mission was successful, and upon encountering me, he deemed me a trustworthy confidant. He imparted his intentions to pursue Fong Jing before tragically taking his own life before my eyes. When I regained my senses, I stood on the street, the cold wind biting at me, my hands trembling violently from the shock. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Tears welled up in my eyes as vivid memories of my time with the teacher surged forth, moments filled with respect and trust, much like Wu Xuexing's feelings towards this man. Yet now, I found myself confronting him as an adversary, intent on unraveling his deceit and stripping away his mask. I closed my eyes, clenching my fists tightly. Come, teacher. Let us settle this once and for all. I returned to my hotel, indulging in a soothing hot shower before donning my clothes, preparing to visit the teacher's home. I wished to conceal my unease. Just as I was about to leave, a phone call interrupted me. I recognized it as a new number belonging to Ouyang Qian. Xiao Qian, what brings you to call me now? Captain Xiao, I must inform you of something urgent. Her voice crackled with anxiety on the other end. What has happened? What have you uncovered? It's rather peculiar. Today, the Vietnamese police reported that after a thorough joint investigation, they discovered numerous Chinese families living along the Vietnam border for over 20 years. However, none of these families admitted to having purchased abducted children. Stunned, I struggled to comprehend this revelation. How is that possible? Have you conducted DNA comparisons? The DNA matching process was remarkably straightforward, as they were indeed their biological children. Samples could be retrieved directly from the gene bank for comparison. The data indicates a complete match. How is this possible? Could it be that they have transported all the abducted Chinese children to the heart of Vietnam for sale? This is implausible, Captain Xiao. The Vietnamese police have informed us that there is no custom among the Vietnamese to purchase children from others, especially those trafficked from China. There are no Chinese individuals buying children. Over 80% of the girls, along the coastal borders, wait, cross-border transactions. A significant number of girls. I understand. I have discerned the true purpose behind their child trafficking. Chapter 32. The ugly truth. I have discerned the true purpose behind their abduction of children. In a fit of excitement, I exclaimed loudly. On the other end of the line, Ouyang Qian seemed startled, unable to respond for a while. Captain Xiao, why did you shout like that? You scared me. Ouyang Qian said, half in complaint. Qian, listen to me. I wonder if you noticed during your investigation that the gender ratio of abducted children starkly contrasts with that of typical trafficking cases. In that series of abductions from years past, females comprised over 80%. This figure is exceedingly suspicious. Well, we did take note of that. However, we seem to have gone astray. Even the traffickers believe they are delivering the abducted children to higher-ups, who then leverage their connections to find suitable buyers. I swallowed hard, my words tumbling out too quickly. In truth, their actual intent is not merely to sell the children to buyers, but to brothels, or rather, to wealthy elites. Captain Xiao, what are you saying? How does this relate to brothels? These children, all under the age of 3, would be sold to brothels, trained to become instruments of prostitution. If I were to entertain a darker thought, they might even be treated as sexual commodities, sold to exceedingly wealthy patrons. And after a few years of conditioning, could become their sexual slaves, their tools. I was taken aback by my own disturbing thoughts. So, are you implying that there are individuals who particularly desire to engage with young children in that manner? Who are these people, and what justifies such abhorrent behavior? They are likely some affluent individuals, both domestic and overseas, who have amassed considerable wealth. In an era where the law was insufficiently robust and forensic technology was rudimentary, they exploited their capital to fulfill their depraved desires. I could sense Ouyang Qian's discomfort from the other end of the line. Sexual slaves, child slaves, instruments of gratification. The purest of children being molded into tools for flesh trade, becoming playthings for wealthy men. This was a reality too grim for a newcomer to the police force to bear. Captain Xiao, they are still just children under 3. Why would anyone do such a thing? Why not target slightly older children? That way, they could require less time for training, making it easier. It was evident that Ouyang Qian was still attempting to refute my theory. I acknowledged that my thoughts were impulsive. I had merely seized upon a moment of inspiration, and there remained numerous gaps in my reasoning. Yet, this was the answer I held most firmly in my heart. All the characteristics of trafficking cases were present, save for the gender ratio and the fact that not a single child from border families in China had been abducted. These two discrepancies failed to uphold the entire premise. Thus, as long as even one aspect fell short, I could not continue to believe that this was merely a series of ordinary trafficking cases. In response to Ouyang Qian's inquiry, I continued, firstly, older children are not easily deceived. They have developed a certain level of caution and may even contemplate escape. Secondly, the cultivation of young children is inherently a long-term endeavor, and some individuals perceive it as a lucrative investment. They anticipate reaping unimaginable wealth over the next decade through this investment. Consider the fate of young girls, barely in their teens, groomed to become prostitutes. Are they not the very object of desire for a segment of men? Ultimately, they could harness this advantage to cultivate a cadre of high-class prostitutes, evolving it into a noble form of service, thereby marketing it to the affluent upper class who possess substantial financial resources. This would enable them to cater to various socio-economic strata. After I articulated my thoughts, Ouyang Qian remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating my words. Eventually, her voice emerged over the line. According to Captain Xiao, the allure and returns of such long-term investments are indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. However, the risks entailed in such investments are equally unfathomable. This conduct is not only illegal, but also profoundly antisocial and inhumane. What confidence do they possess to ensure that they will not be discovered? Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's remarks, I recalled the inexplicable wealth amassed by my teacher, and a wave of disdain washed over me, prompting a derisive snort. Human nature, in the face of money, is akin to excrement. I refrained from further elaborating to Ouyang Qian, as I required her assistance in conveying my thoughts to other police colleagues and conducting investigations in line with my perspective. After all, my ideas necessitate substantial evidence for validation. Xiao Qian, please communicate my thoughts to our comrades in Vietnam. Urge them, with the assistance of the Vietnamese police, to investigate areas near the border or regions with a significant Chinese population, identifying large brothels or underground establishments, and inquiring about the circumstances of prostitutes around the age of 22. We must ascertain whether they hail from China, whether they have been trafficked here, if they endured abuse during their formative years, or if they were groomed for prostitution, and whether they experienced frequent sexual exploitation in their youth. Furthermore, we need to investigate the origins of the brothel owners, determining whether they established these establishments over 2 decades ago. Before commencing the investigation, it is imperative not to alert our adversaries. Our opponents are likely high-capital criminal syndicates, undoubtedly possessing their own armed personnel. Thus, it is essential to conceal our identities until we ascertain the facts. Finally, should we confirm our targets? I gripped my phone tightly, my gaze radiating ferocity. We must directly contact the armed police and eradicate them all. If they resist with force, eliminate them without hesitation. There is no need to show mercy to these scum. Understood, Captain Xiao. I shall proceed immediately. Ouyang Qian hung up the phone, leaving only the sound of the dialed tone in her wake. A sudden wave of weakness washed over me, compelling me to sink onto the edge of the bed. Although I had articulated this analysis myself, I still clung to the hope that it was merely a figment of my imagination. Otherwise, I shut my eyes. Memories of the cherubic faces that appeared in the files flooding my mind. Yet, in an instant, they were ensnared by shadowy hands, rendered helpless to flee or cry for help, left to endure the ceaseless torment inflicted by those adults. It was revolting. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of disgust at the very nature of my existence. Chapter 33, Confrontation. After a considerable time, I finally emerged from that nauseating sensation. I forced myself to stand, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of filth clinging to my being, compelling me to seek solace in the bathroom for a cleansing shower. Yet, recalling that I had recently indulged in such a ritual, I found myself returning to the edge of the bed. My gaze fell upon the phone that had tumbled to the floor and the open laptop, then drifted to the throngs of people traversing the street outside, and finally settled on the dim, oppressive ceiling above me, all of which felt strikingly alien. I wished fervently that my thoughts were mere fabrications. However, faced with the undeniable evidence laid bare before me, I found it impossible to persuade myself otherwise. My mind was consumed with thoughts of those children, born into a world where they would be condemned to a life as sexual slaves, crafted into playthings for others, destined to serve nefarious purposes, and forced to exist in cramped, damp rentals alongside other unfortunate souls. Even in their innocent ignorance, they were subjected daily to the relentless torment of bizarre individuals, inflicting suffering in incomprehensible ways. At that moment, my mind was inundated with grotesque images of men's repugnant anatomies violating the still-developing bodies of girls and boys, their cries of agony echoing in my consciousness. And for all this torment, the currency of exchange was money. Now, I finally comprehended why my teacher had tirelessly endeavored to aid the homeless children, why he embodied such kindness in his later life, and why he had fervently pursued those cases in his youth. He was seeking redemption. He tortured himself to atone for the transgressions of his past. He understood that accepting money resulted in countless children being denied salvation, falling prey to malevolent forces. He also recognized that refusing the money would mean his beloved wife would succumb to the threat of cancer. Thus, he ultimately chose his cherished love. Those who perpetrate heinous acts, riding roughshod over the police, transcending the bounds of law and humanity, exist because of individuals like my teacher. I believe that my teacher was merely a minuscule cog in their vast network of corruption. I dare not speculate whether the entire judicial chain had been monopolized by their ilk. No wonder Wu Shueshing uttered such words to me before his demise. Moreover, this implicates the interests of many high-ranking officials within the police force. It is hardly surprising that he would sacrifice his life, employing a shocking murder case to capture our attention, hoping to unveil this clandestine conspiracy to the world through our efforts. No wonder. Even as we had suggested that the kidnapping case from years past harbored significant secrets, the upper echelons still failed to accord it the attention it rightfully deserved. They were acutely aware of the intricate web of interests within, cognizant of the deeds they had committed in the past. They believed they had merely accepted sums of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions, failing to realize they were nurturing a breeding ground for crime. casting those unfortunate children into an abyss of despair. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. I shook my head, striving to extricate myself from these haunting thoughts that lingered in my mind. Unbeknownst to myself, I extracted my police badge from my pocket. Gazing at my photograph, I reflected on the name Xiaofeng, my heart swelling with a myriad of emotions. I am a police officer, though merely a humble constable. My duty is to liberate those still ensnared in the abyss of suffering, to unveil the nefarious veils of corruption, and to strip away the masks of hypocrisy worn by many. I recalled my first day at the police station, where all stood beneath the vibrant 5-star red flag, fists raised to my forehead, pledging an oath that would resonate throughout my life. I swear to dedicate myself to the noble cause of public security in the People's Republic of China, to remain steadfastly loyal to the party, to serve the people, to enforce justice, to uphold discipline, and to strive unrelentingly as a builder and defender of China, working diligently to maintain social stability, promote fairness and justice, and ensure the people's peace and prosperity. I rose, lowered my gaze, relinquished all thoughts in my mind, then opened the door and stepped out of the small bedroom. I was determined to confront my teacher face to face. As I ventured onto the street, the biting winter wind howled mercilessly. Though it was daytime, the sky was shrouded in a blanket of black clouds, obscuring the sun. I arrived at my teacher's residence, where the door stood firmly shut. I knocked, and it wasn't long before someone came to answer. It was he, Teacher Fang Jing. Xiaofeng, where have you run off to today? You came by this morning just to vanish. Really? He chided upon seeing me. Faced with his inquiry, I found myself momentarily at a loss. A surge of anxiety coursed through me, and I could distinctly hear the pounding of my own heart. Xiaofeng, what's the matter? Why are you standing there in a daze? Come inside, he urged, turning to lead me through the door. I followed him in a daze. In the kitchen, something simmered in the pot, releasing warm steam into the air. As dusk approached, the living room lights flickered on, casting a soft, golden glow through the window. I could see the trees outside swaying wildly in the wind. Observing my teacher's silhouette, my heart twisted in anguish. Why did you do this? I gritted my teeth, managing to voice a few words. Upon hearing me, he halted, turning to meet my gaze with eyes clouded and bloodshot. Thus, we stood in an endless silence, facing one another, a young police officer, a student, once filled with utmost respect for this elderly man, and a retired chief, a teacher who had always regarded this young man as his own son. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. You know everything, don't you? Huh. I suspected your recent visits were not devoid of ulterior motives. No, I am unaware. I know nothing at all. Look at you. You've already betrayed yourself. I glanced into his bloodshot eyes as I spoke. Take a look in the mirror. See the bloodshot hue in your own eyes. You must have had sleepless nights lately. Feeling rather tense, I presume? Are you apprehensive about your students uncovering the transgressions of your past? Do you find yourself striving to recall whether you have uttered anything amiss that might have incited my suspicion? The tension that once enveloped me has dissipated. With an expression of utter indifference, I articulated these words devoid of emotion, for I was no longer confronting my teacher, but rather Fang Jing. He exhaled deeply, the wrinkles on his face becoming pronounced, as if he had suddenly aged a decade. Chapter 34, the final confrontation. Indeed, these matters cannot escape your discerning gaze. After all, I have personally nurtured you as my student. You are undoubtedly well acquainted with my experiences and character. He gazed intently into my eyes once more, as if attempting to penetrate my very soul. In those days, in a bid to treat the teacher's wife as cancer, you reluctantly accepted their money, did you not? It was you who, in a desperate attempt to save your beloved, sacrificed so many unfortunate children. They were captured, stranded in a foreign land without kin, surrounded by demons eager to exploit their vulnerability. My words grew increasingly fervent, my voice rising in intensity. It was indeed you who acted as their lookout, enabling them to evade the police's scrutiny and continue to procure those innocent children from you. You were bribed because you were the least suspicious figure at that time, and you were also the one most in need of financial assistance. How could a mere police officer easily arouse other suspicions? Thus, they merely required you to intentionally overlook certain data during the investigation, altering key elements, rendering the police incapable of uncovering the whereabouts of their higher-ups, was it not? You were, in truth, the mole within the police, dear teacher. That day, you confessed to me that you later, with the aid of Brother K, apprehended nearly all the traffickers active in S City and Cheng County, thereby reducing the crime rate to its lowest. In reality, that was far from the truth, was it not? It was merely due to the bribery of your superiors, who feared that their grand plan might be exposed, and thus, by leveraging your assistance, they sought to eliminate those traffickers posing a threat, just in case. Fang Jing stood before me, silent. He was waiting for the moment I would falter. A cunning and sly individual. I did not retract my words. I had to press on, continuing with, Brother K, in fact, knew how to contact his superiors. However, to protect his own position, He merely needed to conspire with you to weave this perfect lie under the glaring eyes of the police. He looked at me, his expression unwavering. I paused momentarily to catch my breath. Tell me, where, pray tell, did the funds for the treatment of the teacher's wife originate? Or the funds you utilized to assist those orphaned children in completing their education, where did they come from? After listening to my fervent discourse, Fong Jing finally stirred. He raised his right hand and scratched his graying hair. Xiaofeng, do you know? At that time, I had no choice. Tears shimmered in his eyes. That year, your teacher's wife was diagnosed with cancer. The doctor pulled me aside and informed me that the patient's tumor situation was relatively stable. Yet there was still a tendency for further metastasis. Hence, treatment and long-term care were imperative, or the patient would soon face the brink of death. Treatment is essential, and I am acutely aware of this. However, do you comprehend the exorbitant costs associated with medical care? A mere box of anti-cancer medication, containing just 3 pills, demands an astounding sum of 20,000. Let us not even broach the subject of the exorbitant hospitalization and surgical expenses. Fong Jing covered his face with his hands. I am left with no choice. She is my wife, my beloved, the one I am destined to protect for a lifetime. I cannot bear to watch her perish before my very eyes. I need money. I must acquire funds. I reassured her not to worry, to focus on her recovery in the hospital, while I would handle the financial matters. Yet, I found myself unable to procure the necessary funds. Soon, we had nearly exhausted all our savings. Consequently, I began to borrow money from every possible source, even taking out loans from the bank. But still, it was woefully insufficient. As I gazed at her frail form in the hospital bed, despair began to envelop me. Until one day, a man approached me. He carried an aluminum briefcase and arranged a private meeting. Upon opening the case, he revealed it was filled with red 100 yuan notes. The man informed me that there were 300,000 yuan within, and if I was willing to assist them, it would be mine. His expression reflected profound regret and helplessness. Should I succeed in fulfilling their requests, an additional 300,000 would be granted, totaling 600,000 yuan in cash. I inquired about their demands, but fell silent, taken aback by the nature of their request. The consequences of being discovered would be dire, death. I returned home and pondered for a considerable time. Yet, upon witnessing my wife's pale countenance, having gone days without her medication, I hastily re-established contact with the man and acquiesced to his demands. I expressed my willingness to undertake their tasks. Thus, I complied with their requests, fabricating portions of case files and colluding with K to concoct falsehoods. I became their lookout and a guardian of their nefarious deeds. I stood there, my body trembling slightly. He was confessing, wasn't he? He was acknowledging the crimes he had committed before me. And then, did you later learn the true purpose behind their abduction of children? I inquired. Yes, I learned later, from K himself. He revealed that the majority of the children they kidnapped were girls, and they were not sold to childless families. Rather, they were predominantly sent abroad as instruments of prostitution. Do you regret it? Are you aware of the plight of those children? From the moment they are born, they are stripped of their rights, destined to become the playthings and slaves of others. Are you satisfied now? I shouted at him, my heart brimming with rage and indignation. At that moment, Fong Jing resembled a deflated balloon, succumbing to despair. He bowed his head, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Suddenly, he appeared to regain his composure, lifting his head with an expression once again brimming with confidence. His demeanor left me momentarily stunned, a sense of anxiety creeping back into my heart. It seems I have once again become his student, while he has transformed into my teacher. You know, Xiaofeng, he gazed at me and spoke slowly. You have always harbored an old flaw, something I have endeavored to impart to you for quite some time, yet regrettably, you have failed to learn from it. You should not reveal all your clues and trump cards to your adversary at once, for it would be all too easy for you to find yourself in a disadvantageous position. I could feel a surge of fervor rising within me. But you have no evidence, I retorted. A faint smile played upon his lips. Chapter 35, Despair and Hope. His words struck me like a thunderous clap, reverberating ominously within my mind. In an instant, my thoughts became a blank slate. I began to retrace the threads of the case in my previous deductions, only to discover that there was not a single piece of direct evidence to substantiate the allegations against Fong Jing. The cash transactions from years past revealed no clear source of funds. As for Kogu, he was even less likely to admit to collusion with Fong Jing. Among all the officers involved in the investigation at the time, they unanimously regarded Fong Jing as a diligent and commendable policeman. There was no evidence, not a shred of direct evidence. Even if there had been, it would have long since been lost in the torrent of time, meticulously erased by him or his accomplices. I stood there, momentarily paralyzed, engulfed in confusion. The man before me seemed like a grotesque creature with multiple faces. First, he humbly confessed to his wrongdoings, only to subsequently hurl me back to square one with baseless assertions. I had presumed he possessed the most fundamental principles of humanity. I believed that, deep within his heart, A trace of purity remained. I had thought his acts of kindness towards orphan children stemmed from genuine benevolence. How wrong I was. I was profoundly mistaken. Fang Jing approached and patted my shoulder, resembling a victor basking in the glory of triumph, offering comfort from an elevated stance to the vanquished me. I still could not unveil this shroud of darkness. I couldn't even conquer this minor piece of the puzzle. I was incapable of fulfilling Wu Shui's dying request. He had overestimated my capabilities. I remained powerless to rescue those children ensnared in peril. A wave of disappointment washed over me. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly. It was the teacher's wife returning. She burst into the room with exuberance, only to find us two oddly positioned in the guest room, silently gazing at one another. "Oh, what are you two up to? Quarreling? Come on, don't just stand there like fools. Sit down and watch some television. I'll prepare something for you," she said, utterly oblivious to the tension that had transpired between us. Fang Jing glanced at her, then at me, and spoke with an air of disdain. "No need. He is about to leave." "Eh? What is the matter? Xiaofeng isn't staying for dinner today?" The teacher's wife asked, her face a mask of confusion as she regarded me. I glared fiercely at Fang Jing, my fist clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into my flesh. "Yes, I'm here to bid farewell. I have matters to attend to at the precinct. I must return promptly." Teacher's wife. "I have truly enjoyed my time here and relished the meals you prepared. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days." With that, I turned and abruptly opened the door, escaping the suffocating confines of the small room. Behind me, I heard the teacher's wife calling out, "Xiaofeng, why not stay for dinner first? This child, how can he leave just like that?" I nearly sprinted out of the complex. I yearned to distance myself from this place. I wanted to flee. I had been utterly defeated. At this moment, I was nothing but a deserter. I yearned to return to my city, to reclaim my modest role as a police officer. I swiftly booked a train ticket back to S on my phone and hurried home to gather my belongings. Soon, I found myself aboard a bus headed for the train station. I no longer wished to be entangled in this case. I felt utterly incapable of uncovering the truth concealed beneath layers of deception, unable to trace the fundamental web of interests at play. Suddenly, I recalled the police comrades still in Vietnam. In my fervor, I had nearly forgotten their existence. They had not relinquished hope. They remained steadfast on that foreign soil, diligently investigating the truths hidden behind it all. They were striving to dismantle this towering edifice of corruption. And there was Ouyang Qian, undoubtedly still in Vietnam, working alongside them. This passionate intern must be on the verge of securing a permanent position soon. They had not given up. What right did I have to do so? I resolved to stay. Fang Jing had just confessed to his past transgressions, further affirming the validity of my deductions. If my reasoning was sound, then they would surely uncover leads in Vietnam. There was still hope, for I had my comrades supporting me. The individuals entrenched in the web of financial gain were merely self-serving. They were but a disjointed collective, devoid of loyalty, ready to betray their allies for profit. If material evidence eluded us, we would seek out witnesses. We would identify the individual most directly linked to the interests of this case. With this thought, I felt ashamed of my previous despondency. I immediately instructed the driver to halt and leapt from the bus. I would wait. I would return to that hotel to continue surveilling Fang Jing. If they made progress, he would likely reveal his hand through a series of actions. I had to remain vigilant, waiting for him to expose his true intentions. Thus, 5 days passed. I did not venture outside, but rather meticulously monitored the comings and goings at Fang Jing's residential complex, assessing whether he harbored any thoughts of escape. Each time he left his home, I stealthily followed behind, closely observing his movements. Simultaneously, I consistently gathered updates from Ouyang Qian regarding their operations. To my surprise, their endeavors were remarkably successful. Following my lead and collaborating with the local police in Vietnam, they quickly located the largest underground brothel in the area. They established contact with several young women, including male prostitutes, who had indeed been trafficked to that place. Furthermore, they discovered that this brothel was closely linked to local organized crime, receiving protection from these syndicates. According to information gathered from several apprehended gang members, the leader of this criminal organization frequently associated with a Chinese individual, who was likely the investor behind the establishment of the brothel. Thus, the Vietnamese police, in collaboration with their Chinese counterparts and with the assistance of the armed forces, jointly dismantled a notorious establishment deeply entrenched in organized crime, gambling, drug trafficking, and illicit activities. The sheer magnitude of this brothel was beyond imagination. It had nearly acquired the scale of a small local city, constructing a lavish edifice under the guise of creating a palatial landscape. Within its opulent walls, one could find swimming pools, fountains, and an array of entertainment facilities. Many affluent capitalists even regarded this place as a favored retreat for leisure and relaxation. Chapter 36. Pursuit surrounded by a throng of prostitutes, each meticulously cultivated from birth to serve men, and flanked by a crystalline swimming pool and picturesque forests. One could scarcely believe the grandeur of this establishment. The accommodations rivaled those of a presidential suite in a five-star hotel. The scale of this operation left the participating police forces utterly astounded, an unprecedented spectacle, both unseen and unheard of. It is said that spending a single night here could cost upwards of an exorbitant 100,000. Funded by affluent capitalists, this criminal organization boasted sophisticated equipment and was well trained, resulting in significant casualties among the elite armed police during the raid on the brothel. Yet, their sacrifices were not in vain, as they swiftly apprehended the leader of the syndicate. Through interrogation, they endeavored to uncover the identities of those financing him. But the cunning of this individual rendered the leader oblivious to the truth. Consequently, the police abandoned their inquiries and instead instructed him to summon the financier under the pretense of discussing a pressing matter regarding the brothel's armed personnel, one that involved a substantial sum of money. This is the entirety of the information I gleaned from Ouyang Qian regarding the situation at the forefront. They were currently awaiting the arrival of this enigmatic figure while I, situated thousands of miles away in City C, remained vigilant over Fang Jing's movements. I cannot deny the thrill that coursed through me with each piece of news, coupled with an overwhelming sense of astonishment. I had surmised that the scale of the brothel would be considerable, yet the revelations from Ouyang Qian far surpassed my imagination. This criminal gang, operating for over 2 decades, had trafficked countless young girls, bribed officials from various institutions, and even established their own armed syndicate in Vietnam. It is undeniable that the founder of this organization possessed a remarkable business acumen. He undoubtedly amassed great wealth, indulging in a life of luxury and debauchery that could last a lifetime. However, I am certain that this chapter is nearing its conclusion. On the morning of the 4th day, Fang Jing left his residence as per usual, though this time he appeared noticeably anxious. He donned a backpack and a cap, presenting a stark contrast to his typical demeanor. I sensed that an opportunity might be at hand. Ouyang Qian likely apprehended someone pivotal within the chain. Those once entangled in this case would find no escape. As the saying goes, to keep a secret, one must avoid wrongdoing. I hurried downstairs and spotted him crossing the street, boarding a car that had just come to a halt. I couldn't help but smirk at the thought of his escape. I immediately hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to follow the vehicle Fang Jing had entered. The cab driver regarded me with a puzzled expression. What is this? A scene from a movie? I promptly revealed my police badge. You are indeed encountering the real thing. Hurry, no time for dilly-dallying. It is fortunate that your vehicle has not been requisitioned. The driver, understanding the gravity of the moment, pressed the accelerator, closely tailing the passenger bus ahead. My phone chimed in my pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, I saw it was a call from Ouyang Qian. It seemed we were onto something. I promptly answered, hello. Captain Xiao, we VE apprehended him. We VE captured the suspect. He is a Chinese national named Huang Yaojin, and he has already been brought into the interrogation room. Our comrades are currently questioning him. A weight lifted from my heart. Force his mouth open, employ any means necessary. Even if it requires coercive interrogation, extract every detail. Uncover all individuals connected to this case. I shouted into the phone. All right, Captain Xiao, no need to get overly excited. We will certainly succeed. With that, Ouyang Qian ended the call. I set my phone down, my gaze fixed intently on the bus ahead. Fang Jing, this time I shall see how you refute the evidence. The bus came to a halt outside the Sea City train station, and soon after, Fang Jing disembarked. I quickly settled the fare with the taxi driver and dashed outside. Hey, officer. I heard the driver call after me, but I had no time to spare. I sprinted directly towards Fang Jing, intent on subduing him on the spot. However, he soon noticed me, his face registering surprise. In an instant, Fang Jing discarded his backpack and heavy clothing, accelerating away in an attempt to escape my pursuit. Fang Jing, you cannot escape. Surrender now. Our team has already apprehended your leader in Vietnam. None of you connected to this case will evade justice. I shouted after the fleeing Fang Jing. He ignored me, continuing his flight into the depths of the train station. No longer attempting to reason with him, I quickened my pace, closely trailing him. Though Fang Jing was in his 50s, he exhibited stamina that belied his age. Weaving through the dense crowd at the station, shoving aside anyone who obstructed his path, I contemplated drawing my firearm to shoot, yet the throng was too dense. A stray bullet could easily harm innocent bystanders. Thus, I refrained. As I pursued him, the biting cold wind sliced across my face, and I began to feel my breath grow labored. He forcefully pushed through the security checkpoint and entered the waiting hall of the train station. I followed closely behind, ignoring the loud reprimands from the security personnel. To my astonishment, Fang Jing traversed the entire waiting hall, directly leaping over the ticket inspection area, heading for the train platform outside. This man has lost his mind. I quickly followed him over the inspection point and soon found myself on the train platform. Yet, Fang Jing was nowhere to be seen. Upon closer inspection, I discovered he had escaped onto the train tracks. Without a moment to ponder, I propelled myself forward with a vigorous sprint, leaping directly from the platform onto the tracks. In a few swift strides, I ascended and grasped Fang Jing's shoulder. At that moment, the train's announcer resonated with a clear voice. The next train is about to arrive. Passengers, please prepare your tickets and queue up at the ticket gate. The announcement repeated, urging everyone to comply. Hearing this news startled me, abruptly diverting my attention. Chapter 37, Life and Death on the Track. Suddenly, my attention was interrupted. And Fong Jing swiftly seized my hand, executing a reverse grip that sent a sharp pain coursing through my palm. My body immediately lost its balance, nearly pulling me to the ground. I quickly freed myself and retaliated with a punch aimed at his head, but he deftly evaded it. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped my neck and swept my legs out from under me, sending me crashing to the ground. It felt as if my mind had gone blank. I was propelled into the air, only to collide violently with the unforgiving steel of the train tracks. The impact was excruciating, nearly rendering me unconscious. Fong Jing tightened his grip around my neck, madness evident in his eyes, which were now bloodshot and devoid of reason. He was relentlessly intent on ending my life. The distant wail of a train horn echoed, growing closer. The train was approaching rapidly, and it was evident that it would not be able to slow down in time upon spotting us. I was on the verge of asphyxiation, his powerful hold constricting my throat, leaving me breathless. Desperately, I struggled, fists clenched, striking his head with all my might. Soon, blood began to flow from his forehead, while my own knuckles were battered and bruised. Taking advantage of his sudden weakening grip, I seized my chance, summoning every ounce of strength to ram my head into his. With a dull thud, it seemed I had thrown him off balance, causing him to sway. I rose to my feet and shouted into the wind, "Give it up. Fong Jing, it's not too late to surrender. The evidence you sought, I did not possess before, but now we have it. Not only do we have it, but we will also ensnare everyone linked to you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will live a life of constant evasion." The train's horn blared again, signaling its imminent arrival, and I could barely make out the glow of its headlights in the distance. I glanced at the approaching train, my heart surprisingly calm. If I were to die, I would seize him before I did. I reached instinctively for my waist, hoping to retrieve my sidearm. But my hand meant nothing. It was empty. A sudden memory struck me, the taxi driver's words as I exited the vehicle. In my haste, I had left my firearm behind. Fong Jing observed me and erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha," he chuckled, feeling the blood on his head and glancing at the train looming closer. Xiao Feng, who could have imagined that it would ultimately be the two of us standing here, confronting the specter of death? Just days ago, we referred to each other as teacher and student, treating one another like family, and now we stand as fugitive and pursuer. His words struck me as absurd. I retorted with a cold smirk, "Fong Jing, I am not like you. If you sincerely confess to me in just a few days, I would still believe that you are the esteemed teacher I once respected. You still possess your own conscience. The bribes you accepted were merely for your wife, to fund her battle against cancer. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, tears welled up in my eyes. However, you are no longer the righteous police officer, filled with a sense of justice, that you once were. You are no longer my teacher. You have become an accomplice to evil, indistinguishable from those who torment children." At that moment, the silhouettes of railway staff and police appeared on the platform, urgently calling for us to vacate the tracks. Fong Jing looked at me, his gaze gradually becoming vacant. "Xiao Feng, just go. Let me stay here alone. I no longer wish to run. I am aware of the sins I have committed, and I know that I can never absolve myself of the evil that taints me. I do not wish to return, to become a laughingstock for those who once respected me as you did. You are absurd." I shouted in anger upon hearing his words. "Will you continue to evade? Like a coward, like a rat, thinking that death will grant you eternal slumber? Let me tell you, even in death, you will find no peace. Not even in hell will you find refuge." The train was already approaching. This metallic beast roared forth with a thunderous horn and winds powerful enough to drag a person beneath it. I gazed at the oncoming train, desperately trying to persuade Fong Jing, who stood on the opposite track. "Get on, teacher. I implore you. Face your transgressions with courage. Quickly ascend to the opposite platform. Do not attempt to flee. Do not evade through death. It is all over." Having said that, I did not look back but instead turned and ran towards the platform. The train had arrived, and I could feel the searing heat of that colossal entity behind me. With a powerful leap, I grasped the edge of the platform, my arms exerting force to hoist myself up. The train, having slowed down, came to a steady halt right behind me. I exhaled deeply, feeling as though I had returned from the brink of death. I immediately stood up, disregarding the blood trickling from my head, and leaped down from the platform once more. Crossing the tracks, vaulting over the stationary train towards the opposite platform. I longed to see him standing there. I wished to avoid witnessing a lifeless body, flung meters away by the train, lying quietly on the tracks. I hoped he would confront it all. My gaze swept over the train, searching desperately, and at last, I spotted him behind the platform. He sat on a bench, head bowed, staring at the ground, hands clasped, his whole being resembling a statue, utterly motionless. After so many days, I finally revealed my most joyful smile. I slowly ascended the platform to stand before him. He lifted his head to look at me, and a smile broke across his face, revealing the creases on his forehead that accompanied his joy. I sank into the seat beside him, exhaling a long sigh. It brings me great joy to see you here, rather than lying on the iron tracks below. He regarded me with warmth, affectionately patting my shoulder, and remarked, I too am delighted to see my student grasping me with such determination. Though it may not be a particularly honorable act, I still feel a sense of pride for you, Xiaofeng. I extended my hand, gripping his hands tightly. I could feel the coldness in the aged wrinkles upon his hands. Come back with me, teacher. Chapter 38, Paradise of Sin. This case is finally approaching its conclusion. While I pursued Fong Jing, my comrades in Vietnam made significant progress. They successfully extracted nearly all the necessary information from the Chinese individual. Naturally, I learned of these revelations promptly upon my return to the precinct, directly from Ouyang Qian. The Chinese man, named Huang Can, was once a prominent real estate mogul in a coastal region. Having secured an extensive array of properties and storefronts, he amassed considerable wealth through rent and real estate transactions, emerging as a successful businessman of substantial means. However, this man was plagued by insatiable lust. He frequently indulged in debauchery with a cadre of like-minded companions, lamenting the scarcity of experienced and skilled courtesans in China, akin to those found abroad. Moreover, they harbored an alarming interest in innocent young girls who had yet to experience the world. Within the circles of these so-called businessmen, a vile notion circulated. If one could procure a virgin during their commercial endeavors and witness the shedding of blood in bed, their future enterprises would undoubtedly flourish and prosper. In light of such depravity, these affluent individuals concocted a sordid scheme. They sought to purchase numerous young girls, around the tender age of 10, abducted from China's more remote regions. Initially, due to limited channels, the girls were reserved for the gratification of their inner circle. Following their exploitation, these children were sold to brothels for a modest profit. As their experience grew, so too did their insatiable demands. They began to pool resources and devised a grander plan. Soon, an idea took shape in their minds. They intended to journey to Vietnam, acquire a sufficiently expansive plot of land, and construct an opulent villa as the cornerstone of their future enterprise, surrounding it with makeshift shelters for the children to reside in. They resolved to recruit individuals to venture into more secluded areas to abduct children as young as 3. Upon receiving these innocents, they would be placed in the shelters surrounding the villa, where a select group of caregivers would nurture and raise them. Once the children reached a certain age, these shameless beasts would subject them to heinous acts, referring to it as deflowering the children, and subsequently train them to become sexual tools, equipping them with the skills needed for future clients. This was an undertaking of immense duration, demanding substantial human, material, and financial resources. Initially, their internal discussions regarding this plan were fraught with significant discord. In order to solidify their resolve, Huangcan enlisted the expertise of an internal market analyst to devise a comprehensive plan addressing the feasibility and profitability of their future endeavors. He assured them that the girls who had been trained would remain available for their selection, potentially even serving as their exclusive submissives. A portion of his business associates acquiesced, agreeing to become long-term investors and beneficiaries of this nefarious scheme. Thus, this grotesque and unimaginable plan was set into motion. They chose Qingyang District in S City, located in the heart of China, as their operational base, having learned of the particularly rampant phenomenon of overpopulation in the area, which indicated a wealth of young children. To evade the attention of law enforcement, they instructed the traffickers to strictly adhere to the characteristics of abduction cases, ensuring that these criminals had no interactions with one another, operating solely in isolation. This misled the police into believing these incidents were unrelated cases of abduction. To guarantee the accurate delivery of their merchandise, they stationed a trusted confidant, known as Keigo, in a remote county not far from S City. The traffickers were directed to deliver the abducted children directly to Keigo, who would then dispatch them to higher-ups, ultimately placing them in Huang Can's hands, from where the children would be smuggled to Vietnam. In truth, even the traffickers themselves were oblivious to the actual objectives of this operation. They genuinely believed they were merely transferring the children to their superiors, who would then sell them to families in need, unaware of the sordid reality lurking beneath the surface. Initially, the plan progressed smoothly. Each year, they received a number of abducted children, successfully sending them to Vietnam for training, until KG's arrest. Panic ensued among Huang Can and his associates, fearing that police might extract crucial information from Keigo. Just as they contemplated abandoning both Keigo and the entire scheme, a new figure emerged in their sight, Fong Jing. They discovered that among the officers investigating the case, one had a wife who had recently been hospitalized with a cancer diagnosis. The exorbitant costs associated with cancer treatment were far beyond the means of an ordinary policeman. They perceived this individual as their potential leverage. In a desperate bid to salvage their plan and avoid the fruitlessness of their past efforts, they approached Fong Jing with the intent to bribe him. Their gamble paid off. Fong Jing quickly accepted their offer, establishing contact with Kegu and concocting falsehoods to assist him in obliterating any connections to his superiors. Thus, their scheme endured, allowing them to proceed without the imminent threat of exposure. Consequently, they concluded their child trafficking operations in Qingyang district, believing they had amassed a sufficient number of victims, and redirected their focus towards investing in the training of these individuals. Within a few years, their venture began to yield substantial profits. Such profits are beyond their wildest imagination. The brothel they operated quickly gained notoriety across the globe. They boasted a collection of young maidens and youths, merely 12 or 13 years of age, possessing remarkable skills in the art of intimacy. The establishment itself was adorned with luxurious amenities and set in a picturesque environment, perfectly catering to the whims and desires of certain individuals. Many affluent entrepreneurs and business magnates flocked to this haven of indulgence, transforming it into their paradise of pleasure. They even entertained dignitaries from significant governmental institutions around the world, some of whom were exceedingly pleased with the services rendered, ultimately becoming regular patrons of this establishment. Chapter 39. Epilogue. Despite facing various challenges during the latter part of their operations, such as attempts by some children to escape and occasional investigations from local authorities and the Chinese police, they took drastic measures against those fleeing. In a bid to serve as a warning to others, they resorted to direct violence. They had learned the art of bribery well, capitalizing on the lucrative returns it offered. Hence, they extended olive branches to certain officials within the Chinese and Vietnamese police and government, showering them with substantial bribes in hopes of evading scrutiny of their brothels. They even went so far as to lavishly compensate local gangs, supplying them with weapons and equipment to shield themselves from disturbances. Thus, this den of depravity transformed into a veritable fortress of hell for the children ensnared within. 2 days later, I returned to the precinct to announce the formal apprehension of Fong Jing. The atmosphere in the station was abuzz with activity, a reflection of the monumental breakthrough in this extensive human trafficking and transnational prostitution case. Journalists eager for leads mingled with diligent officers busy compiling case files, while others prepared to pursue those still at large. Upon learning of my successful capture of Fong Jing, the chief immediately summoned me to his office. The moment I entered, he approached me with an enthusiastic embrace, followed by a hearty slap on the back of my head. His strength was moderate, but it coincided with an existing wound, prompting a sharp gasp of pain from me. The chief paused, swiftly apologizing. Xiao, my apologies. I was unaware of your injury. I managed a wry smile, replying, "It's nothing, just a reminder to be more careful next time. It's from my tussle with Fong Jing on the train tracks." The chief regarded me with admiration, affirming, "Well done, Xiao. I dare say your contributions have been indispensable to this case, including the previous dismemberment incident on February 18th and the subsequent major trafficking operation." He jovially patted my shoulder, proclaiming, "You have now become a role model within our precinct." In response to his words, I offered a noncommittal smile, stating, "I merely provided investigative insights. My role was solely to bring Fong Jing to justice. The true heroes are those comrades who ventured to Vietnam. They deserve all the accolades, especially those who sacrificed their lives." At my words, a new light flickered in the chief's gaze. He nodded in agreement, lamenting, "Indeed, it is tragic to lose such valiant warriors." I looked at him resolutely, asserting, "That is precisely why we must press on, capturing every individual connected to this case. None shall evade our grasp. We cannot allow the sacrifices of our comrades to be in vain. Rest assured, Xiao. We have dispatched a considerable number of personnel and placed those criminals on a nationwide wanted list. As for the senior officials involved in the case, we have sent someone to invite them to the precinct for a chat," chuckled the director with a mischievous grin. "After all, I have long harbored disdain for those individuals who often hastily instruct us to conclude cases and sometimes even prevent us from conducting further investigations. These so-called superiors are merely a heap of garbage sitting in their positions, feasting on the fruits of our labor. It is high time for a change," the director lamented. I looked at him, my eyes filled with a newfound respect. It seems he too was once compelled by circumstances, I thought joyfully. Suddenly, the door to the office swung open, and a lively figure bounded in, rushing towards me and enveloping me in a tight embrace. I felt a wave of embarrassment as I looked down at the person in my arms. It was Ouyang Qian. "Captain Xiao, ha. The moment I heard they called you to the director's office, I couldn't resist rushing over to see you. I have so many experiences I want to share," Ouyang Qian exclaimed, her face alight with a charming smile. The director, standing nearby, watched us with an impish grin. I glanced back at him, wearing an expression of resignation. "Let us go out for a meal. I'll treat you, and we can chat while we eat, shall we?" I proposed, patting Ouyang Qian, who was nuzzling against my chest like a little rabbit. "Absolutely. Just the thought of going out to eat makes my eyes sparkle," she replied enthusiastically. We decided to revisit the authentic Sichuan hot pot restaurant on the second floor. Ouyang Qian felt that our last visit had been interrupted, preventing us from enjoying a proper meal. So we chose this place once more. We selected our old spot by the window, filled with nostalgic memories. It was still the same warm hot pot restaurant. The same familiar flavors. However, the malevolent figure responsible for the previous tragedy was no longer present, nor was there the chaos of frightened patrons, nor the splatter of blood and brain matter. I found myself reminiscing about Wu Xuesheng, the individual who had tragically taken his own life here. Compared to those who trafficked and abused children for profit and gratification, Wu Xuesheng seemed like a valiant warrior willing to sacrifice himself. From the perspective of the 2018 case, he was indeed a remorseless murderer, a complete psychopath. Yet, considering the trafficking case, he sought to unveil the heinous truths he had learned from Fong Jing, attempting single-handedly to expose the dark realities hidden beneath it all. He was a warrior, a true champion of truth, even at the cost of murder and his own life. Captain Xiao, Captain Xiao? Ouyang Qian looked at me quizzically as she savored the hot pot. I snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I was lost in thought for a moment, I explained. I know, Captain Xiao, you often become absorbed in your own reflections. What were you thinking about just now? Ouyang Qian tilted her head, gazing at me with curiosity. I paused for a moment, uncertain of where to begin. This is a tale populated by many souls. Among them, some have forsaken everything for the ones they hold dear, even succumbing to the temptations of malevolent bribes, ultimately leading themselves down a path of sin. Others, in their quest to unveil hidden truths, have transformed into fearsome murderers. Some were once my most esteemed teachers, while others were adversaries I once faced. There are those who have descended into the abyss to satisfy their own desires. If you find yourself at a loss for where to start, then allow me to share my story, Ouyang Qian remarked with a tilt of her head and a smile. Chapter 40. A new chapter. Time invariably flows swiftly. And before one realizes, the winter has quietly slipped away, giving rise to the spring of 2018. In truth, this spring festival was not particularly joyous for us. We were burdened with numerous cases to investigate, countless enigmas to unravel, and a plethora of grievances to resolve. As April approached, the gentle warmth of the early spring sun began to caress the people, prompting everyone to gradually shed their winter garments, casting aside the chill of the harsh winter, and embarking upon a renewed chapter of life. The ramifications of the enormous human trafficking case had evidently overshadowed the previously notorious case of the dismemberment murder that occurred in S-City on February 18th. Once the truth and investigative process of this case were unveiled, it was met with extensive media coverage, swiftly becoming a topic of fervent discussion among the populace. The appalling nature of such cases is beyond the comprehension of most. Numerous scholars have penned papers and published books to explore the case's implications and its reflections on society. This case has even been adopted as an elective in criminal investigation courses at various esteemed universities. Most of the perpetrators involved in the trafficking case have been apprehended. Many opted for voluntary surrender, while a small faction, upon learning of their nationwide manhunt, chose the path of prolonged evasion. The pursuit of these individuals continues methodically across the country. At this juncture, I had been recommended by the chief and appointed as the captain of the criminal investigation team at the S-City Police Department. However, despite my title, there have been no significant cases requiring my attention lately, leading to a relatively leisurely existence. In mid-April, I was dispatched to another city bureau for an investigative study, where I would learn from the methods employed by their police colleagues. This assignment would last approximately 2 weeks, during which I would conduct evaluations of their operations. Before my departure, I took note that this city was indeed the one where Wei Lan worked. Recalling our previous promise to meet, I felt a sense of eagerness and readily agreed to the assignment. Given the well-developed transportation in the city I was heading to, I opted for the swift high-speed train. The journey was remarkably quick. I departed in the morning and arrived in G-City that very afternoon. G-City, located in Province B, truly exemplifies a modern metropolis. In comparison, our S-City appeared as a small town nestled in the remote corners of China. Towering skyscrapers punctuated the skyline, while vehicles darted swiftly across the intricate web of overpasses. Fashionable commercial streets adorned with modernity sprawled in every direction. Upon my arrival, I felt akin to a stranger in a foreign land, utterly disoriented. Indeed, I was a foreigner in this city. This realization sparked within me a sense of apprehension regarding the potential for being taken advantage of by the locals. Not far from the station, I spotted Wei Lan amidst the bustling crowd. I waved enthusiastically, and she quickly noticed me, joyfully making her way over. I've been waiting for you for so long. Why did it take you so long to come out? Didn't the train arrive 10 minutes ago? Wei Lan complained upon seeing me. Don't mention it. This high-speed railway station is simply enormous. I wandered about for quite some time before I finally managed to find my way out. And it was only after consulting a staff member that I succeeded, I replied. Haha, then I shall entrust you, our great detective, to thoroughly explore our city. Wei Lan remarked with a smile. Her expression was steady yet imbued with a unique charm. Let us proceed to the city bureau. Once we conclude our work, how about we find a restaurant to enjoy a sumptuous meal? This time, it's on me, she proposed as we exited the train station. A surge of delight coursed through me at the thought that someone, especially a beautiful woman, was finally treating me to a meal. I hopped into the car driven by Wei Lan, and she swiftly transported me to the G-City Bureau. Upon disembarking, I couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, affluent cities have their advantages. The G-City Bureau appeared to be more than twice the size of the police station back home. Sensing my thoughts, Wei Lan elucidated. Do not overthink it. Police stations are fundamentally similar everywhere. The government and the nation do not show favoritism. It's simply that G-City is a populous metropolis, and thus it necessitates a larger workforce, leading to more substantial infrastructure. All right, let us hurry inside. They are awaiting us, she added, casting me a knowing smile. Leaving me in suspense. One of our old classmates is here as well. You will be utterly astonished upon seeing him. I feigned surprise, signaling my curiosity. My reputation preceded me, as the bureau chief personally welcomed me into the conference room, briefing me on a series of future tasks. Although I found the discussion somewhat mundane, I diligently noted key points to comprehend the methodologies of certain operations. Our dialogue was relatively brief. Before my departure, the chief addressed me, Comrade Xiaofeng. I was impressed by your performance in the recent nationwide trafficking case, which earned my respect and invigorated my spirit. I hope that during your time here, you can impart some wisdom to these comrades. They truly require a role model like you. I promptly responded with humility, pledging to lend my utmost assistance. Upon bidding farewell to the chief, I stepped outside to find Wei Lan awaiting me, accompanied by another man who was smiling broadly. I instantly recognized him. Li Hao? Haha, it's you. I had a hunch that Wei Lan was teasing me about meeting an old friend, and it turns out to be you, I exclaimed, approaching him and playfully thumping his shoulder. Xiaofeng, old buddy, just look at you. You've become quite the seasoned officer. Li Hao chuckled warmly, affectionately draping an arm over my shoulder. This fellow, who had attended the police academy with us, had switched to a legal major midway through. Studying law at the police school, and after graduation, he became an attorney, frequently serving as a legal advisor to various police stations across the country. In those years past, he and I could be considered among the closest of friends. Now, after so many years without seeing one another, I was genuinely pleased to witness his success. Li Hao gestured invitingly towards me, saying, "Come on, big officer, everyone is still waiting for you." A wave of surprise washed over me as I glanced at the azure figure standing beside me, and somewhat flustered, I replied, "Oh, is there a surprise in store for me?" The two of them exchanged knowing smiles. Everyone else had arrived. You were the only one missing. Chapter 41. Reunion. As I listened to their words, a wave of astonishment washed over me. Were they all waiting for me? With a look of bewilderment, I inquired. Li Hao glanced at Wei Lan and then at me, a sly smile gracing his face as if he had achieved his goal. We've gathered our old friends from back in the day. They are currently waiting for us at my villa. A villa? I assumed you'd booked a restaurant. Why the sudden shift to a villa? His words only deepened my confusion. All right, let us get in the car. I'll explain everything to you on the way. Thus, we climbed into Li Hao's vehicle. Before getting in, I caught sight of a car parked by the roadside, a brand new, gleaming Mercedes-Benz. How much had this guy earned as a lawyer over the past few years? A villa and a luxury car? Eager to converse with him, I chose to sit in the front passenger seat, while Wei Lan settled in behind me. Li Hao, do enlighten me about this situation. Have you been making quite a fortune these past years? I asked. Wei Lan, sitting in the back, stifled a laugh at my inquiry. Li Hao expertly maneuvered the car, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "Not really. These are all my father's possessions. He passed away 2 years ago, and all of this wealth was left to me." I recalled that Li Hao's father was a quintessentially successful businessman. From a young age, he had enjoyed a life of privilege, renowned among our peers at the police academy as a quintessential rich kid. However, Li Hao had never looked down upon any classmates due to his family's affluence, nor had he become complacent in his studies. On the contrary, he was more ambitious than most, always with clear aspirations. Li Hao had always aspired to study law, but upon entering the police academy, he was redirected to the field of forensic science. Since our freshman year, we had been roommates, forming a close-knit bond with a few other friends. Yet, in his sophomore year, he courageously switched majors from criminal science to law, embarking on a journey to study jurisprudence. Fortunately, after discussing with the academic director, he decided to remain in our dormitory. I was overjoyed to see him on the first day of the new academic year, leaping up to embrace him. At this point, the luxurious Mercedes had exited the city center, heading towards the more secluded suburbs. I casually glanced at the scenery outside. The number of vehicles on the road dwindled, and pedestrians became sparse. Many storefronts along the street had closed, painting a desolate picture. "When did your father pass away? Why didn't you let me know so I can come and see you?" I continued, undeterred. Li Hao smiled sheepishly. "Oh, what is there to say? You were too far away at that time, and being in the police force, you must have been incredibly busy. Besides, it was a family matter, and I didn't want to trouble you with it." After all these years, what prompted you to gather our old friends together? After graduation, did we not all scatter to different corners of the world? As for me, I'm inherently engaged in the legal profession, frequently traversing various locales. I often find myself at the Blue City Bureau, serving as a legal advisor. On a fortuitous occasion, I overheard that you would soon be arriving in G City, which sparked a sudden impulse within me to gather our old friends for a reunion. Thus, I reached out to each of those friends from years past, inquiring whether they would entertain the notion of a gathering. To my delight, they all had availability, with the exception of Hong Jialu, who would arrive a bit later. The others have already convened in my villa in G City, engaged in lively conversation. It was then that I comprehended why that fellow had so forcefully ushered me into his vehicle. Suddenly, from the back seat, Wei Lan spoke up. That day, Li Hao shared this idea with me, and I found it splendid. After all, we haven't seen each other in years, and we were once such good friends. It is a rare opportunity to come together again. She seemed to recall something abruptly, falling silent. Li Hao turned to glance at her, a fleeting twitch of his lips betraying an unnatural smile. I could discern the bittersweet expression etched on his face, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared, and he returned his focus to driving, seamlessly continuing Wei Lan's unfinished thought. Moreover, I hope to utilize this gathering to uncover the truth behind that incident from years ago. His words struck me like a thunderclap, rendering me momentarily speechless. I gazed at this man, diligently steering the vehicle. Indeed, he remained preoccupied with that event. The memory of that incident weighed heavily on him, a profound blow. Suddenly, recollections of the past surged into my mind. That event, for anyone involved, is an unendurable memory. No one wishes to witness their dear friend perish before their very eyes. It was the autumn of 2008, and the protagonists of this tale were still students at the police academy, myself included. I vividly recall our youthful selves, naive and untainted by the world, our hearts brimming with boundless dreams and aspirations for the future. Having entered the academy in 2006, we were now in our second year. On the first day of the new term, I had presumed that Li Hao, having transferred departments, would no longer grace our dormitory. Yet, to my surprise, as I entered the room with my heavy suitcase, he was there, rearranging his bed linens. "You rascal, why are you still here?" I exclaimed, joyfully delivering a playful punch to his shoulder. It was a punch that carried some force. Li Hao grimaced, replying, "Fengzi, that was rather painful. Of course, I haven't left. My father has connections with the school's dean, and he helped me secure my place here. Who would want to live with that bunch of law students? Come now, don't speak so lightly. You are a law student now too," I teased. Fengzi is my nickname, as it is humorously reminiscent of the word crazy. In truth, I am far from insane. I have never even set foot in a bar. Unlike certain individuals in our dormitory who frequently risk expulsion by sneaking out to dance the night away. "Oh, Li Hao, you haven't left yet. Come here. Let me take a good look at you, and see if you've been eating well this summer and gained some weight. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Just as I was thinking of that man who goes to clubs every day, he has arrived. Chapter 42. Past events. This individual, who is usually fond of donning trendy attire, sports a sleek, glossy pompadour and drags along a large crimson suitcase, all while wearing striking gold-rimmed glasses. His name is Zhang Yiming, the very person I mentioned earlier who enjoys frequenting bars and dancing the night away. "Zhang Yiming, are you taking advantage of me again? Come on, let me show you whether I've gained weight," Li Hao exclaimed, promptly shedding his shirt and leaping down to strike a pose. Zhang Yiming, ever the willing participant, began to sway in unison. These two simply revel in such antics. "Pray tell, why didn't you both attend last year's Dance King competition? What a pity to waste such talent," I remarked, standing by helplessly as they chatted. "Stop standing there idly. Come join us, brother Foam." "Ha ha," Zhang Yiming called out to me. "Enjoy your fun. I have no desire to join you," I retorted, continuing to gather my belongings. At that moment, another person entered the dormitory. His name is Qing Lu, our roommate as well. This individual is perpetually attired in neat clothing, treads lightly, and never raises his voice. With serious black hair and a fringe that frames his face, he wears black-rimmed glasses. Qing Lu is undoubtedly the most taciturn member of our dormitory. Nevertheless, he consistently excels academically, ranking among the top students in our department. Moreover, he possesses an attractive appearance coupled with keen intellect, garnering admiration from many of the female students. Despite his reticence, he maintains a commendable rapport with us, never looking down upon us for our academic standings. Rather, he often extends his patience to assist us with our studies. Consequently, we all hold him in high esteem, viewing him as a role model in our academic endeavors and as a cherished brother. Dragging his modest suitcase as soon as he stepped inside, he was met with the sight of Zhang Yiming and Li Hao engaged in their spirited antics, prompting even his usually serious demeanor to break into laughter. He then pointed at Li Hao and inquired, "Howsy, didn't you transfer departments? Why are you still here in our dorm?" He had his father intervene with the academic affairs director, and thus he is permitted to remain, I replied on Li Hao's behalf. Qing Lu gave a thumbs up. acknowledging Li Hao's impressive maneuver. He had already admired Li Hao's determination to pursue law, believing that those who study law are destined for great success. Thus, we are 4 comrades in this dormitory. Among us, Qing Lu, Zhang Yiming, and I are all second-year students in the Criminal Investigation Technology Department. While Li Hao was initially with us but has since transferred to the law program following his application in the latter half of his first year. Our dormitory is located on the 2nd floor of the residence hall, numbered 205. Due to our commendable behavior, excellent grades, and harmonious relationships, our room is frequently recognized as an outstanding dormitory. At this juncture, none of us are single, and serendipitously, all of our girlfriends reside in the same dormitory as well. I consider myself the last to embark on a romantic journey. As previously mentioned, during the latter half of my freshman year, around the time of final examinations, I met and grew close to Wei Lan during a simulated forensic technology competition. Meanwhile, my peers had already formed relationships. Some had flirted with girls during military training, while others encountered their partners through various activities. Li Hao, a handsome and affluent young man, was popular wherever he went. He met his then-girlfriend, AI Xiaomiao, during military training. Xiaomiao is a petite and adorable girl, her voice imbued with a sweet, delicate tone, exuding an aura of gentleness. Perhaps this is the type Li Hao is drawn to. Zhang Yiming encountered his girlfriend, Hong Jialu, at a campus social event. Both share a playful disposition and a mutual love for dancing at bars. Zhang Yiming's enviable physique, accentuated by long, graceful legs, sometimes proves to be a challenge for him to manage. Qing Lu's girlfriend, Wuxi, mirrors his demeanor. Both are academic achievers, aloof, and taciturn. However, they are indeed a well-matched pair, with Qing Lu embodying the image of a refined scholar and Wuxi being famously known in our department as a paragon of restraint and beauty. Thus, within our dormitory, each of us had our respective girlfriends residing in the same quarters, a melodramatic scenario seemingly drawn from a television drama, yet here it unfolded in reality. Consequently, the 8 of us, 4 males and 4 females, through mutual introductions, became very close friends. During weekends, when classes were absent, we would often gather to dine, sing karaoke, and engage in lively conversations, quickly fostering an understanding of one another. Our camaraderie became a tale of envy within the entire department. However, this seemingly idyllic friendship was not as flawless as it appeared to others. From Zhang Yiming, we discovered that, contrary to their outwardly amiable demeanor, Hong Jialu and AI Xiaomiao harbored unspoken tensions. Initially unaware of this, we only learned of it during a dinner outing when a trivial matter escalated into a heated argument between them. The petite Xiaomiao, unable to hold her ground against the taller Hong Jialu, fled the restaurant in front of all of us. After that incident, our interactions began to shift awkwardly, primarily affecting the 2 of them. Subsequent gatherings either lacked AI Xiaomiao and Li Hao or Hong Jialu and Zhang Yiming, or sometimes neither attended. Our meetings grew noticeably quieter compared to before. We endeavored to glean insights into the nature of the relationship between the 2 girls through Li Hao and Zhang Yiming. But they expressed their own helplessness, stating that every time they broached the subject with their girlfriends, they were met with anger and a firm refusal to discuss it further. Given Li Hao's deep affection for Xiaomiao, he often shielded her, and witnessing her frequently being belittled by Hong Jialu led him to adopt a less amiable demeanor towards her. Fortunately, the camaraderie among boys often revolves around pragmatic matters, thus the relationship between Zhang Yiming and Haozi remained unscathed by the turmoil caused by the 2 of them. Moreover, Yiming had been quite discontented due to this situation and earnestly wished for our relationships to remain harmonious, avoiding any further impasse. However, an incident that later transpired led to the complete unraveling of our collective bonds. Chapter 43. Once old friends. As I emerged from my reverie, I realized I had inadvertently dozed off for a while. The car had traversed a considerable distance, yet our destination remained elusive. We had completely distanced ourselves from the city, now navigating a winding mountain road far into the suburbs. Heisey, how much longer? This seems awfully far, I pondered, a sense of unease creeping into my thoughts. It was a flaw born from my profession, a tendency to harbor suspicion towards others, even my own friends. Li Hao sheepishly apologized. I'm sorry, Fingzi. I should have explained better before bringing you here. My father's villa was constructed long ago, nestled in the most remote outskirts of the city. Our family rarely visits this place, except for vacations. Moreover, my mother passed away early, and he never remarried, leaving this house unoccupied. Listening to him, I gazed into the distance, realizing the towering buildings of G City were now completely out of view, replaced by thick, serene woodlands silently standing before me. Yet, I must admit, the scenery here was indeed splendid. Far removed from the clamor and pollution of urban life, it was a fitting escape for a retreat. Turning my head, I noticed Weilon had also succumbed to slumber. What about Zhang Yiming and the others? Did they come in your car as well? I idly inquired. Li Hao shook his head. No, they drove their own vehicles. Although my villa is somewhat secluded, it's quite easy to find along this road, especially since I sent them the GPS coordinates. Suddenly, I recalled my commitments back in G-City. A wave of anxiety washing over me as I fretted about the potential delay this round trip could impose on my schedule. Hi Z, about tomorrow. Don't worry. Li Hao seemed to perceive my concerns. We'll stay here for the night, and I will personally drive you to the city center tomorrow. Your work won't be hindered. Nodding, I fell silent and closed my eyes to rest. Before long, the luxurious car rolled into a grand villa, an expansive estate complete with a swimming pool, fountains, a garage, and meticulously manicured lawns. I estimated it to encompass over 300 square meters. This guy's father must be extraordinarily wealthy. Perhaps they have a mine at home. I mused silently. Yet, perhaps due to its secluded mountain setting, the imposing structure evoked a sense of eeriness. I roused Yuelon from her slumber, informing her that it was time to disembark. The car came to a steady halt in the villa's garage, and the three of us stepped out. Making our way towards the entrance, casually glancing at the time, I noted it was already 7:35 p.m. If my memory served me right, we had departed around 5:10 p.m., meaning we had been traveling for approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes. Had we truly been on the road for so long? Had I not inexplicably fallen asleep, I would have hardly realized the passage of time. I paused for a moment, realizing that I had once again become overly cautious. So I gently pinched my own cheek to remind myself not to approach every situation as if I were a detective on a case. We entered the main house of the villa, and upon stepping through the door, I was greeted by an exceptionally spacious living room. At the back of the room, a finely crafted wooden staircase ascended to the second floor. Behind the stairs, there were several rooms, presumably the kitchen and such. As I pondered this, my gaze fell upon a few old friends seated on a large sofa to the right of the living room. They rose to greet me. Hi, Xiaofeng. Qi Lu beamed at me with a broad smile. Aside from Qi Lu, who still retained his scholarly demeanor, the others had changed significantly. I had heard that he no longer worked at the police station but had taken up a teaching position at a university while pursuing his academic research. Brother Feng, Zhang Yiming and I exchanged friendly shoulder punches. He had matured considerably, to the point that I almost failed to recognize him. Gone was his extravagant pompadour, replaced by a modest short haircut, and he had traded his flamboyant streetwear for a simple white sweatshirt and black trousers. Later, I learned from Zhang Yiming that due to less than stellar academic performance, he had been assigned to a small precinct after graduation. After a few years without notable achievements, he found himself bored and decided to resign to start his own business. He had now become the owner of a large bar. Brother Phone, hello? Wuxi greeted me with enthusiasm. She seemed less aloof than before. I had heard that after graduating with excellent results, she continued her studies in forensic science in the United States and was now working as a consulting expert at a provincial police department, embodying the image of a well-educated returnee. Perhaps the open-mindedness of America had significantly influenced her character, as she now exuded a warm and inviting aura. It appeared she had donned a beautiful red dress, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise vast and cold room, seemingly in anticipation of our reunion. I embraced each of them in greeting. Although nearly a decade had passed since we last met, the fondness for one another and the nostalgia for our shared days remained palpable. I even felt a hint of emotion welling in my nose. Except for Hong Jialu and Ai Xiaomiao, everyone was present. At the mention of them, a shared silence enveloped us. It was indeed ironic. They had never been able to share the same table, and now, after 10 years, they still remained absent from our gathering, a situation that would never change. I've messaged Hong Jialu. She said she would arrive shortly. She's caught in traffic due to the evening rush hour. Let's start eating without waiting for her, Zhang Yiming suggested. Given the late hour, we agreed to proceed with our meal, for I had painstakingly invited my former chef, who had prepared a sumptuous dinner for us long in advance. Li Hao clapped his hands in the direction of the kitchen and called out loudly, Chef Wang, I kindly request your assistance. Could you please have the servers begin to bring out the dishes? At that moment, a group of elegantly attired waitstaff emerged from the kitchen, each carrying a large platter covered with a lid. The atmosphere instantly became vibrant. Li Hao opened a case of beer and handed each of us a bottle. He lifted one bottle, addressing us. This one is dedicated to my beloved Xiaomiao. Chapter 44. The banquet. The gathering fell into a hushed silence as they witnessed him consume the entire bottle of wine in one swift motion. Since the incident involving Ai Xiaomiao, it has become increasingly rare to see Li Hao in high spirits. He has gradually immersed himself in his studies within the law department, resulting in diminished gatherings and interactions among us. Observing his current state, it is evident that he is yet to fully recover from the emotional toll that event exacted upon him. Li Hao, still clutching the empty bottle, gazed vacantly at us before suddenly erupting into a bitter laugh. Haha, I apologize, everyone. I seem to have lost my composure. The dishes are nearly ready. Let us begin our meal without waiting for Hong Jialu, who should be arriving shortly. Exchanging knowing smiles, the others retrieved beers from the cooler, preparing to commence dining. Yet, As I beheld their smiles, I could distinctly sense the underlying sorrow within their hearts. Although the incident with Xiao Miao impacted Li Hao the most, given that she was his girlfriend and his dearest love, it left a profound, sorrowful imprint on each of us, who shared a deep camaraderie with him. Zhang Yiming, perceptive and empathetic, quietly rose from his seat, carrying a bottle of beer to Li Hao's side. Li Hao, do not dwell on the past. It has been so many years. Today, our gathering aims to help us forget those bygone memories and allow those who have departed to rest in peace. Does it not? You still have us. A glimmer of light sparkled in Li Hao's eyes as he appreciatively patted Zhang Yiming's shoulder, raising his glass to clink with Zhang's before they both consumed the contents in unison. Zhang's words resonated with truth. Nearly a decade has passed since Xiao Miao's tragedy, and we cannot remain shackled to the past. Surrounded by those we love and who love us in return, we must look ahead. As I observed the two of them, a pang of unease settled in my heart. It seemed that Li Hao's intent in gathering us was not merely to share a meal. He likely harbored other thoughts. At that moment, the culinary team Li Hao had hired completed their service, and the chef emerged from the kitchen to address him. Mr. Li, we have fulfilled all our duties for today. The desserts and beverages are also ready. If you have no further arrangements, I shall lead my team away. As you know, we are needed at the restaurant tomorrow. Excellent, chef. You may leave at your convenience. I am immensely grateful for your efforts. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to host my friends. My location is rather remote, and I appreciate your journey from afar to prepare our meal. Li Hao expressed, bowing respectfully to the chef. Ah, Mr. Li, you are too kind, the chef replied with a smile. Your father was originally an old friend of mine, and assisting you is hardly a burden, the chef remarked, casting a glance at us gathered around the table. Please, dear guests, enjoy your meal. Should you find my dishes lacking in flavor, here is my business card. I welcome your critiques at any time. We all chuckled. Truly a humorous chef. After the chef and his companions departed, we eagerly picked up our chopsticks and began to savor our dinner. At first, the atmosphere was somewhat restrained. As we had been apart for a decade, even the closest of friends can feel a touch of estrangement. Yet, we had once been confidants. And after a few glasses of wine, the conversation flowed freely. Zhang Yiming regaled us with tales of his entrepreneurial journey in opening a bar. And Qing Lu displayed considerable interest, even inquiring about various techniques and insights. Qing Lu, could it be that you were contemplating opening a bar as well? Wei Lan teased from the side. Qing Lu waved his hand dismissively, explaining, do not misunderstand. I merely seek to comprehend some insider information about the bar industry, as a recent case regarding this matter has been on my mind for quite some time. Indeed, a scholar remains a scholar, while others engage in casual conversation. You are here pondering your case. How amusing. I laughed heartily, and my mirth was infectious. Come now, Feng Ge, do not feign modesty. Pray, enlighten us about that sensational dismemberment case and the major cross-border trafficking incident that has stirred the nation. You were the one who cracked the case. Wuxi chimed in. I looked at her, amusement glimmering in my eyes. What? Are you still defending your old flame? The conversation had now turned to me. With my cue, Qing Lu pretended to shake his fist at me, signaling me to tread carefully. Indeed, Fengzi, do share with everyone. I have heard that Wei Lan also participated in the case investigation. Li Hao joined in, following the thread of our exchange. I smiled wryly, thinking, as expected of those from a police background, they seemed solely interested in discussing cases. Very well, I shall recount the details of this case. I no longer hesitated and began narrating the entire sequence of events. I spoke of the clues I found in the dumplings, the tragic tale of Wu Shuexing who took his own life with a gun. I detailed the plight of the abducted children and the heinous acts of their captors. I explained how I connected the two cases and ultimately apprehended my former mentor. As I spoke, the room fell silent, everyone listening intently. Upon hearing how the trafficked children were treated, expressions of outrage and curses erupted among them. Qing Lu and Wuxi even remarked that they had never encountered such vile and inhumane criminal conduct. As I mentioned previously, such repugnant behavior, even inferior to that of wild beasts, is unacceptable to many. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful array of dishes, it was not long before we began to exhibit signs of intoxication. Given that most of us were police officers who seldom indulged in alcohol, it was entirely reasonable for us to succumb to its effects rather swiftly. Strangely, Li Hao consumed an unusually large quantity of alcohol today. He soon found himself incapacitated at our table, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. The atmosphere was jovial. We drank heartily and engaged in lively conversation. Yet we all tacitly avoided any mention of that particular incident. Chapter 45, Forgotten Memories. Before long, both Wuxi and Qing Lu succumbed. Wei Lan, being allergic to alcohol, had abstained entirely, leaving only Zhang Yiming and me at the table to indulge. Indeed, as a bar owner, he possessed quite the fortitude. At this moment, my consciousness began to blur, and my head spun. I had scarcely touched the food, yet had consumed copious amounts of alcohol. My stomach roiled as if a tempest raged within, compelling me to retch. Brother Feng, you're holding up well. Zhang Yiming remarked, though he barely finished his sentence before he collapsed onto the table with a thud. Observing his state, I fought against the rising urge to vomit. Clenching my fist in a gesture of triumph, Wei Lan, witnessing my display, erupted in laughter. Unable to endure any longer, I seized a chair and dashed out of the room. I nearly burst through the living room door, making my way to the small square adorned with a fountain, where I heaved violently. A pale yellow liquid, along with remnants of the evening meal, surged forth from my stomach. I retched for what felt like 2 minutes, until every last morsel was expelled, yet my stomach continued to spasm in agony. At that moment, a gentle hand reached out from behind me, offering a tissue. It was Wei Lan, who had followed me outside. I wiped the remnants of my distress from my lips and smiled weakly at her. "Thank you," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. "Not at all, Xiao Feng. It seems you haven't indulged like this in quite some time," Wei Lan observed, concern etched upon her face. Indeed. The last time I drank was at the teacher's house. I could barely manage a bottle of Baijiu before succumbing. Tonight's beer consumption has been far greater." I turned to Wei Lan, who was gazing upwards at the sky. Following her gaze, I noticed the heavens were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. A fierce wind swept through the desolate outskirts, bending the trees in its wake. "A heavy storm is imminent," she remarked, her tone tinged with sadness. Yet it struck me as oddly peculiar. I glanced at my phone, realizing it was already 10:30 p.m. To my surprise, there was no mobile signal, the bars indicating zero connectivity. It dawned on me how long we had been dining. The thought of several individuals still sprawled in the house made me chuckle. I never imagined a group of seemingly composed police officers could descend into such a state. Suddenly, I recalled that Hong Jialu, who had mentioned being stuck in traffic, had yet to arrive. But that was to be expected. Ever since that incident, she had ceased attending gatherings like this. "Hong Jialu still hasn't come," I said to Wei Lan. "She won't be coming. We both know that," Wei Lan replied, her tone growing somewhat indifferent upon the mention of her name. "Indeed. That incident has caused an unrest that enveloped the entire school." I spoke with a hint of melancholy. It is true that everyone seemed intent on avoiding the topic today, perhaps not wanting to deepen Li Hao's sorrow, nor to plunge ourselves into those haunting memories. That incident, as I gazed into the endless night, inhaling the crisp air, the throbbing ache in my head gradually gave way to clearer thoughts. It was the winter of 2008 when everything transformed. That winter was bitterly cold, so frigid that even the southern regions, which rarely saw snow, were blanketed in a flurry of white flakes. It was the final fortnight of the semester. Classes had ceased, leaving students to prepare for their impending final examinations during the remaining time. Once the exams concluded, they would usher in the winter break. Being from the same department, a few of us frequently gathered in the same study room to prepare together. Li Hao, however, had no desire to associate with his classmates, as he often deemed them foolish and lacking in intellect. Thus, he eagerly joined our group. The consequence of this was that he often found himself detached from our discussions, as the material we were reviewing was entirely unrelated to his studies. Nevertheless, this did not impede his efficiency in learning. Over time, the study room located on the 3rd floor of the 5th teaching building seemed to evolve into our exclusive domain. Even AI Xiaomiao and Hong Jialu, who typically maintained a distant relationship, would occasionally find themselves together in that space, despite hardly exchanging words. That morning, heavy snow was falling. I awoke early, perhaps due to not covering myself properly with the blanket the previous night, as I was almost roused by the chill. Therefore, at 6:30, I climbed out of bed, devoid of any desire to sleep. I glanced at the opposite upper bunk, where Li Hao slept, now vacant. His bed was always empty early in the morning. I knew he had gone ahead to the classroom for early study, as he relished the solitude of reciting the legal knowledge he had learned. Looking at Qing Lu and Zhang Yiming still lost in slumber, I couldn't bring myself to wake them. I had risen far too early today. Typically, we all got up around 7 o'clock, washed up, shared breakfast, and then leisurely strolled to the classroom to review our lessons. I quietly slipped out of bed, quickly freshened up, donned my warmest clothes, and dashed outside. On the way, I stopped by the convenience store to purchase a few steaming meat buns and a cup of soy milk for breakfast. After hastily devouring my meal, I trudged through the heavy snow towards the 5th teaching building. As I ascended to the 3rd floor, I could faintly hear Li Hao's voice echoing from the classroom. Upon entering, I noticed 2 other individuals present. "Wei Lan, Wu Shi, what brings you here so early today?" I greeted them. Upon seeing me, Wei Lan rushed over to envelop me in a gentle embrace and planted a kiss on my cheek. At that time, we were still a couple. Today, Wu Shi and I inexplicably rose early, so we decided to come over directly. After all, finishing today's lessons sooner would allow for an earlier rest. Wei Lan looked at me obediently and spoke. "What about Xiao Miao and Jialu? Are they still in bed?" I inquired. "Yes, they were still asleep when we left," she replied. I gently patted her head, signaling her to return and continue her studies. I then approached Li Hao's desk and waved at him as he engrossed himself in his reading. He nodded in acknowledgement without pausing and resumed his recitation. I promptly set down my backpack and began my own review. Chapter 46. Nausea time invariably slips away swiftly when one is engrossed in study. After immersing myself in revision for a considerable period, I raised my gaze and noticed that only one additional person occupied the classroom. I saw Cheng Lu seated at his desk, yet Zhang Yiming had yet to arrive. Glancing at the clock affixed to the wall, I realized that an hour and a half had elapsed, and the time was precisely 8 o'clock. I stood up, intending to step outside for a cigarette and stretch my limbs. As I exited the classroom, a biting chill enveloped me, prompting my decision to smoke in the restroom instead. Just as I was about to head there, I spotted Zhang Yiming rushing towards the classroom, backpack in tow. I greeted him. "Hey, Yiming, why are you only arriving now?" Upon seeing me, Yiming approached and requested a cigarette, which he ignited and began to smoke. Perhaps due to the cold, his hands trembled significantly, his face flushed, and his chest heaved with each breath, exhaling rapidly. Observing his condition, I inquired, "What's wrong?" He took a drag from his cigarette, his breathing slightly easing, and replied, "Don't mention it. I overslept today, and I'm still feeling dizzy. With the heavy snowfall, I found it too cold, so I just ran over with my backpack. It nearly exhausted me, but at least I'm feeling warmer now." Noticing his bulging backpack, I teased, "Haha, carrying all that weight must be quite tiring. You should head inside. It's warmer in the classroom. I'll smoke in the restroom." "All right, I'll go in," he replied. Upon returning from the restroom after finishing my smoke, I found them already engaged in conversation, their voices raised enough to be audible outside the classroom. "What is going on? Why are you all speaking so loudly? Aren't you supposed to be studying?" I exclaimed as I entered. I noticed Li Hao appeared anxious, fiddling with his phone. The others were chattering away. Xiao Feng, Xiao Miao, and Jia Lu had yet to arrive. Wei Lan spotted me and remarked, "They probably fell asleep. With this heavy snowfall, they might be reluctant to get out of bed. Should we call and check?" I casually responded. I thought it might be something significant. "I've made several calls, but no one answers," Li Hao said, his expression one of urgency. I also tried calling Jia Lu, but she did not pick up either. Zhang Yiming leaned in and said seriously, "How about you girls call the dormitory supervisor to check if those two are still asleep in their room? Don't worry. They're grown-ups, and with the snow outside, they won't be wandering about. They probably just have their phones on silent." Cheng Lu interjected, "That makes sense. I'll make the call." Wuxi then took out her phone and dialed the dormitory management office. "Hello, ma'am. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you please check if anyone is still sleeping in room 306? "Yes, we're looking for someone." "Thank you so much." "Huh? No one is in the dormitory?" "Oh, thank you, Auntie. Goodbye." Wuxi hung up the phone. Silence enveloped us as we exchanged anxious glances. A sense of dread began to creep into our hearts. "Let us not panic. Perhaps they are on their way and will soon arrive at the classroom," I suggested. Thus, we continued to wait for nearly half an hour, yet the two were still absent. Li Hao, entirely fraught with worry, dashed out of the classroom, closely followed by Zhang Yiming. I glanced at the girls, signaling them to remain there, for they might still come to the classroom. I then called upon Cheng Lu to join me in pursuit of Li Hao and the others, proposing that we split up to search for them. We decided that each of us would check a different teaching building. Li Hao and Zhang Yiming went to the first and second buildings, respectively, while Cheng Lu and I initially inspected the fifth building before parting ways. She headed to the third building, and I chose to search the fourth. Upon reaching the final classroom on the top floor, I discovered that the door was locked. This was the last classroom of the fourth teaching building. I noticed the window was ajar, so I leapt up, grasped the edge of the window, and climbed inside. As I landed, my foot inadvertently brushed against something round and heavy. In that moment, I was confronted with a sight I would wish to forget for all eternity. It was AI Xiaomiao, or more accurately, her head. She stared at me with wide, unblinking eyes, her mouth slightly agape. In her gaze lingered the lifeless despair of an endless void, instilling a profound terror within me. Despite the blood that marred her face, I could still distinctly recognize her features. The severed neck was marred by remnants of flesh that had been violently torn away. The frigid air had caused large pools of blood nearby to congeal upon the ground. I spotted AI Xiaomiao's body lying on the floor at the back of the classroom, devoid of its head. All that remained was a disheveled, headless torso, quietly resting upon the cold floor. Surrounding the corpse were more bloodstains scattered across the ground, the tables, the chairs, and the walls, creating a macabre tableau of crimson. This classroom had unmistakably transformed into a red hell. I stood there, immobilized, gazing at AI Xiaomiao's dismembered form, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality. It felt as though this flesh and blood individual had been conversing with me just yesterday, and now she lay lifeless, her head rolling about in the very classroom where we once attended lessons. The biting cold of winter dulled my sense of smell, allowing me only to perceive the suffocating stench of blood as I drew closer to the corpse. I observed the gruesome junction where her head had once connected to her body, now reduced to gory chunks of flesh and severed tendons. I remained frozen for an eternity, before the nausea surged violently in my stomach. I sprinted outside the classroom, retching violently until every morsel I had consumed that morning was expelled. It was not until I could no longer bring forth even the bitter bile of my stomach that I managed to quell the impulse to vomit. Yet my stomach continues to spasm uncontrollably. After the vomiting, my mind is a blank slate. Although I am a student at a criminal investigation academy and have learned about numerous crime scenes in class, this is my first personal encounter. Moreover, that lifeless body belonged to my dear friend. With a sense of helplessness, I reached for my phone and dialed Li Hao's number. I found her in classroom 514 of the 4th teaching building. At that moment, I lacked the strength to utter another word. Before he could respond, I hung up the call and sank down onto the cold floor. Chapter 47. Suffering. I sat there, lost in a haze of despair, until Li Hao arrived. The thought of calling the police had never crossed my mind. My mind was consumed by the haunting image of AI Xiaomiao's head, her hollow eyes fixed upon me. Alongside the bloodstains and remnants scattered across the floor, permeating the frigid air with an overwhelming scent of copper. A life had been extinguished in the very classroom where we had shared countless lessons. This individual was one of my closest friends, and the beloved of another dear friend. Just yesterday, we had exchanged words face to face. Now, her blood marred the pristine white walls of the classroom. I remained ensnared in a tumult of chaotic thoughts, oblivious to Li Hao's frantic presence before me. When I finally regained my senses, I felt someone shaking my shoulders vigorously, inducing a wave of nausea. Xiaomiao. She yes inside. Hurry, call the police, I managed to utter, my voice weak and strained, my body still reeling from the recent upheaval. Upon seeing my state, Li Hao's complexion turned ashen. Without uttering a single word, he rushed into the classroom. I was reluctant to witness the expression that would cross his face upon confronting the grim reality. So I shakily rose to my feet and fled from the scene of this nightmare, finding refuge in the corridor of the academic building. My hands trembled violently as I fished a cigarette from my pocket, lighting it and inhaling deeply. The essence of nicotine flooded my lungs, offering a fleeting solace. I retrieved my phone and dialed the emergency number. In that moment, Li Hao's wails of anguish echoed from the classroom, and upon hearing his cries, an overwhelming urge to weep surged within me, so powerful that I lost control, my body convulsing with sobs. As I wept, I managed to communicate with the police, who assured me they would arrive promptly and instructed us to refrain from entering or leaving the scene to preserve vital evidence. The officer's voice on the line was chillingly cold, mirroring the air around me, each breath I took laced with a sharp sting. I ended the call and returned to Li Hao's side. He was kneeling before AI Xiaomiao's headless corpse, her lifeless gaze fixed on the man who had loved her so deeply. His forehead touched the crimson-stained ground, his frame curled like a small, fragile creature, trembling violently. I understood then that he was weeping in silence. I gently placed my hand on his shoulder and forcefully pulled him away from the body. Li Hao, do not cry. The police have instructed us to secure the scene. I noted with surprise at how detached my voice sounded in that moment. I dragged him outside the classroom, where he sank to the ground, his hands covering his face. How could this happen? How is it possible for someone to simply die? She was with us revising yesterday, and now suddenly, she is transformed into this state? His voice quivered with a hint of tears and an unwillingness to accept the harsh reality. To be honest, all of this indeed evokes an exceedingly surreal sensation. Just yesterday, she was vibrantly alive, and this morning, she was abruptly murdered, her body dismembered. Beyond the sorrow and heartbreak, a cascade of questions lingered. Who took her life? Why was she targeted? What led to her demise in this very location? Although I am also a student of criminal investigation at this moment, I lacked both the capacity and the authority to delve into this homicide. I refrained from notifying others to prevent a chaotic influx that might disrupt the scene or compromise the investigation. It was best to leave the examination of the scene to the police. Before long, the police arrived, establishing a perimeter around the classroom. While forensic experts and crime scene investigators commenced their examination, we were summoned aside by the officers for questioning. Some curious students passing by attempted to glimpse the unfolding situation, but they were promptly ushered away by the officers stationed at the cordon. As the individual who discovered the body, and with Li Hao still reeling from the shock, the police decided to take me back to the station for questioning, allowing Li Hao to remain behind. Observing him with his face buried in his hands, I addressed the tall officer, "Please take him with us. I am not at ease leaving him alone." On this frigid winter day, Li Hao and I proceeded toward the police vehicle, accompanied by 2 officers, our footsteps crunching upon the still soft snow, under the astonished gazes of other students on campus. Before entering the vehicle, I glanced back at the distant 4th teaching building, where snowflakes continued to fall gracefully from the sky, accumulating on the roof in a soft white blanket. Not far away, in the 5th teaching building, Wei Lan and Wuxi anxiously awaited our news. In the 3rd and 2nd teaching buildings, Qing Lu and Zhang Yiming were likely still racing to find AI Xiaomiao. Meanwhile, at that very moment, AI Xiaomiao's headless corpse lay upon the classroom floor of the 4th teaching building, her body already frozen, blood congealed, resembling a doll being examined by forensic experts. I wondered if they had closed or still open eyes. The questioning process was brief, as our knowledge was indeed limited. And after the coroner returned from inspecting the body and relayed some information, the officers swiftly informed us that we could leave. They requested our contact information to notify us of any updates. Just as we were about to depart, Li Hao, who had yet to regain his composure, suddenly slammed his hands on their table and exclaimed, "How did she die? When did she die? Officers, please tell us. We are students of criminal investigation. We aspire to be police officers ourselves. Please, we implore you, share this with us." The two officers conducting the interrogation exchanged glances, shrugged, and gestured an apologetic sigh. "I apologize, dear classmates, but you are not yet official police officers, and thus we are not authorized to disclose any information regarding the corpse. This matter is confidential." I pulled Li Hao aside and approached them. Suddenly, the scene unfolded in my mind like a series of high-definition images. I suppressed the discomfort in my chest and stated, "From the coagulation of the blood and the degree of rigidity of the body, one can deduce that, in such frigid weather, the corpse has been deceased for at least over an hour. Judging by the splatter of blood at the scene, it appears that the victim was killed before being decapitated." Chapter 48, Blood and Flesh. The blood and flesh began to writhe before my eyes, and the vivid imagery in my mind nearly compelled me to vomit once more. However, I swiftly suppressed that sensation and continued to speak under the scrutinizing gaze of the two officers. The murderer first killed the victim and then dismembered the head, yet left it unattended upon departure. If my conjecture is correct, the perpetrator likely acted in a fit of passion, entering a state of abnormal exhilaration post-murder, only realizing the gravity of their actions once it was too late. Thus, the crime scene remained unaltered, and no weapon was discovered, presumably taken by the assailant before fleeing. This individual is highly likely to be male, robust in stature. He could easily scale the relatively high window in that classroom, standing no shorter than 175 centimeters. It is probable that he arranged to meet the deceased here for some purpose, indicating a certain connection between them. Finally, I fixed my gaze intently upon the two officers, embodying an agitated bull with eyes aflame. "Please, whatever it takes, apprehend him." Upon uttering my last words, I seized Li Hao by the arm and made for the exit. "Wait," a voice called from behind me. I turned to see the older officer rising from his seat. "You are Xiaofeng from the second year, Class 2 of the Criminal Investigation Technology Department, correct?" He regarded me with eyes that bore the weight of worldly experience. "The coroner has just informed us that the victim's time of death was precisely 7:41 this morning. The cause of death was asphyxiation, with the head and body severed by a sharp instrument. Signs of a struggle were evident prior to death." My heart raced as I met his gaze, an overwhelming pressure seemingly constricting my chest, rendering me breathless. "This is all the information we currently possess. My name is Fong Jing. Here is my contact information. Should you have any further insights, do not hesitate to reach out to me." He tore a small piece of paper and swiftly inscribed his phone number upon it. My face flushed crimson as I lowered my head to accept the note he extended, then hurriedly departed alongside Li Hao. I was uncertain how I had articulated those words, yet the scene replayed in my mind like a video on a computer, transporting me back to that classroom where Xiao Miao's head lay rolling beside my feet. Once in the taxi heading back to school, my heart raced uncontrollably. I had never anticipated that the knowledge acquired in class would find application in such a dire context. Beside me, Li Hao remained silent until, after a while, he suddenly turned to me, his expression fierce. "Xiaofeng, how do you know these things? Do you?" The suspicion directed towards me elicited an immediate rebuttal. "Haozi, have you lost your mind?" I merely recounted the facts as I perceived them. "If you now suspect that I am the perpetrator, you are gravely mistaken, even somewhat unreasonable. Would I truly return to deliberately lead you to the body after committing such an act? Perhaps. For finding the body first and taking the initiative to report it would certainly make it less likely for others to suspect you." Witnessing his doubt towards me ignited a flicker of indignation within me. Has he truly been blinded by hatred? Are you out of your mind? You heard the officer's words. Xiao Miao died at 7:41. At that moment, I was sitting right before you, engrossed in my studies. Wei Lan, Wu Shi, and Qing Lu can all vouch for my presence. After hearing my words, Li Hao fell silent, lifting his gaze to me. "I apologize, Fengzi, I have overstepped. My desire to apprehend the true culprit has consumed me. I even fantasized about taking his life, to sever his limbs before his eyes, to let him experience." I sat beside him, enveloping him in an embrace, interrupting his tirade. "What you must do now is not to fantasize about how to punish the murderer, but rather to compose yourself and direct all your efforts toward finding him." Upon returning to school, we sought out the others and called them to wait for us in the classroom. When we arrived, their expressions indicated that they were already aware of the situation. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, wrapped in silence and sighs. A few girls were already in tears. "Haozi, do not be disheartened. Take care of yourself," Zhang Yiming consoled Li Hao. I noticed Hong Jialu standing nearby, her face suddenly betraying a hint of anxiety. I approached her, fixing my gaze upon her. Jialu, I need to ask you a few questions, I declared loudly. All attention turned toward us, as everyone pivoted to observe me and Hong Jialu. Where were you when the incident concerning AI Xiao Miao occurred this morning? I inquired. Her face flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, she managed to stammer, Feng Gu, how can you suspect me? I do not know what happened to her. When I woke up this morning, her bed was already empty. I was the last to rise, around 8 o'clock, and I went to take a shower. A shower in the morning? On a day as frigid as today, why would you choose to bathe so early? I pressed on relentlessly. Who can attest to your having showered this morning? In my heart, the absence of Hong Jialu in the classroom raised significant suspicions. I have a habit of showering every morning. You can ask Wei Lan and Wu Shi. Her face grew even redder. I turned to Wei Lan, who had just ceased crying, her eyes still glistening with tears. She nodded, affirming, indeed, Jialu has a habit of showering every morning. Regardless of how frigid the weather may be, she always indulges in a warm shower after rising from her slumber. However, this still fails to elucidate your whereabouts this morning, unless someone can vouch for you. Jialu grew flustered, her words tumbling over one another in a disordered frenzy. There is no one who can attest for me. When I went to bathe today, I was utterly alone. Who could possibly corroborate my claims? Yet, I am entirely unaware of Xiao Miao's whereabouts today. Oh dear, you must believe me. She was on the verge of tears. Enough. We should refrain from hastily doubting Jialu. In the absence of any substantial evidence, we cannot jump to conclusions, can we? Zhang Yiming stepped forward to defend her. Chapter 49. Missing without a trace indeed, Xiao Feng. If we were to consider your perspective, both Aiming and I also had the opportunity to commit murder. For when he and I arrived at the classroom, it was already around 8 o'clock. We equally had the chance to take a life, remarked the usually composed Qing Lu. I suddenly slumped down onto my chair. It was true. I could not rashly cast suspicion upon others. I buried my face in my hands and confessed, I apologize. I was too hasty. Li Hao approached and gently patted my shoulder. At that moment, we found ourselves enveloped in an interminable silence. The only sounds in the classroom were our heavy breaths and the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall. Outside, the sky had darkened prematurely. Yet one could still faintly see the snowflakes dancing in the air. Subsequently, the police summoned each of us for questioning and investigation. As AI Xiao Miao's boyfriend, Li Hao was called in multiple times. However, apart from gleaning some information about Xiao Miao from us, little else was revealed. Hong Jialu's alibi was corroborated. A friend of hers had seen her in the dormitory corridor around 7:50 that day and had even noted the time, teasing her for rising so late. The alibis of Zhang Yiming and Qing Lu could not be substantiated. Nonetheless, the police, having understood our usual relationships, struggled to conceive of any motive for murder. Furthermore, no evidence, such as DNA, which could directly identify the perpetrator, was discovered, nor was any murder weapon found. Moreover, our school's classrooms conveniently lacked surveillance cameras. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the murderer was exceptionally fortunate. The police expanded their search efforts, initiating an inquiry throughout the entire school, even contemplating extending their investigation beyond the campus. However, such an endeavor rendered the pursuit of the culprit akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nearly an impossible task. No weapon, no witnesses, no motive, no evidence. The case dragged on indefinitely until the police ultimately declared themselves incapable of locating the assailant. This incident became a cold case. We could only speculate that Xiao Miao must have had some undisclosed connections in society, perhaps even having crossed paths with nefarious individuals, leading to her being targeted and ultimately murdered. Yet, such conjectures were ludicrous and unfounded, scarcely believable by anyone. We could only use these notions to console ourselves. I often found myself clutching the note the officer had given me, staring blankly at it. The phone number began to blur under my incessant squeezing. Memories of the day I discovered the body flashed repeatedly through my mind. The snow fell heavily, and an inexplicable white haze frequently clouded my vision. One evening, as usual, I gazed at the note in my hand, and that string of numbers seemed to sprout wings, fluttering before my eyes, causing my vision to blur. I dialed the number. Beep. As I dialed, an overwhelming sense of anxiety enveloped me. Hello? A slightly hoarse voice emerged from the other end of the line. Hello. I was taken aback, not expecting him to actually answer. Greetings, I am Xiao Feng, the student whose number you received. Oh, it's you. What is the matter? Do you need something? His voice carried a hint of indifference, yet it compelled one to continue the conversation. I found myself at a loss for words, uncertain of the reason for my call. Well, officer, I'm sorry, but I simply cannot deduce who the culprit might be. Suddenly, nonsensical words tumbled from my lips. There was a noticeable pause on the other end for a couple of seconds before he replied, Classmate, it's all right. You should get some rest. You have exams coming up, don't you? Rest assured, if there is any news, I will certainly call you. He comforted me. All right. I held the phone, my hand trembling slightly. The call ended. Dazed, I lowered the phone from my ear, feeling disoriented. Subsequently, the officer never contacted me again. Perhaps they had also run out of new leads and information. A life had been lost, yet time refused to stand still. It continued its relentless march forward. We still gathered together, yet Li Hao and Hong Jialu rarely made an appearance. Even during the few times Li Hao did come, he was thoroughly intoxicated. That coldest winter concluded amidst such absurdity. Our once golden friendship gradually succumbed to the pressures of academics and ambitions. Though we remained in each other's company, time began to dwindle until we parted ways after graduation. I jolted back to the present from my reverie. This sequence of memories felt so distant, so elongated, akin to a series of slides flashing rapidly in my mind. I lifted my gaze. Before me stretched an endless night, the outside still raging with wind, reminiscent of an impending storm. My senses of taste and touch seemed to return to me. The foul stench lingered in my mouth from my recent retching. Wei Lan stood beside me, gently patting my back. "Let us go inside," I said to Wei Lan. Thus, she supported me and led me into the house. The few drunken souls had already succumbed to slumber at the table. We felt it unwise to let them sleep there, so we made our way upstairs, hoping to find some blankets to drape over ourselves in the bedroom. The wooden staircase exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. As Wei Lan and I ascended, the stairs creaked loudly, echoing throughout the quiet hall. We exchanged a startled glance, sharing a smile. Who would have thought that even in such an opulent villa, there were flaws? No wonder it belonged to his father's generation. It had some age to it. Indeed, the second floor was lined with rooms suitable for habitation. There were 5 in total, each furnished with beds and televisions, resembling a hotel. Initially, we even believed we were in a hotel. It was evident that this villa had once been rented out or used to accommodate travelers. We searched the room for some blankets and brought them downstairs, covering each person with one. Afterward, Wei Lan and I returned to the second floor, seeking a room to rest. Just as I was about to part ways with her, she grasped my hand. "Xiaofeng, please sleep with me. I feel a bit scared." I gazed at her in astonishment, yet her face bore a pleading expression. My heart softened, and I acquiesced. Naturally, I did not share the same bed with her. Instead, I opted to sleep on the floor. Chapter 50, Rainy Night. Corpse, yet this night was far from tranquil. We could not find solace in slumber throughout the dark hours. A sudden, piercing scream from downstairs, a woman's voice, was followed by a cacophony of chaos. Voices, footsteps, and the sound of shattered glass as bottles collided with the floor, mingled with the howling wind and the relentless downpour outside. Both Wei Lan and I were jolted awake in unison. I raised my head and exchanged a bewildered glance with Wei Lan, who lay beside me, equally perplexed. Without hesitation, I sprang from the bed, hastily donning my clothes as I rushed out the door. Outside the villa, the tempest raged. As I descended the staircase, flashes of white lightning intermittently illuminated my shadow against the walls. Accompanying this was the reverberating thunder and the rhythmic patter of rain striking the ground. Wei Lan and I reached the staircase landing, only to find that the lights in the grand hall had been extinguished, leaving the entire living area cloaked in darkness. Yet, we could still discern faint silhouettes below. Ignoring the trepidation, I dashed down the stairs, calling out, "Wu Shi, is that you? What is happening down there? Is everyone all right?" From the depths of the darkness, her voice reached me. "Feng Ge, thank goodness you're here. Come quickly. Something has happened." Her words tightened my chest, and my heart began to race. On such a stormy, pitch-black night, one could hardly conjure thoughts of anything favorable. I followed the sound and soon found Wu Shi, with Wei Lan close behind. Zhang Yiming, Qing Lu, and Li Hao, who had been dozing on the sofa, were now roused by our commotion, gazing at us in confusion, clearly unaware of the unfolding events. In the dim light, I caught a glimpse of her terrified expression, her large eyes wide as bells, glistening with fear. Through the faint glow from outside, I could see her pallid face and trembling lips. "What has happened?" The other 3, noticing her alarm, began to sense the gravity of the situation. Wu Shi, quivering, turned around and lifted a hand, pointing towards something above us. At that moment, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the entire hall. We followed her finger's direction, and the flash revealed the shocking sight. There, suspended not far from us, was a corpse hanging from the chandelier above. The illumination from the lightning allowed us to see the lifeless body, its eyes wide open in a grotesque stare, mouth agape as if a comedic figure were mocking us from above. The flash revealed her pale visage, devoid of life. The corpse was none other than Hong Jialu, who had been notably absent that evening. Once we managed to lower the body, a heavy silence enveloped us all. The 6 of us stood in a somber circle around the corpse, ensconced in the pitch-black hall, rendered mute. Occasionally, a flash of lightning would illuminate the space, and through its light, the stark whiteness of Hong Jialu's body rendered the scene all the more surreal. I closed my eyes, utterly unprepared for the unforeseen events that would unfold during this gathering of classmates. "Examine the body," Qing Lu's voice shattered the silence. As a fellow officer, Cheng Lu exhibited an unusual level of composure in such dire circumstances. The rest of us gazed at him, our expressions betraying a mix of helplessness and despair. At that moment, upon discovering the corpse, Wuxi could no longer withstand the shock. She wrapped her arms around her shoulders, trembling as she sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. I could empathize with her feelings. Perhaps as a criminal investigator, one becomes desensitized to such scenes, but Wuxi was merely a criminal consultant, often confined to the office, absorbing case details and offering investigative insights, seldom present at the scene. Wei Lan knelt beside Wuxi, attempting to comfort her. The four of us men exchanged glances, silently agreeing to examine Hong Jialu's body under these grim circumstances. Haozi, as the owner of this villa, please locate the power switch. We need light. Wei Lan, call the police, I instructed Li Hao and Wei Lan. Wei Lan, still trying to console Wuxi, turned to me and nodded before retrieving her phone from her pocket to make the call. The power switch is outside near the garage. I might take a moment to reach it. You can use this in the meantime, he said, producing a candle from a cabinet across the room and handing it to us before heading off to find the switch. We ignited several candles using a lighter and placed them around the corpse. The scene was hauntingly surreal. Cheng Lu, Zhang Yiming, and I encircled Hong Jialu's body. The surrounding darkness punctuated only by the flickering candlelight, which resembled faint, ethereal blossoms. Nearby, Wuxi wept on the floor, while outside, the howling wind and sporadic lightning illuminated the night sky. Xiaofeng, Wei Lan, Zhang Yiming said, there's no signal. We can't make any calls. It's likely the storm has damaged the nearby telephone lines, Zhang Yiming continued. Given the sparse phone signal in these woods, it's probable that the lightning has disrupted them. So, are we trapped in this wretched place? Wuxi exclaimed, her sobs intensifying at the thought. Calm down. How about this? I'll drive to the police station and alert them to come here immediately, Zhang Yiming suggested. I thought to myself, this was indeed our only option, otherwise we might be stranded here, especially considering we had just discovered a human corpse. Yiming, be cautious. The rain is heavy, and the distance is considerable. Drive slowly. We'll handle things here, I urged. Zhang Yiming regarded us seriously, nodding before seizing the keys from the table, donning his coat, and stepping out into the storm. Cheng Lu and I resumed our examination of the body. The corpse's neck bore a bluish hue, with marks indicative of having been strangled. A pronounced blunt force injury is evident at the back of the skull. A preliminary assessment suggests it may have been inflicted by an object akin to a hammer. The cause of death remains indeterminate. However, no other conspicuous wounds have been observed, allowing for a provisional conclusion of asphyxiation. Suddenly, something seemed to catch Cheng Lu's eye as he spoke with practiced ease. Following the direction of his hand, I strained to see, aided by the dim light, and noticed an exceedingly fine black line encircling Hong Jialu's neck, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. He reached out to touch the slender black line, which, like a fragile strand of hair, abruptly tore open a small gash. Chapter 51. The decapitation nightmare. We stood transfixed as a small fissure emerged between Hong Jialu's head and her body. I cast a desperate glance at Cheng Lu, silently urging him to take action. At that moment, he appeared equally bewildered, hesitating to make the next move. The flickering candlelight illuminated the beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. However, he soon regained his composure, gently wiping the perspiration from his palms. With utmost care, he cradled Hong Jialu's head as if it were an exquisitely fragile work of art, gradually pulling it away from her body. Thus, Hong Jialu's head slowly separated from her torso, the fissure widening until it was entirely severed. Astonishingly, we witnessed no spurts of blood or clinging flesh. Instead, there lay a smooth incision bridging the two severed parts. As I beheld this chilling sight, Cheng Lu's hands began to tremble violently, and I unconsciously clenched my fists. Much like AI Xiaomiao from years past, Hong Jialu now lay before us, her head cruelly removed. Yet, unlike that earlier tragedy, this time the incision between her head and body was remarkably clean. It was evident that this was not the result of a frenzied assault, but rather the calculated act of a calm individual who, after killing Hong Jialu, had swiftly and deftly detached her head with an exceptionally sharp blade. Subsequently, the perpetrator reattached the head to the body and discreetly placed it upon the chandelier while we all slept. This was an exceedingly intricate endeavor. The body was no lightweight. Moreover, positioning it atop the chandelier, which was not far from the ground, demonstrated that the assailant surpassed the average person in both intellect and physical prowess. Wuxi had ceased her weeping, yet she still did not dare approach her old friend's lifeless form. Curled up on the sofa, she was comforted by Wei Lan, who gently patted her back as one would soothe a child. But who would comfort us? I pondered, for Hong Jialu was not merely Wuxi's friend. She was a cherished companion to us all. Now, her body had suffered the same grim fate as AI Xiaomiao's before her. A shared friendship, a shared decapitation. And once again, this nightmare had resurfaced. Yet, at this moment, despair overshadowed sorrow. Li Hao soon returned, but the living room remained shrouded in darkness. It seemed he had been unable to restore the power. The power has been deliberately sabotaged, he told us with a sense of resignation. Having dashed outside, he was now drenched to the skin. We then lit more candles, arranging them in various corners of the room. The flickering, warm glow of these candles alleviated the darkness, bringing us a modicum of relief. Outside, the tempest continued unabated, with the torrential rain showing no signs of relenting. The rumble of thunder and the stark flash of lightning painted fierce scenes across the sky. Cheng Lu and I gathered everyone together, sharing the findings from our examination of the body. As soon as we mentioned the severance of the corpse's head from its body, an audible gasp resonated through the room. This revelation suggested that the deaths of Hong Jialu and Xiao Miao were alarmingly similar. Wei Lan whispered in a low voice. Li Hao, unable to contain his fury, clenched his fist and struck the table with a forceful blow. Instantly, his hand was smeared with his own blood. Indifferently, he shook off the blood and turned to the shadowy confines of the villa, his voice echoing with rage. Who the hell are you? If you have the guts, stop hiding and face us directly. What kind of hero hides behind such cowardice? You twisted demon. If you can kill, then reveal your true self. His voice reverberated through the villa, each word drawing echoes from the dark recesses, as if the lurking demon was responding to our challenge. I approached Li Hao, placing a firm hand on his shoulder to guide him to the sofa. We needed to regain our composure, to sit together and patiently await the arrival of Zhang Yiming and the police. We must not act impulsively. Perhaps this murderer seeks to provoke our anger by highlighting the decapitation. Therefore, we must not fall into his trap. Xiaofeng is right, I asserted. Before the police arrive, we cannot afford to stir up unnecessary trouble. We should recount our actions from the previous night when we were intoxicated, and whether any of us had awakened to witness anything unusual. Cheng Lu nodded in agreement with my suggestion, and the calm demeanor befitting our roles as police officers emerged among us. I'll start, I said. Cheng Lu glanced at us, adjusting her glasses, and spoke. Last night, I fell asleep immediately after drinking and did not awaken at any point. I didn't hear anything strange. I even remain unaware of who covered us with the blanket. It was Wei Lan and me, I continued. Wei Lan has a sensitivity to alcohol, so she abstained last night. Zhang Yiming and I were the last two to drink. After he collapsed, Wei Lan and I stepped outside for some fresh air, then fetched the blanket from upstairs to cover you all before we went to bed ourselves. Wei Lan nodded in affirmation, indicating her agreement. Xiaofeng was entirely correct. We slept soundly until Wushi's piercing scream roused us, prompting us to descend and investigate the situation. I, too, drank excessively last night and was oblivious until the commotion here awakened me. I did not awaken in between nor witness anything peculiar, Li Hao remarked, rubbing his head. I drank too much, and my head still aches. Now it was Wushi's turn. Her demeanor had improved considerably. Her lips no longer trembled, though her complexion remained pale. Last night, I was also in a deep slumber. However, I was awakened once by the thunder from outside. After regaining consciousness, I found myself still enveloped in drowsiness, so I paid it little mind and drifted back to sleep. She seemed to have recalled something suddenly and added, "Oh, right. I remember that just as I was about to fall asleep again, I vaguely heard some noise coming from the direction of the stairs. But I wasn't quite certain, as the rain was falling so heavily at that time. I thought perhaps I was imagining things. So I dismissed it and fell back into a hazy slumber. Upon hearing her account, I suddenly remembered that just as they had settled into sleep, Wei Lan and I had just taken our first step onto the staircase, causing the wooden steps to emit an extraordinarily loud creak. Chapter 52. Footprints. I was instantly alert, turning to Wu Shi with a pressing inquiry. Did the sound you heard resemble the creaking of a wooden staircase? Her response was tinged with uncertainty. Perhaps, but the noise outside was overwhelming at the time, and I feared it might have been a figment of my imagination. A sense of urgency washed over me, and I grasped her arm, guiding her to the staircase nearby, our companions trailing closely behind. Under their watchful gazes, I placed a foot upon the wooden steps, which immediately emitted a resounding creak that echoed throughout the hall. Wushi clutched her head and exclaimed, yes, that's it, exactly. This means it wasn't just my imagination. I exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Lan, both of us silently acknowledging our shared understanding. Li Hao scratched his head and remarked, indeed. While my father's villa is quite luxurious, many elements have aged considerably. This wooden staircase, for instance, has only been given a fresh coat of paint over the years without any replacement. Cheng Lu quickly grasped my implication, stating so. What you mean is that the sound Wushi heard upon being startled could very well have been the murderer stepping on this wooden staircase. I nodded affirmatively, precisely. It's highly probable. Hence, I believe we should ascend and inspect each room on the second floor. There may be traces left by the culprit. Wait. Just as everyone prepared to head upstairs, Cheng Lu halted us. We shouldn't be so reckless. First, it's pitch dark, and even if we searched, we might not uncover any significant clues. Secondly, we ought to wait for the police to arrive. That is the safest course of action at present. Li Hao stepped forward, affirming, Cheng Lu is right. We shouldn't rush to seek clues. Time has already elapsed, and the perpetrator has likely fled. Even if we go, we probably won't find any information. Resting my chin on my hand, I pondered for a moment before proposing. How about this? Wei Lan and I will go upstairs to investigate, while the three of you remain here. Sound good? After a brief silence, they ceased their attempts to persuade me to stay and acquiesced to my suggestion. Just be sure to stay safe. If the murderer is still within this villa, he may strike again, Wuxi cautioned. Wei Lan and I nodded in agreement, each picking up a candle from the table as we made our way towards the staircase. From this staircase, it appeared the villa boasted 3 stories, with the topmost level presumably being the pinnacle of the residence. However, the door leading to that uppermost floor was locked. Thus, Wei Lan and I commenced our search in the first guest room on the 2nd floor. The candle flickered with a dim light, casting our large, dark silhouettes upon the wall as we began to examine every corner of the room in that feeble illumination. The room contained nothing extraordinary aside from a bed, a wardrobe, and a few simple pieces of furniture. After a swift inspection, we exited this chamber near the staircase, preparing to proceed to the next one. Suddenly, Wei Lan emitted a sound of perplexity. I turned to gaze at her, noticing that she had crouched down with a candle in hand, seemingly scrutinizing some marks on the floor. Xiaofeng, come take a look at this, she beckoned to me. Following her gaze, I leaned closer and discovered a series of peculiar mud tracks on the floor. Upon closer examination, I could distinctly identify them as human footprints. Evidently, these prints were left by someone who had recently stepped through muddy water. The surrounding moisture was nearly dried, while the mud had solidified into clumps. The footprints possessed an odd quality. Wei Lan gestured with her hand, saying, "Look, this is clearly a delicate footprint. By estimation, it appears to be approximately a size 38, likely belonging to a woman. However, each footprint trails a considerable smear of mud, as if a weary woman were dragging her shoes forward." I followed the line of prints, which led directly to a room just a wall away from where we were staying that night. As I absorbed her words, my mind conjured an image of a woman, hair disheveled, trudging through the dark hallway on a rainy night, her shoes caked in mud, making her way toward that room. Meanwhile, we lay there blissfully asleep, oblivious to her plight. A chill crept down my spine. Despite having encountered numerous pretenses attempting to obfuscate our investigation with supernatural tales, I could not shake the feeling of dread that enveloped me on such a harrowing, rain-soaked night, within the confines of this pitch-black villa. It seemed Wei Lan discerned my trepidation. With a hint of mockery, she remarked, "Xiaofeng, come on, we're adults now. Let us not dwell on such strange notions at this hour. The true task is to investigate thoroughly. Let us go check that room." With that, she rose to her feet and, candle in hand, made her way toward the room indicated by the footprints. I shook my head, attempting to cast aside the phantoms that had invaded my thoughts. Yet, the images of Ai Shamiao and Hong Jialu's severed heads resurfaced in my mind, their slightly parted mouths seeming to mock me eerily. As we opened the door to that room, a gust of wind, laden with rain, rushed past us, nearly extinguishing the candle we held. The window stood ajar. Wei Lan approached the wide-open window, shielding the candle flame with her hand, striving to prevent it from going out. I followed her and leaned out to peer outside. This window led to the exterior of the villa. More precisely, one could leap out directly to the back of the estate. However, the height was considerable, approximately 5 meters above the ground. Leaping from this height may not lead to severe injuries, yet the peril of fractures remains unavoidable. I crouched with a candle in hand, distinctly observing the muddy footprints left upon the floor. It appears that this trail vanishes right here. Could it be that the owner of these footprints truly escaped from this very place to the outside of the villa? Might he be the perpetrator? I inquired of Wei Lan. She abruptly closed the window. I noticed her hesitant nod, her expression grave. "What is it?" I asked anxiously, observing her demeanor. After a prolonged silence, she slowly replied, "If my memory serves me correctly, Ai Xiaomu was wearing exactly size 38 shoes." Chapter 53. Trap. The words of Wei Lan struck me like a chilling blade, pressing against my spine and sending a shiver throughout my body. Outside, a flash of lightning illuminated the room in an instant, revealing the pallor of Wei Lan's face, which was etched with fear, resembling a specter. "Wei Lan, this cannot be true. It must merely be a coincidence." I fixated on her eyes, sensing a tremor in my own voice. She shook her head and replied, "I believe I may be overreacting. After all, the sudden appearance of a woman's muddy size 38 footprints in the dark corridor has left me somewhat unsettled." Rising to my feet, I draped my arm around her shoulders and reassured her, "Do not worry. We merely estimated the size of the footprint with our naked eyes. Without proper tools, we cannot accurately measure the shoe size. Moreover, with me here, there is no need to fear. Ghosts do not exist in this world." Wei Lan gazed at me and gave a gentle nod. Then we stepped out of the room together. At that moment, we heard some commotion from downstairs, the sound of the front door creaking open, followed by the gust of wind and rain blowing into the living room. and then a cacophony of voices and the slamming of doors. I glanced at Wei Lan and said, "It seems something is happening below. Let us investigate." "All right," she replied. We paid no mind to the flickering candlelight, nor did we explore other rooms, but instead strode purposefully down the staircase. In the dim glow of the candles in the living room, I distinctly recognized a familiar figure among the crowd. It was Zhang Yiming, the one who had rushed in moments ago. However, a sense of unease washed over me. Had he returned so soon? What could this mean? Li Hao and the others turned to glance at Wei Lan and me, nodding slightly before gathering around Zhang Yiming, eagerly inquiring about the situation. Zhang Yiming, drenched from the downpour, had his hair plastered to his forehead, and his clothes clung tightly to his body as water dripped onto the floor in a rhythmic patter. "Yiming, how did you come back so quickly? Where are the cars? Why didn't you drive out to find the police?" Li Hao questioned anxiously. Zhang Yiming took a moment to catch his breath, visibly exhausted from his frantic run through the stormy night. "All the cars outside have been deliberately sabotaged. I couldn't find a single vehicle that was operational," he exclaimed, his face dripping with rainwater, panting heavily. "Which means," he continued, "we are completely trapped in this villa." Qing Lu raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting a dawning realization. Upon hearing their words, a heavy silence enveloped the group once more. Devoid of cellular signal, power, illumination, or any means of transportation, we found ourselves ensnared on a desolate island, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. Outside, the ferocious winds and torrential rain raged on, leaving us with no avenue for escape. I glanced at the silent group and spoke, "Let us not lose heart, my friends. This downpour shall not persist for long. We need only to remain steadfast by each other's side until dawn breaks." Li Hao nodded in agreement. Affirming my suggestion, "Xiaofeng is right. We must not stray from one another's sight. After all, the murderer of Hong Jialu may very well be lurking in a corner of this villa, poised to strike. We remain in a perilous predicament." The others concurred, though Wu Shi remained reticent, lost in her own thoughts. Li Hao turned to me and Wei Lan, inquiring, "Did you uncover anything new while you were upstairs?" His words jolted us into realization. We had been so preoccupied with Zhang Yiming that we nearly forgot to share our findings. Wei Lan addressed the group. In the corridor on the second floor, we discovered a series of mud footprints, presumably belonging to a woman. They are quite petite, approximately a size 38. The marks indicate that someone dragged their muddy shoes across the floor. Following the trail, we ventured into a small room on the second floor, where we found the window ajar, the footprints leading directly to it and then abruptly vanishing. As Wei Lan concluded her account, an inexplicable aura of dread enveloped the room. Li Hao and Zhang Yiming exchanged anxious glances. Qing Lu buried her face in her hands. Lost in deeper contemplation, Wu Shi's complexion grew paler, her lips parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged. At that moment, it felt as though we inhabited a realm that had never existed, populated solely by the six of us. This villa, and the boundless night, filled with thunder and lightning. The menacing figure of the killer loomed like an unseen shadow in our minds, perhaps lurking above, observing our every move. Ultimately, we resolved to wait. To endure together until the arrival of dawn, after which we would seek rescue. It was only 2 a.m., leaving us with approximately 4 hours until daybreak. After the harrowing ordeal, fatigue began to manifest among us. Conversation ceased, and the allure of drink faded. Some had already reclined on the sofas, surrendering to the pull of slumber. I, however, could not succumb to sleep. I chose instead to sit silently on the sofa, observing my companions. My mind still racing with thoughts. Tonight, everything unfolds like a magnificent drama, where the dimly lit, pitch-black living room and the torrential rain outside, accompanied by the occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, serve as the perfect backdrop for this theatrical performance. The cast consists of us and the enigmatic perpetrator. The entire narrative seems to be tightly held in the hands of the killer, awaiting his manipulation of strings, poised to control each dramatic twist and turn to achieve the vision he desires. Although I am reluctant to admit it, I believe the murderer is none other than one of us. Chapter 54. The murderer among us. We waited for approximately 10 minutes, and finally, just as my phone was about to display 2:30, Li Hao suddenly broke the silence with his words, instantly dispelling our drowsiness. His voice, though soft, conveyed a resolute sorrow intertwined with a barely perceptible fear. If I recall correctly, the shoe size that Xiaomia wore back then was indeed 38. Upon hearing his words, I exchanged glances with Wei Lan, our eyes reflecting astonishment and confusion. Li Hao, as expected of Xiaomia's boyfriend, had retained such a vivid memory of his girlfriend's shoe size even after more than a decade. At that moment, Wu Shi abruptly stood up. Ever since Wei Lan and I had mentioned the footprints we discovered upstairs, her demeanor had been unsettling, as if she struggled to voice her thoughts. Now, it seemed her emotions had finally erupted. With fervor, she exclaimed, "Exactly. Yes. In our dormitory, the 4 of us, Wei Lan and I, wear size 37. While Hong Jialu has larger feet and often wears size 39 or above. Only Xiao Miao, were size 38. Her behavior had escalated to near hysteria. Clutching her head with her hands, her eyes were filled with terror, as if she had lost her mind. She cried out, "It must be Xiao Miao. She has returned, she has returned." When she died back then, she must have died with her eyes wide open. Because the murderer from that time is still alive and well. Her agitated voice echoed throughout the living room, sending a chill down our spines. Goosebumps prickled my arms. Waylon approached her, tightly embracing her shoulders, attempting to soothe her. "Wuxi, calm down. We have not yet confirmed whether that footprint truly belongs to size 38. We have only made a preliminary judgment. We still do not know whose footprint it is. Moreover, Xiao Miao has been dead for years. There are no ghosts in this world." Wuxi forcefully shoved Waylon's hands away and shouted at her, "Don't touch me. Stop comforting yourself. Accept this reality. Xiao Miao has returned. And she is somewhere in this villa, or perhaps right beside us, preparing to kill us all. To eliminate all of us, these so-called friends." Zhang Yiming and Qing Lu attempted to rush forward to restrain the now unhinged Wuxi, but she evaded their grasp. Before any of us could react, she flung open the door, confronting the raging storm outside, and fled the living room without a backward glance. "Quick, go after her," I shouted at them, then swiftly followed suit. Yet, as soon as I stepped outside, regret washed over me. I should not have left Waylon and the others alone in the living room. However, the outside world is equally perilous, and I can no longer concern myself with such matters. I can vaguely discern Zhang Yiming and Li Hao, who have followed me out. "Li Hao, why did you suddenly bring up that topic?" I shouted amidst the drumming of the rain. "Did you not notice the strange expression on Wuxi's face? Your words have only served to stir her emotions." At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the dark sky. The road was shrouded in darkness, and apart from the raindrops and the faint silhouette of Wuxi ahead, I could scarcely see anything else. As the lightning faded, a rumble of thunder echoed across the horizon. I observed Li Hao nearby, his mouth moving. Yet his voice was entirely drowned out by the sound of rain and the distant thunder. I heard nothing. Thus, I followed Wuxi's figure, running alongside her until we reached a parking garage, a considerable distance from the villa. The rain was no longer a threat under the shelter of the garage. Yet it was engulfed in darkness, and I could only faintly hear Wuxi's labored breaths. "Wuxi, stop fooling around. Come back with me. It's too dangerous outside." I called out into the darkness, hoping to persuade her to heed my words. Her voice emerged from the shadows, trembling with fear and despair. "No, it's far safer out here than in that house full of people." I understood. She had undoubtedly returned. It must be Xiao Miao. She had come back. Wuxi had completely lost her mind. Though she was a police officer, a staunch believer in materialism, her mind had now wholly embraced the notion that all of this was the work of AI, Xiao Miao's ghost. Yet, her words held a grain of truth. Indeed, that living room, once bustling with people, was also the very site of the murderer. Based on certain clues I had gathered, I silently warned myself that the killer was, in fact, among us, within the small circle of individuals engaged in conversation. Yet now, Wuxi's words only served to reinforce my conviction. Someone wished to resurrect the haunting memories of that fateful night when AI Xiao Miao was beheaded. They aimed to drag us all back into the past, into the crimson reality of that snowy winter night, to the unsolved case where the murderer remained elusive, to evoke a sense of dread once more. This individual had already slain the unsuspecting Hong Jialu elsewhere before we all gathered, placing her lifeless body somewhere within the villa, awaiting our arrival. Furthermore, they had severed her head from her neck and, in a grotesque manner, reattached the dismembered parts, stealthily positioning the corpse above us, suspended from the chandelier while we all slept. This individual has resurrected the nightmarish specter of decapitation. They have chosen this nearly perfect rainy night, an ideal environment shrouded in fear. Furthermore, this person donned shoes of the same size as those worn by AI Xiao Miao, deliberately leaving conspicuous traces in the dark corridor on the second floor. The perpetrator seeks to make it appear as though the actions were the work of the long-deceased AI Xiao Miao's ghost, for in their eyes, the one who murdered Xiao Miao all those years ago resides among us. The departed Hong Jialu is likely intricately connected to the truth of that bygone era. The killer is undoubtedly someone within this villa tonight. Instinctively, I glanced back, yet I could not discern the figures of Zhang Yiming and Li Hao, who had followed me into the rain-soaked night. A sense of unease washed over me. Chapter 55. Another victim. Zhang Yiming and Li Hao did not follow. A sense of foreboding surged within me. I paid no heed to Wuxi, trembling in fear and left alone in the garage, but hastened towards the villa. Wei Lan and the others might be in peril. My feet pounded against the ground, splashing water with each hurried step. The relentless sound of rain and wind filled my ears. The downpour showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. My body was thoroughly drenched, and the accumulating water weighed down my steps, yet this did nothing to impede my racing thoughts. I never doubted Qing Lu, for he had remained by my side throughout. However, if my instincts were correct, the culprit must be one among Zhang Yiming or Li Hao. Both had ample opportunity, and each harbored their own suspicions. Zhang Yiming had volunteered to inspect the vehicles parked in the garage, only to return after an extended absence, informing us that all the tires had been completely deflated, rendering any chance of driving impossible, thereby severing our connection to the outside world. What if this act of deflation was orchestrated by Zhang Yiming himself? His intent might be to trap us in this villa, akin to an isolated island, devoid of power, signal, or rescue. In this scenario, we would become mere lambs awaiting slaughter beneath his blade. As for Li Hao, the likelihood of his guilt seemed even greater, for he possessed a compelling motive. He had been the boyfriend of the late AI Xiaomiao, whose death had inflicted upon him boundless anguish and fury. The murderer from years past had evaded capture in plain sight, leaving no trace behind. Over the years, perhaps Li Hao had not abandoned his quest for the truth, relentlessly pursuing leads and information. His years of effort may have led him to a shocking discovery. The perpetrator who had taken Xiaomiao's life was among us, the so-called friends from that time. Thus, he resolved to exact revenge, seeking the perfect opportunity to gather us, his estranged companions, in this secluded villa under the guise of a reunion. In the midst of our gathering, he could sabotage the power supply and deflate the tires of all vehicles in the garage. His intention was to confine us together, allowing us to experience the same despair that Xiaomiao had faced before her demise, and systematically eliminate those connected to that tragic event. Regardless of the circumstances, I found myself in grave danger, and I needed to return to their side post-haste. I darted to the entrance of the living room, only to discover it was empty. The only remnants were the candles extinguished by the raging storm outside, flickering with a faint, dwindling light. Suddenly, I noticed a large pool of blood from the direction I had just come, as if someone had dragged something towards me from that very spot. Following the trail of blood, I strained to catch sight of a figure amidst the torrential downpour, lying motionless at the threshold of the living room. A grim realization dawned upon me. Something terrible had transpired. Wu Shi had rushed outside, and this unforeseen incident felt like a cunning diversion. Either the perpetrator had seized a splendid opportunity to disrupt our plans, or he had meticulously orchestrated this chaos, exploiting Wu Shi's fear to terrify her into fleeing. Ignoring the deluge that drenched me, I dashed toward the figure on the ground, striving to discern his true identity. No, that was incorrect. He had no identity. It was a headless corpse. The head had vanished without a trace, leaving only the lifeless body, from which blood gushed forth from the severed neck. The attire on this body belonged to Li Hao. It was Li Hao. The deceased was indeed him. This revelation had entirely eluded my expectations. Logically, in terms of motive, method, and timing, Li Hao should have been the most suspicious individual in this entire affair. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. I could not afford to linger over Li Hao's remains. Instead, I sprinted directly toward the living room of the villa, seeking the two individuals, Qing Lu and Wei Lan, who had remained amidst the chaos. Upon entering the villa, it felt as though I had been engulfed by darkness. Bizarre scenes began to unfold before my eyes. Surrounding me was a sea of crimson, within which I could distinctly recognize the visages of my old friends, heads floating before me, their mouths agape, as if mocking my helplessness. My mind began to swirl, and I nearly collapsed. At that moment, a pair of hands caught me firmly. I looked up to find Qing Lu, with Wei Lan standing beside him. "Thank heavens, you are both unharmed," I uttered weakly. Qing Lu patted my shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry, Xiaofeng. We are all here." After you both rushed outside, I took Wei Lan to hide in the kitchen behind the staircase, and only emerged upon hearing the commotion in the living room. What transpired after you went out? Qing Lu and Wei Lan had become my most trusted allies, so I relayed the events directly. Wu Shi had just lost her composure, fervently convinced that the spirit of AI Xiaomiao had returned to seek vengeance upon us. As for Li Hao, he is dead. His corpse lies outside the door. Upon hearing my words, both Qing Lu and Wei Lan widened their eyes in astonishment. Li Hao is dead? Wei Lan questioned in disbelief. Indeed, I saw his body at the entrance, devoid of a head like the previous two victims. However, I recognized him by his clothing. I continued. The deceased was indeed him. Qing Lu raised a hand, gently stroking his chin, and continued. Then it is highly probable that the escaped Zhang Yiming is the murderer? Precisely. I have almost confirmed that it is indeed him, I stated resolutely. In truth, I had harbored doubts about Li Hao from the very beginning. His peculiar behavior this evening was undeniably strange. Qing Lu shared his thoughts with me. Indeed, I too had my suspicions initially. However, at this juncture, the missing Zhang Yiming is the one we should genuinely be concerned about. He is the true perpetrator. Beside us, Wei Lan posed a question. If it truly is Zhang Yiming, then what could possibly motivate him to act in such a manner? As I gazed at them, a notion began to take shape in my mind. We must ascertain who, in fact, was responsible for the death of AI Xiaomiao all those years ago. Chapter 56. The disappearance of Wu Shi Wulian and Qi Lu gazed at me, somewhat perplexed by my implication. I elucidated. According to the killer's intentions this evening, It is highly probable that the perpetrator who took the life of AI Xiaomiao is among us, the old friends from years past. Initially, my prime suspect was Li Hao, as he possessed the strongest motive for murder. Yet now, he too has met a similar fate. Instinctively, I turned my head to glance at the lifeless body of Hong Jialu, sprawled across the coffee table, and at the decapitated form of Li Hao lying outside the door. Their corpses resembled headless dolls, and Li Hao's body was now subjected to the relentless downpour outside. Indeed, everything transpired quite abruptly this night. Whether it was the sudden appearance of Hong Jialu's corpse suspended from the chandelier or the swiftness with which the killer seized the opportunity amidst our chaos to slay the unsuspecting Li Hao in the torrential rain, it all unfolded too rapidly for us to fully process. Wait, Xiaofeng, you mentioned you only saw Li Hao's body outside, correct? Qi Lu, who had been deep in thought, suddenly inquired. I recalled the moment and nodded. Indeed, I saw Li Hao's corpse, and it was headless. Just moments before, when he, Zhang Yiming, and I chased after Wu Shi, he seemed perfectly fine, and in the blink of an eye, he lay at the doorstep. No, that's not what I meant. So, what leads you to ascertain that the body is Li Hao's? Is it merely based on the clothing? I paused, suddenly grasping Qing Liu's implication. Are you suggesting that the corpse I witnessed might not belong to Li Hao? Qing Liu nodded, his expression grave. Precisely. The body you observed was without a head. So in the darkness of this rain-soaked night, we cannot accurately deduce its identity solely based on the garments. It is entirely plausible that what you saw was actually Zhang Yiming's body, merely dressed in Li Hao's attire. Wu Lian, who had remained silent until now, interjected. With murder, decapitation, and clothing swaps, how could the killer possibly find the time for all this? Indeed, executing all these actions requires a certain amount of time. However, from the moment you pursued him until now, nearly 10 minutes have passed. I firmly believe that within 10 minutes, it is feasible to commit murder, behead, and change clothes. Qing Lu maintained his stance. Continuing this debate was not timely. Therefore, I stepped forward and suggested, let us cease our quarrel for the moment. The singular question at hand is whether the killer is Zhang Yiming or Li Hao. Thus, we should await the dawn to contact the authorities and hand everything over to the police. This indeed was a pressing concern, yet it was not of paramount importance, for the murderer must undoubtedly be one of the two. This fact is beyond dispute. We need only to ascertain who survives in the end. Wu Lian proposed that we retreat to the rooms on the second floor, where we could safely await the night. We all reached a consensus and rose to ascend the staircase. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at me, as though something was amiss. Wait. Oh no, I had forgotten Wu Shi in the garage. I slapped my forehead, realizing this grave oversight. My concern for the potential assailant targeting those in the living room had clouded my judgment, leading me to leave the somewhat anxious Wu Shi alone in that dark garage. Qing Lu decisively exclaimed, we cannot abandon her. She is likely to become the assailant's next target. We must not allow another death. We cannot let that fiend succeed. Together, the three of us sprinted, pressing closely to one another, ensuring we did not lose each other in the torrential downpour. Without hesitation, we dashed out of the living room, heading towards the garage. The path remained shrouded in darkness as the rain poured heavily. We clasped hands, with Qing Lu leading the way, Wei Lan in the middle, and I bringing up the rear, tightly huddled together as we ran through the endless rain-soaked night. Soon, we reached the garage, where we were shielded from the rain. Yet the depths remained engulfed in darkness, obscuring our vision. Wu Shi, are you still inside? I called into the garage. No response echoed back. Quick. Let us use our phone flashlights and check inside, Qing Lu suggested, turning to us. We all retrieved our phones, activating the flashlight function. Instantly, 3 beams of light illuminated the dim garage. We began to search separately. Aside from several parked vehicles, there was nothing else within the garage. I crouched down to inspect the tire, noting that it had indeed been deliberately damaged. Zhang Yiming was correct. There is no one over here. Wei Lan's voice rang out from one side. I've checked the right side of the garage, and there is no one here either. Qing Lu's voice carried from a short distance away. All right, let us regroup. It seems Wu Shi has vanished, I stated, feeling helpless as I reported my lack of findings. The three of us quickly reconvened to discuss our next course of action. What should we do now? Continue searching for Wu Shi, or return to the second floor of the villa and find a room to hide in? Wei Lan's melodic voice resonated in the confined garage. Outside, the rain continued to patter incessantly, the droplets drumming against the garage roof, creating a cacophony of sound. Let us head back. I believe it's prudent to seek refuge for the time being, now that Wu Shi has inexplicably gone missing. We do not yet know if she has met with foul play. Qing Lu proposed, arms crossed over her chest. I feel there is a significant chance she has come to harm. Consider this. When I reached the garage door, the assailant was likely behind me, enacting their murderous scheme, entirely unaware that Wu Shi had come here. Thus, she should be safe for the moment, I remarked, looking at Qing Lu. Wei Lan's clear voice chimed in once more, but where could she have gone? We can't just leave her alone. Furthermore, She was once a dear friend of ours and the first love of Cheng Lu. To take a step back, regardless of the circumstances, a life is at stake. Is it not? Upon hearing Wei Lan's words, Cheng Lu felt a twinge of shame and lowered his gaze. I conducted a brief analysis regarding the potential whereabouts of Wu Shi. Firstly, if she ventured alone beyond the confines of the villa, it might be a fortunate turn of events, as this would significantly reduce the likelihood of her encountering the assailant again. Secondly, it is quite plausible that upon regaining consciousness, she would seek us out, which means she might return to the villa once more. Chapter 57. Fragments of memory. Thus, we returned to the villa to await her arrival, while simultaneously gathering the bodies from the entrance and the interior, ensuring that when the authorities arrived, we could present the remains in an orderly manner. I suggested this to my companions, who exchanged glances before nodding in tacit agreement. We arranged ourselves as we had before entering the garage and soon found ourselves back in the dimly lit living room of the villa. With some effort, Cheng Lu and I dragged the headless corpse from outside into the living room, placing it alongside Hong Jialu's remains. Next, we retrieved the remaining unlit candles, igniting them to fill the room with a warm glow. After completing these tasks, we settled back onto the sofa by the dining table, seeking a moment of quietude. Cheng Lu nonchalantly picked up an unfinished bottle of beer from the floor and tilted his head back, pouring its contents into his throat. I glanced at him and chuckled silently, mimicking his actions as I discovered 2 unopened bottles of liquor, one of which I uncorked and began to drink. Wei Lan sat beside us, observing in silence. Once close friends, now only a handful of us remained. 3 had met their demise, their bodies separated. 3 of us sat in the dimly lit hall, illuminated solely by candlelight, nervously consuming alcohol. 1 was wandering outside, lost, and another, a ruthless murderer. Had I known, I would never have attended this cursed gathering. I had anticipated a night of camaraderie and reminiscence, yet it had devolved into a murderous soiree. I raised my bottle, clinking it gently against Cheng Lu's. Indeed, his face bore a slight flush as he turned to regard the 2 corpses nearby, extending his hand to shake the bottle at them. Come on, Hong Jialu. You were supposed to join us for a drink. You promised you'd arrive shortly despite the traffic. Why are you lying here instead? His laughter was unsettling, reverberating through the vast hall. He then turned to the other body, whether it was Zhang Yiming or Li Hao was unclear, and made a toasting gesture, finishing the remaining contents of his bottle. Look at you, devoid of a head, just like the way Xiao Miao passed away all those years ago. Cheng Lu. Wei Lan called out his name, a note of concern lacing her voice. I touched her hand gently, signaling her not to worry. He was merely overwhelmed by the events of the night. With Wu Shi also missing, let him vent through drink. Wei Lan fell silent, merely pursing her lips, though the anguish and despair in her eyes remained evident. I refrained from saying more, choosing instead to lift my own bottle, drinking silently while my mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts. A throbbing pain began to pulse at my temples. This night's narrative was absurd from the onset. From the very beginning, we had become ensnared in an utterly surreal backdrop. The deceased Hong Jialu, whose dismembered body remains unidentified, whether belonging to Zhang Yiming or Li Hao, lies in the dimly lit garage, alongside the inexplicably vanished Wu Shi. Thunder rumbles and lightning strikes as a tempest rages outside, while the living room is devoid of power and mobile phones fail to capture any signal, their tires deliberately slashed. In a remote villa, old friends reunite after a decade, intoxicated and caught in the chaos of an inexplicable gathering. Just as I received the transfer task from the police station, Li Hao and Wei Lan appeared unexpectedly, their luxurious vehicle parked by the roadside, distancing us from the city center. The unsolved murder case from 10 years prior looms large. Who could the true culprit be? 2 assailants, 3, or perhaps even more. These images began to flicker in my mind, as if I were traversing a tunnel bathed in radiant light, the blinding whiteness ahead rendering my eyes unable to open. In an instant, I felt as though I had been transported from that dimly lit living room back to that snow-laden winter, where my memories were awash with hues of white and red. I discovered that I seemed to have returned to the classroom where the murder had taken place, the unclosed window hovering above me. Without hesitation, I climbed back through, landing firmly within the classroom. Hey, what are you doing here? I raised my head to see several individuals standing before me, Li Hao, Zhang Yiming, and Cheng Lu. They were all gazing out the window, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Upon hearing my descent, they froze in surprise, turning to look at me with mouths agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Foam, brother Foam, how did you end up here? Zhang Yiming's voice trembled slightly, betraying a hint of anxiety, though he seemed unsure of the source of his unease. I just came to retrieve something. I had class here yesterday and forgot an important document. I figured I'd come by before my afternoon class, I replied casually. What about you all? I wondered why the dorm was empty. Haha, are the 3 of you rehearsing a play? I chuckled lightly. Cheng Lu's expression remained grave as he scrutinized me intently, as though I were a peculiar creature. No one responded to my inquiry, and an awkward silence enveloped us. Li Hao, standing in the middle, tentatively nudged Zhang Yiming and Cheng Lu, urging them to draw closer. The three of them then whispered among themselves in hushed tones before turning back to me. Should we tell him? Impossible. He definitely won't join us. Then let us find a way to ease the tension. I stood before them, feeling like a mute jester, at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, they burst into laughter, their expressions transforming back to those of camaraderie. Li Hao approached, clapping my shoulder with a grin. Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng, did we scare you? Don't worry, we're just rehearsing a dialogue for a performance next Friday. Qing Lu, though silent, appeared considerably more relaxed. He gently adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, still regarding me with a look of disdain. Although we often indulged in such playful antics, where a few of us would feign seriousness upon the arrival of someone, deliberately instilling a sense of fear in the other, this time it was particularly evident. I did not take it to heart, yet Qing Liu's expression genuinely perplexed me. Why was he staring at me like that? Such a peculiar individual. I cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing to remain silent. Despite my awareness of Qing Liu's peculiarities, his demeanor this time seemed excessively fierce. Zhang Yiming, noticing my gaze directed at Qing Liu, approached me and exchanged a few light-hearted remarks. Chapter 58. The unspoken Xiaofeng, you needn't concern yourself with Qing Liu. He seldom regards others with any sincerity. It has been nearly a year, and you still haven't grown accustomed to it. Just now, during our rehearsal, your sudden interruption must have disrupted his train of thought, which explains his current displeasure. He eagerly leaned on my shoulder and spoke affectionately. I refrained from further comment and sought a graceful exit for myself. All right. It was not my intention to intrude upon your rehearsal. I shall take my leave now. Do remember to attend class this afternoon. Don't let the rehearsal consume your sense of time. Rest assured, we won't. Zhang Yiming and Li Hao gestured to me, as if to convey a polite farewell. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Thus, I departed, harboring a swell of indignation. Nevertheless, I did not dwell on the matter too deeply, for they are my close comrades, and I trust them implicitly. Moreover, Qi Lu has indeed a knack for inciting frustration, a fact we have long since accepted. These fellows had secretly registered for a performance without informing me. How could they? Oh, wait. I seem to have a prior engagement next Friday. It's trivial. With that, I left, clutching the materials in my hand. The light before me began to brighten once more, and I felt as if I had returned to that narrow tunnel. At the tunnel's end, the blinding white light persisted, making it difficult for my eyes to adjust. As the brightness diminished, I faintly heard the sound of my phone ringing. Someone appeared to be calling me. At that moment, I was seated in my dormitory, tightly gripping the crumpled note the old policeman had handed me, upon which his phone number was scrawled in a crooked fashion. I turned to glance out the window, where the night was still, blanketed by a gentle snowfall. I answered the call. Hello, is this Xiaofeng? It was that familiar, aged voice. Yes, officer, is there something more you wish to convey? I inquired, somewhat perplexed, for we had only just concluded our previous conversation. Hee. I ended the call rather abruptly. I forgot to mention something important. Please, do tell. I would like to invite you to my office. There is something I wish to show you. Without hesitation, I accepted his invitation. The following afternoon, free from classes, I chose to visit the police station and met the old officer. Upon spotting me, he waved me over to take a seat and tossed a stack of documents in my direction. Do not examine them too closely. There are many concepts you have yet to learn, so you might find them bewildering. Just focus on the section regarding the scene analysis, he advised. Of course, officer. I stared blankly at the materials before me, feeling somewhat lost. Just call me Old Fong. There is no need for such formality. I opened the pile of documents and flipped to the section on scene analysis. There, before my eyes, were photographs stained with crimson, images of the scene where AI Xiao Miao's lifeless body lay on the classroom floor, a round head resting beside her. I began to read the lengthy and complex text that followed. Old Fong sat beside me, lighting a cigarette as he offered explanations regarding certain aspects I had observed. Our investigation of the scene and the examination of the corpse revealed the presence of 3 distinct male DNA samples. To be precise, these were male sperm. My eyes nearly bulged with disbelief, and my ears struggled to comprehend the gravity of his words. However, these sperm were not found within the deceased vagina, but rather upon her face and body. Exhaling smoke rings, Old Fong spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing something trivial. What you imply is, a chill ran down my spine. I mean, no offense, we merely discovered the DNA, which does not necessarily indicate that the owners are the culprits, yet the likelihood is significant. This is precisely why we wish to discuss with you some of AI Xiaomiao's social connections and your perspectives on her, he stated calmly. Upon hearing that 3 individuals' DNA were involved, my heart began to race. Could it be them? Yet, the information at hand quickly quelled my concerns. The 3 DNA samples did not belong to Li Hao, Zhang Yiming, or Qing Lu, but rather to 3 unidentified individuals. Was it possible that AI Xiaomiao had fallen victim to some unsavory characters? I tentatively voiced my thoughts. Old Fong's expression twitched slightly, suggesting dissatisfaction with my response. That could be a fair interpretation. Due to a lack of surveillance and the lax identity checks performed by your school security, we have been unable to identify the owners of these DNA samples. Furthermore, we found no communication devices, such as a mobile phone, on AI Xiaomiao. It seems it was taken as well. So, I still did not grasp his meaning. It is highly probable that AI Xiaomiao had connections to certain criminal organizations. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray on the table, folding his hands and fixing me with a piercing gaze. Yet, I was certain my expression betrayed no knowledge of the matter. Disappointed. The officer lowered his head slightly and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. It appears you are completely uninformed about this case. I have already questioned everyone in your dormitory and theirs, yet not a single person possesses this information. I had hoped you might know more. Listening to his string of perplexing remarks, I felt a surge of anger and stood up to declare, how could I possibly know such things? Moreover, how could AI Xiaomiao be linked to those individuals? We have never interacted with such elements. The officer nodded, muttering under his breath, well, it seems I overestimated you. I thought you might have seen more than the others. It appears this line of inquiry is also at an end. Bewildered, I exited his office. I had anticipated that he would present me with some valuable clues, but to my surprise, he merely summoned me to his office to utter a series of nonsensical words. As I gazed at the brilliance before me, it intensified until my vision was entirely engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, I found myself once more in that dimly lit living room. Gradually regaining my senses, I noticed the still-sitting Wei Lan and Qing Lu beside me, with an unfinished beer still in my hand. I glanced at my phone. It seemed that only a few seconds had elapsed. Qi Lu, I turned to him and inquired. Do you remember that time when I sneaked into the classroom to fetch some materials and saw you, Li Hao, and Zhang Yiming chatting inside? Upon hearing my unexpected question, Qing Liu's expression appeared somewhat rigid and astonished. Why was I asking such a question all of a sudden? Chapter 59. Li Hao gazed at me, his expression somewhat unsettling, as though he had been abruptly confronted with a matter of great significance. I inquired, do you recall that time when I climbed through the window to retrieve some documents from the classroom and caught sight of the three of you engaged in a hushed conversation? You claimed it was about the drama performance on Friday. However, your demeanor was quite peculiar. Were you conspiring about something in secret? My tone was assertive. That was a long time ago. How could I possibly remember? Xiaofeng retorted. Are you, like Wuxi, experiencing some form of mental lapse? Qing Lu's expression twisted in discomfort. I recognized that my question seemed abrupt. A normal person would not pose such strange inquiries under these circumstances, yet. Fragments of memories had just surged into my mind, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. They resembled two keys, unlocking the connection between the past and the present. Revealing that to grasp the entirety of the truth, one must comprehend the conflict between Hong Jialu and AI Xiaomiao, as well as the identity of AI Xiaomiao's true murderer. I observed Hong Jialu lying silently on the table, and suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to pose numerous questions to her. Qing Lu, tell me, did the three of you ever conceal any significant secrets from me? The expressions you bore that day were evidently amiss. I often wondered why you were frequently absent from the dormitory during lunch. Were you not often off discussing matters that ought to remain hidden? My emotions surged as I bombarded them with queries. It dawned upon me that I had previously failed to connect these fragments. I had always perceived them as disparate events, lacking any direct correlation. Only moments ago, those deeply ingrained memories from a decade ago surged into my consciousness, illuminating the connections between them. Qing Lu, Li Hao, and Zhang Yiming were undoubtedly intertwined with AI Xiaomiao's demise. Qing Lu's countenance contorted further, as if he beheld a grotesque creature in me. His face seemed to morph into that of a monster. Xiaofeng, have you lost your mind? Why do you now cast suspicion upon me? Are you implying that I hold a direct connection to AI Xiaomiao's death? Qing Lu flung the bottle aside in a fit of rage. His reaction was entirely unforeseen. Xiaofeng, what ails you? Why are you beginning to doubt Qing Lu? This is hardly the moment for internal strife. The true culprit remains at large, capable of returning at any moment. If they witness our current state, it would be all too easy for them to dismantle us one by one, Wei Lan interjected, attempting to mediate. I persisted in my inquiries, pressing on. One day, a police officer summoned me to his office. Do you know what he showed me? Qing Lu regarded me with furrowed brows, his eyes rife with disdain. How could I possibly know what it was? You've gone mad, Xiaofeng. I fear you will soon resemble Wuxi, utterly devoid of reason. I rose to my feet and gazed through the glass doors towards the living room outside. The rain seemed to have lessened slightly, yet the sound of the downpour persisted. The lightning had long since ceased, and the sky was gradually beginning to reveal a hint of light. On that fateful day, the police officer approached me and informed me that 3 different men's DNA had been discovered on the lifeless body of AI Xiaomiao, and that this DNA originated from their very beings. Before I could finish my sentence, Qing Lu sprang to his feet, his body rigid as he clenched his fists tightly. Upon hearing my words, Wei Lan gasped in shock, as if she too had grasped the gravity of the situation. Tell me, you 3, are you connected to AI Xiaomiao? I glared fiercely at Cheng Lu. No, that wasn't us. It didn't happen that day. It wasn't us. Cheng Lu abruptly fell silent, realizing he had misspoken. Even the most meticulous can slip up. Calm down, Cheng Lu. I never claimed that the 3 DNA samples belong to you. They are merely 3 unidentified DNA profiles that we, the police, have yet to trace back to their owners. I merely sought to gauge your reaction, yet you exposed yourself. I regarded him with a sense of concealed satisfaction. At that moment, Wei Lan, seated nearby, also rose and approached me. Cheng Lu, what exactly have you done? What have you done to Xiaomiao? Instinctively, she picked up an empty bottle and pointed it at Cheng Lu. Realizing his blunder, Cheng Lu helplessly cradled his head. Cheng Lu, tell me, what exactly have you done in the past? Did you have an inappropriate relationship with AI Xiaomiao? I rushed forward, gripping him firmly by the collar. Did you do something? Are you involved in AI Xiaomiao's death? He struggled to break free from my grasp, urging me to release him. I relented and let him sink onto the sofa. I'll tell you, he began. Truth be told, I have felt shame and humiliation for the actions I committed in the past, including Zhang Yiming. He sighed, lowering his head as if confessing to his past transgressions. Li Hao, he is, in all honesty, a complete pervert. My heart jolted at his words. Sensing my reaction, he smirked mockingly and continued, Li Hao hails from a powerful and influential family. You know, he was the wealthiest student at our school back then. His family is not just affluent. His father had connections with many local gangs. One could say he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. He hunched his back, as if unwilling to dwell on those memories. My father is a police officer, and he often interacted with Li Hao's family. On the surface, they appeared cultured and refined, yet deep down, they were individuals driven by indulgence and devoid of morality. His father wields considerable influence in G-City, to the extent that even our police force dares not provoke him lightly. That day, we were engaged in a discussion regarding Zhang Yiming, who had worked in a bar and thus possessed some knowledge of the underworld. As for me, my family has connections within the police, leading Li Hao to seek our assistance in locating individuals akin to those involved in a swap party. A swap party? However, upon hearing his words, I could scarcely believe my ears. I simply could not reconcile Li Hao with such a persona. Perhaps noticing my astonishment, Cheng Lu offered a resigned smile. When he spoke of Li Hao, I could see his eyes brimming with sorrow and indignation. Chapter 60. Peculiar predilections. So, what you discussed that day was not anything else, but rather how to assist Li Hao in achieving his objective? Indeed, that is precisely what he wished to pursue. He threatened us, stating that if we did not lend him our aid, he would seek to alter our academic credits, thus jeopardizing our graduation. You see, his father has numerous connections with figures such as the head of the teaching department. I clasped my hands across my chest and turned to glance at the blue-haired girl, who was attentively listening to our conversation. Her eyes were filled with astonishment and curiosity. She certainly had not anticipated that Li Hao was such a person. The reason they did not seek my help at that moment was simply that I could indeed offer him no assistance. Cheng Lu smirked, spitting out her words. Exactly. That is why I looked at you with such a gaze, signaling you to leave early. I did not wish for you to be entangled in this absurd affair. I tentatively accepted her explanation and continued. Now, the question arises, since Li Hao desires to engage in something akin to the game of 7, how could AI Xiaomiao possibly sexual obsessions? As if anticipating my inquiry, Cheng Lu interjected before I could finish my sentence. Sexual obsessions? I paused momentarily. Sexual obsessions, as the term suggests, refers to individuals with an addiction to sexual desires. Such individuals often exhibit an intense craving for intimacy, transforming gradually deepening relationships into a compulsion, seeking fulfillment through closeness. AI Xiaomiao embodies this very characteristic. This revelation from Li Hao ignited his ambition to indulge in this nearly perverse game. He wished to exchange his girlfriend with another man's woman, reveling in debauchery together. Upon hearing his words, Wei Lan could barely contain herself, covering her mouth in disbelief. It was evidently a truth she found intolerable. Even I was taken aback. The typically delicate and petite AI Xiaomiao was, in fact, a person consumed by sexual addiction, an unimaginable reality. Upon discovering AI Xiaomiao's proclivities, Li Hao appeared to have unearthed a treasure. He treated her as a mere tool for barter. Any gangsters or associates of his family wishing to partake in her company could simply notify Li Hao, who would facilitate her presence, sometimes even for group encounters. Occasionally, she could fetch a handsome price, and AI Xiaomiao seemed to take pleasure in it. At this juncture, Cheng Lu closed her eyes, as if unable to bear recalling this appalling chapter of her past. I stared wide-eyed, feeling every inch of my skin bristling with an unsettling sensation. The very atmosphere around me felt peculiar. Everything appeared absurd. The friend I had considered the best was entangled with the underworld, leading a life of debauchery. His girlfriend was treated as a mere instrument of indulgence, used to satiate the desires of many. I was suddenly reminded of the recent cross-border child trafficking case, where those unfortunate children had also become playthings for the depravity of vile individuals. However, unlike Ai Xiaomiao, who seemed to relish her plight as a consequence of her addiction to pleasure, those children remained blissfully unaware of their grim reality. I lowered my gaze, my expression darkening as I said, "Qing Lu, you understand that such behavior is a sickness, do you not?" "Yes, I am certainly aware." Qing Lu raised her head to meet my eyes, a hint of inadvertent shame crossing her face. "Then why on earth are you still engaging in it? She is your friend, after all. Knowing full well the beast that Li Hao is, why not report him? Why not inform us of these matters?" I could no longer contain my fury, raising my fist and delivering a hard blow to his face. He did not flinch, my fist distorted his cheek, and his nose was struck to the side. I rubbed my aching knuckles, my arm taut with tension as I braced for Qing Lu's retaliation. "Do you not find yourself utterly disgusting, Qing Lu?" I exclaimed. The disheveled Qing Lu turned to me, fixing me with a piercing gaze, then gently adjusted her misaligned eye, breaking into a cold laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, do you know, Xiaofeng?" He stood up, facing me squarely. He was nearly my height, perhaps even taller. "The reason I have refrained from involving you is due to your temperament, your fervent disdain for wrongdoing. If Li Hao were to approach you, you would undoubtedly refuse him. But your explosive temper would only lead to your own detriment. Do you understand?" He pointed a finger at my chest. "You would end up suffering immensely. Do you realize that I am protecting you? Do you know how powerful his family is? You are oblivious, only quick to wield your so-called sense of justice to condemn those you deem wrong." He fell silent, letting out a soft sigh as he gazed into my eyes. I felt a pang of guilt at his words, my gaze faltering. I had indeed been too impulsive, failing to consider this perspective. Perhaps he had made numerous sacrifices. What about Zhang Yiming? Is he aware of this situation? Wei Lan, who had been standing beside us, suddenly inquired. Qing Lu glanced at her and replied, "Yes, he knows." However, his demeanor mirrored mine, and he even risked his family's safety in an attempt to assist Ai Xiaomiao, nearly suffering retaliation from Li Hao. Consequently, he ceased to contemplate defying Li Hao. Yet, he had once purchased a knife, perpetually fixated on the notion of eliminating Li Hao. Qing Lu's words took an unexpected turn. In truth, Zhang Yiming had fallen in love with Ai Xiaomiao. What? The shift in narrative was abrupt, leaving both Wei Lan and me unprepared for such a revelation. Zhang Yiming had confided this sentiment directly to me. Furthermore, his girlfriend, Hong Jialu, discerned this affection through his various words and actions. Deeply enamored with him, she was perceptive enough to recognize his true feelings. Engaging Zhang Yiming in numerous conversations regarding Ai Xiaomiao, yet Zhang Yiming frequently refrained from mentioning her. A wave of confusion washed over me. How was it that Qing Lu possessed such insight into Zhang Yiming's affairs? As if she had read my thoughts. Qing Lu regarded my perplexity with a wry smile and proceeded to elucidate how she came to know so much. Chapter 61. The real culprit from that you're both he and our individuals coerced by Li Hao. However, we dared not report the matter to the authorities. Nor could we confide in you regarding this situation. Hence, he and I often engaged in discussions via our mobile devices about Li Hao and Ai Xiaomiao. As our conversations deepened, he naturally began to share numerous personal anecdotes with me. This explains the long-standing discord between Hong Jialu and Ai Xiaomiao, does it not? You are aware of this, yet you choose to withhold it from us. I nodded, indicating my comprehension of his implication. Indeed, among the 8 of us, only Zhang Yiming and I were privy to the deeds orchestrated by Li Hao and Ai Xiaomiao. Our best course of action was to feign ignorance. It was, after all, the most prudent choice. Upon discovering that Zhang Yiming harbored feelings for Ai Xiaomiao, a sudden realization dawned upon me. This was the final piece of the puzzle I had been seeking. The fragmented picture was gradually coalescing into a coherent form. That day, Officer Fong summoned me to his office and disclosed that they had found DNA from 3 different males on Ai Xiaomiao. Could it be that Ai Xiaomiao had just engaged in intimate relations with these 3 men in the classroom or in a nearby restroom? And as she was about to depart, she encountered Zhang Yiming on his way to that very classroom? Witnessing the fallen state of the one he adored must have stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Consequently, he confessed his feelings to Ai Xiaomiao, only to be met with rejection. He spoke at length, urging her to accept him, to distance herself from the beast that was Li Hao, and to seek treatment for her addiction, imploring her to cease associating with such men. Yet, Ai Xiaomiao did not acquiesce. Not only did she refuse, but she may have also uttered many provocative remarks towards Zhang Yiming. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yiming rendered Ai Xiaomiao unconscious and succumbed to a frenzied state. He brandished a knife he had intended for Li Hao, but now turned it upon the one he cherished. In a deranged frenzy, he struck at her head, and in a moment's oblivion, severed it from her body. By the time he regained his senses, it was far too late. He hastily vacated the classroom, ensuring that no one would discover the crime too soon. He locked the classroom door and then escaped through a higher window. He swiftly made his way to the restroom, where, taking advantage of the absence of witnesses, he cleaned the blood from his hands and face and changed his clothing. He concealed the blood-stained garments and the knife within his backpack before sprinting to the nearby 5th teaching building. To this day, I vividly recall that I was about to step into the restroom for a smoke when I encountered Zhang Yiming rushing towards me. He greeted me, breathless and disheveled. I distinctly remember that there was no snow accumulated upon his head. Had he truly come from the dormitory, his hair would have surely borne some traces of the snow. Yet it did not. Furthermore, he was clad in light apparel, bearing a bulging backpack, his face flushed and his body warm. He claimed to have just run over from the dormitory, explaining his fatigue. If I am not mistaken at that moment, his backpack contained the bloodstained clothes and the murder weapon. When we inquired about the whereabouts of AI Xiaomiao, he feigned ignorance and joined us in the search for her. Thus, he skillfully evaded our scrutiny, aided by his luck and our misplaced trust in him. I cannot help but wonder if Qing Lu's protection of him played a role in this. I find it hard to believe that the police did not extract certain information about Zhang Yiming from Qing Lu. I conveyed all my thoughts to Qing Lu and Wei Lan without reservation. And then I posed my final lingering question to Qing Lu. Did you know from the start that this was Zhang Yiming's doing? Qing Lu coldly nodded and replied, I knew from the beginning. However, I had no reason to betray my best friend, even if he is a murderer. I suddenly found it deeply ironic. Our so-called friendship was so fragile, easily shattered at the slightest touch. I wondered if Li Hao felt genuine sorrow upon seeing AI Xiaomiao's corpse, mourning the loss of his beloved, or if he lamented the absence of someone with whom he could engage in carnal pleasures. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. Yet, the truth remains elusive. I collapsed onto the sofa, too exhausted to contemplate further. The night had already bestowed upon me enough nightmares. Wei Lan remained by my side. Though she had spoken little throughout, perhaps like us, she had heard too many morbid tales. The rain outside gradually subsided, and I could distinctly sense the refreshing air that heralded its cessation. Xiaofeng, Qing Lu suddenly called my name. What is it? I replied, eyes closed, not lifting my head from the sofa. Can you discern who the ultimate victor of tonight is? I found it perplexing. Victor? What victor? I retorted, the one who survives until the end. Do you think Li Hao will eliminate us all? His father is dead, and the deeds of his past have been exposed. Nearly every criminal faction in G-City is after him. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe he will perish tonight? It was an intriguing question. Or rather, even if you were to uncover the identity of AI Xiaomiao's killer from years past, could you truly comprehend the nature of the murderous game unfolding tonight? He continued to inquire. I remained silent, yet a sense of foreboding began to creep in. Let me enlighten you. I saw Qing Lu rise. Retrieving a pair of white gloves from his pocket, resembling a pair of spectral hands bathed in the glow of death, Zhang Yiming, Wu Shi, and Hong Jialu were all killed by Li Hao himself. In fact, the trunk of the car that brought you here already contained her wretched corpse. If tonight, everyone in this villa perishes, Li Hao, you, and Wei Lan, but not me, I will survive, for I am a police officer, endowed with the authority to declare Li Hao's death. And this Li Hao will be the decapitated Zhang Yiming. The true Li Hao should be, at this very moment, driving a sharp blade into Wu Shi's throat. Subsequently, after all is said and done, he would continue to exist in this society as a specter, a mere ghost of a deceased person. After all, who would dare to trouble a dead man, right? The rain outside has not yet fully ceased. In fact, it seems to be intensifying once more. The fierce wind has begun to howl outside the house again. He donned his white gloves and retrieved a long, pointed dagger from his person. Its cold gleam flickering ominously in the dim light of the candles in the living room. Chapter 62. A desperate situation upon witnessing his demeanor. I instantly sprang to my feet, positioning Wei Lan protectively behind me. Indeed, the assailant was not alone. To be more precise, the events unfolding this evening were the handiwork of multiple individuals. Qing Lu, do not act this way. Calm yourself and ponder carefully why you are assisting Li Hao in these endeavors. There was no need for it to escalate to this point. I raised my left hand towards Qing Lu while gripping a wine bottle tightly in my right, adopting a defensive stance. I could distinctly sense Wei Lan's terror. She was trembling in fright. Could it be that I was truly destined to perish in this desolate place tonight? Qing Lu's chilling laughter echoed ominously, resembling that of a grim reaper. The silver blade in his hand glinted like a scythe, poised to claim our lives at any moment. Xiaofeng, at times, you possess an overabundance of knowledge. I wholeheartedly concur with your intelligence. Yet, there are moments when your foolishness is glaring. You are so oblivious that you fail to recognize the true nature of those around you. Your so-called friends are merely demons disguised beneath a veneer of civility. Why would I assist Li Hao, you ask? Ha ha ha. The answer is glaringly obvious, to the extent that I am disinclined to respond directly. It is for the money. That lad is incredibly wealthy. Do you have any notion of how exhausting it is to be a police officer? After all this time, my salary is but a pittance, and I can scarcely afford a home. He glared at me, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead like a frenzied lion. This was not the Qing Lu I once knew. This was undeniably a different person. Had the struggles of society transformed my once innocent friends, those Navi youths, into such grotesque figures? Yet this time was different. If I aided him now, he would reward me handsomely, allowing me to resign from my police career and pursue my true desires. Cheng Lu, stop. Do not approach us, Wei Lan shouted defiantly at him. He gazed lovingly at the blade in his hand, as if it were an old friend. Fear not, my strikes are swift. I have learned many knife techniques from our forensic expert. It is now time to put my practical knowledge to the test. It will not be too painful. You shall die swiftly, rest assured. I stood resolutely in front of Wei Lan, guarding her fiercely, gripping the wine bottle tightly and bracing for Cheng Lu's assault. In that fleeting moment, memories flooded back to when I apprehended Fang Jing, chasing him along the train tracks. The distant sound of a train whistle resonating like a death knell. Both Fang Jing and I were perilously close to colliding with that monstrous machine, facing untimely demise upon those iron rails. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to my current predicament. I was once again confronted with the specter of death, facing individuals who had once held great significance in my life. One was a mentor who nurtured my growth, and the other, a cherished friend with whom I had shared countless moments. However, the distinction this time lies in the unbalanced scales of survival. The harbinger of death resonated solely for me. Without any forewarning, Cheng Lu suddenly lunged at me, brandishing a dagger aimed straight for my heart. It was akin to a duel between two fencers, with each strike executed so swiftly that there was scarcely time to respond. Although I had excelled in hand-to-hand combat during my police academy training, this was my first encounter against an armed opponent. I barely managed to deflect his dagger with a bottle in my hand. Yet the force was so tremendous that the bottle shattered into fragments, sending a jolt of pain through my hand as it fell to the ground. Xiaofeng, be careful, came the urgent cry of Yuan from behind me. Just as I began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, Cheng Lu launched a second assault. This time, fortune eluded me. His dagger pierced my arm entirely, crimson blood gushing forth, splattering onto the nearby table and sofa. Agonizing pain surged through my left arm, and the blood flowed unabated. Yuan, run. Get out of the villa. Escape into the wilderness. I shouted desperately, only to be met with another wave of excruciating pain as Cheng Lu swiftly withdrew the dagger from my arm, causing blood to spurt once more. No, I cannot leave you. Yuan's voice was tinged with despair. What can I do here? He has a knife. Hurry, go, I implored. Do you wish to watch us fall one by one? Live, find the police. That is our only hope for victory. Go. I nearly shouted in anguish, my face contorted in pain. Fearing another imminent attack from Cheng Lu, I refrained from turning back, yet I could still hear Yuan's hurried footsteps. I'm sorry, Yuan. It seems our fate is grim this time. I must make my stand. Gritting my teeth, I bore the agony in my arm, clenched my fist tightly, and swung my right hand, delivering a powerful blow to Cheng Lu's left cheek. The force of the punch was palpable, and I distinctly saw a tooth fly from his mouth, blood filling it as he grimaced in pain. Xiaofeng, not bad, Cheng Lu remarked, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But I'm afraid neither you nor Yuan will escape. She cannot evade. Li Hao is waiting for her outside. A chilling laugh escaped him, tightening the knot of anxiety in my chest as I worried for Yuan's safety. Turning around, I realized I was alone. Then I shall deal with you first before rescuing her, I said, an absurd statement for the dire circumstances. Cheng Lu, did you know? You are quite intelligent, I remarked unexpectedly. He paused, momentarily taken aback, then let out a low, cold chuckle. Do you think you can distract me with such words? Xiaofeng, during our time in the academy, you never bested me, neither in theory nor practice. Your little cunning is only suited for those trivial reasoning contests. Indeed, I possess a keen intellect. It is precisely this quality that may enable me to vanquish you, I remarked as I fixed my gaze upon him. I could still feel the excruciating pain radiating from my left arm and the warmth of blood cascading down from the wound. At this moment, I found myself in a rather passive position. However, passivity does not imply that the adversary before me is insurmountable. Seizing the opportunity before he could react, I abruptly pivoted and hastily made my way towards the wooden staircase of the villa. I harbored no thoughts, no plans. I could only seek an escape through this nearly desperate maneuver. Chapter 63. A ray of hope. I could distinctly sense Cheng Lu relentlessly pursuing me from behind. Yet, I could not afford to glance back, nor could I pause. I was determined to engage him in a game of cat and mouse within this expansive villa. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of a game I had once played on my computer, titled Escape, where the protagonist, much like myself in this moment, was unarmed, injured, and perpetually hunted by a villain wielding a deadly weapon. I dashed up to the second floor, only to discover that the door leading to the third floor had been opened at some point, possibly by Li Hao, who might very well be lurking within. However, I had no options left. The second floor was merely adorned with guest rooms, and aside from the windows leading outside, there was no feasible escape route. Furthermore, those windows were nearly 5 meters above the ground. A fall could result in a broken leg, sealing my fate. Time was of the essence, and I could hear footsteps echoing on the wooden staircase behind me. Xiaofeng, do you really think you can play hide and seek with me? Stop struggling and surrender. Tonight, you have no chance of surviving in this villa. Qing Lu's voice echoed from behind, his words like an invisible specter weaving through the shadows of the house. Had I not witnessed him plunge a sharp knife into my arm, I would never have believed that Qing Lu was complicit with Li Hao. Indeed, I had failed to discern the true nature of those around me, just as I had misjudged Fang Jing and these so-called friends. I chose to flee to the third floor, clinging to the hope that fortune would favor me, granting me a sliver of survival. As I rushed through the door connecting the second and third floors, I swiftly turned back to secure it. Fortune smiled upon me. For the door could be locked from within without a key. I locked the door and exhaled a sigh of temporary relief. Suddenly, a violent banging resonated from the door. Qing Lu was outside, furiously pounding on it. Xiaofeng, stop hiding. Do you intend to starve yourself to death in there? The third floor is barren. It merely serves as a storage space for Li Hao and his associates. Rest assured, you can do nothing in there but await your demise. You might as well come out. I promise to make your death swift. Qing Lu shouted from outside. I chose to ignore him, partly to conserve my strength and partly to keep my condition hidden from him. I endured the throbbing pain radiating from my left arm and the discomfort of being drenched from running in the rain. I tore some fabric from my clothing and fashioned a rudimentary bandage for my wound. Blood continued to trickle from my arm, though some had already begun to coagulate. Raising my gaze, I attempted to survey the dimly lit space around me. Contrary to my expectations, this was not a third floor. It was merely a small attic used for storage. I can distinctly perceive the pungent scent of dust permeating this room, accompanied by the musty odor emanating from the dilapidated wooden furniture. The sounds of impact and conversation have vanished from the door behind me. It seems that Qing Lu has relinquished her efforts to persuade me to emerge, opting instead to wait patiently. I rise to my feet, wandering through this shabby, dim attic in hopes of unearthing something of value. Regrettably, apart from a few inconsequential odds and ends, I find only outdated newspapers and magazines. With a bookshelf positioned deep within the attic, I retrieve my phone and, using its light, discern that these publications hail from the last century. Li Hao's assertion was indeed accurate. This villa is of considerable antiquity, merely from the age of these items. One can infer that beneath the façade of this house lies a dwelling that has aged over 4 decades. Overwhelmed, I slump to the ground, a tide of helplessness and despair engulfing me. Qing Lu was right. In this desolate place devoid of anything, I can only await my demise. I see no way to escape alive. The sun outside seems forever out of reach. Tomorrow will surely be fair weather. Ouyang Qian, still employed at the City Police Station, will undoubtedly go to work cheerfully as usual. My parents will continue their serene retirement, engaged in their own pursuits. I wonder if Wei Lan has managed to escape, whether she has been captured by Li Hao, and if she has suffered at their hands. Fatigue suddenly washes over me, and I cease my ruminations. Blood continues to seep from my left arm, gradually staining the cloth wrapped around the wound. I can feel my life ebbing away, akin to a faucet on the brink of depletion, dripping the last few drops of water from the pipe. Am I destined to die here? No. I refuse to perish in this wretched place. Perhaps I should confront Qing Lu instead, as there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. With this thought, I struggle to my feet, determined to open the door and greet my fate sooner rather than later. Just as I manage to stand, my gaze suddenly lands on the bookshelf. It stands quietly at the far end of the attic, yet it does not appear to be the most decrepit object in the room. I survey the surroundings once more, and a notion takes root in my mind. Indeed, this attic may not be as confined as it seems. Before we entered the villa, I distinctly noted that it possessed a cubic form, and the size of this attic, in contrast to the villa itself, appears conspicuously disproportionate, suggesting it does not encompass the entirety of the third floor. I hasten towards the bookshelf, illuminating it with my phone's light, and observe that the 2 central sections are devoid of significant dust. My heart races with anticipation. It seems that the scenarios one typically witnesses in films are on the brink of unfolding in my own life. I extended my hands, gently grasping the dust-free section of the bookshelf, and discovered that my fingers could just reach the outline. With a firm tug, I pulled the entire bookshelf outward. A sliver of light flooded into my vision. Though faint, I could discern it clearly amidst the darkness. It was the glow of a candle. I found myself in another room where a large round table stood at the center. The table was covered in dust, yet devoid of any objects. Chapter 64. The secret room surrounding the round table were numerous chairs, one of which held a flickering candle. Suddenly, I was startled by a dark figure that sprang up from the ground. Xiaofeng? The shadow spoke. In the dim light of the candle, I discerned the face of the individual. It was Zhang Yiming. A wave of alarm surged through me, prompting me to distance myself and adopt a defensive stance. Wait. Xiaofeng, don't be afraid. I'm not with them. Qing Lu and Li Hao, I'm not allied with them. Please, don't misunderstand. Zhang Yiming hurriedly explained. Though he seemed overly agitated, eliciting a pained gasp. I noticed a long gash on his body, blood staining the front of his clothes. What happened to you? The very presence of Zhang Yiming astonished me. Initially, both Qing Lu and I had believed that the headless figure, clad in Li Hao's clothing, found at the entrance, was the slain Zhang Yiming. Yet now, he stood alive before me, and in such a manner. Indeed, I killed Li Hao. At that moment, we were all running in the heavy rain, trying to chase after Wu Shi, but unexpectedly, Li Hao attacked me from behind when you and I were distracted. My reflexes were swift. I wrested the knife from his grasp and killed him right then. In my fury, I struck his head multiple times. I took a set of keys from him and dragged his body to the entrance, hoping to draw your attention. However, when I returned to the hall, I found it deserted. At that time, Wei Lan and Qing Lu had hidden in the kitchen behind the wooden staircase. Is that so? I murmured, processing the revelation. Then I ran upstairs and inadvertently used the keys to open a door on the 3rd floor, discovering this secret room. But my wounds were too painful. I could not move and ended up resting here. A sigh of relief escaped me. Although I could not fully ascertain why Zhang Yiming was here or if he posed any threat to me, I could at least assure myself of my safety for the moment. After all, we were both injured and utterly exhausted, leaving little room for treachery. I took a seat on a chair beside him, exhaling deeply. I placed a hand on Zhang Yiming's shoulder, gazing at him, my expression undoubtedly complex. The murderer of AI Xiao Miao sat before me, and he had recently slain the notorious Li Hao. Brother Feng, do you know about my situation? Zhang Yiming glanced at me, seemingly hesitant to meet my gaze. I offered a bitter smile and replied, yes, I am aware of what transpired between you and Qing Lu. Moreover, I have come to understand that the one who killed AI Xiaomiao was you, Zhang Yiming. Hearing my words, Zhang Yiming nodded helplessly. Indeed. Xiaomiao, she was the one I killed. Brother Feng is indeed formidable. I once thought you were oblivious to this information. For so many years. Even our clandestine meetings have been kept from you. Indeed. It was only recently that I recalled an instance when I surreptitiously entered the classroom and caught sight of the 3 of you conspiring. I inquired of Qing Lu, who only then divulged the truth to me. It was then that I comprehended the full extent of the betrayal, realizing he had colluded with Li Hao. I raised my left hand, where a portion of crimson blood had started to congeal upon my arm. I had presumed that Qing Lu was the most upright among us. Yet he too had succumbed to Li Hao's corruption. At that time, Li Hao had threatened my family and cast doubt upon my ability to graduate. In truth, I was the last person he could count on for assistance. Moreover, I held a deep affection for Xiao Miao. The mere mention of her plunged him into an abyss of guilt, and he abruptly buried his face in his hands, trembling ever so slightly. He wept. It was not my intention. I was simply overwhelmed with rage, consumed by fury. Do you know what she told me? She said she would rather be subjected to the whims of those unknown men than leave Li Hao to be with me. In that moment, I lost all reason. Observing him bent over in tears brought forth no sympathy within me. Yiming, promise me one thing, I urged him. Zhang Yiming lifted his tear-streaked face to meet my gaze. If we manage to escape, please ensure you confess at the police station, admitting you are the one who killed Xiao Miao, all right? His body trembled with agitation, as if he were on the verge of making a monumental decision. Yet, he soon ceased his trembling, bowing his head in acquiescence. All right, I promise you. I patted his shoulder in encouragement. I believe in you. However, at present, our priority is to escape. Qing Lu remains outside, yet we are wounded and unarmed, likely unable to contend with him. We must discover an alternative exit from this place. Zhang Yiming shook his head, stating, there are no other routes. I have searched thoroughly. If I am not mistaken, this room serves as a meeting place for Li Hao's father and the heads of those criminal organizations. It is sufficiently concealed and secure. His words enveloped me in despair. Perhaps there truly was no other way. Zhang Yiming regarded me, retrieving a sharp knife from behind him, which glimmered ominously in the candlelight. Take this. My injuries are too severe. I can hardly move. This knife was originally intended for my demise by Li Hao, but I seized it. Use it to confront Qing Lu, who still lingers outside. Xiao Feng, our ability to escape hinges upon you. Zhang Yiming solemnly handed me the knife he held, nodding in my direction. I gazed at the small blade in my hand, stained with blood. This was our final hope. I approached the shelf-like door of the secret chamber and pushed it open. Instantly engulfed by the musty air of the attic, I was uncertain whether Qing Lu awaited my surrender or resistance outside. But one thing was indisputable. I had resolved to confront him in our ultimate battle. From this moment forth, the fate of life and death lay in my hands. Chapter 65. A plan. I turned around and glanced at Zhang Yiming behind me, who was also looking back at me. In the dimly lit chamber, the flickering light of the candles cast a warm glow. I cautiously stepped into the attic. Perhaps Qing Lu was still waiting for me outside, or perhaps not. Regardless, I had to tread softly, ensuring he remained oblivious to my actions. At this moment, the enemy was in plain sight while I was concealed in shadows. I must capitalize on this advantage. I picked up a dusty magazine lying nearby and hurled it forcefully against the attic door. The hard edge of the magazine struck the door swiftly, producing a sudden and loud noise. Bang! I immediately fell silent, holding my breath and crouching down to listen intently to the sounds outside the door. I could hear footsteps, followed by the rustling of clothing as someone stood up. That must be Cheng Lu. He had indeed been lingering outside, unwittingly leading me into a trap. Xiaofeng, I know you are still inside, but you are on the brink of collapse, aren't you? With no food and no water, we can just wait it out and see how long you can endure. Or, you could step out now, let me finish you off, and put an end to this whole charade. What do you think? Cheng Lu's voice echoed from outside. Little did he know, hidden within the confines of this attic was Zhang Yiming, and even less was he aware that his partner, Li Hao, had already perished. At this moment, the fleeing Wei Lan posed no threat whatsoever. He still believes he holds the upper hand. Cheng Lu, do you know? I must admit, I am indeed reaching my limit. You are right. Perhaps stepping out to meet my end at your hands would be a more merciful resolution, wouldn't it? I called out to Cheng Lu, who remained outside, momentarily diverting his attention. Upon hearing my voice, Cheng Lu's alertness surged, and the sounds from outside abruptly ceased. This fellow, ever vigilant and serious, is exceedingly difficult to distract. This, too, is his most formidable trait. No, if I were to head out directly, it would undoubtedly be too perilous. I needed to devise a strategy. What should I do? I glanced at the attic door not far away, then surveyed the cluttered space filled with various items. When a sudden idea struck me. Although this method was not particularly foolproof, given the current circumstances, I had no choice but to take a risk. I returned to the small hidden chamber and called for Zhang Yiming. Yiming, I need you to assist me with something, I said earnestly, locking my gaze upon him. Zhang Yiming hesitated, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he replied, Xiaofeng, look at me. I am in no condition to help you. He gestured to the long wound on his body, indicating his helplessness. I smiled and waved my hand dismissively, pointing to his clothing as I said, it's all right. I only need your clothes. I need to tear them into strips to fashion a makeshift rope. Although he found my words rather peculiar, Zhang Yiming did not inquire further. He swiftly removed his blood-soaked garments and handed them to me. I promptly shed my own attire and, along with Zhang Yiming's, tore them into strips, intertwining them tightly to create a robust rope. I then returned to the attic, securely wrapping the makeshift rope around the doorknob and cautiously unlocking the door. As I undertook this task, I made every effort to minimize noise, lest Cheng Lu overhear and grow suspicious. Once secured, I tied a firm knot and concealed myself behind a sizable chest not far from the entrance, ample enough to hide my entire form from view. Everything was in place. I gripped the rope firmly in my hand. Soon, I would pull on the rope, which would gently turn the doorknob and ease the door open. I hoped to maintain a safe distance from the door and remain shrouded in shadows, so that Cheng Lu would remain oblivious to my presence. In this manner, I would truly be in the dark while my adversary remained exposed, tilting the scales of advantage, however slightly, in my favor. Should fate smile upon me, I might surprise him from behind and subdue Cheng Lu. Just as I was poised to pull the rope, a more ingenious idea struck me. I excitedly returned to the secret chamber, sought out Zhang Yiming, and implored, Yiming, I need you to assist me once more. If you do this well, we can escape from here, trust me. Zhang Yiming responded with enthusiasm, of course. What is it? I hesitated, for I could not entirely assure the success of this plan. If anything were to go awry, Zhang Yiming might. Despite my reservations, I urged him, Yiming, I need you to be a decoy. A decoy? How do I do that? It carries certain risks, he replied. I require you to draw Cheng Lu's attention while I open the door, remaining within his line of sight. As long as you stay a safe distance from the attic door, I believe he won't have the chance to harm you before I can subdue him, I explained. Zhang Yiming hesitated for a moment before saying, you must be swift. My wound is excruciating, and I can barely move. If he charges at me, I won't have the strength to resist. I attempted to persuade him, stating, this is our best chance for success. Without this strategy, we may both perish here. Yiming, trust me. Seeing the determination in my eyes, Zhang Yiming ceased his hesitation, nodding in agreement to my plan. Soon, both Zhang Yiming and I took our positions. Due to the excruciating pain from his wound, he crouched by the entrance of the bookshelf in the hidden chamber, while I stealthily concealed myself behind a nearby box, my hands tightly gripping the fabric rope. At that moment, the room was enveloped in darkness and tranquility. I could distinctly hear the rhythm of my heartbeat, along with the heavy breaths emanating from Zhang Yiming. I hesitated not, for the fate of life or death would be determined in the mere seconds to come. With a sudden force, I tugged on the rope in my hand, causing the doorknob in the distance to move in response, and thus, the door swung open. Chapter 66, The Chaos. With a creak, the attic door gradually swung inward, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate the darkness of the small loft. Yet, I had yet to catch a glimpse of Cheng Lu's figure. It appeared as though no one lingered outside. However, soon enough, a faint sound emerged from beyond the door, barely audible, yet undeniably present. footsteps accompanied by the rustling of clothing. I turned to Zhang Yiming, who was not far from me, signaling him to prepare. He met my gaze and nodded, indicating that he was ready. Suddenly, the door burst open. The entire sequence unfolded with startling abruptness. Concealed behind a box, I witnessed a hand forcefully push the door ajar, revealing a shadowy figure lingering at the threshold. That person must be Cheng Lu. Perhaps unaware of my presence, he instantly assumed a state of alertness. Soon, I observed a cautious footstep crossing the threshold, as if testing my reaction. He had not detected me, and thus, he was undoubtedly flustered. Cheng Lu remained stationary for what felt like an eternity, and in his ignorance of my whereabouts. He dared not act recklessly. My hand trembled violently from anxiety, my body pressed tightly against the box. With only one eye peering out to scrutinize the movements at the door. Silence enveloped the space. There was no sound, no motion. Shan Feng, Cheng Lu called out loudly. Ah, you've opened the door, yet you hide, don't you? I could distinctly hear Cheng Lu's voice resonating from the doorway, as he attempted to engage me in conversation. Humph, come out. It's just the two of us now in this cramped loft. Where could you possibly flee? Even if you hide, you are injured, unarmed, and anxiously observing my every move. Am I not correct? Ha ha ha. Cheng Lu erupted into laughter, as if he believed victory was already within his grasp. I scoffed dismissively. His bravado was merely a facade, concealing the doubts that surely plagued his mind regarding his chances of success. After all, he stood in the light while I remained in the shadows, scrutinizing his actions, leaving him wary of making any rash decisions. I held my breath, striving to suppress any sound. Should he discover me, our plan would unravel, and both Zhang Yiming and I could meet an untimely demise. The standoff persisted for roughly 5 minutes until Cheng Lu, unable to contain his impatience, abruptly stepped into the room. I observed his cautious footsteps traversing the attic floor, his entire demeanor exuding defensiveness, ever prepared for my potential ambush. At that moment, Cheng Lu spotted Zhang Yiming seated on the floor. Zhang Yiming, upon seeing him, smiled and exclaimed, Cheng Lu, it's me. Old pal, what a surprise. I could only imagine Cheng Lu's eyes widening in astonishment, his voice tinged with disbelief as he uttered, Zhang Yiming? How could it be you? This is impossible. I thought you were dead. I sensed the moment had arrived. Now is the time. I lifted the small knife in my hand and sprang forth from behind the box, swiftly lunging towards Cheng Lu. However, Cheng Lu's reaction surpassed my expectations by at least double. His intellect was indeed astonishing. He immediately discerned that this was a trap. Although he could not explain why Zhang Yiming was in this room, his mind instinctively bypassed that thought and comprehended that he had fallen into a snare. Almost as if anticipating my move, he dove backwards, successfully evading my strike. This was bad. A sense of foreboding coursed through me as I realized events were unfolding contrary to my expectations. I did not hesitate. Instead, I raised the knife once more and thrust it at him again. Cheng Lu sprang to his feet, dodging my attack yet again. He then swiftly maneuvered behind Zhang Yiming, seizing the injured man and positioning the long, sharp blade against his neck. Sheng Feng, halt. Otherwise, a thin line will soon mar Zhang Yiming's neck, and I shall sever his carotid artery, unleashing a torrent of blood from his throat. Such a demise is among the most excruciating, Cheng Lu proclaimed fervently, his eyes ablaze with the fire of triumph. Indeed, he had emerged victorious. I ceased my advance, paralyzed with dread. In that moment, both Zhang Yiming and I had lost all hope of survival. Fear filled Zhang Yiming's gaze, accompanied by an intense desire to escape. Sheng Feng, save me, please. He cried out, though he dared not raise his voice too much for fear of the cold, sharp blade at his throat. Cheng Lu, do not proceed. You have already taken too many lives. Stop this madness. Do not tread further down this dark path. I persisted in my desperate struggle, seeking a sliver of time for our survival. Further down this path? Cheng Lu blinked, and I noticed his eyebrows quirk in a comical manner. I'm sorry, but I can no longer turn back. Once I eliminate all of you, I merely need to conceal my crimes. Erase all evidence linking me and Li Hao to the murders. I could even participate in the investigation under the guise of a police officer. Haha. As for the true perpetrator, I can simply blame a fleeing serial killer. A wave of loathing and anger surged within me towards this man before me. Yet I felt utterly powerless. I stammered, I will not allow you to succeed, Cheng Lu. Suddenly, Cheng Lu erupted into maniacal laughter. Divert attention, then strike from behind. Haha, well done, Sheng Feng. I must admit, that is quite clever, truly clever. If this were 10 years ago, you might have deceived me, but now I must say it is utterly juvenile. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Lu's gaze morphed into one of sheer malevolence. He abruptly raised the knife in his hand, poised to plunge it into Zhang Yiming's neck. At this moment, I felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through my entire being, and everything around me seemed to slow down. With swift reflexes, I pivoted and dashed towards Cheng Lu, colliding with the sharp blade he was wielding, aimed at Zhang Yiming. Unfortunately, the dagger plunged into my back. An excruciating pain erupted from the wound, and I gritted my teeth as I pulled Zhang Yiming away from Cheng Lu. I yanked him to the floor beside us. "Run, Zhang Yiming, you must go," I shouted forcefully. Chapter 67. The Battle of Life and Death. Cheng Lu was evidently infuriated by my provocations. He approached my injured form and, lifting his foot, delivered a fierce kick to my abdomen. The force of the blow sent me crashing to the ground, my small knife flying from my grasp and landing some distance away. The sharp blade still embedded in my back was driven deeper by the impact with the floor. I could feel the blood flowing profusely from my wound. Overwhelmed by pain, my vision blurred, and my consciousness began to fade. I shook my head, attempting to regain clarity. An overwhelming desire for victory surged within me. Cheng Lu had completely lost his reason. He ignored Zhang Yiming, who was slowly retreating through the doorway, and instead approached me, placing his foot firmly upon my previously wounded left arm. I could no longer contain my agony and cried out in pain. "No, please." I looked at Cheng Lu, desperately shaking my head. He, however, seemed to revel in my suffering, applying even more pressure on my arm. I felt the flesh of my left arm tearing open anew, and the sharp pain threatened to extinguish my life. "Xiaofeng, oh Xiaofeng," Cheng Lu gazed at me, his expression a mixture of rage and a hint of cold indifference. "You ought not to be this way. You should not play the hero. There aren't many heroes in this world. Just as you recently saved Yulan and Zhang Yiming, what does it matter if they escaped? They would merely return to being prey, destined to be hunted down by Li Hao waiting outside, wouldn't they? What significance does your endeavor hold?" He pressed harder on my arm, even beginning to grind against my wound. The pain intensified, yet I refrained from uttering another cry of surrender. Instead, I gritted my teeth and spoke to Cheng Lu. "Do you know, Cheng Lu, that deep down, you are panicking, aren't you? Either you are intoxicated by your own victory, or you are deliberately playing the fool, unwilling to accept the truth. Am I wrong, Cheng Lu?" He paused, clearly contemplating the implications of my words. I did not grant him the luxury of time for reflection and shouted, "Li Hao is dead. All your filthy schemes have been thwarted by Zhang Yiming, who just fled through that door. Just as your demonic master intended to ambush Zhang Yiming. He was discovered and subsequently killed." Upon hearing my words, Cheng Lu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If Zhang Yiming was alive, then the deceased must be Li Hao. This meant there was no ridiculous ruse of decapitation and disguise. With your intellect, have you truly not discerned this fundamental truth? All your efforts have been in vain. Ha ha ha. I stifled the pain and mustered all my strength to laugh. Upon hearing my words, Cheng Lu's face contorted in rage, as if to unleash his fury. He lifted his foot and struck my abdomen forcefully, once, twice, thrice, 4 times. The agony caused my entire body to curl up in on itself, leaving me devoid of even the strength to groan. I could distinctly feel my life ebbing away. My vision blurred into chaos, obscuring Cheng Lu's face and everything surrounding me. Yet, as if courting death, I continued to utter words that infuriated him. "You and Li Hao. Those two wretches shall never escape the clutches of justice, regardless of your intentions. One for selfish desires, the other for wealth. How could you bear to harm your former classmate? You are not even worthy of being called refuse." Upon hearing this, Cheng Lu ceased his onslaught, quickly snatching a small knife that had fallen beside me, raising it with the intent to plunge it into my skull. Seizing the opportunity, I summoned every ounce of strength to kick towards his vulnerable areas. I cannot ascertain the force I exerted, but I felt Cheng Lu double over in pain from my strike. I had bought myself a few precious seconds to cling to life. It was in that moment that I truly recognized the fierce and terrifying instinct for survival inherent in humanity. It felt as though I was burning through the last vestiges of my life, struggling to rise from the floor, staggering toward the door of the attic. Yet, my speed was insufficient. Just as I reached the 2nd floor, Cheng Lu caught up with me, forcing me to the ground once more. This time, it felt as though it was truly over. Despair washed over me as I shut my eyes, sensing the sharp blade descending toward my head. Everything transpired swiftly. Just as I was about to surrender, I heard Wei Lan's voice. "Cheng Lu, stop." Then came the sound of shattering glass. I opened my eyes to see Wei Lan wielding a shard of broken glass, the floor around us littered with fragments. "Seeking to die together, are we?" Cheng Lu sneered coldly, then seized Wei Lan's hand, slamming her against the wall. Though she fought desperately, she was no match for this man whose strength far exceeded her own. Yet, at that moment, Cheng Lu had his back turned to me. With Wei Lan in imminent danger, I could not let this opportunity slip by. I struggled fiercely, my right hand reaching to my back, gripping the very knife still embedded there, summoning my last ounce of strength and courage to wrench it free. The pain was excruciating, and I felt myself on the brink of collapse. In the final moment before my consciousness faded, I swung the knife in my hand, plunging it into Cheng Lu's neck, severing his carotid artery. Then, I fell once more. My world descended into darkness. In my unconscious state, I felt as though I had returned to a winter 10 years prior, amidst a flurry of snow. I beheld a world enveloped in a blanket of white. As I traversed a path, I noticed my dear friends from yesteryears ahead of me. They were divided into two factions, standing on either side of the road. On one side stood the dearly departed Hong Jialu, Ai Xiaomiao, Qing Lu, and Li Hao, while on the opposite side were Wei Lan, Zhang Yiming, and Wu Shi. Unconsciously, I gravitated towards the larger group. Just as I was about to step into their midst, a hand grasped me. I turned to find it was Wei Lan. She held my hand and drew me to her side. Xiaofeng, you must awaken, I thought. The snow fell increasingly heavier, compelling me to shut my eyes. When I opened them again, I was greeted by the sight of white bed covers and the ceiling above, sunlight streaming onto my sheets. And beside me sat Wei Lan and Ouyang Qian. Chapter 68. Awakening Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao has awakened. Ouyang Qian was the first to notice my revival, and she erupted into joyous screams. Wei Lan also saw that I had opened my eyes. Her excitement propelled her to her feet as she exclaimed, I shall fetch the doctor. With that, she dashed out of the ward. Ouyang Qian could no longer contain her overwhelming emotions. She grasped my hand tightly, nearly enveloping me in an embrace. I chuckled softly and gently patted her head, asking, Little Qian, what brings you here? Suddenly, Ouyang Qian lifted her gaze to meet mine, and I distinctly noticed the glimmer of tears in her eyes. As soon as I heard you were in trouble, I requested to come here from the director. You must know, you were taken into emergency care. You almost succumbed due to excessive blood loss. Do you comprehend how terrifying that is? I was momentarily stunned, wholly unaware that my injuries had been so grave. Gradually, the memories of that fateful night resurfaced in my mind. How we had been ensnared in this unforeseen disaster. How Zhang Yiming and I had conspired in that dimly lit chamber, and how I had fought for my life against Qing Lu. Everything felt surreal. Like a dream, yet reality incessantly reminded me of its authenticity. I inquired of Ouyang Qian, how long have I been unconscious? She replied, before my arrival. You had already been in a coma for a day. Altogether, it has been 4 days. Upon hearing her words, I turned my gaze to the window. Sunlight streamed through the ward's glass, casting a warm glow upon the pristine white sheets that enveloped me. The weather was splendid, reminiscent of paradise. Yet, my mind was flooded with memories of that night, the dark, stormy evening, the lightning, the headless corpse, and the blood. I closed my eyes, inhaling deeply the fresh air, feeling grateful to still be alive. Yet, I couldn't help but wonder about Zhang Yiming and the others. Wei Lan returned, accompanied by my attending physician. The doctor respectfully nodded to me before inquiring about my condition. Comrade Xiaofeng, greetings. I heard you have regained consciousness, and I came to assess your recovery. I smiled and nodded in return. Thanks to you, doctor, I have been granted a second chance at life. That is a relief. It is our duty, he replied. Moreover, we are all aware of your circumstances, battling against a vicious murderer and emerging gravely injured, nearly losing your life due to blood loss. Honestly, you policemen tend to be far too reckless. I merely nodded, neither affirming nor denying his statement. After all, in our line of work, risking our lives is an inherent reality. Furthermore, Qing Lu and Li Hao were no ordinary criminals. Speaking of which, I turned to Wei Lan, who stood nearby, and inquired about the case. Wei Lan, are they all right? Wu Shi, Zhang Yiming, and what transpired after that night? Can you tell me? Wei Lan nodded, assuring me, Xiaofeng, rest easy, they are all well. Wu Shi was not harmed. Rather, that night, she fled into the woods, seeking refuge, and braved the rain throughout the night. When we discovered her, she was soaked to the skin, trembling in a thicket. Fortunately, she has since regained her health. Zhang Yiming has also recovered and has turned himself in. He confessed to us that he was the one who had killed Ai Xiaomiao and Li Hao, and he disclosed all the indiscretions related to Li Hao to the police. Ultimately, considering his actions were in self-defense, no charges were pressed against him for the murder of Li Hao. As for the events of that night, there was little to follow. After you placed Qing Lu down, you collapsed to the ground. I helped you to the sofa, and by dawn, I had Zhang Yiming continue to look after you. I then made my way to the main road, waiting for passing vehicles. Fortune smiled upon me, as I encountered a delivery driver who kindly took me to the police station. I nodded in satisfaction and continued to inquire. What about the matters concerning Qing Lu and Li Hao? Wei Lan paused momentarily before responding. The facts surrounding the murders of Qing Lu and Li Hao have been acknowledged. However, given that both are deceased, it seems futile to pursue further inquiries. I clenched my fists and gritted my teeth, muttering, these two scoundrels have escaped justice. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I addressed Wei Lan, by the way. You should conduct a thorough search of the villa belonging to Li Hao. Perhaps it will reveal connections between his family and the local organized crime syndicate. There is a concealed chamber on the 3rd floor, which I suspect was used for clandestine gatherings. Wei Lan listened intently, nodding as she took notes. After returning, I notified them of my suggestion. Subsequently, the doctor examined my condition and found that, surprisingly, I had made remarkable progress during my days of unconsciousness. He informed me that if I continued to recuperate well, I would likely be discharged by next week. I thought to myself, wouldn't my business trip be rendered futile? Arriving here only to be embroiled in such chaos, followed by several days in the hospital, accomplishing nothing, how embarrassing. On the day of my discharge, my first destination was the police station where Waylon worked. Lying in bed for those few days had driven me to restlessness. Visitors came daily, making me feel like a useless specimen, merely lying there for others to gawk at, a sensation I found quite irksome. After all, I had come for business, not for leisure. Thus, I decided to visit the police station to see if there was anything I could assist with. Yang Qian, concerned for my well-being, volunteered to accompany me. To my surprise, as soon as we entered the police station, nearly all the officers turned their attention toward us and approached to greet me. Hey, Xiao, it appears you've become quite the celebrity around here, Yang Qian teased, playfully gripping my shoulder. Oh please, I haven't done anything deserving of such attention, I replied dismissively. I then lifted my foot and proceeded to the office of the police chief. For today marked the first report since my disappearance over the past few days. It is rather embarrassing to admit that ever since my initial day of reporting, I have not returned to work, haha. I knocked on the door of the chief's office, and a voice from within invited me to enter. To my surprise, upon stepping into the office, I was met with the sight of two individuals, or rather, two chiefs. I immediately stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Good day, Chief." Oh, good day to both of you, chiefs. Chapter 69. A visit to my former teacher. They were engaged in a discussion when I entered, and silence enveloped the room. The director of S-City, my superior, held a cigarette and smiled at me, saying, "Xiaofeng, you are quite something. They say you are a harbinger of misfortune. You've only been here a few days and already found yourself embroiled in such a significant case. Are you here on a business trip or filming a movie?" Recognizing the playful banter in his words, I shrugged it off and replied, "Director, you can't really blame me. These are merely remnants of my past. Alas, it is beyond my control." The director nodded knowingly. "All right, I understand your grievances. However, do not let this burden weigh you down. Return home and take care of your health. Look, I've already arranged your high-speed train ticket for this afternoon. If you prefer, you may stay here." A wave of relief washed over me, and I promptly saluted him, also acknowledging the G-City director, who had been relatively quiet. I prepared to take my leave. As I closed the door behind me, I overheard the G-City director conversing with my director. This young man is quite impressive, exhibiting a natural talent for criminal investigation, though his temperament can be rather impulsive, perhaps. You need not worry about him, after all these years. My business trip concluded in an unexpectedly surreal manner. Yet, reflecting on that hellish night, I would gladly endure a month of work rather than relive that experience. I longed to escape this city that had left me feeling profoundly unsettled. Before departing, I made it a point to bid farewell to Waylon. "Waylon, I'm about to leave. The director has released me from my duties, allowing me to focus on my recovery. The injuries were too severe." I scratched my head as I spoke to her. I could see the reluctance in her eyes. "It's all right, Xiaofeng. Take care of yourself. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again," she replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. I sighed, uncertain when the threads connecting me to this woman would finally sever. Nonetheless, the long-held wishes from a decade ago seemed to have reached a conclusion. AI Xiaomiao could rest in peace, and Li Hao's misdeeds would finally be brought to light. I called upon Yang Qian, and together we boarded the high-speed train heading to S-City. Upon my return, my first destination was the local prison, for I wished to see someone. This facility housed notorious criminals serving life sentences and death penalties. All those who had committed heinous crimes and were apprehended by the police were confined within these walls. After returning to S-City, I found my desire to meet him inexplicably intense. Perhaps it was a habit formed over the years. After every thrilling and bizarre case, I would share the details with him, and he would listen with rapt attention. I approached the visiting area and settled on a bench, gazing at Fong Jing through the glass. He had aged considerably, his hair completely white now, and his once rosy, plump face had become akin to a withered pancake. I picked up the phone intended for communication, and he did the same. I uttered my first words, feeling a twinge of nervousness after such a long absence. "Teacher." "It's me. Long time no see, Xiaofeng. Perhaps it's best if you no longer call me teacher, for my current identity is merely that of a life-sentence prisoner. You may call me Fong Jing instead." His voice emanated from the phone, sounding incredibly frail and aged. "Teacher," I still addressed him with respect, for in this moment, we were no longer just a police officer and a convict. Before him, I remained a student, and he, to me, was still a figure deserving of reverence. "I just suddenly thought of you and wanted to see how you were faring in here." I observed Fong Jing smile through the glass, his laughter resonating through the phone. "Xiaofeng, I hope you do not harbor any feelings of guilt. This is what I deserved. Moreover, my life here is not as dire as one might imagine. The cafeteria serves passable meals. If you have the time, do visit your teacher's wife." I was taken aback, my hand trembling uncontrollably as I held the phone. Ever since I had incarcerated my teacher, I had not dared to visit his wife. I could not face her, I could not meet her gaze. I was afraid to confront the woman who, mourning as if a widow, endured the scorn of those around her, knowing her beloved husband had been delivered to prison by his own disciple. I could not bear it. I can't, I admitted. Fang Jing seemed to perceive my inner turmoil and reassured me. It's all right. She won't blame you. She is a superstitious woman. She will surely attribute her misfortune to fate. I forced a bitter smile and promptly shifted the subject. Teacher, I recently encountered a rather intriguing case. One that relates to my academic past, and I wish to share it with you. Fang Jing nodded, and I began to narrate the details. After visiting Fang Jing, I made my way out of the prison. As I stood before the towering walls, encircled by barbed wire and manned by guards, I turned to glance back at this place that would likely confine Fang Jing for the rest of his life. Perhaps Zhang Yiming, who had turned himself in, would share the same fate. Sometimes, one must confront the harsh realities that have already arrived, accept them, and allow them to trample over you, mercilessly grinding your wounds and tearing at your flesh. As if nothing had transpired, my life in S City gradually returned to its routine. Yet, I found myself increasingly fearful of rainy nights. I began to experience peculiar dreams, reliving that terror-laden, rain-soaked evening, finding myself on the ground, my wounds trampled by Qing Lu. I dreamt of the dumpling vendor, his room stained crimson with splattered blood. I also dreamt of Wu Xuexing, witnessing him take his own life repeatedly before my eyes. Yellow brain matter and crimson blood splattered all around. I dreamt of pursuing my former teacher along train tracks as a roaring train whizzed past me. In the dream, my body was hurled several meters away by the force of the locomotive, lying lifeless upon the railway. These nightmares have significantly deteriorated my sleep quality at night. During the day, I have lost the vigor to work, frequently making absurd mistakes while handling minor cases. This state of distress has persisted for nearly a month, with my symptoms intensifying. Initially, it was merely a decline in sleep quality. However, it soon escalated to insomnia, accompanied by frequent bouts of dizziness and a throbbing head. I have developed a fear of crowds. Every time I find myself amidst people, I feel as though someone is conspiring against me. Chapter 70. Psychological illness on several occasions. I glimpsed the distorted visage of Qing Lu amidst the crowd. Upon returning from G City, the director swiftly discerned my recent lack of composure, summoning me repeatedly to his office for admonishment and cautioning that should this continue, I might face disciplinary action from superiors, potentially jeopardizing my position as captain of the criminal police. Yet, I paid little heed, reassuring myself that the multitude of heinous cases I had encountered recently, along with the copious bloodshed, had simply taken a toll on my psyche. After all, I was a police officer, unaccustomed to the sight of chaos and carnage. However, contrary to my expectations, my symptoms only intensified, ultimately encroaching upon my ability to function normally in both work and life. During that period, I frequently experienced hallucinations and auditory delusions, often succumbing to inexplicable fears and bouts of uncontrollable trembling, accompanied by a persistent sensation that others were whispering about me from behind. In my desperation, I consulted various search engines and discovered some individuals suggesting that I was exhibiting precursors to schizophrenia. Consequently, I researched the symptoms of this disorder online and found many of my own experiences aligning alarmingly with the descriptions. With no other recourse, I confided in Ouyang Qian, seeking her counsel. What can be done? There's nothing I can do for you when you're in such a state. Shouldn't you be consulting a psychologist? Are you truly waiting until you are diagnosed with a mental illness and subsequently confined to a psychiatric hospital? Her fury flared at the mere mention of my condition. I had contemplated her suggestion before but dismissed the notion, convinced that my afflictions were trivial and not warranting a doctor's visit. However, it now seemed undeniable that a consultation was in order. Thus, I scheduled an appointment at a local psychological clinic in S City, where a renowned psychologist was reportedly practicing, garnering excellent reviews online. My appointment was set for this Thursday afternoon, and fortune favored me with an early time slot. The clinic appeared to be thriving, with a steady stream of patients seeking consultation, many drawn specifically by the esteemed reputation of the psychologist, particularly among women. As fate would have it, I was slated to see the very same doctor, whose name was Wu Xian. At precisely 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, I arrived at the clinic. The location was conveniently situated just beyond a high-end residential area, not far from the main street. Although slightly distant from the heart of S City, the area was tranquil with minimal traffic, rendering it a fitting environment for a psychological practice. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that the clinic had yet to open its doors. Puzzled, as I had an appointment for 2, I approached and knocked, inquiring loudly if anyone was present within. Silence ensued. Left with no choice, I retrieved my phone to dial the number provided by the doctor, only to be met with abrupt disconnection as soon as the call connected. Just as I was consumed by a profound anger towards the physician's tardiness, I suddenly spotted a motorcycle racing toward me at an alarming speed. The roar of its engine was deafening, shattering the serene ambience of this otherwise tranquil street. The motorcycle swiftly approached, and the rider, adorned with a helmet, executed a graceful skid right before me, coming to a steady halt less than 2 meters away. I could clearly see the exhaust pipe still emitting heat. Your name is Xiaofeng, correct? My apologies for being a few minutes late after oversleeping my afternoon nap. I hope you haven't been waiting long. The motorcyclist nonchalantly removed his helmet, tossing his windswept hair dramatically. No, not at all. I just arrived myself. It was only as I spoke that I realized my mouth had been agape in astonishment. This individual could only be Wu Xian. And it finally dawned on me why this doctor had amassed such a devoted following, particularly among female patients. Dressed in a sleek black motorcycle suit yet sporting exquisitely crafted leather shoes, he exuded an undeniable allure that transcended the superficial. He was undeniably handsome, perhaps even strikingly so. His hair, slightly long yet impeccably smooth, perfectly complemented his facial structure. His captivating eyes had the power to enchant any woman in a moment of tenderness. I shook my head to regain my composure. Are you Dr. Wu Xian? I inquired. He nodded, replying, indeed, that is I. Do you think I don't fit the image of a psychologist? He chuckled, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I scratched my head, laughing awkwardly. It's nothing really. Noticing the number of female clients you have, I could tell you were quite popular, but I didn't expect you to embody that popularity so well, haha. And your motorcycle certainly adds to your charm. He parked his motorcycle and retrieved his keys, unlocking the door to his clinic. Looks are merely superficial, not worth much consideration. As for the motorcycle, it's just a hobby of mine. I've joined the local night riding club, so speed has become somewhat of a habit. However, my passion for my profession surpasses all. As we entered, I surveyed the modest clinic. It bore little resemblance to a traditional medical facility. Rather, it felt like a cozy CAF, the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee greeting me as I stepped inside. Indeed, a coffee grinder was prominently displayed at the reception. Please, make yourself comfortable. Since you have an appointment, there's no need to check in at the front desk. I'll change my clothes and be with you shortly. He elegantly gestured toward the inner room. This must be the counseling chamber. I had only ever seen such places in films. Yet I was pleasantly surprised by its inviting atmosphere. The furnishings in the room are quite simple. A plush sofa, an exquisite coffee table, and several carefully arranged pots of greenery near the window adorn the space, complemented by a floor laid with gray tiles and a modest armchair occupied by the doctor. Just as I was surveying the room, the door swung open, and Wu Xian, clad in a pristine white outfit, entered. He gestured for me to take a seat. Mr. Shall, please sit. Our psychological consultation is about to commence. Chapter 71. Psychological Counseling. I settled into the sofa behind me, and Wu Xian handed me a steaming cup of coffee. I smiled and remarked, your establishment is quite unique. One receives complimentary coffee while consulting a psychologist. Indeed. The caffeine in coffee aids in alleviating fatigue and reducing stress, which is quite beneficial during our psychological sessions, Wu Xian explained with a smile. I nodded and took a gentle sip of the coffee, marveling at its quality. It rivaled that of a CAF, rich and fragrant. Observing my reaction, Wu Xian nodded approvingly. Then pulled a chair from behind him and produced a sheet of paper, taking a seat before me. He gazed down at the paper, which presumably contained information about me. Xiaofeng, correct? Let's see. Severe insomnia, paranoid delusions, and a bit of daytime lethargy? He inquired. Yes, that's accurate, I replied. What is your profession, Mr. Xiao? He asked. I am a police officer, a detective, I answered. Upon hearing this, he appeared momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze from the paper to scrutinize me intently. With a noncommittal smile, he remarked, a police officer? How unusual. We have never had a patient from the police force. His words irked me somewhat. What did he mean by having never treated a police officer? Did that imply that officers were unworthy of seeking psychological help? Noticing my expression, he hastily clarified. No. Please don't misunderstand. I merely thought that individuals in your line of work, especially detectives like yourself, would possess a significantly higher psychological resilience, having encountered various cases regularly. I shrugged. Unfortunately, the cases I've encountered lately have been overwhelming. I often dream about them at night. Those gruesome scenes invade my thoughts, leaving me sleepless. Initially, it was manageable, but now it has become quite severe. The doctor regarded me with keen interest, as if eager to hear about the intriguing cases I had experienced. However, maintaining his professional decorum, he refrained from inquiring further about those incidents out of respect for my privacy. After asking about my basic circumstances, he repositioned his chair closer to me. He gently massaged my shoulders and encouraged me to recline fully on the sofa, urging me to find the most comfortable position possible and to close my eyes. Ideally, a posture that could lull you to sleep, he whispered in my ear. I soon settled down and obediently closed my eyes. I heard him activate a device resembling a music player, and soothing melodies instantly filled the room. He began to question me. What is your favorite color? What purpose does this serve? I thought. Please just answer. Cooperate with my work, he urged. I could discern the perplexing tone in his voice. I obediently sealed my lips. Blue, perhaps? My favorite delicacy. Is this some personality test from a magazine? Did I spend my money for such trivialities? At that moment, I thought to myself, after this session, I shall never return. My condition is unlikely to improve. Beef stew with potatoes. Describe your childhood in a single word. That question was somewhat. I pondered for a moment and replied, joyful. He paused, then continued with another query. If you were to encounter an old friend from 10 years ago on the street, someone you no longer know well, would you choose to greet them or simply walk away? If you stood beside a vast lake, its depths concealed, and saw someone drowning, pleading for help, with no one else around, would you rescue them despite your limited swimming skills, knowing that there was a significant risk that both of you might perish? I noticed that his questions were growing longer and increasingly intricate. Strangely, accompanied by the inexplicably soothing music, vivid images of his inquiries began to materialize in my mind. With my eyes closed, I envisioned a vast expanse of water, surrounded by dense woods, the lake's clarity obscured by its unfathomable depths. I was uncertain of my actions. Yet at the center of my vision, I could clearly see a man struggling in the water, his face contorted in panic. I felt a surge of alarm. Although I could swim, I feared that I might succumb to exhaustion if I attempted a rescue. I glanced around, finding no one else nearby, just vast stretches of wilderness. Even if someone were to drown here, no one would ever know what transpired. The drowning man's face was that of a stranger, an unknown man. I chose not to intervene. I sensed myself gently responding to the doctor, and this was indeed the answer deep within my heart. Very well. Now you feel your body becoming lighter, lighter. You discover a profound sense of comfort enveloping you, as a refreshing breeze caresses your skin. And the essence of the valley embraces you. The sun is just right. You slowly recline, feeling your head grow heavier, heavier. Wu Xian's voice was melodious, harmonizing with the soft music surrounding me. At that moment, I was utterly at ease, sensing my consciousness fading into a hazy bliss. My head becoming increasingly weighty. When I finally opened my eyes, I found myself still resting on that sofa. I sat up, surprised to discover that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. How peculiar. Why hadn't the doctor awakened me? Perhaps to avoid disturbing my slumber. I found myself awakening from an unexpectedly prolonged slumber, enveloped in a profound sense of comfort, untouched by any external disturbances or dreams. This was, without doubt, the most restful sleep I had experienced in the past month. It seems that this doctor possesses quite a remarkable skill. Rising from the sofa, I prepared to exit the room. Just as I pushed open the door, a fierce gust of wind surged in, nearly toppling me to the ground. To my astonishment, I discovered that I was standing on a railway track, and before me stood my teacher, Feng Jing. At that moment, the distant sound of a train's whistle echoed in the air. I turned my head and beheld the train rapidly approaching. Teacher, run. Quickly leave this place. I shouted urgently to Feng Jing. Chapter 72. Protection yet. Feng Jing did not heed my words. Instead, he stood upright, smiling at me. The train rushed by, and everything unfolded as if in a slow-motion scene from a film. Feng Jing's body was flung 10 meters away, crushed to a pulp beneath the weight of the iron beast. I was paralyzed, as if my entire being were nailed to the ground, utterly immobile. Before me lay Feng Jing's lifeless form, a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and blood. Do not. With all my might, I attempted to take a step forward. But when I lifted my head again, I found myself engulfed in darkness. Xiaofeng, save me. It was the voice of Wei Lan. Following the sound, I beheld Qing Lu brandishing a sharp knife, perched atop Wei Lan, poised to plunge the blade into her. Qing Lu, stop. I bellowed, yearning to rush towards that direction. Yet my body remained stuck, as if ensnared by an unseen adhesive. I could only watch helplessly as Qing Lu's knife pierced Wei Lan's body, penetrating deeply, and then, before my very eyes, he savagely stabbed her repeatedly until her life flickered to its last gasp. Finally, Qing Lu severed Wei Lan's head from her body, the blade glistening with the remnants of flesh and blood. I was utterly drained, cold sweat breaking out across my skin, my mind a void. My fear escalated to its zenith. Once the sweat subsided, I trembled violently, akin to a person experiencing convulsions, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Protection. In the haze of my consciousness, I inadvertently heard someone utter those words. What you must do is protect them. Protect those you love and those who have loved you. What you need is not to stand idly by, but to step forward, to shield them from the oncoming blades and bullets, even if it costs you your life. A series of words echoed through the air. Subsequently, my awareness sank into a nebulous shadow, and when I awakened once more, I found myself back at that serene lakeside. The fresh breeze from the valley caressed me, and the warm sunlight enveloped my being. I felt somewhat rejuvenated, yet the sense of dread still lingered within me. The figure in the lake continued to struggle, but this time, the face of the struggling individual morphed into my own. Protection. Those two words reverberated in my mind once again. Without hesitation, I leapt into the water, and the world dissolved into darkness. When I finally opened my eyes to the light, I saw a doctor bent over a table, scribbling something. I coughed lightly, the memories of my recent dream flooding back, leaving me in a state of disbelief. Upon hearing my voice, the doctor looked up, smiling as he addressed me. Mr. Xiao, your story is truly fascinating. I was hypnotized? I asked, astonished. Hypnosis. We have not used that term in quite some time. The so-called hypnosis is merely a gimmick employed by certain psychologists. What we endeavor to do is to evoke the innermost aspects of the patient's psyche. For it is only through this process that we can uncover the root of their afflictions and connect with the essence of their being, Wu Xian solemnly conveyed to me. Then, Dr. Wu, what is the nature of my condition? Rest assured. The doctor extracted a fragment from the content he had just pinned and handed it to me. There are indeed slight symptoms of mild schizophrenia, however. It is fortunate that I arrived early, allowing for swift treatment. Every week at this time, you shall come to see me. And as long as you diligently take the medication I prescribe, all shall be well. I accepted the list from him, which contained several medications I had never encountered before. Well, thank you, doctor. Holding the list in my hands, I was astonished by the doctor's remarkable ability to swiftly uncover the deepest-seated burdens within my heart. Reflecting on my previous biases against him, I felt a pang of remorse. Before departing, I inquired, by the way, doctor, I recall that during your hypnosis, the word protection repeatedly surfaced in my mind. What does that signify? At this moment, Wu Xian had already removed his white coat and was seated in the psychology clinic, ready to receive the next scheduled patient. He gazed at me and remarked, that is precisely what you need most, and it is the role you have consistently played. I found myself slightly perplexed, yet I nodded in acknowledgement, bid farewell to the doctor, and exited. By the time I returned to the police station, it was already 6 p.m. I made my way back to my office, settled into my chair, and closed my eyes for a moment of respite. Hardly had I taken my seat when someone pushed the door open. Oh, our chief investigator is still here, came the playful voice of Ouyang Qian. I lifted one eyelid. Somewhat reluctantly inquired, what is it, Xiao Qian? Do you need something from me? She suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and said to me, stop sitting around, Captain Xiao. The director has been looking for you for quite a while. There's a case, and they have already rushed to the scene. You should come with me quickly, instantly. I sprang from my chair, swiftly donned my police uniform, and then joined Ouyang Qian as we entered the vehicle. Upon our arrival at the scene, the crowd of onlookers had completely blocked the area, making it impossible for anyone to pass. The incident occurred at a relatively large internet CAF in City S, where the establishment signage dominated the entire second floor of the building. It was likely that a significant portion of the crowd consisted of individuals there to access the internet. I navigated through the throng, crossed the police barrier, greeted the officers stationed outside, and proceeded directly to the entrance of the CAF, ascending to the second floor. I weaved through the hundreds of computers within the CAF until I reached my colleagues, who were still conducting the on-site investigation, and inquired about the situation. Ouyang Qian closely followed in my wake. Upon spotting me, the director approached and delivered a solid slap to the back of my head. Where have you been, young man? I have been searching for you for quite some time. Such a significant matter cannot simply be delayed without consequence. If this happens again, I shall have to note it as a serious infraction. You ought to be more cautious. I, feeling wronged, gently touched my head and smiled, saying, Director, you see. I did request leave yesterday, did I not? I went to see a psychologist this afternoon. Only then did the director recall the matter. And in an effort to mask his embarrassment, he chose not to pursue the issue further. I refrained from speaking any further and instead turned my gaze towards the scene of the incident. Chapter 73. The Internet CAF Mystery. The deceased was one of the patrons, having met his end at a station, specifically at machine number 96. The computer before him remained aglow, suggesting he had been engaged in gameplay prior to his demise, likely a trending title, as I observed that most of the now turned-off computers in the CAF displayed the same game. If my observations were accurate, the individual appeared to possess commendable gaming equipment. Donning gloves and shoe covers, I approached the lifeless figure. He was a man of no less than 35 years, lying supine, eyes wide open, lips slightly parted. The skin around his face and neck exhibited a pallid hue, while distinct signs of cyanosis were evident around his lips. Poisoning. I pondered silently. The man's teeth bore the yellowing typical of a long-time smoker. Pronounced dark circles under his eyes hinted at many sleepless nights spent online, though his complexion had turned ashen. It was still apparent that his usual appearance was far from vibrant, likely beset by health issues and unsanitary habits. I did not observe any clear signs of injury, thus rendering the cause of death uncertain. This would fall to the forensic experts for elucidation. A colleague engaged in the examination approached us with an update. Report to Captain Xiao and the chief. The identity of the deceased has been swiftly confirmed as he was a patron of this internet CAF. Then let us proceed directly, I replied. He nodded and, taking out his notepad, continued. The deceased, a male named Jian Hahong, age 38, a local from City S, suddenly passed away while online at approximately 5:30 p.m. today at the Hive Internet CAF. Our preliminary assessment suggests that the cause of death is likely due to poisoning from excessive nitrites. I nodded in agreement. My earlier observations of the deceased corroborated this conclusion. The evident cyanosis on his facial skin and lips strongly indicated poisoning from substances like nitrites. On the deceased workstation, we discovered an empty bottle of Coca-Cola and a half-eaten takeout meal. These items have been collected for forensic analysis. According to the CAF owner, Jian Honghong had been a long-time regular, well acquainted with the proprietor. Please summon the owner, I instructed my colleague. He nodded and hurried downstairs, soon returning with both the owner and the proprietress of the CAF. The owner's demeanor was grim. Upon entering, he remained silent, his expression sour. I surmised that our investigation had severely disrupted his business, hence his unwelcoming demeanor towards us. Fortunately, the proprietress was an articulate and engaging individual. She promptly approached me, her face adorned with a smile, and inquired, "Comrade, how long will this investigation take? Just look at that enormous corpse lying there. It has frightened away all our customers. How are we supposed to conduct business under such circumstances?" I offered a wry smile in response, saying, "Fear not, dear proprietress, we shall remove the body shortly. If you cooperate with us, we will enable you to resume operations in no time." She nodded in agreement, indicating her understanding of my words. I then posed a question. "Do you know someone named Jian Honghong?" "Of course," she replied. "This individual frequents the internet CAF daily after work. I believe he is employed at a construction site and often spends his free time here gaming. Over time, we have become quite familiar. While he is online, does he have any close acquaintances? Those who often join him in his gaming endeavors? Indeed, there is someone named Ho Yong, who seems to be his companion and frequently plays games with him. Has this friend come by this afternoon? I don't recall, perhaps not. That is of no concern. We need to examine your customer records and the surveillance footage from your CAF. The sooner you provide us with this information, the quicker we can leave, allowing you to reopen promptly. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the proprietress hurried to the front desk and retrieved the backup data of their recent internet users. I also instructed our technical personnel to copy a segment of the surveillance footage from their computers. Once we obtained the necessary information, I directed everyone to regroup and arrange for the body to be transported back to the forensic department of the police station. Upon our return, we swiftly established a rudimentary task force for discussion. According to the preliminary autopsy report, the cause of death was determined to be nitrite poisoning, which allowed us to temporarily rule out suicide, as no one would be foolish enough to carry nitrites with them to poison their own food or drink. Jian Honghong was a regular at the internet CAF, likely spending all his time there. The proprietress mentioned that he worked at a nearby construction site, yet his gaming habits indicated significant expenses. Thus, it would be prudent to investigate whether he had siblings or a romantic partner who might be supporting his expenditures. I conveyed this to the group. Furthermore, the proprietress had just mentioned Ho Yong, who should be Jian Honghong's friend but conveniently did not visit the CAF today, rendering him a suspect. "Xiao Zhang, take this customer registration form and send a few individuals to investigate this person. Report back to me with your findings." "Understood." Xiao Zhang nodded, taking notes diligently. I had already arranged for a copy of the surveillance video, which was relatively brief in duration. I decided to play it for everyone to facilitate analysis. As I spoke, I nodded towards Ouyang Qian, who subsequently opened the copied file on her computer, projecting the video content onto the screen behind me. In the video, we clearly observed Jian Honghong seated at Terminal 96 in the Internet CAF, engrossed in his game. At that moment, the CAF was nearly at full capacity. We noticed that Jian Honghong's table was already adorned with a cola and takeout. He was simultaneously consuming his meal while sipping the cola. After a while, it became evident from the footage that he began to slow down his gameplay, exhibiting a series of abnormal movements. He displayed symptoms of gagging and convulsions, alongside noticeable emotional instability and agitation, occasionally slamming his mouse and keyboard. These were unmistakable signs of nitrite poisoning. Soon after, he entirely relinquished his game, gasping for air, yet realizing he was unable to breathe properly. He attempted to seek help from those nearby, but to no avail. Tragically, he soon succumbed in his seat. Chapter 74. Visiting Ho Yong. Rewind the surveillance footage a bit. I wish to ascertain when the takeout and beverage on his desk were purchased. I instructed Ouyang Qian. She promptly adjusted the timestamp on the recording. The figures within the footage began to rewind, the action accelerating as it did so. "Stop here," I directed Ouyang Qian, as we advanced the video to this point. The takeout and cola on Jian Honghong's desk had yet to materialize. This indicated that he had not yet come into contact with the food and drink. At a normal fourfold speed, the footage resumed its regular play. The deceased appeared engrossed in his game. After a brief interval, an individual resembling a delivery person approached Jian Honghong and, leaning down, seemed to exchange a few words before departing. Jian Honghong swiftly opened the bag, revealing the very takeout and beverage he was about to consume. I instructed Ouyang Qian to rewind the video to the moment the individual entered, then paused it to clearly capture the visitor's face. What are your thoughts on this person? I inquired, gesturing towards the visage on screen, eager for my colleague's opinions. Ouyang Qian interjected, there is a significant probability that this individual is the suspect. He personally delivered the tainted takeout and beverage to the victim. We merely need to determine who dispatched this meal. However, a younger officer raised his hand, pointing at the figure on the large screen. This individual is not wearing attire associated with any delivery company. He is likely not the actual delivery person. I suspect the delivery worker may have handed the meal to this individual, who then transferred it to the deceased. I nodded in agreement, indicating my approval of his observation. Subsequently, I addressed the assembled task force members. First, investigate the establishment that dispatched this takeout around 5:24, identify who was responsible for its delivery, and ascertain whether they transferred it to anyone else. Additionally, examine the social connections of the deceased, particularly the relationship with a certain Ho Yong. This individual is highly suspect. With that, the meeting adjourned, and everyone dispersed to undertake their respective assignments. Ouyang Qian and I formed one team, tasked with investigating Ho Yong. News arrived from the forensic department. Zhang from the forensic lab reported, Captain Xiao, our examination has revealed that the deceased consumed a beef and potato rice bowl accompanied by a bottle of Coca-Cola. We discovered an excessive amount of nitrite in the meal, but no anomalies were found in the beverage. I nodded, stating, so, it follows that someone deliberately poisoned the victim. This is indisputable, is it not? Indeed. While we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of the restaurant having mixed salt with nitrite, such an occurrence is exceedingly improbable. After all, nitrite is strictly regulated outside of construction sites and hospital laboratories, Zhang replied. Given the circumstances, it is highly probable that the perpetrator hails from the construction site, possessing access to a substantial quantity of industrial salt. This individual may have harbored a grudge against the deceased, thus resorting to such a method of murder. Consequently, the person mentioned by the proprietress, Ho Yong, becomes exceedingly suspect. I located this individual in the local population information database, discovering that his residence is situated in a nearby community adjacent to the Hive Internet CAF. Shortly thereafter, Ouyang Qian and I embarked on our journey. Before long, we arrived at the entrance of the community, where we approached the property management to inquire about Ho Yong's floor of residence. We swiftly found his home. However, upon knocking, the door was opened not by Ho Yong, but by a woman. Hello, is this Ho Yong's residence? Ouyang Qian inquired. The woman appeared quite young, seemingly in her 20s. Upon noticing our police uniforms, her expression shifted to one of evident anxiety, presuming that something untoward had transpired at her home. Officers, may I ask what brings you here? She asked, gripping the door with both hands, her demeanor tense. We are investigating a homicide. And this case may be related to Ho Yong. Are you a family member of his, or? I stepped forward to present my police badge. The woman gazed at us in confusion, yet upon hearing that we were merely seeking Ho Yong, her anxious demeanor visibly relaxed. She invited us inside and gestured for us to sit on the sofa. Would you like something to drink? She asked shyly. No, thank you. We are pressed for time. So let us get straight to the point, Ouyang Qian replied, retrieving a notebook and pen from her bag to begin questioning the woman. May I ask your name? Oh, I almost forgot. My name is Holy, and I am Ho Yong's sister. I noticed Ouyang Qian's hand trembling slightly as she continued her inquiries. While they conversed, I rose quietly to observe the surroundings of their home. Although Ho Yong was known to associate with individuals like Jian Honghong, the interior of the house bore little resemblance to that of a construction worker. He did not appear to belong to that social circle. The apartment was no less than 100 square meters, adorned with smooth marble tiles, and furnished with a color television and refrigerator, among other amenities. This household could certainly be classified as affluent. May I ask, what does Ho Yong, your brother, do for a living? My brother is the owner of a company. I am a university student, having recently graduated, and he brought me to his home to work in his company. Currently, I am engaged in relatively light tasks, leading a comfortable life. My brother plans to buy me a house soon and encourages me to find a suitable husband, ensuring that I need not worry about the future. Holy said, her face radiating a sense of happiness. I approached the entrance to the living room, gesturing inward towards the rooms and indicating my desire to inspect them. Holy nodded at me, then continued to respond to Ouyang Qian's inquiries. This should be Holy's bedroom. Ah, here is the restroom. And over there is Ho Yong's room. I opened each door to take a glance, yet found nothing particularly noteworthy. Finally, I paused in their kitchen. The kitchen was immaculate, with pots and pans meticulously washed, exuding a sense of comfort. However, this kitchen appeared somewhat overcrowded, which struck me as peculiar. Chapter 75. The source of takeout. I searched high and low, scouring every corner of the kitchen, yet I found no hidden place for the nitrites. Raising my gaze, I retrieved a small bowl from the cupboard, used by the family for salt and monosodium glutamate. Perhaps the most perilous locations are, in fact, the safest. I observed the small container of salt, its white powder glistening, and dipped my fingertip into it. However, I recalled that the distinction between table salt and nitrites is imperceptible to the naked eye, and their flavors are nearly indistinguishable. Reluctantly, I surreptitiously took a small sample and placed it into a tiny bag, intending to hand it over to the technicians for analysis. Upon exiting the kitchen, I was taken aback to find Ouyang Qian engaged in a lively conversation with Holy. The two women were animatedly chatting and laughing, seemingly in perfect harmony. Indeed, women in their 20s effortlessly discover common ground. I stepped forward, feigning sternness, and addressed Ouyang Qian. Well, Xiao Qian, have you finished asking your questions? Laughing so heartily? Have you forgotten that we are at work? Seeing my demeanor, Ouyang Qian immediately wiped the smile from her face. I inwardly reveled in my small triumph while maintaining an austere expression. I turned to Holy and inquired, Holy, do you live at home with just your brother? Perhaps startled by my earlier tone, Holy looked at me with a hint of trepidation and replied, Yes, it's just my brother and me. Do you have any good friends who frequently come over for meals? And who does the cooking in your household? Ah, well, officer. We have hired a chef who comes to our home every day to prepare meals, Holy explained. I felt a flicker of surprise within me. This family is quite affluent, even employing someone to cook. I then approached Ouyang Qian and quietly asked if she had completed her inquiries. She nodded affirmatively. May I ask, when is your brother usually at home? If he is often absent, we can take our leave and return when he is available, I continued. Holy glanced at the time and replied, You may leave for now. My brother's schedule is rather unpredictable, but he often stays up late. So perhaps you could come in the morning when he is certainly at home sleeping. We nodded in understanding, bid her farewell, and departed from her residence. As soon as we stepped outside, Ouyang Qian playfully pinched my shoulder. Captain Xiao, why were you so fierce just now? You scared me. She pouted. I responded with a grin. Haha, I was merely jesting, hoping to startle you a bit. I didn't expect you to fall for it. You're insufferable. She gently swatted my shoulder, a blush gracing her cheeks. Upon our return to the precinct, various investigation teams reported certain advancements. Concerning Ho Yong, the proprietor of a local company specializing in the wholesale of inexpensive foods, akin to cheap snacks like spicy strips, he collaborates with a food processing factory. Due to their extensive sales channels and the fact that many goods are directly supplied to nearby schools, numerous shops seek to procure items from them. However, according to his sister's description, although his company thrives, this individual often indulges in a hedonistic lifestyle, frequently spending nights away, reveling in local bars or internet cafes. He leads a rather extravagant life, spending money with abandon. Strangely enough, despite his indulgent behavior, his company continues to operate without significant issues. Moreover, he treats his sister with great kindness, providing her with accommodation, securing her a simple job at the company, paying her a salary, and purchasing various daily necessities for her. As for Jian Honghong, he is a worker at a food processing factory that collaborates with Ho Yong's company. Although nitrites are generally not directly used in food processing, certain food processing materials derived from nitrites through a series of chemical reactions are precisely what these factories require. Thus, the factory where Jian Honghong works utilizes substantial amounts of nitrites for processing on a daily basis. The perpetrator likely acquired the nitrites through this channel. The individual who delivered food to Jian Honghong has also been identified. He is the Internet CAF's manager, merely assisting a delivery person by bringing in the order. Surveillance footage at the CAF corroborates this, so we did not pursue that lead further but instead focused on locating the courier. From the courier's account, we learned that he received Jian Honghong's order via his mobile phone at 5:10 p.m. that afternoon. He proceeded to the restaurant named Luji Xiaoqiao, where Jian Honghong had ordered a bowl of beef stew with potatoes. After obtaining the takeaway from the restaurant, the courier headed straight to the Internet CAF without any stops or incidents, delivering the food to the manager before departing to accept another order. Surveillance footage along the delivery route confirms the veracity of his statements. Thus, our hypothesis that someone poisoned the food before it reached Jian Honghong was swiftly debunked, as there was no third party involved in the delivery process. Consequently, we had no choice but to trace the source of this takeaway to Luji Xiaoqiao. This unassuming restaurant is located on a narrow street teeming with various inexpensive eateries, frequented by workers who often dine here after long hours at construction sites. Almost all the restaurants on this street share a common characteristic. They offer affordable meals with robust flavors, catering perfectly to the tastes of these laborers, many of whom also choose to enjoy a drink or two here. Luji Xiaoqiao is situated right at the street's entrance, making it easy for us to locate. Upon seeing us, two officers clad in police uniforms, many patrons dining here for their evening meal turned to observe us, whispering curiously among themselves, seemingly sympathetic to the predicament facing the restaurant's owner. The cleanliness of this modest eatery leaves much to be desired. The dining tables are grimy and coated with grease. Within the confines of this small establishment, The floor is littered with discarded paper scraps and remnants of bones carelessly spat out. The air is thick with a pungent scent of cooking oil. I observed Ouyang Qian furrow her brow, exclaiming, "Wow, Captain Xiao, the sanitation here is appalling. I can hardly fathom how anyone could possibly eat in such a place." In my heart, I pondered, yet it is precisely in such a squalid little venue that the home-cooked dishes possess an irresistible flavor, with salt and spice that leave one craving more. Chapter 76. Partners. Upon our entrance, the proprietor, who was attending to guests, approached us with a beaming smile and inquired, "Officers, are you here for an investigation or a meal?" I retrieved my badge, foregoing unnecessary pleasantries, and stated, "An investigation. A person died at an internet CAF not far from here after consuming your takeaway." The owner's eyes widened in disbelief. A meal resulting in death was far beyond mere business concerns. Officer, you must be mistaken. While we admit our hygiene may not be impeccable, we certainly do not use any prohibited substances in our cooking. How did he die? Oxygen trioxide poisoning, Ouyang Qian interjected from the side. Impossible. The proprietor firmly denied. That is absolutely out of the question. You know that oxygen trioxide is the kind of salt used on construction sites. Although it's cheaper than table salt, we would never be greedy enough to use something that could kill someone. I produced the takeaway information acquired from the delivery person and held it before her, saying, "Please, do not panic. Take a look. Is this not the takeaway you sold yesterday?" The proprietor furrowed her brow, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the paper, then retrieved her phone to verify. Yes, she nodded in disbelief. This indeed came from my establishment. Braised potatoes with beef, loose stir-fry, at 5:10 p.m. The records match perfectly. I reclaimed the note and returned it to my pocket, stating, "Thus, the deceased consumed the meal prepared by your establishment, and we found excessive oxygen trioxide in that very dish. The delivery person informed us that no one else handled the order before it reached the deceased. Therefore, we must inquire with your restaurant." After a moment of contemplation, the proprietor dialed a number on her phone. "Hello. May I ask who was the chef on duty yesterday afternoon?" "Yes, around 5 p.m. Could you check for me?" "What? It was Xiao Zhang?" "Oh, all right." She hung up the phone under our watchful gaze and informed us, "The chef who cooked yesterday is currently in the kitchen. I will summon him for you." "Thank you." "Madam," I replied gratefully. "Xiao Zhang, come out. Stop cooking. Let Xiangzi take over for you. Come, someone is here to ask you questions. Let me tell you, you are in deep trouble. If you do not provide these officers with a satisfactory explanation, you will find yourself in hot water." The proprietor called out to the soot-laden kitchen, and soon a young man in his 20s emerged, his features relatively handsome and glistening with sweat, likely from his recent vigorous cooking. He wore a light gray tank top that accentuated his well-defined physique. I could vaguely perceive Ouyang Qian's intense gaze upon him. Upon seeing us, he politely inquired, "May I ask what brings you two officers here? Let us step outside. It is rather noisy in here." I placed my hand on his shoulder and guided him outside the restaurant. "Do you recognize this individual?" I lit a cigarette and retrieved a photo of Jian Hong from my phone to show him. He leaned in closer to examine the image, nodding slightly as if in contemplation. "I do not know this person, but I feel as though I have seen him somewhere before. He seems somewhat familiar. He dined at your restaurant and subsequently died. To be precise, he perished after consuming the meal you prepared. It was a case of nitrite poisoning." I spoke calmly, keen to observe his reaction. His response was not particularly intense, yet his demeanor remained resolute. "Officer, there must be some mistake. We use only the uniform salt purchased by the restaurant for all our dishes. If I had used nitrite in my cooking that day, there would likely be more than just one fatality." He remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of panic. I nodded in acknowledgement of his statements and continued, "Indeed, we understand this is not a mere accident. I mean to say, this individual was intentionally poisoned. Coincidentally, the dish in which he was poisoned was prepared by you. Do you recall any unusual occurrences while you were cooking that afternoon? Did anyone strange interrupt you?" I asked directly. He stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he raised his head and replied earnestly, "There was indeed something peculiar. Around 5 o'clock, a patron from the restaurant entered my kitchen, requesting extra chili for his dish. As the chili and salt were located to the left rear of my cooking station, I did not think to avoid him and permitted him to add it himself. Upon hearing Xiao Zhang's account, my alertness heightened, prompting me to inquire further. "What did he look like? Do you recognize this individual?" Xiao Zhang responded, "As it happens, I do know him. I was actually assisting him in his kitchen at the time. He is another employer of mine. His name is Ho Yong." Like a bolt from the blue, I was utterly unprepared for the investigation to progress so smoothly, it seemed almost surreal. I had not anticipated that Ho Yong would have such a direct connection to this case, and now he emerged as a prime suspect. I nodded at Ouyang Qian, who had been diligently taking notes beside me, and after expressing my gratitude to Xiao Zhang, I called for Ouyang Qian to accompany me back to the police station. The forensic department had also made progress. The salt I had retrieved from Ho Yong's residence was confirmed to be not table salt, but rather the highly toxic nitrite. This revelation placed Ho Yong in a position of significant suspicion. I summoned the members of the special investigation team to convene a meeting, aiming to consolidate the information we had gathered thus far. How is the investigation into Jian Honghong's social connections progressing? A comrade stood up and remarked, Jian Honghong is a worker at a local food processing factory. According to his colleagues, this individual frequently recounts his entrepreneurial experiences from years past, revealing that his partner in those ventures was none other than Ho Yong, the current owner of the grocery company. This revelation surprised me. I had not anticipated that Jian Honghong and Ho Yong had once been business partners. Yet, the stark contrast in their current circumstances, one soaring high and the other languishing below, evokes a sense of poignant reflection. Chapter 77. A return visit to Ho Yong's home. Despite the evidence being rather compelling, we have yet to uncover a discernible motive. And the proof at our disposal does not conclusively affirm that Ho Yong is indeed the perpetrator. Thus, we must refrain from hasty conclusions. Furthermore, when considering the motive, there appears to be no evident animosity between Ho Yong and Jian Honghong. Perhaps there is more than meets the eye, yet we remain unaware of it. Even his sister might be concealing certain truths from us. Therefore, another visit to Ho Yong is undoubtedly warranted. Early the next morning, Ouyang Qian and I set out. It was May, a time when spring blooms in full splendor, and the sunlight enveloped us in a delightful warmth. Regrettably, we were to pursue our investigation on such a splendid day. Captain Xiao, Ouyang Qian mused, with weather this lovely, wouldn't a picnic be wonderful? Oh, let us request a day off from the director, skip the case, and sneak out for some fun. She began to jest as we traveled in the car. While I silently concurred with her sentiment, as the team leader, I felt compelled to set a commendable example. Thus, I playfully tapped her forehead. You silly child. What are you daydreaming about? Focus on the case. If we fail to solve it, don't even think about a vacation. Ouyang Qian whimpered, cradling her head. While I secretly relished the moment, we arrived promptly at Ho Yong's residential complex, and after parking, we swiftly approached his front door. A series of knocks echoed. Yet no one responded. Glancing at my watch, I noted the time, 8:21, which seemed rather late. Surely he could not still be asleep. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Ho Li, still clad in her pajamas, her eyes bleary with sleep. Ah, 2 officers. Please come in. What brings you here so early? She asked, still seemingly in a fog. I replied somewhat tersely, didn't you say that we needed to arrive early to see your brother, Ho Yong? Ho Li appeared to register my words, exclaiming, oh right. He is still in his room, sleeping. He came home late after drinking last night, and hasn't he gotten up yet? With that, Ouyang Qian and I stepped inside. Ho Li led us to the door of Ho Yong's bedroom and knocked gently. There was no response. Indifferently, she remarked, he is probably still asleep. Officers, would you like to wait a bit? Have you had breakfast? I can prepare something for you. Ouyang Qian began to decline. No, we've eaten. But I swiftly covered her mouth, preventing her from finishing. I turned to Ho Li and replied, that would be immensely kind of you. We haven't tea at breakfast yet. Ho Li looked at me with surprise, perhaps taken aback that a police officer would so unabashedly accept hospitality from a civilian. However, she did not elaborate much further. Instead, she smiled and nodded, heading into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for us. Officer, there is not much to eat. Can we settle for some egg noodles? Came the voice of Ho Li from the kitchen. All right, no problem. I called back, my voice raised. At that moment, Ouyang Qian, standing beside me, wore a perplexed expression. She tugged at my sleeve, visibly displeased, and remarked, Captain Xiao, have you lost your mind? On your first day as a police officer, you said we are honorable people s police, never taking a single needle or thread from the people, nor a grain of their rice. This is too. I smiled mischievously and replied, don't worry, I don't genuinely intend to eat their egg noodles. Just watch me. With that, I stealthily slipped into the kitchen. At that moment, Ho Li was chopping some scallions on the cutting board, with beaten eggs nearby. Upon seeing me enter, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Officer, what brings you here? I chuckled and said, fear not, I merely came to have a look in your kitchen. It's been ages since I last stepped into one. I'm afraid I can't even cook noodles anymore. Huh, officer, you're just joking. Cooking noodles is hardly a challenge, she replied. By the way, Ho Li, where do you keep your salt? I asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing my inquiry about the salt, a fleeting, barely perceptible change crossed Ho Li's face. Nevertheless, she quickly masked it and skillfully retrieved a small jar of white crystals from the cupboard. If my memory serves me right, when I stealthily took some salt from her house yesterday, that jar was still full. I had only taken a pinch, yet now it appeared to be nearly half empty. Had they used the salt from this jar last night? If I recall correctly, the forensic results I received yesterday indicated that this jar contained sodium nitrite without a doubt. Unless someone had secretly switched jars, or they had used this jar of sodium nitrite to cook last night. But even in cooking, would they really require so much? I gazed at the jar of white crystals with a strange expression, sensing that I would certainly not be able to consume the noodles Ho Li was about to prepare. After all, it was highly likely that the bowl of noodles contained the highly toxic sodium nitrite. Ho Li, I remember when I came to find you yesterday. You mentioned that you rarely cook? You have a chef cooking for you at home, correct? I inquired. Indeed. We have a small chef from a little restaurant who cooks for us. Don't be fooled by his work in a small eatery. His dishes are quite delicious. A hint of admiration and appreciation appeared in Ho Li's expression, which surprised me slightly. I raised an eyebrow, pondering how to probe further into Ho Li's sentiments. That little Zhang, right? Zhang Song, the chef from Luji Xiaoqiao, we just sought him out yesterday. I was taken aback to discover that your family actually enjoys such cuisine. At the very least, one should hire a proper chef from a reputable restaurant. Aren't you concerned about the unsanitary habits of a cook from such a shabby establishment? I remarked casually, while meticulously observing every movement of Ho Li. To my surprise, upon hearing my words, Ho Li's face flushed, and her shoulders trembled slightly. What are you saying? Although he is just a novice chef, his dishes are quite delectable. Moreover, this is what my brother enjoys. He used to work on construction sites and developed a taste for the fare served in such eateries. Even after all these years, and despite his newfound wealth, he hasn't changed his preferences. Ho Li fervently defended the young chef. Chapter 78. Remote control. As I observed her demeanor and recalled Xiao Zhang's delicate features alongside the alluring muscular contours beneath his tank top, a flicker of doubt emerged regarding their relationship. Could it be that these two? I shook my head, reasoning that such musings were irrelevant to the matter at hand. It was best not to indulge in baseless speculation to avoid disrupting my train of thought. Ho Li soon finished preparing the noodles and took them out. After she left, I lingered in the kitchen, glancing at the garbage bin. It was evident that a considerable amount of refuse remained unemptied, likely remnants of last night's meal. I checked the time on my wrist again. It was nearly 9 o'clock, yet Ho Yong had still not risen. I exited the kitchen and knocked once more on Ho Yong's bedroom door. Again, there was no response. A sense of unease crept over me, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Stepping outside, I noticed Ouyang Qian was about to enjoy the noodles that Ho Li had prepared. Clearing my throat loudly, I called out, "Xiao Qian." Startled, Ouyang Qian nearly dropped the bowl in her hands. "What are you doing?" "Captain Xiao, you're acting quite strangely today. First, you had Sister Ho cook noodles, and now you're scaring me on purpose. Do you dislike me?" Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I offered a rueful smile. Yet explaining my predicament to Ho Li seemed inappropriate, so I hastily changed the subject. Ho Li, why hasn't Ho Yong woken up yet? I just knocked on his door again, but no one responded. A hint of confusion crossed Ho Li's face as she rose from the sofa and approached Ho Yong's door, knocking while calling out, "Brother, wake up. The two officers I mentioned yesterday are here to see you." Still, there was no reply. Ho Li tugged at the doorknob, discovering it had been locked from the inside. I gestured for her to step aside, then raised my foot and forcefully kicked the door at the lock. The door remained steadfast, so I continued with a second, then a third kick. Just as I was poised to deliver a fourth, the door swung open unexpectedly. What the hell is going on? At this early hour? Are you all out of your minds? Can't a person get some sleep? An irate man, clad only in his underwear, stood at the threshold, his face contorted with anger. He appeared to have just been roused, reeking of alcohol, and his bloodshot eyes were a stark contrast to his disheveled appearance. I scrutinized the man, who seemed to be in his 40s, his physique having succumbed to the passage of time, with a protruding beer belly and excess flesh. His hair, thinning at the crown, was only barely sustained on the sides, a classic case of male pattern baldness. I noticed Ouyang Qian diverting her gaze elsewhere. "Are you Ho Yong?" I inquired bluntly. "Yes. That's me. Why are you two policemen looking for me at such an early hour? What's the matter?" He showed no concern for his image as he swaggered past me and entered the living room, where he picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, extracted one, and lit it up. "Damn, we thought you were in trouble, having been cooped up in your room without making a sound," I mused. "Do you know Jian Honghong?" I asked directly. "Jian Honghong? Of course, I know him. He was an old friend and we once started a business together. But apart from occasionally going out for drinks or surfing the internet, we haven't had much contact lately." He inhaled the smoke, his expression utterly nonchalant, betraying no sign of distress. I felt a flicker of surprise. This individual either possessed remarkable composure, remaining unperturbed even if the police were to knock at his door after committing a crime, or perhaps he was entirely unaware of the situation. I resolved to inquire about the information he had gleaned from Xiaozhang the previous day. "Where were you around 5 p.m. the day before yesterday? And what were you doing?" He raised an eyebrow and extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. "I was dining at Luji Xiaoqiao. I used to eat there frequently when I was a worker, but I haven't been there in a while. I miss the flavors." "What's the matter?" He replied with an unchanged expression. I sensed that his calmness was a facade, clumsily performed, and overly exaggerated. "Do you know that Jian Hahong died the day before yesterday at 5:30 p.m. at the Hive Internet CAF? I stated coldly. Upon hearing this, He abruptly rose to his feet, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "What? Jian Honghong is dead?" His reaction genuinely astonished me. Could he be a masterful actor? Yet, the performance felt overly theatrical. I regarded him, slowly nodding. "How did he die?" he inquired, his voice dropping a notch as he gradually sat back down. "Nitrite poisoning. Moreover, we suspect you as a prime suspect. According to a witness, you were seen entering the kitchen at the restaurant yesterday, claiming that your dish lacked spice and wanting to add some chili. Jian Honghong died after consuming takeout from there during that time." After absorbing my words, Ho Yang burst into laughter. "Haha, is this what they call police work? Which of your assertions can prove that I am the suspect? Besides, the Hive Internet CAF is quite far from Lu Ji Xiaoqiao, and I wouldn't even know which takeout order belonged to Jian Honghong." I turned away, speaking leisurely. In truth, executing such remote manipulation is not particularly difficult. First, that takeout order was likely not placed by Jian Honghong himself, but rather by the perpetrator. The assailant could have ordered a meal for Jian Honghong, specifying the restaurant to prepare the takeout, and then waited there. They would await the delivery person's arrival, reporting the specific order to the kitchen, thereby preparing to act. Seated at your table, you partake in your meal, feigning dissatisfaction with the scant amount of chili in your dish. You venture into the kitchen, observing discreetly for a brief moment, until you ascertain that the very takeout you ordered for Jian Honghong is currently being prepared. Seizing the opportunity when the chef is momentarily distracted, you surreptitiously introduce an excessive amount of nitrite into the dish. Thus, from a distance of several miles away at the Honeycomb Internet CAF, you successfully poison Jian Honghong's takeout and bring about his demise. Ho Yang pauses momentarily, beads of cold sweat visibly forming on his forehead. Nevertheless, he maintains a sardonic smile as he remarks, "However, any chef engrossed in their cooking would only focus intently on their dish. How can I ensure that I will have the opportunity?" Chapter 79. The sudden suicide. It was rather straightforward. The chef, Xiaozhong, whom you are acquainted with, is indeed the very same one. Moreover, he happens to be your hired domestic cook. If you wish to divert his attention, a casual conversation with him would suffice. I crossed my arms and spoke coldly. Ho Yang attempted to argue further, but I cut him off decisively. "In truth, your method of committing the crime is rather clumsy. You have inadvertently left evidence on your mobile device. If you were to retrieve your phone and examine the application you use for food delivery, you would find the order history from that day. Even if you deleted it, we can still restore the records." I gazed at him with a cold smirk playing at the corners of my mouth. Suddenly, Ho Yang sprang to his feet, attempting to flee. Yet, how could I allow a cooked duck to escape my grasp? I swiftly seized his wrist, hoping to subdue him, but to my surprise, he broke free with considerable force. Ouyang Qian also attempted to block his escape from the other side, but she too was unsuccessful and was thrown to the ground, crying out in pain. However, what I did not anticipate was that Ho Yang did not run towards the exit but instead dashed into his own bedroom, slamming the door shut behind him. A wave of astonishment washed over me. Was he truly trapping himself? Did he intend to escape through the window? Without further contemplation, I followed him, drawing the firearm from my waistband and firing a shot at the lock of Ho Yang's bedroom door before kicking it open. "Don't move," I shouted, brandishing my weapon. Yet, I realized my actions had been too slow. At that moment, Ho Yang lay face down on the floor, his features contorted, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth, and his lips exhibiting a purplish hue. Approaching him, I placed my fingers near his nose to ascertain his breath. He was utterly lifeless. Could it be cyanide? The sight of him left me in shock. Only cyanide could produce such swift effects, causing death within mere seconds. His facial symptoms aligned perfectly with those caused by cyanide poisoning. I lifted his jaw and leaned closer, inhaling the faint, bitter almond scent. I was astonished that even in the 21st century, someone would resort to such a rare and lethal poison for suicide. Ouyang Qian and Holy approached. The latter was so frightened that she screamed and collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Ouyang Qian, however, looked at me with a perplexed expression, oblivious to the events that had transpired. "Captain Xiao, what is happening?" she asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. With a grave expression, I replied, "Xiao Qian, please notify the authorities and have them come to collect the body. Cyanide. Within a matter of seconds, he's already beyond saving. Yet, do you not find this peculiar? Why would he commit murder, and then choose to take his own life so swiftly thereafter? None of this makes sense. He has gone to great lengths for what purpose?" Ouyang Qian's words struck directly at the heart of the matter. This is precisely what I am contemplating at this moment. Logically, I should have just identified the method employed by Ho Yang, which, albeit clumsily executed, appears to be a meticulously orchestrated scheme on his part. However, we remain utterly oblivious to his motivations. What is the true purpose behind all his actions? Furthermore, why the use of cyanide? Why did he choose to end his own life so swiftly after the truth of his murders was unveiled? This evokes memories of certain plots from espionage films. Typically, A secret agent, upon having their identity exposed, would rather ingest poison and perish than allow the adversary to extract any information from them. The circumstances surrounding Ho Yong's suicide provoke such peculiar thoughts within me. Perhaps there are deeper, more clandestine truths behind Jian Honghong's death. With Ho Yong merely serving as a pawn in this intricate game, he was always at risk of exposure, and once revealed, his only recourse was to take his own life to safeguard more significant information. The police swiftly dispatched personnel, and under my guidance, they commenced a thorough search of Ho Yong's residence. Ho Yong's sister, Holy, was escorted to the police station for further questioning. Beneath the bed in Ho Yong's room, we stumbled upon an inconspicuous little box. Upon opening it, we discovered an array of peculiar images. Some were drawings of pentagram formations, while others were actual photographs depicting such formations. Additionally, there were images featuring a group of individuals clad in gray hooded coats, standing together in a circle around candles against a darkened backdrop, seemingly engaged in some form of ritual. These bizarre photographs instilled a sense of mystery and fear. Based on our years of investigative experience, it is highly plausible that Ho Yong had affiliated himself with a cult-like organization. The pentagrams and the individuals in gray hooded attire are likely interconnected with this. Is it mysticism? Remarked a member of the forensic team, holding the photographs before me. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I encountered such an unusual case. Perhaps it is related to a cult. I recall that the cult phenomenon had its peak over a decade ago. Now, with education being so widespread, it is surprising to discover the existence of such underground organizations. I clasped my hands over my chest. In light of this, the multitude of dishes I observed in their kitchen can also be explained. At the time, I was perplexed, considering the household consisted solely of Ho Yong and Ho Li. Even if a chef frequently visited to prepare meals, the volume of utensils seemed excessive. It appears that Ho Yong may have had numerous friends who often visited, necessitating the presence of extra dishes. I also recalled the remnants of vegetable scraps left in the kitchen bin from the previous night's dinner. Perhaps they had hosted a gathering in this very house. Let us search more thoroughly. Perhaps there are further surprises awaiting discovery. I gestured for everyone to continue their examination. Captain Xiao, I have discovered these items in a locked cabinet beside his bed. A colleague handed me 2 small boxes and an exquisite notebook. I lowered my gaze and noticed that within the 2 transparent boxes, one was filled with nails, while the other contained a white, flaky substance. I leaned in closer to examine it and was suddenly struck by the odor emanating from the flakes. In an instant, I recognized what it was, nearly retching at the realization that the box was filled with human scalp flakes. Hastily, I handed the 2 boxes over to the evidence department personnel, then took a deep breath to stave off the urge to vomit. Subsequently, I opened the exquisite little notebook, only to discover that it was entirely filled with the diary entries of Ho Yong. Chapter 80. Investigation. In addition to this diary, we also discovered various drawings of peculiar nature in the drawer of his bedside table. The illustrations depicted bizarre entities, some resembling a demon with horns, wielding a pitchfork symbolizing malevolence. Others portrayed an angel adorned with wings, grasping an oddly shaped circular ring. It was evident that Ho Yong had fallen under the influence of a certain cult, having been thoroughly brainwashed, even to the point of fanaticism. Observing these illustrations, a police officer beside me voiced his perplexity. Captain Xiao, there is something that strikes me as odd. Indeed? I turned to him, inquiring, what seems peculiar? He pointed to the drawing I held, stating, look, this horned demon and this winged angel appear to derive from Christian iconography. However, while the demon's pitchfork is unremarkable, the angel's circular ring feels discordant. It unsettles me. Nodding, I concurred that it was indeed strange. You are correct. This cult is likely influenced by Christianity, amalgamating certain religious symbols into a bewildering concoction. This reflects the essence of many cults, masquerading under the guise of salvation while merely catering to the selfish desires of a select few within their ranks. These demons, angels, and the pentagram pattern we recently uncovered beneath the bed are undoubtedly instruments employed by the cult to manipulate the minds of its followers, tools of indoctrination. In previous cult-related cases we encountered, there were even instances where individuals exploited illusions to showcase their so-called miracles. Yet, these alleged miracles were ultimately debunked in our investigations as sheer nonsense. There are no miracles, nor deities or demons. They are merely tactics employed by cult organizations to deceive or achieve fraudulent ends. Subsequently, we thoroughly scoured Ho Yong's residence for any traceable leads. Aside from the bizarre illustrations found in his bedroom, everything else exhibited an air of normalcy. Even in the room of his sister, Ho Li, no additional items of significance were discovered. It was apparent that she remained oblivious to these matters. Of course, all we had gleaned thus far was merely conjecture. To uncover the truth, we needed to gather more substantial evidence. I gazed at the diary in my hands, resolved to delve into its contents that night. However, our primary task at hand was to interrogate Ho Li, who had already been brought back to the precinct. We needed to extract further information regarding her brother from her. Upon returning to the station, we promptly commenced the interrogation of Ho Lee. Yet, the details she provided yielded no reliable leads, only further hypotheses and speculations. Simultaneously, the forensic team relayed the results of Ho Yong's autopsy. As I had surmised, Ho Yong met a swift demise due to an excessive inhalation of cyanide, which he had ingeniously concealed within a capsule in his oral cavity. In moments of imminent exposure, he would bite into the capsule to end his life, a truly horrifying method. It is perplexing that some individuals continue to resort to such means of suicide, evoking memories of the brutal and inhumane tactics employed by spies in various nations during the last century. In those times, they too utilized such methods to prevent the leakage of vital state secrets. Ho Lee expressed her complete ignorance regarding whether her brother was involved with the cult. Even during our interrogation, it was evident that she had yet to recover from the shock of her brother's sudden death. The individual who provided for her, offered her a salary, and took care of her daily needs had perished before her eyes, and was even suspected by the police of being affiliated with the cult. I believe that any reasonable person would struggle to accept such a reality. However, based on her description, we learned that Ho Yong often stayed out late at night. Ho Lee had always assumed he frequented bars or nightclubs for indulgent escapades. Yet, according to our current conjectures, he was likely attending cult gatherings or participating in clandestine activities promoting dubious ideologies. Moreover, Ho Lee mentioned that her brother had a multitude of friends, often inviting them over for meals. It is not difficult to deduce that these so-called friends might share similar ideologies with him. Ho Lee further divulged that her brother had once suffered a severe blow to his business, nearly leading to its bankruptcy. Although his company survived this crisis, it could not fully regain its former stature. For a time, Ho Yong experienced profound depression and bewilderment as a result. Nevertheless, in recent days, he seemed to be leading a cheerful existence, even displaying more smiles than before. Did your brother ever mention anything regarding religious beliefs? I inquired. No. He never brought up such matters, Ho Lee replied with unwavering certainty. This response struck us as somewhat peculiar. Typically, individuals brainwashed by nefarious doctrines unconditionally accept the demands of their organizations and blindly follow directives from above. They believe that their faith is paramount and often seek to share it with those around them, particularly their loved ones, as they feel that those they cherish should share the same beliefs, serve the same deity, and embrace the same truth. From Ho Lee's account, it appears that Ho Yong indeed never spoke to her about his beliefs. Could it be that he wished to shield his sister from being entangled in such murky waters? Perhaps he sought to protect her from potential harm? It is even conceivable that Ho Yong was coerced into his circumstances. Thus, we glean these insights from her. Although it holds some utility, it merely engenders further conjectures and doubts. Nevertheless, we possess a crucial piece of evidence, namely, Ho Yong's diary. I meticulously captured each page of Ho Yong's diary with my phone and disseminated it to the devices of every member of our task force, urging them to peruse this document diligently in their spare time, in hopes of uncovering vital clues. After all, many hands make light work, and we can mutually enrich our insights. Chapter 81. The For God sect. I brought this diary back to my home. A small privilege of being the captain of the criminal investigation team, I suppose. Upon returning, the night had already descended, yet fatigue eluded me entirely. From 9 this morning at Ho Yong's residence until now, nearly 10 hours had elapsed. Throughout this duration, we had not rested, having just uncovered the true perpetrator of the previous case, only for him to take his own life, which subsequently unraveled a series of unsettling clues associated with the cult. While I acknowledge that such cases evoke a thrill and excitement, the prolonged night brings with it uncertainties. Who can foretell what further twists may arise? I washed my face in the restroom, then seated myself and began perusing Ho Yong's diary. The first page was direct and candid. I was taken aback to discover that this man, nearing 40, still maintained the childlike habit of journaling. April 15th. Sunny. I am in high spirits today, as it marks the first day of the manifestation of the one true God. Thus, I consider it a day worthy of commemoration. Suddenly, the desire to write a diary seized me, spurred by the representative's request. Recording each day of dialogue with the one true God is, in itself, a profoundly meaningful endeavor. Whether it be fate or the merits of my past life, I find it a blessing to encounter the one true God during the lowest ebb of my existence and, through his divine power, to ameliorate my current plight. I must express gratitude to the fellow believers I met on the forum, for they guided me onto this path. Since the spring festival this year, a string of misfortunes has befallen me, truly demonstrating that blessings seldom come in pairs, while calamities seldom arrive alone. First, my company faced a crisis, followed by the unwelcome reappearance of Jian Honghong, who incessantly harassed me to discuss our entrepreneurial ventures from years past. I often fantasized about silencing him permanently, as my patience was wearing thin. Following the financial troubles plaguing my company, a substantial gap in assets emerged, threatening not only my business's survival, but also my future with looming debts. Then, Jian Honghong resurfaced, seeking to extort me. I began to suspect that this insufferable man was somehow responsible for my financial woes, as his arrival was alarmingly timely, appearing merely 2 days after my company's crisis. After cautiously treating him to a few meals, he finally ceased his incessant disruptions. However, the issues plaguing my company remained unresolved, plunging me into a state of distress and leading to a depressive period, as I found myself ensnared in contemplation of my circumstances. Fortunately, during a casual web browsing session, I stumbled upon the forum of the Four Gods sect. I suppose this marked my first encounter with the truth, albeit in my ignorance. Utterly unaware that I was in the presence of the magnificent one true God, nor comprehending the extent of his immense power, I was swiftly captivated by the tenets of the four deities. By merely offering my sincerity to any of these divine beings, I believed I could dispel my recent misfortunes and manifest my desires. I approached the forum's leader at the time, who was also one of the spokespersons for the four deities, expressing my eagerness to delve deeper into this faith. Naturally, he has since become my fellow believer. I successfully entered the church and, during my inaugural gathering with fellow devotees, encountered revelations that profoundly shattered my worldview. On that day, we were graced by the presence of the church's founder, a young man whose knowledge far surpassed that of many of us with only elementary education. We congregated in a borrowed classroom, with merely 20 individuals present. The founder informed us that we were at the nascent stage of the church's development, assuring us that in due time, we would attract an increasing number of like-minded souls, united in our service to the magnificent four deities. After we partook of the sacred water leading to the divine realm, he ascended the podium and unveiled the visions of the four deities to all of us. I still vividly recall that scene, the descent of the four deities into our world. In that moment of ineffable emotion, I was acutely aware of my own insignificance and impotence. I resolved to revere the divine and pray for their blessings upon my company and my life. It has since been proven that my faith is indeed righteous. Ever since I embraced the four deities, the misfortunes that plagued me have receded, and the condition of my company has begun to improve. My admiration and respect for the four deities have only deepened. They have bestowed upon me a second chance at life. On April 21st, after nearly a week, I welcomed the second gathering of our church. During this interval, I had absorbed a wealth of knowledge about our world, particularly concerning the four deities. The god of poison, born before death itself, inhabits the unfathomable depths of the earth, wielding dominion over all substances of death and toxicity. From the inception of the earth, the god of poison has existed within the core. Often heralded by boundless deathly gases, an entity we ought to dread most profoundly. The god of preservation, the most potent of deities, governs the growth and sustenance of all living things. His existence stands in stark contrast to that of the god of destruction, even before the earth's formation. The god of preservation arrived in this barren cosmos, gradually sculpting our planet with his own hands. His emergence often brings forth warm breezes and a profusion of life. No collection of the most resplendent words could adequately encapsulate the awe-inspiring beauty of his arrival. The god of destruction possesses powers nearly equal to those of the god of preservation, representing its antithesis. However, unlike the eternal death overseen by the god of poison, he governs the very moment of annihilation. With a mere gesture, he can effortlessly obliterate an entire galaxy. Lastly, the god of fertility is our own divine entity, a reflection of humanity itself. The deity of fertility governs the rise and fall of humanity, overseeing the cycles of birth and existence. We revere the god of poison out of fear. However, we hold the deity of fertility and offer the life it bestows upon us, enabling humanity to persistently advance upon this earth. Chapter 82. Diary. The emissary enlightened us that the earth is divided into 3 realms, the upper, middle, and lower realms. The upper realm is the divine domain, the abode of the god of preservation and the god of destruction. They gaze down upon our world from the celestial expanse, ensuring the harmonious movement of the stars, moon, and sun, while safeguarding the stability of our existence. The middle realm is the human realm, which serves as the dwelling of the god of fertility. This deity conceals itself among us, manifesting in various forms of humanity, overseeing every action of mankind, while simultaneously nurturing our ability to procreate. Occasionally, those who find themselves devoid of partners may unite with the incarnations of the god of fertility to bear offspring. The emissary conveyed that the god of fertility is the sole deity capable of inhabiting a mortal form, when assistance is required for the act of procreation. This divine being descends upon the emissaries scattered across the globe, uniting with humans in need of progeny. Should any mortal refuse this union, divine retribution awaits them. Upon reading this, I found it peculiar. This so-called god of fertility may very well be a pretext employed by such cults to fulfill their carnal desires. In previous cases related to cults that we have investigated, there have invariably been instances where such excuses were used to perpetrate acts of violence against women. The lower realm is the dwelling of the god of poison. It is a domain engulfed in death and treachery. The god of poison slumbers beneath the earth, surrounded by countless lifeless bodies and toxic miasma. When awakened, all existence will perish, and even the powers of the god of preservation and the god of destruction shall be rendered impotent against him. Thus, we must hold the god of poison in utmost reverence and learn to harness his energy to fulfill our aspirations. The god of poison thrives on murder and conspiracy, which allows him to rest peacefully, avoiding awakening. I shall conclude my writings here. Long live the four gods. April 28th. Overcast, our understanding of the doctrine has ascended to a significant level, though scarcely a month has passed. Our membership has burgeoned from a mere few dozen to over 100. Our theories surrounding the four gods have also become increasingly refined. I am confident that our deities look upon this progress with delight. Long live the four gods. April 29th, sunny today. I invited several fellow believers to my home for a meal. I took my sister aside, as I wished to shield her from the nature of our discussions. Conversations amongst the members of the four gods must remain confidential, centered solely around the four gods, to prevent outsiders from overhearing. I find myself pondering whether to broach the subject of inviting Lily into our faith. I believe it is indeed necessary. After all, such a splendid congregation, blessed by divine favor, presents benefits that far outweigh any drawbacks. However, she is still quite young, and I wonder if she can grasp the ideology of the four gods. I fear that she may not be accepted by the deities. Alas, it is a troubling dilemma. Perhaps I shall speak to her about it on another occasion. Long live the four gods. May 3rd, Sunnyo. What a joyous day it is. Since I began to serve the true God, I have noticed a marked decline in the misfortunes that once plagued me. Could it be that the God of sustenance has observed my efforts from the heavens and has chosen to bestow upon me blessings and rewards? The financial discrepancies within my company have been entirely resolved. It turns out that my financial accountant had been secretly undermining my endeavors, which incensed me greatly. That wretched individual, O God of fertility, forgive my harsh words, deserves to be cast underground, to be consumed by the god of venom, doomed to an eternity of suffering. Nevertheless, my life has returned to a semblance of normalcy, and I have forged many meaningful friendships and connections within the church with kindred spirits and brothers. It truly brings me joy. Some of them have been right beside me all along, yet I was blissfully unaware. Life is indeed filled with delightful surprises. However, that cursed individual, Jian Honghong, continues to linger around me like an unshakable specter. I can encounter him at the hive while browsing the internet or at a bar enjoying a drink. It is utterly exasperating. How might I completely rid myself of his presence? Perhaps I shall inquire with the spokesperson at the next congregation gathering. Long live the four gods. May 7th. Rainy day. The rain today fell heavily, yet it did nothing to dampen the fervor of our church. On the contrary, we moved our gathering outdoors. The spokesperson expressed that this change would allow us to more profoundly experience the divine influence of nature. I confided my concerns to the spokesperson, who remained silent for a considerable time before inquiring about my relationship with that detestable person, Jian Honghong. Being the spokesperson of the four gods and holding the highest position within our church, I approached him with sincerity and recounted my familial issues with Jian Honghong, including my company's entanglements with him and the grievous violation my sister suffered at his hands. This burden had weighed heavily on my heart for far too long, and I had struggled to find someone suitable to share my deep-seated resentment and fury with. However, now I have the four gods and a spokesperson with whom I can communicate directly. After listening to my account, the spokesperson contemplated for a long while. Finally, he placed his hand upon my forehead and asked, "Do you swear that everything you have just recounted is true?" I affirmed, "Absolutely. I have no right to lie before the spokesperson of the four gods." He accepted my words and informed me that Jian Honghong had committed the most intolerable sin in the eyes of the god of fertility, rape. All rapists ought to face the punishment of poison and endure the penalties of the god of venom in the afterlife. He stated that he would consider assisting me in exacting retribution upon Jian Honghong. I felt elated. Though drenched in the downpour, my gain was indeed significant. Long live the four gods. May 8th. Overcast day today. The spokesperson delivered an urgent announcement to each member of our congregation, stating that the church requires immediate funding for development and expansion, as conveyed by the god of destruction. Thus, each of us must contribute a sum of money, approximately 10,000 per person, which is quite sufficient. To serve the four divine beasts is a duty we wholeheartedly embrace. Therefore, this modest amount is of little consequence. I promptly transferred the funds to the spokesperson's bank account. Long live the four divine beasts. May 12th, sunny. Today marks yet another momentous occasion. Regrettably, in my elation, I have indulged in excess libations, leaving me barely able to jot down a few notes. The departure of Jian Honghong from my life is a source of great joy for me. I have also invited several fellow believers to my home for a meal. Long live the four divine beasts. Chapter 83, The Calamity. The diary of Ho Yang concludes here. Within its pages, there are over 20 entries of varying significance. However, many consist of trivial musings and superfluous remarks. Thus, I have selected the most pivotal entries to share within our police resources, providing our colleagues with a clearer perspective after perusing the diary. Regrettably, numerous pages have been deliberately torn out, suggesting an intentional removal, leaving us bereft of crucial information that could have been gleaned from these lost entries. Notably, the first and second entries are the most extensive, while the remainder are relatively concise. Yet, these first two entries are undeniably the most significant, as Ho Yang evidently articulates his reflections and insights regarding the doctrines and deities of the Four Divine sect. It must be acknowledged that this sect is one of the most formally organized cults we have encountered in recent years. Previous cults, varying in scale, have often been accompanied by rudimentary ideologies, haphazardly assembled divine figures, and dubious fraudulent tactics. In contrast, the Four Divine sect possesses a relatively coherent worldview. While it draws upon the ancient narrative of divine creation, it also encapsulates many original thoughts belonging to its founder, rather than merely being a patchwork of existing religions and myths. For instance, the god of poison appears akin to a death deity but is distinctly associated with toxins. In fact, Ho Yang's diary even references the concept of poisonous punishment, which is evidently absent in many other religious traditions. Nevertheless, I surmise that Ho Yang did not fully disclose the content related to this cult within his diary. One reason for this is the numerous torn pages, leading to gaps between many entries. Furthermore, we previously discovered various related materials in his quarters that were conspicuously absent from his diary. I suspect that the spokesperson for their sect instructed them that any pertinent information must remain confidential, even in the presence of loved ones or within the pages of a diary. This could explain why he chose to tear out and conceal all content related to the sect. Perhaps the pentagram holds profound significance for the Four Divine sect. However, it is indisputable that Jian Honghong was slain by Ho Yang, as he explicitly mentioned this in his diary. Presently, it appears that the plan for Jian Honghong's murder is likely connected to this spokesperson, who may have imparted certain directives to Ho Yang regarding the elimination of Jian Honghong. Nonetheless, Ho Yang's murder plan reflects a certain clumsiness. Perhaps he perceives his actions as justified, believing he is serving his deity, which may explain his lack of guilt and his audacious celebration with fellow cultists. Moreover, one detail conspicuously absent from the diary pertains to a specific item. Why would Ho Yang mention possessing a means of self-destruction readily available to him at any moment, despite the ease with which one might attribute this to the founder's machinations, aimed at concealing his nefarious cult from exposure? It remains utterly absurd to ponder what kind of doctrine or deity could elicit such unwavering servitude, compelling individuals to sacrifice their very lives without hesitation in times of crisis. It seems evident that they are deeply ensnared, victims of profound indoctrination. In his diary, Ho Yang noted that he and his fellow adherents were largely uneducated, many having only completed primary schooling before ceasing all further education. Such individuals are particularly susceptible to the insidious allure of cults. They lack a cogent and scientific understanding of the world around them, instead embracing the existence of fictitious deities and revering them with unwavering devotion. This is precisely the breeding ground for the survival of cults. Often, those who establish these malevolent organizations do not genuinely believe in their own doctrines. Rather, they must instill belief in their followers to secure their own status and achieve their ulterior motives. This brings to mind a cult that existed a few years ago, which disseminated its twisted ideologies far and wide, justifying acts of murder in the name of their so-called divine cause, cloaking their motives in a guise of righteousness. The vast majority of their followers were, regrettably, individuals of little educational attainment. This is why our police force has consistently taken a staunch stance against such organizations. They pose a grave threat to societal stability and public safety. Cults are inherently anti-human and anti-social entities that must be vehemently eradicated. Now, we face the Four Deities cult. While they may possess their own fabricated theories, their essence remains unchanged. Murder, the accumulation of wealth, and I harbor suspicions regarding the intentions of their higher echelons. With that thought, I snapped my diary shut and rose to my feet, gazing out at the enveloping darkness of the night. I resolved in my heart that we must eradicate this vile cult, leaving no trace of its malevolence. The following day, I convened all members of the Special Task Force for a meeting. Addressing my comrades, I expressed my gratitude for their hard work during this period. Although the poisoning case involving Jian Honghong has concluded, we are now confronted with a more formidable adversary. We must contend with a terrifying cult organization, replete with brainwashed followers and a strict organizational hierarchy. I paused, surveying the room. Each individual present could potentially become a scourge upon society. We must apprehend the leader of this organization within a short time frame and rescue those who have suffered under its tyranny. I hereby announce the formal establishment of the Anti-Four Deities Cult Task Force, and we will be augmenting our ranks. I hope everyone can muster their utmost effort. Subsequently, we engaged in a discussion regarding the findings from our individual reviews of Ho Yang's diary the previous night. Chapter 84. Discussion. A comrade initially conveyed an intriguing notion. From the doctrines of the Four Deities sect, there exists no unequivocal supreme deity. and the deities they established bear resemblances to a myriad of mythologies. I suspect that the founder possesses a considerable level of knowledge, undoubtedly being an educated individual. I raised my gaze towards him, finding this idea particularly captivating. I inquired further, "Why do you assert this?" The comrade elucidated. "Firstly, the illustrations we discovered in Ho Yong's chamber depict demons and angels reminiscent of Christian iconography. The deities of preservation and destruction mentioned in the diary echo Indian mythology, with the preserver resembling Vishnu and the destroyer akin to Shiva. Moreover, the circular ring held by the angel in the illustration is indeed Vishnu's weapon, divine sight. The goddess of fertility appears to correspond with the Egyptian deity Isis. Lastly, the mention of a venomous god, capable of annihilating the world and slumbering beneath the earth, evokes imagery from the Cthulhu mythos concerning ancient gods resting deep within the planet. Furthermore, the pentagram we found in the room is prevalent throughout various religions and mythologies worldwide, symbolizing a malevolent summoning ritual. It is highly plausible that the four deities sect employed this formation for their invocation ceremonies. Thus, I deduce that the architect of the four deities sect must possess a certain familiarity with these mythologies and religions to conceive such a cult. This observation is remarkably compelling. Consequently, I believe this founder is an individual of considerable cultural sophistication. I was somewhat astonished to discover the comrade's notable understanding of mythology and religion. I nodded in agreement, regarding him with admiration. "Comrade, splendid insights. Your reflections will greatly assist our investigation. I had not anticipated your depth of knowledge in this domain." Upon receiving my praise, he bashfully scratched his head and replied, "Hee, I have always had a keen interest in this area, thus I have acquired much knowledge." "Excellent. With this, we can narrow down the identity of the founder." Additionally, the diary of Ho Yong mentions a successor, or spokesperson, who is a relatively young man. Therefore, based on the comrade's suspicions, it is highly probable that this individual has received at least a secondary education. At this juncture, Ouyang Qian raised her hand and posed a question. But why would this person establish such a cult? Deep down, he must be aware that these so-called deities do not exist. What compels him to exert such effort in making so many believe in his doctrines? I turned to her and responded, "This encapsulates the essence of most cults, creating something that even the founder does not believe in. However, should a portion of individuals be persuaded and acknowledge it, the role and status you assume within such a belief system become unfathomable. One can effortlessly harness the will of certain deities to accomplish one's desires. With but a single utterance, countless devotees would flock to your side, serving you devotedly. Such a sensation is something many yearn for, is it not? Power, wealth, and sensuality, everything one could desire." Ouyang Qian nodded, seemingly in agreement with my words. I clapped my hands and inquired, "Does anyone else have any thoughts to share?" A colleague from the evidence department rose and stated, "I have an idea. We could scour the internet for forums related to the four deities cult and feign being genuine followers, thus infiltrating their ranks. This may provide us with the opportunity to penetrate their inner circle and establish contact with their founder." Another colleague expressed his approval, adding, "I believe this is an excellent notion. Additionally, we might glean further information from Ho Yong's sister, Ho Li, since her diary mentions her being sullied by Jian Hong, a matter she has never disclosed to us. Indeed, had it not been for this colleague's remark, I might have nearly overlooked such a significant detail. The diary referenced Ho Li's defilement by Jian Hong, and the founder deemed the act of rape a violation of the reputation of the deity of fertility, thus suggesting to Ho Yong the use of poison as a means of murder. Perhaps Ho Li holds more clues regarding Ho Yong. During my conversation with Ho Li in her kitchen, I also sensed a potentially unspoken connection between her and Xiao Zhang from Lu Ji Stir Fry. At that moment, another female colleague from the forensic department interjected, "Captain Xiao, I believe we should delve deeper into the use of the highly toxic cyanide. Although this rare poison is difficult to procure in the market, it is quite plausible that a food company managed by Ho Yong may store a certain amount of cyanide." I stood up, synthesizing their suggestions, and declared, "In that case, let us divide the task force into 3 groups. The first group will investigate this cult and, ideally, infiltrate it. The second group will continue to examine Ho Yong's familial connections. The third group will focus on the cyanide, tracing its origins and destinations. That will be all for today. Let us all put in our utmost effort." Meeting adjourned. As the meeting concluded, the room buzzed with discussion as everyone departed. Just as I was about to rise, Ouyang Qian approached me. "Xiao Qian, is there something you wish to discuss?" I inquired, gathering the materials from the table to place into my bag. Ouyang Qian, looking somewhat bashful, replied, Captain Xiao, I would like to consult you about something." "What could this child want to discuss, acting so shyly?" "Just speak plainly. There is no need for such reticence," I urged her. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning sufficient courage, she said, "I wish to be the one to infiltrate the four deities cult." I was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. I gently stroked my chin, holding Ouyang Qian's shoulder, and earnestly conveyed to her, Xiao Qian, it is not that I am reluctant to allow you to undertake this undercover mission, but rather that the task is exceedingly perilous and should be entrusted to those officers with greater experience. Should you proceed, I fear that not only will your personal safety be at risk, but also that the successful completion of our mission may be jeopardized. However, upon perceiving my hesitance to acquiesce to her request, Ouyang Qian appeared somewhat anxious. It was evident that she was deeply eager to accept this assignment. Chapter 85. Undercover yet. I am not entirely devoid of merit, am I? Moreover, do you not think that a woman might find it easier to gain their trust? Upon reflection, I must concede that this is indeed the case. In theory, an experienced veteran officer possesses a demeanor that is wholly distinct and easily discernible. Conversely, a novice like Ouyang Qian might evade detection with greater success. However, I am loath to make such a precarious decision. After all, it is fraught with risks. I would prefer an experienced officer to be discovered and subsequently escape than to place Ouyang Qian in jeopardy. No, I cannot allow you to take such a risk. You are still under my supervision, and should anything untoward occur, I would bear the responsibility. I firmly declined her request. If you won't let me go, I shall appeal to the director. If he assents, you shall have no grounds for objection, she retorted, her cheeks flushed, displaying a petulant defiance. Before storming out without a backward glance, I watched her retreating figure, shaking my head in resignation. This child possesses an unyielding spirit. What I did not anticipate was that she would indeed find the director and secure his approval. I was summoned to his office. As I entered, I exclaimed, Director, are you losing your senses? This task is far beyond the capabilities of a newcomer. The director, holding a cigarette, regarded me with a stern countenance. Xiaofeng, mind your tone. At that moment, I noticed Ouyang Qian standing beside the director, wearing a self-satisfied expression, as if she had triumphed. My apologies, I became overly agitated. However, Director, please consider this. An undercover operation is not a task suited for someone who has been with the police force for less than half a year. Given our abundance of seasoned colleagues, why must we resort to Ouyang Qian? I lowered my voice. The director furrowed his brow and replied, Xiaofeng, first and foremost, you must understand that Qian is no longer the naive recruit she once was. In these past 6 months, she has accomplished much for our department, which you must have observed. Furthermore, she is quite astute. I believe she can adeptly handle a series of unforeseen circumstances. Also, do not presume that just because you are now a criminal investigation team leader, you can raise your voice at me. Be cautious, for should my mood sour, I might revoke your position. I felt a surge of indignation and spoke. Director, what do you mean by that? Would I cease to investigate cases without the title of team leader? It sounds as though you imply I joined the police solely for that rank. If you insist on sending Ouyang Qian undercover and something were to happen to her, would you take responsibility? My barrage of questions left the director momentarily speechless. Xiaofeng, I understand your concerns. After all, Qian is one of your protégés. However, have you ever heard that an inexperienced recruit can be more suitable for infiltrating the enemy? Due to her lack of the distinctive aura possessed by those seasoned officers, which could potentially reveal their identities, it appears that Xiao Qian possesses an advantage over both you and me in undertaking an undercover role. Moreover, being a young woman, she could convincingly masquerade as a naive girl, seamlessly integrating herself into their midst. Wouldn't you agree? I lowered my head. I am acutely aware of these rationales. My concern, however, lies solely in the potential harm that Ouyang Qian might face. Who wouldn't he wish for swifter progress on this case? Ouyang Qian, standing beside us, interjected, Oh, you need not worry. I will take good care of myself. Besides, the diary of Ho Yang doesn't reveal just how deranged those individuals are. This cult seems relatively benign, and they are unlikely to harm me. I scoffed lightly. Those details merely remain unexpressed in the diary. Who knows what sinister secrets lurk beneath the surface? You are now a public servant, no longer the innocent girl you once were, do you understand? She suddenly stepped in front of me, extending her hand to grasp my fist. I recognized that Captain Xiao was worried about me. Yet, for the sake of uncovering the truth behind this case and dismantling the cult, would it not be an honorable act to make sacrifices? Captain Xiao, allow me to proceed. It is for the greater good. She lifted her head, and I discerned the spark in her eyes, a radiance that rendered refusal impossible. Very well. You may proceed with the undercover mission. However, I shall assign some colleagues to shadow you closely and ensure your safety. If necessary, I will accompany you myself. I held her delicate hand and assured her, Captain Xiao, you may protect me outside, but once I infiltrate their organization, that will no longer be feasible. We cannot afford to expose our identities recklessly. Rest assured, I will consistently wear a camera and a miniature earpiece to keep you updated on my situation. Thus, we solidified Ouyang Qian's role as an undercover operative. Though my apprehension lingered, the fervor reflected in her eyes made me ponder whether my worries were indeed unfounded. Soon, we discovered the official forum of this cult online. It garnered substantial daily traffic, and the majority of individuals active in this forum were devotees of the Four Gods sect, along with some casual internet users merely observing. We noticed certain netizens denouncing this sect or initiating discussions declaring it a cult, urging others to remain vigilant and discern its true nature. Yet, such posts were swiftly silenced or deleted by the forum administrators. Initially, we created an account under Ouyang Qian's identity on this website, pretending to be a country girl. We infiltrated various threads within the forum, leaving traces of comments that subtly hinted at an interest in joining the cult. Approximately 3 days passed, during which we believed the moment had arrived. We located the administrator of the Four Divine Sect's official website and conveyed our desire to join the faith. The individual welcomed us, yet informed us that prior to our initiation, a testing assessment would be required, lasting approximately 2 days, thus requesting our patience. Subsequently, he sent us a series of questions concerning the teachings of the Four Divine Sects, primarily assessing our understanding of their doctrines. Chapter 86. The second visit to the psychological clinic. We swiftly addressed the inquiries posed to us and then patiently awaited the response from the website. Meanwhile, the investigation concerning Ho Li and the source of the cyanide was proceeding methodically. The team probing into Ho Li's case, after multiple interviews with her, uncovered that she had indeed been molested by Jian Honghong, although he had not succeeded in his attempt to rape her. Moreover, regarding her current physical state, Ho Li remained a virgin, untouched by any intimate relations. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Jian Honghong, along with Ho Yong and another entrepreneurial companion, had been thriving in their business endeavors. The trio frequently gathered at Ho Yong's residence for meals, discussing matters related to their company. However, after several visits to Ho Yong's home, Jian Honghong increasingly found himself enamored by Ho Yong's sister, Ho Li, whose beauty captivated him. He had expressed his desire to pursue her to Ho Yong, but after consulting with his sister, Ho Yong learned that Ho Li had firmly rejected Jian Honghong, stating she had already found someone she cherished and was not interested in a relationship with him. Undeterred, Jian Honghong, one fateful day when Ho Yong was absent, clandestinely approached Ho Li to declare his feelings, only to face a cruel rejection once more. In a fit of rage and desperation, he resolved to force himself upon her. Yet, just as he was poised to commit the heinous act, Ho Yong returned home and caught him in the act. Enraged, Ho Yong confronted Jian Honghong, leading to a tumultuous altercation that severed their business ties. Alongside his entrepreneurial partner, he endeavored to oust Jian Honghong from their enterprise, ensuring he would no longer have any connection to the company. Jian Honghong, feeling aggrieved, was one of the company's founding members and was well acquainted with its various vulnerabilities. He frequently wielded this knowledge to blackmail Ho Yong. Initially taken aback by Jian Honghong's betrayal, Ho Yong begrudgingly acquiesced to some of his demands. The combination of Jian Honghong's failed rape attempt on his sister and his extortion over company weaknesses incensed Ho Yong discord. Having joined the Four Gods sect, he resolved to inform the founder of the situation and seek guidance. The founder subsequently suggested employing poison as a means of retribution, culminating in the initial scene of Jian Honghong's demise at the internet CAF. As for the source of the cyanide, it is well known that cyanide is indeed a toxic substance, yet the quantity used plays a crucial role in determining the level of danger it poses. If not administered in excessive amounts, it can be devoid of lethal consequences. Presently, numerous food additives incorporate this chemical. Consequently, the team investigating the cyanide's origin targeted companies engaged in food processing, with Ho Yong's subsidiary food processing company emerging as the most conspicuous and suspicious source. Such a company would inevitably handle a plethora of food additives, thereby increasing the likelihood of cyanide presence. As anticipated, our operatives discovered substantial stores of cyanide within the company's affiliated factory. The comrades located the accounting department responsible for the management of cyanide, requesting them to examine the cash transactions and receipts of this year's cyanide inventory for any discrepancies or losses. Fortunately, the accounting department swiftly uncovered the results. Indeed, a significant quantity of cyanide was missing. However, the whereabouts of this missing cyanide remained a mystery. It appeared that an insider had surreptitiously extracted some from the inventory without reporting it to the accounting department, likely implicating Ho Yong in this misdeed. Unless, of course, there were other followers of the Four Divine sect within the company. If our conjecture holds true, it is conceivable that the founder of the sect had instructed the disciples to carry a capsule filled with cyanide at all times, to prevent exposure of the sect's secrets in the event of capture. Perhaps this self-sacrificial spirit, willing to offer oneself for the sect, had become a venerated ideal among them. For instance, they may have been brainwashed by the founder, led to believe that those who sacrificed for the sect would face no punishment from the god of poison after death, but rather their souls would ascend to the heavens, safeguarded by the god of sustenance. Naturally, these are merely our current speculations. Further investigation will need to await Ouyang Qian's infiltration into the Four Divine sect to procure more information. In the meantime, Thursday arrived once more. Signaling my appointment with the psychologist, Dr. Wu Xin. I had to request leave from the director again. Fortunately, there were no pressing matters to attend to, and the director granted my request without difficulty. At 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, I arrived promptly at the entrance of the clinic, awaiting Dr. Wu. However, as was the case previously, no one had yet arrived to open the door. It seemed this fellow was late again. A few minutes later, the familiar roar of a motorcycle engine echoed from a distance. That must be Wu Xin, riding his dashing motorcycle towards the clinic. Apologies, Mr. Xiao. I almost forgot about our meeting this afternoon. If I hadn't just been jolted awake by my alarm and glanced at the wall clock, I might have slept until the afternoon, he said with a sheepish grin as he hurriedly parked his motorcycle. Despite his disheveled hair and appearance, his handsome features remained undeniable. I chuckled in response. In that case, Dr. Wu, perhaps I should depart a bit later, say a few minutes after 2, to allow you a bit more rest. Doctor. Wu approached the entrance and unlocked the clinic's door with his key. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the coffee machine, turning on the hot water and retrieving coffee beans to prepare a brew. Officer Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll make us some coffee. I'm utterly exhausted, he remarked. I found it amusing, finally understanding why other clinics provide tea for their patients, while this one opted for coffee. Since the coffee prepared by this doctor is primarily for his own consumption, especially after just awakening, he cannot face patients in such a state. Doctor, why do you always sleep until 2 in the afternoon? Is it really necessary to nap for such an extended period? I casually inquired while leaning against the counter. This is not merely a nap. I have been asleep since last night until this afternoon at 2, he replied without turning, as he diligently operated the coffee machine. This has become my daily routine. It has established itself as my biological clock, and I cannot change it. Chapter 87. Second hypnosis. It turns out I had slept through the night, until now. I truly believed he was merely taking a nap. But where could he have gone at such a late hour? Before I could voice my curiosity, Wu Xin had already prepared the coffee, handing me 2 cups. Come, Mr. Xiao, please step into the inner room and wait for me. I will change my clothes and join you shortly. The cup in my left hand is yours. With less sugar, correct? I accepted the coffee with both hands, momentarily taken aback. How did he know I only drank coffee with less sugar? Sensing my bewilderment, he flashed a charming smile, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It's nothing remarkable. Last time, I added a spoonful of sugar to your coffee, and I noticed you frowned while drinking it. Thus, it stands to reason that you prefer less sugar. Rest assured, it's not mind reading, merely simple observation and deduction. I shrugged, choosing not to engage him further, and instead, I made my way into the inner room with the coffee in hand. Upon entering, I was startled to find 2 additional sofas had appeared, and it seemed Wu Xin had moved the doctor's chair out. The desk he used for writing was also absent. The sudden overcrowding of the room left me feeling a bit disoriented. The once refreshing potted plants and spaciousness had vanished, leaving my heart feeling somewhat constricted. Was this room transformed into a setting for a psychology class? The sudden addition of the 2 sofas was indeed peculiar. I settled onto a sofa with both cups of coffee, awaiting the doctor's arrival. When Wu Xin entered, he too appeared taken aback by the scene. He paused for a moment, then sheepishly remarked, I apologize, Mr. Xiao. I was unaware of this disorder. It seems my assistant brought in extra sofas for a class she conducted here the other day and forgot to clear them out. I've told her numerous times that the consultation room should not be overly cluttered, but she always forgets I offered him my right cup of coffee, saying, It's all right, doctor. There is no need to scold your assistant. Let us just manage with it today. I don't suffer from claustrophobia, haha. He took a gentle sip of his coffee, adjusted his attire, and then sat on one of the nearby sofas. Very well, drink your coffee. Then close your eyes and recline on the sofa. I shall begin with a relaxing massage. I nodded, took a few sips of coffee, and reclined comfortably against the sofa. Shutting my eyes. As usual, Dr. Wu activated the music player, and soothing melodies emanated from it. For some reason, I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me. Odd, considering I had just consumed coffee. Mr. Xiao, today as psychological counseling will delve into those unpleasant memories that linger in your mind. I will guide you to the deepest recesses of your thoughts, where you will confront your greatest fears or the matters that have been troubling you recently. However, the direction of this journey will be dictated solely by your own mind. Do you understand? Dr. Wu's articulate words resonated in my ears, and I nodded in acknowledgement of his message. Did you take the medication I prescribed during our last session? He inquired. Yes, I replied. Twice a day, once in the morning upon waking, and once before sleep at night. Remember, please refrain from speaking when answering my questions. It may interfere with my assessment of your treatment progress. From now on, simply nod or shake your head. Do you understand? I nodded in compliance. Excellent. After taking the medication, have you noticed any improvement? I nodded once more. Do you still dream of those terrifying visions? For instance, the scenes and figures you encountered during our last hypnosis session, do they continue to haunt your nights? I shook my head. Good. It seems the treatment and medication I provided have proven effective. Today, we shall continue. Mr. Xiao, are you ready? I nodded in affirmation. I no longer heard Dr. Wu's voice. Instead, I suddenly felt a gentle pressure on my shoulder. It was his hand, skillfully massaging me. The pressure was light, yet perfectly comforting for me. Indicative of the pre-treatment massage Dr. Wu had mentioned. I ceased my mental wanderings and surrendered to the soothing experience. Imagine yourself standing by a tranquil lake. A gentle breeze dances along the shore, the sunlight is just right, and the fresh air wafts from the valley. Before you stretches a panorama of verdant trees, their leaves swaying softly in the valley's breeze. Dr. Wu's words flowed like the refreshing wind of the valley, imparting a sense of ease and clarity. Gradually, I became less aware of his hands massaging me, as if I were traversing an endlessly long tunnel, my thoughts drifting freely within. This sensation felt liberating, akin to a bird soaring through the sky. Suddenly, that feeling of flight ceased. My feet found solid ground beneath me. As if an unseen force compelled me to open my eyes, I beheld the lake once more, returning to the serene waters, devoid of any struggling souls. Everything felt exquisite and comforting. Abruptly, I sensed my body growing weaker, as if the sunlight were becoming unbearably blinding, and my spirit was being drawn into an insatiable black hole, gradually sapping my vitality. I fainted. When I awoke again, I discovered myself reclined on the sofa in the psychological clinic, much like before. Dr. Wu had vanished, and it felt as though I had awakened from a deep slumber. The sky outside was completely enveloped in darkness. My consciousness returned to my body, and I found myself capable of independent thought once more. I stood up, stretched my hands and feet, and realized I had full control over my body. It was quite intriguing, for I suddenly perceived that the lake I had envisioned earlier might have been a transitional island of thought, akin to a bus stop, facilitating a passage for my contemplations. Perhaps, just like last time, upon opening the door to the inner room, I would once again confront the very essence of my deepest fears. With a slight tremor, I approached the threshold, my hand cautiously wrapping around the doorknob. I could feel the cold sweat trickling from my palms and forehead. Strangely, I could not pinpoint the origin of this dread. Gathering my courage, I pressed down on the handle, my eyes almost closing in anticipation of some unforeseen event. Yet, all was silent. Nothing transpired. Chapter 88. The god of poison. I perceived nothing that related to my fears. Rather, everything outside appeared utterly normal. I merely beheld the inconspicuous counter of the mental clinic, devoid of any remarkable anomalies. A deep sigh escaped my lips, suggesting perhaps I had overthought the matter. This time, it should unfold without incident. After all, I had successfully confronted my innermost fears during my previous visit to the clinic, leading me to believe this occasion would pose no significant issues. Yet, I was mistaken. The situation proved far more complex than I had anticipated. Visions began to materialize before my eyes. What was this apparition? Suddenly, I discerned a colossal form against the night sky, a figure resembling a human, yet so immense that it instilled an inexplicable terror within me. I approached the doorway, yearning to discern the true nature of this gargantuan entity. However, upon closer inspection, my heart nearly ceased its beating from sheer astonishment. It was a monstrous being with a human-like body, but it defied classification as such. Instead, it bore two human-shaped heads, 8 flailing arms, and 4 legs. This behemoth loomed so large that it nearly engulfed the entire sky, with the moon silently hanging beside it as if it could be touched with a mere reach. What an exaggerated entity this was. Upon scrutinizing further, I noticed that both heads were adorned with horns reminiscent of a goat's. Its 8 arms and 4 legs were covered in ghastly eyes. At that moment, the night sky appeared to be suffused with a greenish haze, seemingly a consequence of the monster's presence. Suddenly, the creature shifted. It descended from the heavens, its 4 legs striking the ground with such force that it induced a tremendous tremor, nearly causing me to lose my balance. I barely managed to steady myself against the doorframe, leaning heavily upon the clinic's entrance. Yet, in the following second, everything transformed dramatically. As the creature landed, I witnessed the nearby buildings collapsing under the vibrations triggered by its arrival. Surrounding it was a dense green mist, akin to a tempest conjured from sulfuric acid, voraciously consuming all in its vicinity. It is no exaggeration to declare that wherever this monster roamed, utter devastation ensued. At that moment, I was astounded to realize that this creature was advancing towards me. A quiver coursed through my body, overwhelmed by its unmatched power. This colossal monstrosity resembled the nightmares of childhood tales, instilling an unfathomable dread, yet accompanied by a trace of reverence. I recognized clearly that this was not a mere figment of a nightmare or a disaster film, but rather a manifestation of a divine terror akin to the descent of an ancient god reclaiming its dominion over the earth. Fear not, Mr. Xiao. Steady yourself. Confront it with courage. A voice suddenly echoed from the heavens. It took me a moment to realize it was Wu Xin's voice. I still lingered within my dream. Not quite. To be precise, I should still be ensnared in the depths of my own fears. I gazed upon the two-headed ram that adorned his form, surrounded by noxious fumes, as if a sudden recollection surged forth. Could it be that this is the deity of toxins mentioned in the teachings of the four gods? The description of the deity of toxins in Ho Yong's diary came to mind. The deity of toxins, born before death itself, residing in the unfathomable depths of the earth, wielding dominion over all that is lethal and poisonous. From the very inception of the earth, the deity of toxins has existed within the core. His emergence is often accompanied by an endless tide of deathly vapors, a being to be feared above all others. Moreover, the ram's head upon his shoulders could signify that he embodies a creature akin to a demon. Or perhaps, he is the demon, the god of demons. Yet, this cannot be. How could the most terrifying entity within me possibly be the deity of toxins referenced by the four gods? I am not a follower of their cult. The deity of toxins advanced towards me, each step causing the buildings around him to collapse beneath his weight. With his presence, it seemed as though hell itself had been breached, unleashing all manner of sin and poison from the depths, assaulting the realm of the living, extinguishing all life in its path. No, this is all a fabrication. I kept repeating to myself within my mind, striving to restore reason to my thoughts. This is my dream, my mind, my consciousness. I am a police officer. How could I allow the mystical elements of the four gods to influence my thoughts? I straightened my posture, facing the deity of toxins, suddenly feeling an absence of fear in my heart. Come forth, so-called God. I do not fear you. You are merely a manifestation of those cults that distort the minds of the people. There are no deities, no calamities, nor any so-called divine beings descending upon us. Only illusions and the ignorance that allows these cults to amass countless followers. I ran towards the immense form of the deity of toxins, heading for the ruins that lay before me. I soon found myself at his feet, engulfed by the miasma that surrounded him. Suddenly, the colossal creature lifted its feet and brought them crashing down upon the earth. The ground shattered, splitting open to reveal a vast chasm. I plummeted into the abyss. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped me. Was I truly falling into hell? In an instant, my thoughts ceased. All images faded into darkness, leaving nothing but an abyss before my eyes. Wake up. A clear voice echoed through the dark void. Wake up. As I opened my eyes and once again beheld the light, I found myself standing beside the familiar lakeside. I inhaled the crisp breeze, gazing at the comforting scenery before me, suddenly realizing that I had just escaped that terrifying dream, a wave of relief washing over me. The sunlight grew increasingly blinding, ever more warm. Once again, I succumbed to a state of blissful comfort. When I fully roused from the depths of slumber upon the sofa, I beheld Wu Xin seated at a nearby table, his brow furrowed in concentration as he swiftly inscribed something on a piece of paper. Noticing my awakening, he lifted his gaze and addressed me. Mr. Xiao, you have finally awakened. I regarded him with a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of the meaning behind his words. You have slept for 3 hours today. Your condition is markedly different from the last time, and it has even worsened, he elucidated. Chapter 89. Worsening condition? Upon hearing his words, I expressed my confusion. Worsening? How is that possible? Since my last treatment with you, I have felt significantly better. I have not been abruptly awakened at night, and I have consistently taken my medication without fail. Wu Xian sat upright in his chair, lifting his gaze to me with a serious demeanor, then shook his head. No, the situation is not as simple as you perceive. Just moments ago, while I was hypnotizing you, you exhibited a profound resistance to the elements of your dream. I cannot ascertain the nature of the dream you were ensnared in. But had I not roused you, it is quite likely that you would have been consumed by your nightmare. Listening to his enigmatic statements, I found myself inexplicably amused. Although I struggled to comprehend his words, it seemed as though he was intentionally exaggerating the severity of my condition. Are you suggesting that I nearly succumbed to my nightmare? But how could that be? I have always remained anchored in the realm of reality. I could never be harmed by a dream. Isn't that absurd, doctor? I retorted. There are scientific grounds for such phenomena, he replied. However, I assure you, the notion of being devoured by a nightmare is entirely different from what you envision. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and sketched an image of a human brain on the table. The surface of the brain was adorned with numerous winding grooves, known as sulci, while the protruding sections were termed gyri. The sulci and gyri interconnect, resembling a silken fabric enveloping our entire brain. He pointed to the butterfly-shaped region in the center of his drawing. This area represents the gray matter of our brain, though it may appear small. The primary activities of our brain reside within this region. I stood to the side, arms crossed, observing his illustrative demonstration, yet I remained utterly perplexed about his intended message. Doctor, I comprehend the principles, but what exactly are you trying to convey? Suddenly, Wu Xian sprang to his feet, slamming his hands on the table. He did not meet my gaze but instead shouted in a hushed tone, what I wish to convey is that hypnosis is perilous. If I had not swiftly pulled you back from your deep dream state, the neural circuits in your brain could have become disordered. At that point, you would have become, in a sense, a vegetable. Do you understand? Taken aback by his fervent reaction, I was stunned. I had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Thus, during my recent treatment, it became evident that although your condition has seemingly improved, these changes are merely superficial and do not reflect a fundamental recovery. Perhaps you have escaped the clutches of your previous nightmare, but it is clear that you are now under the influence of another source of fear. I gazed at him in bewilderment, my internal dread deepening with each passing moment. However, how could this possibly be? I recently haven't been stimulated by anything else. So how could a new nightmare resurface in such a brief span of time? I inquired. Wu Xing gazed at me, a peculiar expression gracing his handsome visage. He circled the table and approached me, standing before me to ask, "Then, perhaps you should recount the recent cases you have encountered." Upon hearing his request, I immediately declined. "I'm sorry, doctor, but this is confidential information within our police department. Until the case is fully resolved, I am not authorized to disclose any details or related information to anyone." As if he anticipated my response, Wu Xing made a gesture of resignation, remarking, "Indeed, this is your secret, and I cannot comprehend it. However, the scenes you witnessed during hypnosis are known solely to you. I am merely a guide, incapable of discerning the true state of your mind. I can only interpret based on your exhibited actions. Indeed, my own nightmares are mine to bear alone. If I do not disclose to him anything regarding the Four Spirits cult, if I do not reveal that I dreamed of an ethereal deity conjured by a sinister cult, he may never be able to effectively address my psychological affliction. After all, how could I possibly develop fear of a fictitious entity from a cult in such a short time? No one has preached to me, no one has brainwashed me. I haven't even contemplated such matters in my dreams. Yet, this has inexplicably become the most terrifying aspect of my inner self. It's utterly preposterous. I began to harbor suspicions about Wu Xing. Could it be that he manipulated something during my hypnosis? Perhaps he has ties to the Four Spirits cult? I recalled his peculiar lifestyle. He sleeps late into the night, rising at 2 in the afternoon. He claims to participate in motorcycle night rides. But who could truly believe that? What if he is attending gatherings of the Four Spirits cult? Moreover, he is a psychologist, possessing ample knowledge in the field, capable of brainwashing during hypnosis, and he has a legion of devoted patients. Suddenly, I pondered, could this individual be the very founder of the Four Spirits cult? The one who proclaims himself the spokesperson of the Four Spirits. Consequently, I resolved to employ a simple psychological tactic to test this individual before me. Cleverness often leads to one's own downfall, I mused. Long live the Four Spirits, I exclaimed unexpectedly. This phrase was something I had encountered in Ho Yong's diary. Wu Xing furrowed his brow, seemingly bewildered by my utterance. He looked at me as one might regard a fool, entirely perplexed by my words. "Mr. Xiao, what are you saying?" A weight lifted from my heart. It seemed he was not the one after all. His reaction was entirely normal. Unless this individual possesses an exceptionally strong psychological fortitude and an acute sensitivity to counter-surveillance, he would likely not remain unresponsive to my words. Nevertheless, I have taken the precaution of harboring a slight suspicion towards him, placing him on my list of doubts. Consequently, I confidently recounted to Wu Xing the recent murder case associated with the cult, providing him with a thorough explanation of the Four Divine cult and its tenets. Chapter 90. Kindred Spirit. Upon hearing my account, Dr. Wu exhibited a profound interest, exclaiming, "How intriguing, truly fascinating. Were it not for the impure intentions of their founder, I might even regard this as an exceptionally mystical and romantic sect." The Four Divine sect amalgamates figures from several renowned mythologies and religions around the globe, weaving them together organically, in stark contrast to other cults that merely replicate or counterfeit. This phenomenon can be seen as an unconscious communal act, evoking a sense of. I found myself at a loss for words, astonished by Dr. Wu's deep resonance with this sect. He began to articulate his thoughts with great fervor. "Mr. Xiao, please hold on a moment while I step outside to close the door. Today's conversation is simply too captivating. I momentarily wish to refrain from attending to other patients." "That seems a bit inappropriate," I replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I hadn't anticipated that my discussion would inconvenience other patients, and a twinge of guilt washed over me. He soon returned, shutting the door to the inner room behind him, and, as if engulfed by a surge of warmth, swiftly shed his clothing. Before he could utter a word, I interrupted him, aiming to temper his current enthusiasm. "Doctor," I said, fixing him with a serious gaze. "Regardless of how intriguing the doctrines of the Four Divine sect may be, and despite its amalgamation of the finest elements from global religions and mythologies, it will always remain a cult. Its existence undermines societal stability, and due to its teachings, innocent lives have been lost." Upon hearing my words, the doctor, leaning against the table, let out a cold chuckle. Officer Xiao, if memory serves, the deceased Jian Honghong you mentioned was attempting to assault the sister of the late Ho Yong before his demise, was he not? Can he truly be considered entirely innocent? I found myself momentarily speechless. While I too abhorred cults, having witnessed their numerous detrimental effects, whether through financial deceit or the taking of lives in the name of divinity, I recognized that these acts were far from justice. They merely masked selfish desires under the guise of religion. However, from my years of studying psychology, I have observed that contemporary individuals crave religion. Whether it be Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, or Islam, these faiths have evolved beyond mere belief systems within the confines of modern metropolitan life. They have transformed into profound convictions. Nodding in agreement, I acknowledged Dr. Wu's insight. He was indeed correct. The religions people adhere to, existing as a form of belief, have always served as a formidable weapon against the absurdities of reality. With faith comes hope, and with hope, the courage to endure. In that moment, I suddenly comprehended why so many chose to join and believe in the Four Divine sect. For those whose cultural understanding is not sufficiently profound, their exposure to other orthodox religions is limited. However, the teachings of the four deities have imparted to them notions of justice and malevolence, guiding them in their belief that divine entities can safeguard their existence. I am convinced that among the adherents of the four deities, there are certainly numerous devotees of the God of preservation. As if he could perceive the thoughts within my heart, Wu Xian suddenly remarked, that is the embodiment of hope, the protector, the representative of the status quo. The deity that people yearn for to safeguard themselves. In agreement, I responded, you are absolutely correct. Even as we peruse the website of the four deities, we can observe many individuals posting or composing articles extolling the virtues of the God of preservation. This is akin to Christians venerating Jesus or people in India erecting temples to honor Vishnu. Such acts are undoubtedly manifestations of the desire for divine protection. Precisely. Wu Xian exclaimed, clearly impressed. I never expected Officer Xiao, amidst your work in apprehending criminals, to also delve into the realms of religion and theology. His admiration left me slightly abashed. You flatter me excessively. In comparison to you, I hardly consider myself a scholar. However, as a police officer, it is imperative that I possess an understanding of relevant matters when confronted with such cases. Otherwise, I would be akin to a headless fly. Utterly lost as to where to commence my investigation, I humbly replied. Wu Xian lifted the now lukewarm coffee from the table and gulped it down in one go, smacking his lips as he remarked, indeed, much like Sherlock Holmes, although merely a detective. His knowledge rivals that of a police officer and could even be compared to that of a naturalist. The mention of Holmes ignited a flurry of topics within me. For I had been an avid admirer of his tales since childhood, and it was precisely those novels that had inspired my aspiration to become a police officer. Thus, Wu Xian and I engaged in a lively discourse, transitioning from our initial discussion of the case to the realms of religious theology, Holmes, and detective fiction. By the time our conversation drew to a close, it was nearly 7 o'clock in the evening, yet neither of us felt satiated. As if we had encountered a kindred spirit, Wu Xian glanced at the clock on the wall, and, placing a hand on his stomach, sighed, alas, Officer Xiao. While our conversation has been exceedingly delightful, my stomach has begun to protest. I nodded in agreement, suggesting, let us go out for a meal. I shall treat you. Consequently, we ventured to a nearby modest restaurant, ordered several dishes, and requested 2 bottles of beer, continuing our lively exchange over dinner. As we delved back into discussions regarding the case, Wu Xian suddenly appeared to recollect something significant, turning to me with a serious expression, Officer Xiao. I have just recalled something important. I took a swig of beer, my mouth still filled with food, and mumbled, what is it? His brow furrowed. As if he had just unearthed a troubling memory, I have always felt that the teachings of the four deities you described sounded remarkably familiar. That feeling has lingered in my mind. Now, I believe I have finally recalled what it is. Listening to his tone, I seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. What? Have you encountered this somewhere before? Wu Xian nodded, taking a sip of the beer in his glass. Indeed. I have seen it, and not only that, I almost became a member of this cult, and quite possibly one of its founders. This revelation left me utterly astonished. Could it be that the founder of the four deities cult is someone Wu Xian once knew? Chapter 91. Confidant or Adversary. He recounted to me a tale about a friend from his youth who had been a fellow student. At that time, I was attending the psychology department at my university. One of my classmates was not only an academic prodigy but also a person of profound thought. Our mutual interest in psychology forged a close friendship, leading us to frequently engage in discussions on various psychological issues. On one occasion, our instructor assigned us a paper exploring the intersections of religious theology and psychology. This individual, however, did not adhere strictly to the assignment's requirements. Instead, he conceived an entirely new religion within his essay. I gazed at him in astonishment and incredulously inquired, is the religion he invented in that paper the cult of the four deities? Wu Xian nodded affirmatively, stating with conviction, indeed, I remember it vividly. I can assert with certainty that the ideas he articulated in that paper bear an uncanny resemblance to the tenets of the cult of the four deities. The same four deities, the same principles of sustenance, poison, destruction, and procreation, and identical doctrines of faith. What an extraordinary coincidence it was that my classmate from the psychology department had inadvertently become the founder of this cult. Are you suggesting that your classmate is the originator of this cult? I asked anxiously. No, that is not my implication. After all, it was merely a paper that might have been seen by others who subsequently appropriated its ideas, leading to the initial conception of the cult of the four deities. The true identity of the founder remains uncertain, Wu Xian replied. Yet, as a police officer, I would not overlook any potential leads. So I inquired, Wu Xian, you must still recall that individual's name, correct? Do you know where he is now? He shook his head in denial, stating, his name is Wu Mian, sharing my surname. However, I only know that after graduation, he pursued graduate studies at a university in the United States, furthering his education in psychology. As for his current whereabouts activities, or even his fate, I am entirely unaware. Nevertheless, I deemed this information a plausible lead. I noted down his name and the university they attended, resolved to investigate Wu Xian's acquaintance in the database upon my return. After our meal, we took a brief stroll before Wu Xian mentioned he had other matters to attend to, and we parted ways. As I watched his retreating figure, I felt a sudden realization that he could be a friend worth conversing with, though, perhaps, only potentially. I returned to the precinct first to confirm that the administrator of the Cult of the Four Deities website had not provided any updates. Subsequently, I attended to some minor tasks before delving into the database to search for information regarding Wu Mian. Strangely, I could not locate any relevant data about him in the information repository, nor could I find any records of Wu Mian in the student files of the university he attended alongside Wu Xian. In the past, within the Psychological Institute of this university, there existed no records of identification, no academic documentation, not even a trace of his student ID. Everything pointed towards the conclusion that there was no such individual. Could it be that Wu Xian was deceiving me? Or perhaps he had mistakenly recalled Wu Mian's name. Yet, intriguingly, I discovered information regarding Wu Xian. In 2006, Wu Xian enrolled in the Applied Psychology Department at XX University, where he excelled academically and made notable contributions in the realms of religion and theology. He actively assisted his peers and professors. Most of the content consisted of evaluations written by professors upon graduation, mere platitudes devoid of substantial insights. As I swiftly skimmed through the webpage, my cursor danced rapidly up and down, striving to uncover something of value. However, there was little to glean. All descriptions appeared strikingly ordinary. After completing his undergraduate studies, Wu Xian pursued his postgraduate education at a university in another region. Undoubtedly, following his graduation, he must have obtained a qualification as a psychological counselor, embarking on a career as a professional in that field. Just as I was about to close the information tab, a particular line of text caught my eye. He had been invited by the institution to study theology at the University of California, USA. The University of California? Wu Xian had also studied in America? Why had he not shared this with me? Even more perplexing was the fact that the Wu Mian he mentioned, a person with no information to be found in any database, had also studied in the United States. A series of coincidences indicated that Wu Xian was far from the simple individual I had presumed. It was evident that he harbored many secrets from me. My intuition suggested that this person might indeed have significant ties to the Four Deities sect. Who was he? A confidant or an adversary? I resolved to arrange a meeting with this psychologist when time permitted. To be on the safe side, I decisively ceased taking the medication he had prescribed. The following day, our network surveillance colleagues informed us that they had received a message from the admission administrator of the Four Deities sect. Greetings, you have successfully passed our review. Congratulations. You are now a member of the Four Deities sect. Please gather at the north gate of Shemin Primary School with other newcomers at midnight on May 19th, which is tonight, to prepare for the initiation ceremony. Long live the Four Deities. May the guardian deity protect you. Upon reading this message, Ouyang Qian and I exchanged glances. Being accepted signified that our undercover plan had succeeded halfway. The next step hinged on whether Ouyang Qian could infiltrate their inner circle and seize the opportunity to approach their church leaders. It must be noted that their chosen time and location were remarkably astute. At midnight, Shemin Primary School would be enveloped in silence, and the site itself, a school, would hardly attract attention. Moreover, the north gate of Shemin Primary School was distanced from the street, bordered by a high wall at the back, rendering it exceedingly discreet and suitable for clandestine gatherings. At 11:50 p.m., Ouyang Qian arrived as scheduled, waiting outside the north gate of Shemin Primary School. We installed a miniature camera on Ouyang Qian and parked our vehicle on a street not far from Shemin Primary School. Here, we shall observe every movement of the Four Gods sect gathering, ready to act promptly should any situation arise. Through the camera on Ouyang Qian, we monitored the situation around her. At this moment, counting Ouyang Qian, there were fewer than 10 individuals standing at the entrance. I meticulously counted the figures on the screen, revealing a total of 7 people, 3 men and 4 women. Except for Ouyang Qian, all of them wore gray hoods. This left us somewhat perplexed. Must one don a gray hood tonight? Could this lead to suspicions regarding Ouyang Qian? Chapter 92. Initiation, however, our concerns seemed unwarranted, as it appeared that others were not paying ample attention to Ouyang Qian. Perhaps due to their unfamiliarity, those cloaked in gray stood scattered on either side of the entrance. Silent and still. Our gaze shifted in tandem with Ouyang Qian's movements. It was evident she wished to avoid drawing undue attention. She refrained from initiating conversation with anyone, instead choosing to stand quietly alongside them. Xiao Qian, observe their behavior closely and refrain from any rash actions, we instructed through the microphone. Ouyang Qian lightly cleared her throat twice, signaling her acknowledgement of our directive. As time passed, we suddenly sensed a shift in the camera's focus. Following Ouyang Qian's line of sight, we saw that the door before them had abruptly swung open. At that moment, all present regained their composure. The newly initiated adherents in gray stood rigidly, seemingly scrutinizing the person who had opened the door. Through the lens, we discerned that this individual also wore a gray hood. Yet distinctively, a green scarf was wrapped around his hand. Perhaps this green scarf symbolized a particular status. If my conjecture held true, the green might signify the god of poison. This figure was tall, likely around 6 feet 3 inches, casting a watchful gaze upon everyone outside the door. Beneath the gray hood, an inky shadow obscured his features, rendering it impossible for us to discern his appearance in the dim light. Suddenly, the shadowed visage turned toward our camera, directed at Ouyang Qian, as if scrutinizing her intently. He spoke in a low, raspy voice, reminiscent of an apostle emerging from the depths of hell. Novice, why do you not wear your gray hood? We collectively inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. If this individual persisted in questioning Ouyang Qian, her identity could be compromised. Seated in the vehicle, we began to whisper urgently, deliberating on the appropriate response. Yet before we could formulate a plan, Ouyang Qian had already replied, "A true believer fears not the revelation of their visage to the true God. Furthermore, I did not receive any directive mandating the wearing of a hood when I was notified." Impudent! The door opener bellowed suddenly. How dare the new initiate show such disrespect to the four gods? What is your intent? In that moment, we all held our breath, uncertain of how to proceed. Ouyang Qian appeared visibly flustered, even fanning a casual touch to her ear, a subtle plea for our assistance. Was our carefully laid plan on the verge of unraveling? However, considering your audacity to confront the four gods, I shall overlook this transgression. However, next time, do remember to wear the gray hood, for it is a symbol of your identity. Without this emblem, the four deities would be unaware of your status and role, and thus would not bestow blessings or protection upon you. Do you understand? His words seemed to resonate with everyone present. We heard Ouyang Qian and the remaining 7 respond in hushed tones. Sitting in the vehicle, we exhaled deeply. The recent encounter had been perilously close, as a minor misstep nearly thwarted our undercover plan in its infancy. The scene began to shift, with Ouyang Qian following the group into the school, advancing towards their gathering place. I picked up the microphone and addressed her. "Xiao Qian, you must refrain from speaking carelessly next time. We are perpetually at risk of exposing our identities. This is an order, understand?" Ouyang Qian appeared to wish to argue further, yet, mindful of drawing attention, she merely brushed against the miniature camera on her person to express her dissent. We recognized that sometimes situations unfold too abruptly, and from our position in the vehicle, we were powerless to assist her. Often, she had to rely solely on her own resourcefulness. All the new initiates followed the towering figure who had opened the door, traversing a narrow path within the small campus until they arrived at a discreet classroom. To be precise, this space could hardly be termed a classroom. It was more of a storeroom for cleaning supplies. Under the dim lighting, we observed an array of brooms, mops, and cleaning implements hanging from the walls or strewn across the floor. They did not pause but continued onward, passing through this storeroom to stand before a wall. The large man finally halted here, and the camera affixed to Ouyang Qian remained trained on him, indicating her vigilant observation of his actions. The man extended a hand and gently tapped 3 times on the wall. A profound silence enveloped the space, the atmosphere laden with tension as everyone awaited his next move. After a moment, we could distinctly hear knocking emanating from the other side of the wall, replicating the 3 taps. Suddenly, the wall swung open, revealing not a wall at all but an exceedingly concealed door, camouflaged to blend with the surrounding structure. Without careful scrutiny, one would remain oblivious to the existence of another room beyond. The large man stepped inside first, followed by Ouyang Qian and the rest of the group. As they advanced, the camera's feed faded into darkness, though we could still discern sounds emanating from within. It appeared that the lights in the room were off. Once all the newcomers were gathered together, the earlier figure departed the scene. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the front of the room, and we distinctly beheld a figure adorned in a crimson hood emerging from within the glow. He surveyed the audience below, then raised his right hand, palm outward, extending 4 fingers while his thumb curled inward. "All you newcomers," he proclaimed with fervor, "I am delighted to encounter you here. I am equally pleased that, in this epoch of divine convergence, you have chosen the 4 deities. I trust that in your reverence for the four deities, you will discover a faith that resonates with your spirit. Now, our initiation ceremony is about to commence. I invite each of you to extend your hands. Chapter 93. The ritual. Thus, at the behest of the man adorned in a crimson hood, all present extended their right hands, mirroring his gestures as they commenced the initiation ceremony. Ouyang Qian, too, joined them, extending her own right hand. The man in the red hood intoned, "In the beginning of the world, all was chaos." Everyone echoed his words. In the realm of existence, all was chaos. The assembly of gray-hooded individuals followed suit. In the realm of existence, all was chaos. The gods created the world, enduring through eternity, the three realms, each with its sovereign. The god of preservation, guardian of all, the god of destruction, orchestrator of all, the god of fertility, giver of all life. Yet there lies one deity, slumbering in the netherworld, surrounded by bones, birthed from toxic miasma. This god, should it slumber, if not awakened? The man in the red hood lowered his right hand and raised his left, forming a fist, continuing, "Should this god awaken, then none in the three realms shall escape." As the devotees recited the oath, through Ouyang Qian's lens, we could clearly observe the individuals surrounding the newly initiated. The darkness obscured the details of their hoods, yet it was evident they bowed reverently, attentively listening to the discourse of the man in the crimson hood. Could it be that the figure upon the platform was the founder? We must revere the god of preservation, honor the god of destruction, and follow the god of fertility. However, regarding the god of poison, we are powerless. The only recourse left to us is to pray. We pray that the bones surrounding him are sufficient. We pray that he remains in slumber for an eternity, so that we may be spared from calamity. Suddenly, the man adopted a peculiar posture, kneeling on one knee as if engaged in a profoundly solemn act. An eager devotee in the crowd abruptly raised their hand, exclaiming, "Esteemed Lord in the red hood, what must we do to ensure the god of poison remains forever entombed beneath the earth?" The interruption halted the red-hooded man's utterance, and he paused his strange actions. Rising slowly from the platform, through the lens, we discerned a slight commotion within the crowd, though it quickly subsided. The hooded man stood, fixating his gaze upon the impulsive speaker. The devotee, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued fervently, "Lord in the red hood, I hail from a rural background. Though my education is modest, the teachings of the four gods have bestowed upon me experiences I have never known." The red-hooded man gestured for silence. "Pray tell, do you comprehend what I was engaged in moments ago?" His tone was low and ominous, reminiscent of a lion poised to strike. The audacious devotee appeared taken aback, utterly unaware of the man's intentions. He stammered in fear, I apologize, Lord Red Hat. I should not have interrupted your recent prayer." The man in the red hat let out a chilling, sinister laugh, and the room fell into an eerie silence, his laughter echoing ominously within the confines of the moderately sized chamber. I immediately seized the microphone and addressed Ouyang Qian, saying, "Listen, Qian, regardless of what transpires, do not act impulsively, refrain from speaking recklessly, and avoid unnecessary movements. Simply observe quietly. The situation has become rather intricate, and we must avoid complicating matters further." I had faith that she would heed my request and refrain from any reckless actions. Judging by the demeanor of this man in the red hat, the current circumstances appeared rather peculiar. It seemed evident that the Four God sect was indeed a nefarious cult. This man in the red hat exuded a hint of madness, instilling a sense of dread. At that moment, the man in the red hat ceased his maniacal laughter and withdrew a handgun from his coat, firing a shot directly into the forehead of the man who had posed the question. With a resounding bang, a gaping hole appeared in the man's head, blood gushing from the back as his lifeless body slumped to the ground. Witnessing this scene, all the police officers seated in the vehicle sprang to their feet in shock. One of my colleagues exclaimed, "Captain Xiao, they are committing murder. Moreover, Jian is still inside. She is in great peril. We must enter immediately, apprehend them all, and interrogate each one." "Indeed, Captain Xiao, issue the command swiftly. We have sufficient manpower and equipment to capture them all." With that, these fervent comrades began to prepare to rush out with their gear. "Everyone, sit down," I bellowed, bringing them to a halt. "If we proceed recklessly like this, even if we manage to apprehend them, it would only be a fraction of the actual organization. We have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the true leader of this cult. Otherwise, more lives may be lost." They reluctantly released their tightly clenched fists and resumed their seats, albeit begrudgingly. "Comrades, trust me, our goal is not merely a fleeting victory. The true purpose of an undercover operation is to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Only when we uncover the mastermind behind this organization and identify the ultimate leader of this group can we truly eradicate the cult in its entirety. Do you understand?" The previously impulsive comrades nodded in compliance, laying down their weapons. "Rest assured, Qian is astute. She will not find herself in danger," I reassured them calmly. In truth, my palms were already drenched in sweat. As that man fell, a considerable commotion erupted at Ouyang Qian's end. However, the chaos was instigated by the newly inducted cult members, while those surrounding them continued to converse as if nothing had transpired. I picked up the microphone once more and spoke to Ouyang Qian, reiterating, "Qian, I must emphasize again, observe the situation closely and refrain from any unnecessary actions. Do you understand?" The man in the red hat gazed upon the turmoil of the newcomers below, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he surveyed his handiwork. He withdrew his firearm, gestured towards the acolyte beside him, and spoke. "Newcomers, newly initiated followers. Do you see this? This is the consequence of interrupting my prayers. To be precise, it is the consequence of interrupting the prayers of all red-hatted bishops. I hope this serves as a lesson for you, and that each of you may come to embrace our doctrines more fully. After all, a doctrine devoid of punishment is an incomplete doctrine. Without sacrifice, without bloodshed, there can be no divine protection." Chapter 94. A killing spree. As for this individual, let him be yet another offering to the god of poison. The man in the red hat watched coldly as the lifeless body lay on the ground, blood pooling all around. Two followers approached, dragging away the unfortunate soul. After witnessing the corpse being removed, the man in the red hat declared, "Fear not, my friends. Consider this a tribute to the god of poison. Rest assured, he remains in slumber below, and shall not descend upon us without a special summons. I hereby announce that from this moment forth, you are all official adherents of the Four Gods sect. May the god of preservation watch over you. Long live the Four Gods." Seemingly losing patience with the prayers, the man in the red hat proclaimed to the crowd that they had officially become followers. "Now, let us conclude for today. We have an important meeting to attend shortly. Each of you new adherents is required to submit a membership fee of 10,000 within 5 days. Additionally, tomorrow, I will notify you of another location where you shall partake in your first evening prayer. Do not be late or miss it." With that, the lights extinguished, and the man in the red hat vanished from sight. The scene reverted to darkness, filled only with a cacophony of noise. Once it concluded, Ouyang Qian, along with the other followers, exited the terrifying chamber under the guidance of the tall individual who had initially brought them in, gradually making their way out of the small school campus. Just moments before, a life had extinguished here, yet now, the body itself was nowhere to be seen. I was certain that within mere minutes, the blood left on the ground would be cleared, and the body would be discreetly disposed of, allowing this rural man to vanish entirely from the world. Ouyang Qian soon returned to our vehicle. As she entered, she collapsed into my embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Wah, Captain Xiao, I am so frightened. I was truly terrified. That man died right before my eyes. He just died. When you told me to remain still, I complied, but I was so afraid. Without my teammates to support me, I felt utterly alone. This sensation is unbearable." Seeing Ouyang Qian on the verge of collapse in my arms, I gently stroked her head and softly reassured her. "It's all right, dear Qian, do not cry. Who says you were without teammates? We have always been silently protecting you from behind. Just moments ago, several comrades nearly rushed out of the vehicle to save you." She suddenly lifted her head, tears brimming in her eyes, and asked, "Really?" "Indeed." A hint of shyness washed over her as she avoided direct eye contact, asking, "What about you? Did you consider coming to rescue me?" "No, I restrained them. In such a perilous situation, we could not act recklessly. After all, if we had acted impulsively, it could have jeopardized the entire plan. Alerting the enemy is a cardinal sin in undercover operations." Faced with Ouyang Qian's expectant gaze, I replied solemnly. Upon hearing my words, her face suddenly flushed, and she let out a playful hum, her expression filled with feigned reproach. She swiftly extricated herself from my embrace and took a seat in the back row. Observing her irate demeanor, a colleague courteously offered her his seat, which was met with a chorus of suppressed laughter from those nearby. I looked at them in confusion, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Had I said something amiss? Throughout our drive back to the precinct, Ouyang Qian did not utter a single word to me. What was the matter with her? I pondered this perplexing situation. My previous remarks had been entirely factual. Why had she suddenly become angry? Indeed, the intricacies of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Upon returning to the precinct, it was nearly 2 a.m. Considering that we were to attend a congregation of the Four Gods sect the following day, we decided to allow our undercover Ouyang Qian to rest for the night, planning to reconvene the next day to discuss our strategies. On the journey home, my thoughts lingered on the incident involving the red-hatted man who had shot a cultist. It seemed that the individuals within the Four Gods sect were far more terrifying than I had initially imagined. They would kill for the most bizarre of reasons, as exemplified by the man who had taken a life simply because the cultist had interrupted his prayer. The other cultists present appeared to be thoroughly brainwashed, seemingly indifferent to the horror unfolding before them, as if such acts were a daily occurrence. Even the manner in which they dragged the body away was executed with unsettling familiarity, sending a chill down my spine. Setting aside these grim thoughts, The Shimin Primary School emerged as a location worthy of investigation. Firstly, the initiation ceremony for new cultists was held in a secret chamber within the school's storage area, leading me to suspect that those orchestrating the ceremony might very well be affiliated with the school itself. If I were to venture a bolder hypothesis, it could be that a certain leader overseeing the school, someone intimately familiar with its operations, was involved. The following day, just before noon, we finally managed to reach Ouyang Qian by phone. This individual had slept soundly from the previous night until now, rushing over in a fluster, her hair unkempt and disheveled. "Apologies for being late, everyone," she gasped as she approached us. I turned to her and said, "No worries, a bit more rest can help you feel more refreshed." To my surprise, she shot me a disdainful glance and then ignored me entirely, heading over to the technician's computers to inquire. "Did the Four Gods sect send us any messages yesterday?" I stood there in a daze, realizing that Ouyang Qian had completely overlooked my presence. Xiao Li from the evidence department leaned in and whispered, "Captain Xiao, it seems this matter is even more serious than the Four Gods sect itself." With that, he cast a mischievous glance at Ouyang Qian. "Get lost," I said, playfully rapping his head and pushing him aside. The technician at the computer then stated, "Yes, we have received their message. Tonight's prayer will commence at midnight, taking place on the playground of S City No. 1 High School." "Another school gathering?" Ouyang Qian inquired, somewhat astonished. "Indeed," I affirmed, "the venue for this assembly remains within the confines of the school." This peculiarity prompted us to assign someone to investigate the two schools involved. I conveyed Ouyang Qian's words. "So, is there anything else I need to prepare?" she asked. "Certainly. This," I replied, handing her a gray hooded cloak. Chapter 95, The Gray Hood. Around 11:40 p.m., we had made all necessary preparations. Ouyang Qian donned the gray hood as per their instructions, concealing a mini camera and an earpiece, and arrived at the playground of S City No. 2 Middle School. As before, we positioned ourselves in a car parked at a distance, keenly observing the situation. The playground was already filled with numerous hooded figures, approximately 40 in total. The majority wore gray hoods, while only a few donned red ones. However, we did not spot the tall man who had opened the door for us that day. The congregation stood on the playground, some familiar members engaged in conversation, while newcomers, still unacquainted with others, stood quietly to the side. To avoid drawing attention, Ouyang Qian also remained solitary, refraining from conversation. According to the words of the murderous red-hooded man from our previous encounter, this time was meant for the newcomers' inaugural prayer. Although we were unaware of the specifics of their supplications, the atmosphere suggested it was to be a significant event. As the clock approached midnight, we observed through Ouyang Qian's lens that some gray-hooded individuals began to draw circles on the ground with chalk. Witnessing this, I spoke into the microphone, urging Ouyang Qian to move closer and ascertain their activities. Obediently, she approached the congregants marking the ground. I noticed that while some drew circles, others lit candles and placed them around the drawn circles. They swiftly completed their tasks, and as the hour neared midnight, several red-hooded men gathered, encircling all the gray-hooded congregants around the circle. Ouyang Qian stood alongside another gray-hooded figure, whose face, partially visible beneath the hood, resembled that of a woman. Subsequently, they ignited the candles, and several red-hooded men stood at the center of the circle, addressing the gathered crowd with fervor. "Dear brethren of the Four Gods Church, it is a pleasure to see you once more. I am one of the representatives of the Four Gods, as well as your red-hatted bishop. Today, we gather here for the purpose of allowing all you newcomers to experience the power of prayer." Upon hearing his words, the nearby congregants began to murmur. "Silence, please. As you can see beneath your feet lies a grand pentagram. Today, we shall utilize this pentagram to conduct our prayer, which is our summoning ritual. You will witness the Four Gods descending upon us." The notion of the Four Gods descending? It became clear that this pentagram was intended for a summoning ritual. Yet, where would these deities come from? All of this was merely their rhetoric for indoctrination, whether it be the pentagram or the summoning ceremony. It seemed to be merely a tactic to attract followers. I suddenly found myself intrigued and desired to witness the summoning ritual and ascertain whether they could indeed invoke the divine. I glanced at the sky surrounding the area of the video. The weather was splendid, with flickering candles illuminating the scene, encircled by a multitude of fervent devotees. Should any student, caught off guard by pressing matters, stumble upon this spectacle, they would surely be seized by terror. For cardinal figures donned in red approached the center of the pentagram, intoning incantations while urging the assembled followers to join in prayer. Their murmurs filled the air, yet the specifics eluded our ears. However, in the haze of sound, I discerned what seemed to resemble Latin syllables. A sense of bewilderment washed over me. Could it be that these lamentations were derived from Latin texts? Did these individuals possess some knowledge of the language? Surely, I must have misheard. I reassured myself internally. Then, the four spokespersons stepped into the heart of the pentagram, addressing the congregation. "The prayers have been recited. Next, we must present offerings to the four deities. Among these, for the deity of preservation, we required a vial of pure, untainted water. For the deity of destruction, an armed handgun. For the deity of poison, a vial of venom capable of immediate death. As for the offering to the deity of fertility, one spokesperson lifted his gaze, his eyes glimmering with an unsettling light beneath the hood. For the deity of fertility, we necessitate the blood of a pure virgin. Suddenly, another spokesperson raised his head, moving among the surrounding devotees as if scrutinizing the expressions on each of their faces. After a thorough inspection, he returned to the center of the pentagram, standing straight and silent, before abruptly declaring, "Regrettably, we possess the pure water, the loaded handgun, and the lethal poison. However, we are now lacking a most vital element, the blood of a pure virgin. I wonder if there are any maidens present among the women here today?" At his utterance, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. It was unclear whether his eerie words had instilled a chill or if the gravity of his statement rendered them momentarily speechless. In that instant, a thought struck me. If memory serves, during a previous conversation with Ouyang Qian, she had inadvertently mentioned that she had never experienced romance. If that were indeed the case, she could very well be a virgin. Perhaps we could seize this opportunity to earn the trust of these red-hatted cardinals of the Four Gods cult. Moreover, thus far, they had only mentioned the blood of a virgin without stipulating any further requirements. This plan should pose no danger. In the absence of volunteers, we would simply choose a woman at random. The man in the red hat chuckled ominously, stating, "If one of you virgins does not step forward soon, we shall have no choice but to inspect your bodies ourselves. The opportunity is fleeting." Without hesitation, I seized the microphone and addressed Ouyang Qian, saying, "Xiao Qian, if my memory serves me right, you should be a virgin. Quickly, step forward and acquiesce to his demands. This way, we may earn their trust and infiltrate their inner circle." The comrade seated beside me immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Captain Xiao, you have lost your senses. Your actions could place Xiao Qian in grave danger." Chapter 96. Related measures. I spoke calmly. "Comrades, please trust me. Xiao Qian, I implore you to believe in me as well. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Should we let it slip by, we may find ourselves entrenched in a prolonged undercover operation. By gaining their trust, we could swiftly penetrate the upper echelons of the Four Divine cult, thereby granting us the chance to encounter their founder." I noticed a palpable tremor from the camera's direction, and after a brief moment, we observed Ouyang Qian stepping forward to the center of the pentagram formation. "Report, Bishop, I'm a maiden." Ouyang Qian's sweet voice resonated. Upon hearing her declaration, several red-caped bishops simultaneously turned to face her, as if she had instantly captivated their attention. "You." One of the red-caped men approached, having previously surveyed the crowd, and began to scrutinize Ouyang Qian intently. "Are you truly a maiden?" he inquired with a hint of skepticism. "Indeed, by the Four Divine, I dare not speak falsehoods." "Report, Bishop, I truly am a maiden," Ouyang Qian replied with composure. "Excellent." Nodding in apparent satisfaction, the red-caped bishop turned away from her. He instructed Ouyang Qian, "Come forth." Ouyang Qian acquiesced to his command and approached him. Suddenly, the red-caped man lifted Ouyang Qian's hand and addressed the gathered disciples. "This young lady is the only truly courageous individual among us today. In truth, I have just uttered a falsehood. The offering desired by the god of fertility is not the so-called blood of a virgin, but merely a blend of a woman's and a man's blood. My earlier declaration was merely a test of the loyalty of the women among you to the Four Divine, for I have long harbored doubts regarding the fidelity of women." Upon concluding his remarks, the red-caped man released Ouyang Qian's hand, retrieving a sharp dagger and a small cup from his robes. Gently, he made a small incision on her fingertip. Blood trickled down her finger and into the tiny vessel. Ouyang Qian gasped in pain, yet the red-caped man reassured her. "Do not worry, child. The god of fertility and the god of sustenance shall protect you. The blood you offer them will earn you their favor. Furthermore, you shall have the opportunity to meet privately with the founder of our cult and receive advanced teachings." Upon hearing his words, a weight lifted from my heart, for I understood that our perilous gamble had borne fruit. With this single drop of blood from Ouyang Qian's pierced finger, we had secured a chance to meet the nefarious cult's founder, paving the way for our undercover plan. The ceremony concluded swiftly, followed by what they termed a summoning ritual, which turned out to be little more than a series of theatrics meant to intimidate. Compared to other cult rituals, it lacked any distinctive elements. Consequently, after the evening's gathering, Ouyang Qian returned safely to our vehicle. As she entered the vehicle, I grasped her hand, which bore a fresh wound, and inquired softly, "Xiao Qian, does it hurt?" Ouyang Qian replied gently, "Yes, it does hurt. However, this is merely a minor injury. I have secured a precious opportunity for our undercover operation, have I not?" I nodded in agreement, my eyes reflecting my concurrence. The following morning, we returned to the police station at dawn and began deliberating our next course of action. Ouyang Qian stated, "Our undercover plan has officially commenced. At present, I have successfully infiltrated their inner circle, and last night, The Red Hat Bishop assured me that I have been granted an exceptional opportunity, one that could potentially enable us to dismantle this cult organization entirely. I affirmed, indeed. We must seize this opportunity firmly, bide our time, and then bring this organization to justice. Additionally, have you uncovered any new leads regarding the investigation into the schools? A member of the team responsible for the school investigation stepped forward and reported, based on our inquiries. There are indeed issues with the higher-ups at Shemin Primary School and S City No. 2 Middle School. To begin with Shemin Primary School. We discovered that some of its leadership has dubious backgrounds, suspected to be former members of organized crime, who may have pooled resources to establish the school as a means of rehabilitating their identities. I nodded, indicating my understanding of the situation. Have you investigated whether there is any connection between them and the Four Gods cult? I asked. Not yet, but we have identified fundraising activities within the school. However, the destination of the collected funds remains unclear. Should we pursue our investigation further, we may uncover certain unspeakable secrets within, came the response. Excellent. Let us proceed in this manner. Once Xiao Qian meets with the founder, if we can gather incriminating evidence, we will be able to apprehend them directly. Our plan will progress much more smoothly, I asserted. Turning to another investigator from the cyanide team, I inquired, what about you? Have you made any additional discoveries in your investigation into cyanide? A female colleague stood, holding a notebook, and addressed us. Indeed, we have made significant findings. Through our recent investigation of Ho Yong's processed food company, we observed an unusually high volume of cyanide imports, yet the total quantity used in food is alarmingly low, which raised our suspicions. Consequently, we examined their accounting records related to cyanide usage and discovered a complete mismatch between their transaction records and the imported cyanide logs. Given that cyanide is a highly toxic substance, its usage is heavily regulated. Hence, we believe that someone within the company is clandestinely diverting the mysteriously vanishing cyanide for use elsewhere. The ultimate destination of these cyanides is likely the cult known as the Four Gods sect, which employs cyanides as a means of committing suicide through poison. After she finished speaking, she paused momentarily and added, therefore, to prevent such occurrences from recurring, we have mandated that Ho Yong's processed food company is strictly prohibited from importing any products related to cyanides. And we are confiscating all cyanide products currently held by their company. Upon hearing her words, I nodded in agreement. Chapter 97. Another shareholder, just as I was about to instruct everyone to continue their diligent investigation, a thought suddenly struck me. Wait, did you just say that your team has sealed off all the cyanide in their company? My gaze sharpened, and my tone became exceedingly grave, seemingly startling the female officer. Observing my demeanor, she timidly inquired, Captain Xiao, is there a problem? I lowered my head, lost in contemplation. The issue was not substantial. Yet I feared that our actions might inadvertently alert the enemy. The disciples of the Four Gods sect could very well become aware that the police had begun to scrutinize their organization, especially since Ho Yong, one of their own, had been deceased for quite some time. They could not possibly be oblivious to this fact. Comrade, when you ordered the sealing of all cyanide in Ho Yong's company, was there any excessive display? For instance, did you make any announcements or declarations within the company, or was everything conducted discreetly? The officer looked at me, clearly perplexed by my inquiry. She replied, report to Captain Xiao, we did not publicly announce our actions. However, this matter, in any case, has been communicated to the upper management of the company. Upper management? Which executive are you referring to? Isn't Ho Yong the largest shareholder of this company? Captain Xiao, that is not entirely accurate. This is a joint stock company, and while Ho Yong was a founder, he merely held shares as a shareholder. Currently, the shares are entirely controlled by another shareholder of the company. I turned my head, struggling to recall any details about the second individual she mentioned. I asked, who exactly are you referring to? The officer smiled slightly and said, Captain Xiao, you may have forgotten that Ho Yong's diary mentioned 3 founders of the company, Ho Yong, Jian Hong, and another individual whose name was not disclosed. Indeed, her words sparked a sudden realization within me. I recalled that Ho Yong's diary indeed referenced another person, a friend who co-founded the company with him, frequently alluded to but never named. Hence, I eagerly inquired, what is his name? The officer glanced at her notes and then lifted her gaze to respond. His name is Xiao Lei, who was once the second largest shareholder of the company. However, since Jian Hong was ousted and following Ho Yong's death, Xiao Lei has now become the largest shareholder. As I scrutinized the information in her hands, a sense of doubt began to stir within me. Although there was currently no evidence directly implicating this individual, an unsettling feeling lingered. I abruptly raised my head and asked, during your investigation that day, did you come face to face with Xiao Lei himself? She shook her head. No. The accountant who was surveyed at that time remarked that since the death of Ho Yong, Xiao Lei had been visiting the company less and less. On that day, when he was asked whether any police had come to investigate, the accountant responded affirmatively, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. How did you come to know these matters? I inquired. It was spoken to me directly by the accountant. According to his account, after being questioned, Xiaolei had not returned to the company for quite some time. Upon hearing this news, I silently thought it was troubling. It was highly likely that Xiaolei had fled to evade justice. However, given the brief span of time, it seemed improbable that he had escaped too far, and he might still be within the confines of S City. This individual was likely one of the followers of the Four Gods sect and possibly held a significant position within this cult organization. Firstly, the cyanide mentioned by Ho Yong was closely tied to their company. As a high-ranking official, it was inconceivable that he would not pay attention to such a highly toxic substance with far-reaching implications. Moreover, the company's import and usage of cyanide were evidently disproportionate. I firmly believe that if they were indeed co-founders of the company, especially with both parties holding shares simultaneously, it would be impossible for one individual to arbitrarily interfere or influence the company's affairs. Such a scenario would be untenable for anyone involved. Therefore, I have reason to surmise that the matter concerning cyanide was a joint decision made by Ho Yong and this individual named Xiaolei. If that is the case, Xiaolei very well could be a member of the Four Gods sect. Furthermore, given his ability to supply such a substantial quantity of cyanide to the cult, it is evident that he occupies a considerable position. I declared, regardless of the circumstances, I hereby announce a nationwide manhunt for Xiaolei. Without delving into his potential affiliations with the Four Gods sect, the mere fact that he has allowed such a vast amount of cyanide to permeate society is sufficient grounds for conviction. I instructed them to act immediately. I gestured to several colleagues who nodded in acknowledgement and departed from the room. That concludes today's meeting. We must await further notice from the Four Gods sect to advance our investigation. I dismissed everyone, gathered my materials, and prepared to leave. At that moment, one unresolved matter lingered in my mind concerning the psychologist, Wu Xian. I pondered why he had lied to me. Why he had mentioned a person who could not be found in the database, claiming that this individual had founded the Four Gods sect. There was undoubtedly more to this story. I resolved to meet with Wu Xian again that afternoon. With this thought, I retrieved my phone and dialed the number he had provided me. After a few rings, I anticipated he would not answer and was about to hang up when his voice emerged from the other end. Hello, Mr. Xiao. How may I assist you? His voice emanated a languid quality, reminiscent of one who has just awakened from slumber. I was rather taken aback that he actually answered the call. Could it be that he was entirely oblivious to the falsehood he had spun? Dr. Wu, I wish to meet with you this afternoon, I uttered in a somber tone. This afternoon, you say? Let me check, he replied, his voice tinged with a sense of despondency, accompanied by the faint rustling of pages on the other end. Mr. Xiao, however, my records indicate that you are scheduled for Thursdays at this hour. Today is merely Tuesday. Have you perhaps mistaken the date? Chapter 98. A reunion with Wu Xian indeed. Our encounters have invariably taken place on Thursday afternoons, yet today, I yearn for a rather special meeting with you, I conveyed over the phone. However, I have prior commitments this afternoon. Let me see, yes. It involves two ladies, thus I shall be unable to find time today. How about we reconvene on Thursday afternoon, Mr. Xiao? We would then have an entire afternoon to converse. Wu Xian responded on the other end of the line. No worries. I shall come to find you once you have concluded your engagements this afternoon. How about I treat you to dinner? We could chat while dining, I proposed. There was a palpable hesitation on her end. Very well then. I shall wait for you at the clinic after my psychotherapy session concludes. Just come find me then. All right. When do you anticipate finishing? I inquired. It should be around approximately 7 o'clock in the evening. Okay, then we shall meet without fail. With that, I ended the call and returned to my office, resuming my search for information regarding Wu Mian and Wu Xian on my computer. As before, I found no relevant information pertaining to Wu Mian in the online resources. However, I did uncover details about his educational background at the school Wu Xian mentioned, which even noted that he had studied psychology in the United States. I must admit, this could either be an exceedingly strange coincidence, where a non-existent individual fortuitously shares the same experiences as Wu Xian, or it could be that Wu Xian inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts, suggesting that the founder of the Four Spirits sect is, in fact, herself. In other words, the architect of the sect's doctrines is Wu Xian, while Wu Mian, a figure that does not exist, is but a projection of Wu Xian herself. She inadvertently indicated that she is the founder of the Four Spirits sect, but remains unwilling to acknowledge it, instead fabricating a fictitious persona. This persona is Wu Mian. Yet, if Wu Xian truly is the originator of this nefarious cult, why would she disclose this to me? Why fabricate a fictional character to obscure the truth? Moreover, if she intended to conjure a fictitious identity, she ought to have chosen someone who genuinely exists but is easily confusable with another individual. This would likely mislead me down an erroneous path. Yet she did not pursue that route. Furthermore, when I recall that evening, when she first mentioned Wu Mian's existence, it seemed as if Wu Xian had suddenly remembered something. A person may weave a lie during a prolonged silence, yet a spontaneous recollection is often an authentic response. From Wu Xian's recent reaction during our phone conversation, it appears she was entirely unaware of any falsehood she conveyed to me, indicating that Wu Mian exists in her memory as a tangible entity, a being with flesh and blood. Therefore, I set aside my suspicions regarding Wu Xian for the moment. However, it is undeniable that this individual has some connection, however tenuous, to the Four Divine sect. This evening's encounter would surely reveal more. The Four Divine sect has yet to communicate via the account we created on the website, and we must await their next notification before proceeding. Thus, our undercover plan is temporarily at a standstill. I decided to momentarily set aside these concerns and confidently proceeded to the psychological clinic to meet Wu Xian. As evening fell, I arrived punctually at the clinic, only to find the entrance slightly ajar, suggesting imminent closure. It seemed I had arrived just in time. I believed Wu Xian was inside, awaiting my arrival. Dr. Wu, do you truly have matters to attend to today? Shall I take my leave? Just as I was about to step through the door, a woman's voice emerged from within. Yes, you may go. I'm expecting someone else. I will close up shortly. You can finish your shift now. Wu Xian's voice replied from inside. Splendid. Farewell, Dr. Wu. Until tomorrow, I exclaimed with a chuckle as I prepared to leave. At that moment, a woman emerged from behind the partially closed door and collided with me. She glanced at me several times, somewhat flustered, and inquired, Good evening, sir. Is there something you need? We are about to close the clinic. I smiled and replied, Oh, nothing of great importance. I am merely here to see Dr. Wu, who is waiting for me inside. The woman regarded me with a hint of suspicion, nodded slowly, and said, Yes, he is indeed inside. You may go find him. With that, she departed. As she left, I caught a few muttered words from her lips, though I could not discern their meaning. Upon entering, I noticed the reception area was brightly lit, and there sat Wu Xian behind the counter, a cigarette in hand. Ah, I didn't expect you to smoke, Dr. Wu. I remarked, moving closer to him, snatching the cigarette from his grasp and taking a few puffs. Not bad, this doesn't seem to be a cheap brand. I commented approvingly. Wu Xian regarded me with a few sidelong glances, his lips moving as if to speak. He then retrieved the cigarette from my hand, extinguishing it in the ashtray on the counter, and said, Mr. Xiao, technically, I should be off duty now. However, given our enjoyable conversation the other day, I agreed to meet with you. But that does not imply that I will spend the entire evening idly chatting with you. Please, state your purpose for this meeting directly. He then took 2 puffs from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke in a deliberate manner, gesturing for me to proceed. Recognizing his demeanor, I decided to dispense with any further pleasantries and stated plainly, Dr. Wu, I wish to inquire, in my capacity as a police officer, about the identity of Wu Mian. Wu Xian paused, his hand holding the cigarette stilled. He then turned to me, his voice taking on a peculiar tone. Mr. Xiao. No, Officer Xiao. I believe I have made myself quite clear that day. Wu Mian was a classmate of mine during my university years. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to peruse the information pertaining to him, rather than wasting your time returning to me once more. It is only natural to conduct a personal investigation. However, despite my diligent efforts scouring the entire database of student records from your university, I have found not a single trace of Wu Mian. In fact, I could not even locate that name. This is precisely why I have taken the trouble to come here to see you again. Chapter 99. The God that inspires fear. Wu Xian sat upon the stool, seemingly incredulous at my response. How can this be possible? You must be mistaken, Wu Mian. Perhaps you inadvertently misentered the name on your computer, resulting in your inability to find any information related to him. It was evident that he did not believe my words. Trust me, Dr. Wu, I have scoured every student with the surname Wu at your institution, yet none bear any connection to Wu Mian. At this juncture, I can only arrive at 2 conclusions. Either you are deceiving me, or your memory is faltering, I asserted firmly. Wu Xian abruptly rose from his seat, exclaiming, What are you saying? I am a psychologist. How could I possibly be experiencing a memory lapse? This is absurd. That is precisely your dilemma. Logically, you should have no knowledge of Wu Mian's existence, for he merely represents the other half of your persona. However, it appears that the memories belonging to the Wu Mian aspect of your personality have infiltrated Wu Xian's recollections, resulting in an overlap of your memories, I gently articulated, tapping my finger on the table as I spoke. Dr. Wu, it is rather ironic. A psychologist who simultaneously grapples with dissociative identity disorder. Perhaps, as Wu Xian, you can heal all your patients, yet you remain unable to mend your own wounds. Much like the jester in a fairy tale who can bring joy to everyone in the town, yet remains perpetually unable to amuse himself. This is the most harrowing truth, yet undeniably real. Admit it, you are a sufferer of dual personality disorder, and your other half is the individual you refer to as Wu Mian. I declared, my fingers suddenly rising to point at Wu Xian's face. At that moment, however, Wu Xian's expression had transformed. The once gentle and refined visage was supplanted by a frenzied, contorted countenance that bore little resemblance to his original features, as if he were another person entirely. Indeed, this is another person, I murmured. Wu Mian, is that you? Wu Xian did not respond to my inquiry. Instead, he turned and strode toward the entrance of the psychological clinic, forcefully closing the partially ajar door. With a resounding bang, we were entirely isolated from the outside world, left in a tense standoff within the confines of the modest clinic. I cautiously moved my hand towards my back, preparing to retrieve my firearm in case he resorted to any perilous actions. After shutting the door, he turned back to face me, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Officer Xiao, it is all my fault, he said slyly, licking his lips while his eyes blinked with an unsettling glimmer, presenting an expression that sent chills down my spine. Having grasped my weapon, I immediately felt a wave of relaxation wash over me and calmly inquired, why do you say that? Wu Xian, or rather Wu Mian, suddenly radiated an unusual light from his eyes. In a low, somber tone, he addressed me, that's not quite right. To be precise, it is not my fault. Although this fellow is indeed a part of my being, I have persistently refused to acknowledge his existence. Because he began to pace around me, taking small steps in a circle as if to recount a tale. I remained tense in his presence, my hand gripping my firearm, reluctant to lower it, fearful of any rash action he might take. Because this individual is overwhelmingly kind-hearted, exceedingly naive. Regardless of whether the god of destruction holds any affection for him, even the god of preservation cannot favor him. Such an innocent human is detrimental to the evolution of the entire human race. He approached me, observing my anxious demeanor, and suddenly burst into laughter. Officer Xiao, you are far too tense. Relax. Look, I am unarmed. How could I possibly harm you? He reassured. Do not worry, it is just the two of us here. Did you not wish to have a proper conversation with me tonight? Come, let us engage in a meaningful dialogue. Wu Mian settled back onto the stool behind his counter, produced a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke with an air of calm confidence. He had just mentioned the god of destruction and the god of preservation. This fellow must undoubtedly be connected to the founding of the Four Gods sect. Wu Xian indeed did not lie to me, although Wu Mian is his alter ego. He remains oblivious to this fact, thus divulging everything without reservations. In other words, it was Wu Xian who betrayed Wu Mian, yet simultaneously, he betrayed himself. You just mentioned the god of destruction and the god of preservation, so you must have ties to the Four Gods sect. Permit me to pose a question. Why? When the powers of the god of preservation and the god of destruction have grown so formidable, must they conjure an even more potent god of poison, whose strength surpasses that of the combined might of the former two deities? What an intriguing question. What an excellent inquiry. Wu Mian suddenly laughed, clapping his hands in excitement. Now, this is something that piques my interest. Do you wish to know why? His eerie smile and penetrating gaze instilled a sense of dread within me. Why? I reminded myself to maintain my composure. Strangely enough, before this seemingly frail, unarmed scholar, I felt even weaker, more intimidated. Perhaps beneath the veneer of every scholar lies a terrifying beast. Wu Mian reminded me of another seemingly delicate individual, Qing Lu. A few months prior, I had nearly perished at his hands. I mused that this was indeed the reason for my profound fear of Wu Mian. These scholars exude an unsettling aura of menace. For humanity is inherently ignorant. The gods are invincible, revered, and worshipped by mortals. However, we lack something, or rather, we lack a deity capable of instilling fear in the gods themselves. He gazed at me, his curly hair shimmering faintly under the light. Having fashioned these deities, I felt an insatiable hunger for creation, prompting me to conjure yet another entity reminiscent of the primordial beings from the Cthulhu mythos, an ancient god that emerged alongside the birth of the earth. Such a deity, endowed with powers as formidable as those of the planet itself, naturally possessed the capacity to annihilate all that exists. As I observed him, a profound realization washed over me.